owner Arthur Blank. That service is open to the public. There will be a private graveside service Thursday in Sandy Springs for family and close friends. Bernie Marcus passed away Monday at the age of 95. Sabrina Cupid, 95.5 WSB.
Hurricane Rafael is now a Category 3 storm. It's making a beeline toward western Cuba, where it's expected to make landfall. Forecasters say it could be near the southeast Louisiana coast as a minimal tropical storm by the weekend. It is now 3:03. The Von Hessler Doctrine begins in less than 2 minutes. Right now, it's live team coverage of traffic and weather. In the 24-hour traffic center, it's Veronica Harrell.
And right now, folks are running into delays through the Kennesaw area because of a crash off to the left, 75 southbound below Wade Green Road, exit 273. Downtown, you're looking at volume both directions, 75, 85 northbound. Also dealing with some volume as you travel 85 northbound, trying to make your way over through Norcross. And as you mentioned, Bill, they still have Piedmont Avenue at MLK Jr. Drive and the surrounding streets, including like Cortlandt Street and Decatur, completely shut down for that gas leak. So folks, avoid it. I'm Veronica Harrell, 95.5 WSB.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. Cloudy skies today with hit or miss rain showers, high 72, lows tonight in the mid-60s. Holding on to the cloud cover tomorrow with an isolated rain shower, high 75. A little bit more sunshine by Friday, high 77.
It is 73 in Mableton, 72 in Lilburn, and 73 in Hampton. More news at 3:30. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Bill Caiaccio, 95.5 WSB.
These people just make noise and basically waste our time.
Dear members of the media and the public, I welcome you.
Live from the heart of Atlanta, Georgia, and beyond, Hour 1 of the Von Hessler Doctrine begins right now. I am your lovable, huggable radio chat host, Eric Von Hessler. The other voices you hear are the Doctrinaires. Man of 1,000 voices, Tim Andrews. Lady of 74.6 characters, Autumn Fisher. The man behind the glass, George Clark. And the handsomest producer in all of producery, Jared Yamamoto.
Uh-oh, Eric. I'm seeing some troubling trends on X right now.
Are there troubling trends?
Yes. Hashtag do not concede Kamala and hashtag recount 2024 are in the top 5.
Oh, I don't believe that's a real thing.
No,
I'm not saying they're not really trending. I'm saying trending on, so which one are you looking at? On X is not the same thing as trending in the nation at large, because almost nobody in the nation is on any social media platform. And that's something that I think a lot of politicians need to take note of on this day. Obviously, I gotta say, the only person that I'm aware of who got this call right was our very own Shelley Winter. On the round, I mean, he's been saying for the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks or so.
It's going to be a blowout. Trump's going to win it.
Yes. And I think the last question at our roundtable last night was, when will we know when the election, I gave some kind of jokey answer about 6 months or something. I can't remember. But I think Erickson said later tonight, the next day, like one day. And the rest of us are like, Friday or something like that. And Shelley's like, we're going to know tonight. And basically, if you went to bed about any time after midnight, you didn't know officially, but you knew that there was no way it was going to go any different. And, it's a stunning, stunning thing, really. If you just objectively step back from all of it and take a look at it. I mean, all of the charges against him, all the going to court, all of the, the pictures taken and what do you call it, mugshots, all of this stuff. Plus, let's remember, I'm telling you, 150 years from now, when historians are just objectively looking at this period of time, the way that we say when we look at Abraham Lincoln's presidency, right? We barely know the name of the Stephen Douglas. Yeah, the guy you beat. I don't know. Well, what do you know about it? Most people in America, including myself, know almost nothing about the second election of Abraham Lincoln. And we look at that now, and there's no emotions. But obviously emotions were high at the time because it turned into a civil war. But we now look at it as, oh, this fact, that fact. When we get like 100 or 150 years from now and there's no skin in the game for anybody, they're just looking at this period of time in presidential politics, they're just going to look at all of the charges, all of the courtroom appearances, January 6th.
The impeachments.
The impeachments. I mean, first of all, January 6th and the committee and the conduct and the media being against them. And then, yes, this is going to be the thing that stands out. That in his first term, he was impeached twice. When he came into the presidency, in the entire history of the country, only 2 presidents had ever been impeached. No, only one, because didn't
Johnson was impeached, but he was acquitted.
That's right. He was impeached, but he was acquitted in the Senate. So only 2 presidents, by 1 vote, he was acquitted in the Senate. Johnson being Lincoln's vice president.
Andrew.
So when they look at this, there was only 2 impeachments in the entire history of the country. This guy got impeached twice in his first term. And then he gets voted out of office. Like, you could explain it more if he won the next term. Then he gets voted out of office. All the trials, all the everything. They're going to be looking at, newspapers at the time. I guess now online stuff at the time, where you would just never look at this and think that this guy had any chance. And then not only does he win, technically speaking, right now where it stands, I know you could call it a landslide emotionally. It's not a technical landslide. There is I think that's 315 or 320 electoral votes. There's actually a number and a thing that says.
He's at 292 now, but yeah, he could end up at 315. You're right.
Yeah, I think there's this magic number out there that makes it an actual technical landslide. But what he got was an overwhelming mandate. If he keeps the House of Representatives, and with everything else that's gone on, there's no reason to believe that he would lose the House of Representatives, I don't think. But I'm not one of these people who's deep in the weeds with the numbers in every district. So that's a little bit of a mystery, and we'll find out. But if he keeps the House of Representatives, it's looking like he may have 53, 54 in the Senate. He is going to be able to do the thing. There's going to be no John McCain Republicans, in opposition.
No Murkowskis.
No, it's not going to happen this time around. As a matter of fact, if he keeps the House of Representatives, you got to remember these people, everybody in the House of Representatives has to run again in 2 years. A lot of center line Democrats are going to lean toward him in that first 2 years because they don't want to lose their seats. So there's a good chance that he not only keeps the House of Representatives, but maybe there's 10, 15, 20 Democrats out there that form more of a governing coalition with him. So it is an overwhelming mandate. Think of what this means. Control of the courts. Samuel Alito and why am I blanking? On Clarence Thomas are getting up there in age.
Yeah, they're definitely going to retire.
I do not believe that they will do what Ruth Bader Ginsburg did to her party and stick around. I think that within the first 2 years, while they have the Congress, and especially the Senate, which they definitely have, they will retire, and they will be replaced by who Trump wants. So that's going to solidify the majority that's there now. In the next few years, if one of the other justices, decides they don't want to do it anymore, or they have a health problem or something like that, then he gets a third. Now that's probably won't happen, but that could happen, which would cement at 7-2 a conservative majority of the Supreme Court for a generation, because he's going to pick people who are 40 years old or something along those lines. Good long lives. So his abilities now, it's in his hands. He can make the decision. He can do the things that he wants to do. I hope he does things that are good and that help the average people. I hope he doesn't spend a bunch. I don't think he will. With Trump, it's hard to predict. But I'm, as a citizen of the country, I'm not into 6 months of getting back at everybody. You got back at everybody.
Yeah, by winning.
By winning last night.
Yeah, the American people made a statement.
Well, that's another thing. And people wonder about these law, when it comes to Jack Smith and the federal cases, I believe that ultimately an attorney general of the United States isn't allowed to prosecute a sitting president. So he's just gone. There's no reason to do stuff in between. You have that weirdness in New York where he has been declared guilty, and it's just sentencing.
Which is supposed to happen, I believe, in like
November.
3 weeks. Yeah,
in November. I don't know the processes of getting rid of that. I don't know. Maybe the judge just says, I'll sentence him after his
suspended sentence.
Something along those lines. Those are all going to go away. And the reason that they're going to go away is because the Democrats basically chose to put him on trial with the public because they thought that was going to help them in the election. And it didn't. But it still remains that they put him on trial with the Republicans. Don't forget the E. Jean Carroll, And last night, the jury came back. The American people are the jurors in this situation. And they pronounced him not guilty on everything.
And for him to basically win every battleground state.
Everyone.
That's
Did he win the popular vote?
He won the popular vote.
Yeah, that's just the exclamation point.
I think but that's important because he's never won the popular vote before.
Yes.
I believe even if he had won the Electoral College last time, he was still going to lose the popular vote. Now, the media spends a lot of time on that because they don't like Trump, but the truth is Clinton won 2 elections, and I don't believe ever got over 44% because there was a third party every time. So this is look, he has the ability. Very few people that walk into the White House. He also has 4 years experience of being president. So very few people have walked into the White House with the ability to do as much as he has right now. Politicians will quake in their boots in front of this guy for at least 2 years, And if he's doing really well and J.D. Vance looks like he could make a good, strong run for the presidency after him, he can get some cooperation for more than 2 years. But that's going to have to make itself evident. He has 2 years to basically do what he wants. Now that's it. We got a lot to talk about. It was an overwhelming. I stayed up until 3 o'clock in the morning because I thought I was going to go to bed, but by 11:30 it just started looking like, wow, is this something that's going to happen tonight? And I kind of go, okay, well, and it took forever, but.
So you made it through his whole victory speech, right?
Yeah.
Because man, he was tired during that. You could tell he was.
Well, here's an interesting, little thing. Trump is now the oldest person ever elected president. He's older than Biden was when Biden got elected in 2020. So it might be that the difference between the two at this point is one can't do much after 4 p.m. and we found out that one gets tired after like 1:30 in the morning. Still a little bit of a difference. Yeah. I get tired after 1:30 in the morning.
What I thought was funny was during the victory speech, just noticing you could tell that he was going.
Why don't you come over and talk?
Yeah, he was like bringing other people over to talk on the mic.
Somebody else do this.
He started doing like some of the rally talk points, like he told that story about the rocket getting caught by Elon.
Yeah, when he started going into that, I was like, oh boy. We're into the weave.
And it was the chopsticks grabbing the rocket stick, the sticks.
It's like, sorry, playing the hits there, Trump. Play the hits.
Lock her up.
But he ended it with, he's a genius. We've got to protect our geniuses in this country. I thought that mostly it's a weird speech. Those kind of speeches are kind of weird for him because he's a little more disciplined as a politician now than he used to be. And he wants to stay on point. So he knew he had to deliver this actually written teleprompter kind of speech. And as he started with it, and he's not as great with that, he tends to kind of turn because if most politicians can just pivot with their neck. And I noticed a long time ago that Donald Trump turns with his whole body.
Yes, he does.
So like where other politicians can be tilting their head toward one teleprompter and then tilt their head toward the other, he actually turns his whole body to go to the other teleprompter. And he doesn't deliver. It's kind of, it seems a little bit and we're gonna, whatever. And you could tell the crowd was starting to go, no, we don't want one of these speeches. We don't want you to walk out here and just read words off of it. And he began to sense that. And then he started kind of walking away from it. And then he'd kind of like improvise for like 3 or 4 minutes and then go back into the speech, You know,
He started like pointing out like Bryson DeChambeau and stuff. Where are you?
Then they
Come on
couldn't
up.
find him. What was that?
Where is he, Bryson?
Where was he? He was at the buffet or something? Where the hell was the guy? They're all on stage.
Fill up your plate and get back
He
here.
must have been in the bathroom. I don't
He's
know.
hitting balls. That's what he said. Hitting balls.
He's hitting balls. That was kind of an odd.
Hitting balls.
He's hitting balls. Yeah, so great. Oh, you're so great. But literally, there was this like I don't know how long it lasted. Maybe I don't know. Maybe it wasn't a minute, but it was one of those things that seemed like it was 4 minutes long. Where's Bryson? Bryson? Yeah. The hand up at the forehead like a visor. Bryson!
You hear the crowd kind of quiet down a little bit as he's looking around.
And what we did was the most amazing comeback in the history of comebacks, even better than a lot of other comebacks that have happened plenty of other times.
I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow.
Wow. Can you believe it? It's amazing. Congratulations to all the senators.
Wow.
The amount of the black male vote, the Hispanic vote, and I have a couple of. I think that ultimately it's starting to become known, and I think this shows it more than anything else, that across race and religion and gender and everything, we don't want to be governed by the instincts of college professors and bureaucrats, is what it comes down to. And also, people do not want to be put into identity boxes. They're tired of, I saw this years ago. I was at a party and I saw a middle-aged, college-educated white woman lecturing a grown-ass adult black man about why he was wrong
No.
to vote for Trump and why. And I've seen this. I've seen this with my own eyes. And a little bit of it happened in the last couple of weeks. Obama goes out there and tries to shame. They tried to shame and bully black men into voting the way you're supposed to vote because you're in this box. Same thing with Hispanics to a certain degree. Obama did it. They had other surrogates out there doing it. And people's reaction is, F you. People are tired. This is why, if you go back a couple of years ago, DEI was everywhere in corporations. Not so much today. They had their moment. They didn't produce. Corporations brought in. They added 10 people to the human resources. And what they got was more trouble, less productivity. It didn't work out. We started to see that before the election even happened. And how many people in this country have been sitting in their cubicles the last 3 or 4 years, hearing conversations going on in the office, wanting to give their opinion because everybody else is, but knowing that that was something they shouldn't do. So they sat there in their cubicles quiet and knowing that if I say what I want to say, I might get canceled inside the office, meaning I don't have any friends anymore. I might just lose my job, for heaven's sakes. Who knows? And I think so. A lot of it was that. I think a lot of it is a pushback to everything that happened after the Summer of Rage, when there was this absolute, you don't even question it. As a country, corporations, everybody said, yeah, we're overcorrecting and you're going to deal with it. The CEO didn't have to deal with it so much. Got to sit down with the HR person and nod his head. But the average employee, the whole country, everybody look at the Washington Commanders. They're the Washington Commanders now because of the Summer of Rage. The guy who owned the team back then had fought against this for 10, 15, 20 years.
Dan Snyder.
And as soon as all that stuff started to happen, immediately they became the Washington football team and then found their neck. That was every corporation became woke. You know, that's when you would watch sports and there'd be political messages on helmets and on the floor and on everywhere. And this just wasn't something that people were asking for. Most people know that they're not racist. This idea that college professors are trying to sell us that, no, you need to come to me. I'm an expert. I can actually find out if you're a racist. I'll be able to tell you why you're a racist. Listen, racists know that they're racist. This is a ridiculous notion. So you have a lot of people walking around being told from the outside because of the way they vote or what they think on this policy or the policy, they've been told by the society, the people in control of the society, that you're racist. But here's the thing. That may hurt or whatever, but if you're not something that people are saying that you are, guess who knows it? You. And I really believe that this is just a complete and total rejection of everything. Also, look at January 6th. You know, because I'm getting into all these layers because the victory was so overwhelming. So I think in the back of people's minds, they were just sort of like, all right, that was not a good thing on January 6th. They shouldn't have done that. But you had the situation where, 450 some odd people get prison time for that? And Democrat politicians were raising money for bail money for people who were setting police stations on fire, for people who were setting Wendy's on fire. Here in Atlanta, an 8-year-old girl was murdered by a woke militia. And again, for the last few years, and I don't think that Trump lost 2020 because necessarily about policies. I think he just wore people out. It's like every day there's something new, there's a new battle, and they just sort of saw Biden as this old calming presence, and they went with that. And this time they said, you know what? We've had a taste of both. We'll put up with the craziness because grocery prices were lower. That's another thing. The emptiness of her campaign. I brought this up many times, and the press let her get away with this. I don't know if anybody who stood up and answered a question. As late as this last Sunday, I saw commercials where she was saying she was going to end price gouging. How long was she the nominee? Like around 3 months? Somewhere
about
in there?
100 days.
So she started that rhetoric very early on. She never once accused any entity in the country that I know of price gouging. So you're telling people you're going to fix this problem, but you never tell them who's actually doing it. People saw through the shallowness. And I said yesterday, what's this going to end up being? It's going to be her emptiness versus his over-the-topness. Just in terms of personality. We've already talked about all the issues and the rejection of what's been going on in this country. And they chose his over-the-topness. You know, they listen. And also, could be very good for Democrats, ultimately. Because when you get beat this soundly, you might hear a stray commentator or a celebrity gobbledygook about, people hate women, and that's people people who run parties, people who run campaigns, they know what happened. They can't blame Putin. They can't say everybody who voted for Donald Trump is a racist because his numbers amongst black men and Hispanics were, for a Republican, through the roof. So it could be good for Democrats because they finally have to do a forensics on their own party, and it's quite easy. It always is with a party when they lose this badly. You're too far away from the people. You've got to figure out a way. The idea of an open border is gone. That was college professors. Get rid of your college professors at the top and get some working people who are in Congress but owned a business, did something. Get rid of the academics. They've led you to this moment.
Dave Baker here for Coolray, heating and cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It's a fun time of the year, but don't let a winter storm or down power lines take the power out of your holiday fun. At Brightbox Electrical, a Coolray company, you can purchase a new Generac home standby generator and receive a 5-year generator care membership. That's over $1,700 in savings. Simply schedule your appointment online at brightboxelectrical.com. Brightbox Electrical, Coolray and Carrier. Turn to the experts.
Shane Company is your go-to destination for high-quality fine jewelry gifts. Come find beautiful gifts at competitive prices, from dream engagement rings to tennis bracelets, engravable charms, and more. All in stock and ready to give. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Christina Edwards here. If your home is like mine, it is built on our famous Georgia red clay, which absorbs moisture and is very slow to dry out. It can cause a drainage issue in your crawl space, potentially growing mold and producing that musty smell. But call my friends at American Crawl Space Solutions. They will walk you through the issue and only suggest the repairs you need to solve the problem. Visit AmericanCrawlSpaceSolutions.com to schedule your free in-home consultation.
American Crawl Space Solutions. Foundations too.
Attention men, are you suffering from ED or PE? Here's an important message from Choice Men's Health.
I'm Dr. Katz and I'm the Chief Medical Director at Choice Men's Health. Are you performing the way you want to in the bedroom? If the answer is no and you've tried Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra and were disappointed, then you need to come see us immediately. If you don't see results on the first visit, then there's no charge. Many of our patients have medical conditions such as diabetes, hypertension, obesity, and prostate problems. I'm happy to say that we have 98% success rate with all our patients. Our customized solutions will allow you to perform within 10 minutes and last an hour and even longer. You can regain your love life and tackle your ED and PE problems. Guys, your partner will never complain again. Our clinic has the most affordable prices, so if you visit other clinics and you're not completely satisfied, then you need to call Choice Men's Health.
Regain your love life regardless of your age or medical history. Choice Men's Health guarantees results on your first visit or you pay nothing. Call now, 404-400-1170. That's 404-400-1170.
Bugs bugging you? Better call Breda Pest Management. They handle bugs and critters. And Breda is proud to sponsor Scott Slade's Georgia every Thursday on Atlanta's Morning News.
Breda, no need to be afraid of bugs.
Have you outgrown the space at your business or home? Shipping Containers for You has your perfect solution. Affordable 40-foot and 20-foot containers that can be delivered to you within days. Go to shippingcontainersforyou.com. That's shippingcontainersforyou.com.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather, traffic. 95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
At 3:30, I'm Bill Caiaccio with our top story. Vice President Harris concedes defeat. She called President-elect Trump today to congratulate him on his victory. Harris makes a concession speech next hour, and we'll bring it to you live right here on 95.5 WSB. President Biden has also spoken to Trump today and has invited him to the White House for a transition meeting. Georgia is one of the states putting Trump over the top in the election. CBS's Nicole Killian reports on the keys to victory here.
GOP operatives also tell us they believe their ground game made a difference, particularly with rural and low propensity voters. And most notably, the former president made amends with Governor Brian Kemp, who has a strong turnout operation. They appeared together last month for the first time in 4 years.
Trump is now at 292 electoral votes after he's declared the winner of Michigan today. A big rally on Wall Street in the wake of Trump's win. The Dow, NASDAQ, and S&P all up substantially today. Kennesaw State economics professor Roger Tutterow says the financial sectors favor quick victories like we've seen with this election.
Anytime you reduce the amount of political uncertainty, it tends to be supportive of valuations in financial markets.
He also says investors are likely responding to former President Trump's plan to reduce regulations on sectors like manufacturing and energy. A murder plot at the Fulton County Jail. 6 Georgians, including a jail officer, face charges for allegedly planning to kill other officers.
The U.S. Attorney's Office for the Northern District of Georgia says inmate Wayne Alford worked with the 5 other suspects on a plan to kill the officers after they stopped his contraband and narcotics trafficking operation. Among the suspects, Latasha Baker, who worked as a detention officer at the jail. Sheriff Pat Labatt says in a statement it's unthinkable she would plan to have her co-workers killed. Their plot was thwarted after the 2 officers being targeted found tracking devices attached to the bottom of their vehicles. Austin Eller, 95.5 WSB.
It is now 3:32 and time for live team coverage of traffic and weather. And in the 24-hour traffic center, here is Ashley Frasca.
Hey, Bill, good afternoon to you and everyone. Looking at delays into downtown on 85 south from Georgia 400 and connector southbound, pretty sluggish all the way down to I-20. And it's slow leaving Midtown, going up to Buckhead. Construction on Peachtree northbound around Collier backing things up, and Highway 316 eastbound at Kilcrease. Also getting word of a gas main break now in Alpharetta. That's going to affect traffic along Woodbridge near Creekview Elementary. I'm Ashley Frasca, 95.5 WSB.
This is WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. Cloudy with hit or miss rain showers today, high 72, lows tonight in the mid-60s. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy with an isolated rain shower possible, high 75. And on Friday, partly cloudy, high 77.
And Storm Tracker radar shows some rain moving into the South Metro at this hour. It's 75 in Douglasville, 72 in East Point, 73 in Johns Creek. More news at 4 o'clock. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Bill Caiaccio, 95.5 WSB.
Dave Baker here for Air Quality Systems. If you haven't had your heating and air ducts cleaned in the last 5 years, you need Air Quality Systems. They'll come to your house and clean all that gunk out of your ductwork. That's all they do. They won't wash your siding. They won't clean your carpet. They'll just professionally clean your ducts to the same standards using the same process that they use to clean at UGA, at Children's Healthcare, and at other major hospitals in the metro area. You'll get upfront, all-in pricing over the phone, and your ducts will be clean. Simply go to airqualitysystems.com and breathe easy.
Hi, I'm Wes Moss from Money Matters. The new year is just around the corner, and if a happy retirement is one of your resolutions, there's no reason to wait. Reach out to my team at Capital Investment Advisors. Our certified financial planner professionals are ready to help craft the right strategy for you and your family. Visit yourwealth.com. That's YOUR wealth.com. Because your wealth is more than a number. It's your peace of mind.
Why should you do your shopping at D. Geller & Son this holiday season? Because you don't want to end up like shouldn't have case number 674.
Okay, everyone, let's open our gifts. Honey, you go first.
Oh, perfume. You really shouldn't have.
It's in my throat.
It's in my eyes.
What? It's not that bad.
Shouldn't have gone with the perfume. This year, take the risk out of holiday shopping with a beautiful gift from D. Geller & Son. A breath of fresh air since 1939.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. When an injured worker left me a message that said, "You probably won't call me back, I'm just a nobody," I called him right back. Nobody's a nobody, and no one deserves a better firm than you.
He calls to tell me that he's been in an accident, and I'm just scared to death.
I couldn't have hoped for anybody better than Morgan & Morgan. It makes you feel like you're worth something.
It really did feel like family.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Scott Slade here to talk to you about your health, and I think it's real important to talk about what is most likely to kill you. Heart disease is the #1 killer of Americans, and the older we get, the more prevalent it is. But you can reduce your risk. Eat right, don't smoke, exercise, and be informed about what's going on in your own body. Like lots of potentially serious health problems, if you catch heart disease early, you vastly increase your chances of living a longer life. And that's where virtual imaging comes in. Virtual imaging scans take less than 10 minutes and screen with 98% accuracy for heart disease. Other scans, including brain and full body, are available too. Virtual Imaging is locally owned and operated in Atlanta for over 15 years, so they can make you this terrific offer. A complimentary heart scan for you and your spouse with a few minimum requirements. So don't put this off. I've done it. Call Virtual Imaging today for your free heart scan. 770-678-SCAN. That's 770-678-7226. Or visit their website at virtualimagingatl.com.
Little tiny dancer. First of all, let's get some things, some facts straight that we goofed up a little bit earlier. Lincoln beat Buchanan first, and then McClellan.
George McClellan, the
So
general.
that was the general he fired.
Yes.
Yeah, I think he beat that was kind of a landslide, that one, right?
Yeah, he didn't get more than 50 electoral votes.
Okay. So, and then so the Stephen Douglas stuff, the thing that we think about, he was running for Congress when those debates happened.
And they went all over the place doing their
these
debates.
5-hour-long debates in the middle of the sun.
Could you imagine that now?
Honey, bring the parasol.
You bring up something interesting there. There's
nothing else to do.
Yeah, what the hell? Let's go out there. I heard it was gonna be an execution. It turned out to be a presidential, congressional debate. What the hell? We brought the parasol and the sandwiches. We might as well sit here and listen.
Tim, you say only 50 electoral votes. Think about it. There were less states then, and I think only the northern states were voting, so maybe 50 votes.
It may have been less than that. It may have been less than that.
But still, hey, it's when you think about how electoral math works then, it'd be different than now.
He had 21, and Lincoln got 212.
Oh, okay. All right.
There's the difference,
that's a landslide,
right? Now you have to get 270 to win with all the new districts that have been added since the Lincoln administration. Something else that happened. I've been talking about that if Trump I was just thinking just a victory, not this overwhelming mandate. And it's come true. And I don't know how many people in the, let's call it legacy media, national media, when I think of the legacy media, I think of like New York Times, Washington Post, ABC, NBC, CBS. Now, we all know that they're not what they used to be because of the internet and things have changed, but they still set the table, you'll notice. New York Times, they get that thing together by about 4 o'clock in the morning, get it out there. And usually the talk shows, they kind of set the agenda. These are the things that we're talking about. These are the things that are important. And I've brought up several times that President Johnson, when the people started to go against him on the Vietnam War, he famously said, when I lost Walter Cronkite, I lost the American people. That's the kind of influence that media used to have in this country. That's gone forever. They may have been able to smile their way through all these things that say that the media is the least respected entity. They're below Congress in people's minds. They can keep on going. They can rationalize themselves. Well, they don't want to hear the bad news that we tell them or whatever. But this is it. When you have been telling the American people forcefully, ad nauseum, that this man is a existential threat to the United States of America for all the reasons that we know, and they not only reelect him, but reelect him with this overwhelming mandate. I know that I'm not naive, or people, oh, well, you're just figuring this out. No, I'm not. What I'm saying is, this is the day. This is the official day where that media influence from legacy media died. I think that an awful lot of people on break at CNN and MSNBC, maybe even Fox, would be laughing at the fact that Donald Trump was appearing on some of Barron's favorite podcast. He went on Theo Vaughn. He went on Bussin' with the Boys. He went on, obviously, the big one is Joe Rogan. And what is that up to now? I want to say he got like 50 million, 60 million.
Easily.
Now, not only is this show the death of the legacy media is certain and absolute. I brought this up last night at the roundtable, that if Trump won, it also means that for both parties now, you have to recruit a different kind of candidate. It used to be in the past, you have to be really good at making your points salient and be likable in 4 minutes, in 5 minutes, no more than 10 minutes, because television is never going to give you more than that. The longer interviews were always done by newspapers, and then they edited half of it. They didn't, Now, so that's a whole different set of skills in terms of public relations, to be a person who can show up in a 3-minute shot, go beginning, middle, end, make the case, thank you very much, and get out of there. Now you have to be able to sit and have 2.5-hour conversations with people, and they're going to ask you about, why you're still a Panthers fan or something, like things that have nothing to do, and you have to be able.
But it humanizes you, though.
If you can do it.
Yes.
And we're in a situation now where Donald Trump can do it, and there may be other people who can do it. But my point is, because of this changing of the guard in the media, you are going to have this. That's now going to be a quality. He drones on and on and on. I saw an interview with RFK Jr. this morning on CNN, And they were treating him like he was the winner. Hey, now you're going to have this power. What are you going to do? Are you going to outlaw vaccines? Are you going to, all of this stuff. Go back to 2 years ago, or even a year or so ago. I can't remember when RFK Jr. got in the race. But go back. What kind of power did that guy have? Like, he was an absolute, he was had a famous last name. He was considered somewhat quirky. Look at the power that he has now. And he's a guy who went on podcast and talked for 2.5 hours and had a medical problem with his voice. In the old days, you can't have him as a nominee. People will just get weirded out. But we're in a different time. And there's a lot of lessons. And the Republican Party has to learn those lessons too, because there's only one Donald Trump. And he can only serve one term at this point. So they're going to, I think they've got somebody in J.D. Vance who's shown that he can go on and do these things and have these conversations. But this is forever now. It's never going back to, we need a candidate who can look good for 5 minutes, make a point, and get out. Those days are gone. Yeah.
There was also some hubris on the Democratic side.
A lot.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that it's like, who's going to run if it's not Biden? Kamala? Okay. And now everybody get real whipped up about her.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, who is she? We didn't know. I mean, she's a vice president, but and then we found out who she really was. And as far as a politician, she wasn't great, but she was so friendly and smiley and nice. It's like, okay, cool, I guess. I just don't want to vote for the other person. You know what I mean? And so again, we're put into a position where you're voting against somebody, and that's not how we should be voting.
That's correct. That's correct. And also, somebody made this analogy last night. I was jumping around to the different stations, and somebody made the analogy that the fact that they just installed her. Now, look, they didn't have a lot of time. I don't even know how you do an open primary within 100 some odd days of the general election. So the reality is they missed the boat when Biden didn't get out of the way earlier and allow an actual primary. So remember, with Kamala, she declared for the presidency for the 2020, and maybe she obviously did it in 2019 or whatever. There were 20,000 people at her rally when she declared for the presidency. And they all went away, and she dropped out before Iowa. So even the first time when she was in a primary, she never gained a primary vote. She wasn't even there once the voting started. So, and then now you take her and you just install her. She still hasn't gotten one single primary vote. And I saw somebody last night made the analogy that it's like if you were in the Super Bowl and you found out that your quarterback couldn't go, your star quarterback, and you had two other quarterbacks on the bench. You got this young phenom from college, but he's never taken a snap in the NFL. And you got another guy who's kind of middle of the road, but he's got like 100 games under his belt. It would be, of course, you're going to go with the guy who's going to be able to do the little things. He knows how to set up the line. He knows how to vaguely see what the defense is doing. What you're not going to do is put in the kid in the Super Bowl who's never taken a snap in the NFL. And that's what happened.
Yeah.
Kamala had never gotten a vote. And when she did win her Senate race, she won in California, and that's a one-party state. So you don't have – she came off as what I believe she is. I'm sure in her heart she's a nice person and all that. But when it comes to this, she came off as a careerist because she's a careerist.
That tune. The votes are in, and Donald Trump wins his second term in the White House.
We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything.
Election Day 2024.
The votes have been counted.
So I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being...
Stay with 95.5 WSB for all the information you need about the Trump transition.
Every single day I will be fighting for you.
95.5 WSB.
Your 2024 election station.
Scott Slade here to talk to you about your health, and I think it's real important to talk about what is most likely to kill you. Heart disease is the #1 killer of Americans, and the older we get, the more prevalent it is. But you can reduce your risk. Eat right, don't smoke, exercise, and be informed about what's going on in your own body. Like lots of potentially serious health problems, if you catch heart disease early, you vastly increase your chances of living a longer life. And that's where virtual imaging comes in. Virtual imaging scans take less than 10 minutes and screen with 98% accuracy for heart disease. Other scans, including brain and full body, are available too. Virtual Imaging is locally owned and operated in Atlanta for over 15 years, so they can make you this terrific offer. A complimentary heart scan for you and your spouse with a few minimum requirements. So don't put this off. I've done it. Call Virtual Imaging today for your free heart scan. 770-678-SCAN. That's 770-678-7226. Or visit their website at virtualimagingatl.com.
At the Original Mattress Factory, we know most people don't love mattress shopping. In fact, many dread it. And why wouldn't they? Many mattress stores use high-pressure sales techniques like today-only pricing and tout features that don't really offer a benefit. They offer an overwhelming number of options to confuse things even further. At OMF, we do things differently. Our showrooms are easy to navigate, and our sales team actually cares. Our goal is to answer your questions, not pressure you into purchasing. OriginalMattress.com.
Attention men, are you suffering from ED or PE? Here's an important message from Choice Men's Health.
I'm Dr. Katz and I'm the Chief Medical Director at Choice Men's Health. Are you performing the way you want to in the bedroom? If the answer is no and you've tried Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra and were disappointed, then you need to come see us immediately. If you don't see results on the first visit, then there's no charge. Many of our patients have medical conditions such as diabetes, hypertension, obesity, and prostate problems. I'm happy to say that we have 98% success rate with all our patients. Our customized solutions will allow you to perform within 10 minutes and last an hour and even longer. You can regain your love life and tackle your ED and PE problems. Guys, your partner will never complain again. Our clinic has the most affordable prices, so if you visit other clinics and you're not completely satisfied, then you need to call Choice Men's Health.
Regain your love life regardless of your age or medical history. Choice Men's Health guarantees results on your first visit or you pay nothing. Call now, 404-400-1170. That's 404-400-1170.
Breathe easier in your home this fall with Zerorez carpet and air duct cleaning. Zerorez knows that clean indoor air quality is more important than you might think. Less dust, less congestion, and less yuck floating around your home. Right now, when you mention WSB Radio, you'll get $50 off your next air duct cleaning from the pros at Zerorez. Use promo code AIR50 when scheduling online at ZerorezAtlanta.com. Zerorez, spell it backwards or forwards, it's the right way to clean.
This is a great time of the year to be organized. Dave Baker here. That makes this a great time of year to connect with Artisan Custom Closets. They can update your closets, home offices, garages, even your pantry, so that everything has a place and there's plenty of room for all your stuff, including those 2,500 strands of twisted outdoor lighting that you've had since the 90s. Simply go to artisancustomclosets.com today and schedule a free consultation with one of their designers. They'll work within your budget and help you get organized. ArtisanCustomClosets.com.
Hi, I'm Caitlin, and selling our home with a guaranteed offer from Marks Bain Real Estate was the best decision we made for our family. It was quick and simple. Go to marksbain.com and see what their guaranteed offer would be on your home. There's no obligation. That's marksbain.com and start packing.
All right, it looks like what does Kamala say she's going to speak at 4?
That's correct.
I don't know if it'll be right at 4. Politicians have seems like an obligation to be late.
Don't be late. You gotta be on time when you do this.
But I'm pretty certain she won't show up early. So when she does begin to speak, we will cut to her concession speech. I guess we'll see how it goes.
I love concessions. Don't you love getting a hot dog and popcorn?
Yes, it is.
Soda. That's so fun. I put the milk duds in the popcorn.
You should have let people know this. Maybe people could have identified with it.
I tried. Yeah. I really did try. I got out there and I said, get those Frosties and French fries and let's mix them up.
Oh, those joyful vibes. Memories.
Well, your fault.
You're blaming me.
Well, somebody's in that room. A couple of people, I would guess, but
so
no one's going to get my Thanksgiving recipes, I'll tell you that.
Oh, really? Good idea. You'll probably take a trip somewhere. I
guess you're just too good for my Thanksgiving cranberry recipe that I was going to give out. But
Do you make that in the sink or the tub?
Well, it depends on how many people are coming. Oh. And if you're invited, I'm going to make it in the toilet.
You still got the joyful vibes. Memories, huh?
No, Kamala, I had a couple friends that called out. I had a couple of friends that called out of work today because of you losing yesterday.
Are you listening, or are you just saying things while somebody else is talking?
Yeah.
Is that? Are you?
No,
so, Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. Yeah.
So in a sense, you're going to run again, right? You're not going to give up because you definitely.
I run every morning. I go on that treadmill and I run a little bit. I do a pacing.
Yeah.
I run. I walk.
Now does Doug watch and make sure that people aren't messing with you? Because Doug Emhoff would have been a great. What do they call it?
Second
gentleman.
He would have been so good. I would have made him do all kinds of stuff.
You know what, Robin? I can't come to work the rest of the week. I'm not. I'm.
Hey, can I get in here and just say, I really want to. This is heartfelt.
Yeah.
I want to say, I'm not talking to you.
I thought you were okay.
You're not talking to me.
I'll step back,
Not-
just like I will at 4 o'clock.
Are you talking to me?
No, I know. I'm talking to anybody in my audience. If you
He's talking
are
to the audience, Howard.
Okay.
Remember, Howard, he stole your sticks, by the way.
In a sense.
Well, everybody knows that. In a sense, it's because his father left him with trauma.
Have you been talking to Autumn?
She's very smart. Got a lot to say.
I just want to say to anyone today, if you are listening to me and you feel that you can't go to work today because Kamala Harris lost the election last night, I just want to, I'm not going to lecture you. I'm just going to tell you the truth. The country is leaving you and your worldview behind. You are now in the rear view mirror. My complaints identify my personality. People will now be left in the rear view mirror. If you think that you can't go to work because you're so upset because your favorite candidate didn't win the presidency, you are, well, let me think of the word, wrong. You can go to work. You can go to work. But if you're, so it's not a matter of you can't. That's what you'll say. You can't. But you can go to work. And if you don't, you're choosing not to go to work because you're upset that things didn't go the way you wanted them to. And again, without ranting and raving, I just want to inform you that the results last night mean that your country is leaving you and your worldview behind. And I didn't vote for anybody, but I can tell you that the new vibe is get to work 15 minutes early, be the last one to leave. And you'll do that, or people will do that, if they believe that the system is not working against them. Now, we're going to be in the honeymoon period as much as Trump can have one. So I'm not saying that he's going to deliver on all of these, but if he does, that's what he was talking about last night. He says things that are crazy and weird, but he also says things like, we have more assets in this country than all the other big countries combined. There's no reason for us to be losing. And the signal is, we'll see over the next 4 years if it's reality, the signal is, if you go work hard, I will not be working against you. You will not face a headwind. If you go work hard, I'm going to try to make the country do nothing but support you. The old Bette Midler, wind beneath your wings. Now, again, I'm just talking about messaging here. We've got 4 years to see whether or not he follows through on that. If the first 6 months are just getting back at everybody that he hates, it's not going to go in that direction. He didn't signal last night that that was going to happen. Now, one thing off of all of the serious stuff here, I want to bring up because I was jumping around to different networks last night. By the way, MSNBC, they got the best guy on the board.
The map?
Yeah, I mean, this guy, he's somewhat, maybe, I don't know what. He's high-strung, let's put it that way. He seems
Steve
to know
Kornacki.
He seems to know everything about every county in every swing state. And he has a master of the technology. Every other station, like somebody will go to do something. What do they teach them this? They have a new technology for these guys on ABC, NBC, and they teach them like a week before. And even on Fox News, at one point, Bill Hemmer goes to reach up. We're seeing a big map. He's pointing at the air. And he goes, oh, wait a minute, gotta get a little higher up there.
Yeah, there were times where like John King and Jake Tapper on CNN, like they were arguing about what state was up there. John King thought he was zoomed in on, I guess, like one of the, Nevada or something like that. And then Jake Tapper's like, let's go back to Pennsylvania. And he's like taking the map
this
from
guy
him.
on MSNBC is
Map
like,
Daddy.
well, 4 years ago. But yeah, I mean, it's and outside of Joy Reid, actually, I thought that the coverage was not as slanted as I thought. This is what I want to say about definitely Fox News and CNN, and I'm sure there was some MSNBC in there as well. Because I don't watch these networks at all, really. And I especially don't watch them in 4K on the big screen. The plastic surgery and face work that is happening at Fox News and CNN is frightening. I mean, what happened to Brett Baer's upper lip? Where did it go?
He sold it to Lester Holt.
Well, probably got a good deal for it. Reba McEntire, I think, was bidding against him. Dana Perino, and then a bunch of people that I don't. I mean, Fox News at one point, it was just crazy face work, crazy. And then he turned to CNN, same thing.
Yeah, they got to compete against the young ones coming up, the Kaylee McEnany's and the Tommy Lahrens that are coming up.
It doesn't look good. Dana Perino, beautiful woman. Allow yourself to age. It's okay. You're going to look better with a few wrinkles. It's okay than this craziness. Also, if you got a big election night coverage, get the fillers and Botox like 3 weeks before so they settled in before. It may be frivolous, but I'm here to tell you everything I was thinking about last night. When Kamala speaks, we'll bring her to you.
Critters creeping? Better call Breda Pest Management. They handle bugs and critters. And Breda is proud to sponsor Scotts Lage, Georgia, every Thursday on Atlanta's Morning News.
Breda, no need to be afraid of bugs.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For many families, joining MediShare means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people, obviously. But what's more, MediShare members like it a lot. Their satisfaction rate is 98%. Imagine that. And MediShare is a proven thing, too, for over 30 years. It's a Christian community of hundreds of thousands of people now. And here's the thing. If you join before November 15th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee, so you save even more right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call and you'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline is November 15th. So call now. You'll save even more. Here's the number. 877-26-BIBLE. That's 877-26-BIBLE. 877-26-BIBLE.
WSB Atlanta, WSB BFM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk. News, weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
At 4 o'clock, I'm Bill Caiaccio with our top story. Former President Trump heading back to the White House.
America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before.
After Trump's win, supporters of Vice President Harris in Atlanta are in the dumps today.
I'm wondering what could have been done differently that wasn't ultimately done to get the Democrats to win.
Trump now projected to win Michigan, bringing his electoral vote total so far to 292. Happening any moment now. Vice President Harris makes her concession speech. She spoke by phone with Trump today.
The president also had a call with President-elect Trump and congratulated him on his victory. He expressed his commitment to ensuring a smooth transition and emphasized the importance of working to bring the country together. He also invited Mr. Trump to meet with him at the White House. Tomorrow, President Biden will address the nation to discuss the results of the election and the transition. Stacey Lynn, CBS News, the White House.
And you'll hear the Harris concession speech live here on 95.5 WSB. Right now, 73 degrees in Atlanta. Rain showers moving through this afternoon. Do we see any more rain tomorrow? Meteorologist Christina Edwards has Atlanta's most accurate and dependable forecast coming up. All new this hour, supporters of transit expansion in one metro county are forced to go to Plan B after voters reject a tax hike to pay for it. WSB's Steve Summers reports live now with where they will look for the money.
Yeah, Bill, a 30-year 1% sales tax hike in Gwinnett County has failed again, with 53% of voters saying no. But Commission Chair Nicole Hendrickson is not taking that for an answer. She says she will now go after local, state, and federal money to fund transit. One big reason, a lot of long-term county development depends on it.
All is not lost. We're going to continue to chisel away at the plan that we have that was unanimously adopted by the Board of Commissioners. It is our framework. It is what we have that's going to guide transit investments and decisions into the future.
Hendrickson says the tax would have also helped to ease traffic congestion in a county expecting a 250,000 population increase by 2050 and expand options for residents who rely on public transit. Cobb County voters rejected a similar transit funding tax yesterday as well. Reporting live, Steve Summers, 95.5 WSB.
Big rally on Wall Street today in the wake of Trump's victory.
It was Trump's quick victory that led to that rally. That's according to Kennesaw State economics professor Roger Tutterow.
Well, there's some chance that you would have had a rally regardless of the outcome if you had clarity in the outcome.
He also says investors know a new Trump administration will favor removing regulations for various sectors.
The big winners there typically are going to be financial services industry, and we're seeing the banks rally really strong, but also the manufacturing sector and, of course, the energy sector.
The markets also favor lower corporate tax implications. Austin Eller, 95.5 WSB.
At the closing bell, Dow up more than 1,500 points, S&P up over 2.5%, NASDAQ up almost 3%. Happening now, ongoing repairs of a gas leak in downtown Atlanta. It forced the evacuations of the Capitol and Georgia State MARTA station. Roads are closed in the area. Atlanta Fire spokesman Andre Holmes says a construction crew hit a gas line just after 9 this morning.
We immediately arrived on scene to begin taking readings of the area. There was nothing concerning, but when we went further down, kind of at the intersection of Cortland and Piedmont, there was a higher level than what we like.
Crews from Atlanta Gaslight are working to repair the leak. 2 new safety ambassadors are added to the Dunwoody Police Force.
The ambassadors are easy to spot, says Sergeant Michael Cheek with Dunwoody Police.
They're in specially marked vehicles. They're both driving small trucks that are clearly marked public safety ambassadors, and they have a completely different uniform than our sworn police officers do.
He says they'll handle non-emergency calls. The idea is to relieve sworn officers from handling low-priority calls, allowing them to focus on urgent, high-priority situations. Dunwoody looking to hire 2 more public safety ambassadors. Sabrina Cupid, 95.5 WSB.
It is 4:04. The Von Hessler Doctrine continues in less than 2 minutes. Right now, it's triple team traffic, and it starts with Ashley Frasca.
And build the traffic implications of that gas main break near the state capitol. Cortland is closed at Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King is closed near the downtown connector. Going to mess up traffic around Piedmont and Decatur at Washington Street. So make a wide berth from the state capitol. You got to crash into downtown on 85 South before 17th Street's on the left shoulder, but keeping everything slow. Almost back to North Druid Hills now. With an eye on the Northeast Ride in the Coolray Carrier Traffic Center, it's Kobe Dawkins.
Yeah, we're starting to get a little sluggish getting into Gwinnett, 85 northbound. Those brake lights start at Spaghetti Junction to Indian Trail Road, and then just the tap of the brakes getting into Swanee. Triple team traffic, 95.5 WSB.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. Cloudy skies this evening with off and on rain showers, lows tonight in the mid-60s. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy with an isolated rain shower possible, high 75. Drying out on Friday with a little bit more sunshine, high 77.
And a reminder, we are awaiting a speech from Vice President Harris, apparently her concession speech after she spoke with President-elect Trump this afternoon. We will bring that speech from Harris live here on 95.5 WSB. It is now 74 in Roswell, 70 in Sewanee, 73 in College Park. More news at 4:30. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Bill Caiaccio, 95.5 WSB.
Hour 2 of the Von Hessler Doctrine begins right now. They've opened those doors at Howard University, and it looks as if Kamala will be coming out and speaking very soon. As soon as she begins speaking, we will cut to her. So I don't want to get too involved in a lot here. What I would like to go through is I found this online, and then I broke it into pieces to make it seem like it's mine. I don't know, fair use. Somebody put together a montage of a lot of these shows and their predictions beforehand. So start with number 12. This is from The View.
I think it's going to be a blowout, actually. I don't think it's going to be a close race. I think there are going to be those Republicans that just vote for Harris.
Okay, that didn't happen. Bill Maher.
Be tied on Election Day. As always, it will. The polls will be tied, and then he'll lose.
Okay. That didn't turn out. Nicole Wallace, who used to be, she was on MSNBC. She used to be a neocon, and I don't know if she's probably still is. She's the Democrat Party, and she one of the people who lied us into Iraq, and now she's a big Dem. And boy, was she, when you called us garbage, that was over. That was the worst mistake I've ever seen.
You call us trash? Oh, J.D. Vance, you just effed up in a way that I've never seen in my political life, and I worked for Sarah Palin.
This lady doesn't know how to get on the right side of history, just in terms of success.
Yeah, I worked for Sarah Palin. You're bragging?
I was with Republicans when they got us into war. We're called war. And finally, the great Michael Moore.
This month, you wrote Trump is toast. Do you stand behind that today?
Oh, even more so.
Okay. I believe that the people who actually run the Democrat Party and have been doing this for a long time understand what happened last night. It's very simple. The party got too far away from the people. Look, you don't have to go full on populist, but you can't leave the people 1,000 yards behind you when you with your progressivism and this is the way it's going to be. And if you don't immediately do a 180 on this, you're like Hitler or whatever. You can't have that kind of. I think they know that, but it doesn't mean that people on TV necessarily know this. I see some. No, those are two ladies that are not Kamala walking out. This is Gayle King, I believe, on C. This is the kind of thinking that the Democrat Party needs to leave behind.
I'd like to know what that says about us as a country.
It's not hard for most people to understand. I've got news for you. Trump's not getting more of the black male vote than anyone else since Bush or Reagan, not Bush, Reagan or so, because people think he's a racist or a white supremacist. I'm sorry. This was on MSNBC right after, and I don't watch enough to know I don't know who this guy is, but this is exactly the type of person that if the Democrats want to succeed, they need to say, thanks, here's a gold watch, thanks for your service. We're putting new people
Kick him out the door.
Yeah. I think it's going to be a blowout, actually. I don't think it's going to be.
This is
I'm mystified in some ways. Who are we as a country?
There's that word, that line.
And we're starting to find out. And from what I'm seeing right now, I'm not sure I like it.
Okay, here's the deal. The government is no longer going to be run to make you personally feel comfortable. All these people on these shows are doing okay to great financially. As I've said, inflation might annoy Cardi B and Bruce Springsteen, but it doesn't hurt them. All of these people you see on these shows are doing fine. Everybody would rather be able to save more money, but inflation is a mere inconvenience for most of the people who don't understand what went on. No one on the panel of The View ever wonders how they're going to pay this particular bill, or if they have to get a payday loan to get their groceries.
Oh, there is that app that gives you your check ahead of time. I'm sure Joy Behar uses that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Paying like 75% in interest or whatever.
Dave.
So it's the Democrat Party, and I think the professionals that are actually in the party that understand how these things work know that guy, that last guy, is exactly what has led the party away from the people. Highly educated. You hear this and they rattle it off like, oh, we may have lost, but we got all the college-educated women.
Yeah.
And we get more college-educated men. Somebody should look this up. How many people in this country of voting age do not have a college education?
Great question.
My guess is it's overwhelming.
You can tell that people are choosing to not go to college as often anymore, too, because tuition rates are actually starting to go down for the first time in a while.
Yeah, because they've had a bad product that you can't get the cost. You can't.
You're supposed to be investing in
yourself. You can't realize the cost for 10 years, 15 years, and you get some crappy job. Even then.
But, people on MSNBC were saying this is the real reason why they voted for Trump.
Now, hold on here. I just want to make sure. These are personalities on the news desk.
Yeah, Tom Nichols.
Okay, so then.
People just don't care.
Americans just don't think about the world. These are not the American voters of 30 or 40 years ago.
This guy's got to go.
Transactional electorate. I'll vote for you. You give me stuff.
That's exactly, but that guy's got to go. If you want to succeed, you remove these people from, because I would imagine even if he's on TV, he's got some sort of like influence inside the Democrat Party. You have to accept certain things. Parties exist for one reason, to win elections. And that's what you're there for. And you have to find the mood of the people. So open borders for the time being are gone. You can't be a party that wants open borders and expect to win elections. Not in this era that we're in right now. And again, parties exist for one reason, to win elections. That's why the libertarians are seen as losers, because they think their party is some sort of debate club where they all get together and they preen about how I'm more libertarian than I'm more of a purist than you are. Well, that's not what a party's for. Parties exist for one reason, to be effective and win elections. And the professionals in the Democrat Party, not the Cardi B's and Tom Hankses and, whoever, not the people who get interested in politics and then go back to their real lives. The people who do this for a living, I think are going to get the message this time. You could see it at the end of Kamala's thing. People just didn't take her seriously. Suddenly she was tough on the border. She was all this kind of stuff. Like, well, if she was somebody who for the last 6 years was talking about that, maybe she would have been taken seriously.
They got to be consistent.
I never understood that, because if you think about it, they were desperate. Like, why would you start leaning toward Donald Trump's ideas? Voters would just say, well, if you're agreeing with Trump, why shouldn't I just go ahead and... So they made that shift too late.
Even Zelensky came out this morning and said, hey, we'll work out a peaceful plan.
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing. He knows he has to not. This is my guess. This is total speculation. My guess is, because we know that he's made a guarantee that this war will come to an end before he's inaugurated.
Oh, yes.
My guess is he gets on the phone with Putin, and it starts with something like this. You got to give them something significant. You have to give them something significant. The way that these things work is one side can't walk away feeling like they lost everything. So in the beginning, I think he's going to say to Putin, you got to identify something that will be significant to Ukrainians and give them that. And then he's going to call Zelensky once Putin says, well, I'll give him, and he's going to say, look, he's going to give you this. You need to take it, because the other side of it is the money's drying up. And if Putin plays along, it could possibly happen. A lot of things could make it not happen. But I think Trump is right to try to make it happen before he takes office. You know, it's interesting. I was thinking about all these wars and the difference between the Middle East war right now. The difference is, I was thinking about this last night. Even if you're opposed to that, and obviously a lot of people are opposed, less of them speak up now because they don't want to be, get their heads cut off by the media and their bosses and everybody. But so there are people who are against it, and they may be vociferously against it. But it's not like it doesn't make any sense at all. In all of our lives, Israel has been a traditional ally to the United States of America. I mean, we've had these conversations about how much we should be behind them in war and everything, even when it's not going on for decades. It's in the back of people's minds that Israel is a traditional ally of the United States of America. So even people who disagree with the war, it's not from left field. Ukraine is not a country that Americans have thought about hardly at all.
Really?
And they were convinced in this flurry of publicity to jump on board, and they were told it won't take long and blah, blah, blah. There's no natural affinity. I mean, we certainly do have Ukrainians in this country. I have Ukrainian friends. I think Tim has Ukrainian friends. But it's not the same type of thing. We don't have this long-established traditional ally to the United States is Ukraine. It's very easy for people when it's not wrapped up as quickly as they were told to be wrapped up to go, well, we got all these problems at home, and now we've sent $190 billion that's been squandered in this country that none of us know anything about.
Really?
So out of the two, that's the easy one. That's the easy one because you're not dealing with a traditional ally. And so I think in his little honeymoon, for Trump, the honeymoon period would be before he takes office, probably. And so in this period of time, I think it's perfectly appropriate, and I think it's possible that he succeeds before he takes the oath. We'll see. We'll see. I'm sorry, not selling him like that.
We'll see.
They say. All right. Kamala has not taken the stage yet. Ashley Frasca says it's troublesome downtown.
Indeed, really slow. Headed into downtown and not helped by a crash now, blocking the HOV lane, 85 south before 17th Street. Police are behind that. You stay on the brakes all the way down to I-20 and northbound, getting heavier before and after I-20. And a wide swath of rain now southeast of Metro Atlanta, affecting some of the suburbs like in DeKalb, Clayton, and Henry counties. Checking the ride around I-285 in the Coolray Carrier Traffic Center. Veronica Rell.
And just watching a few brake lights. 285 east, southbound as you leave Sandy Springs, so Georgia 400 on and off those brakes, getting through Spaghetti Junction, I-85, down to Highway 78, and over on 285, westbound, southbound. Overall, not so bad. You are dealing with some brake lights, though, as you leave I-75 to Cloverleaf and get down to I-20 over on the west side. This report brought to you by True Natural Gas. Bigfoot, aliens, and dragons probably aren't true. They certainly aren't loco. To see something both local and true, visit TrueNaturalGas.com. They're a local company with honest pricing and truly low rates. A Triple Team Traffic 95.5 WSB.
The most consequential election of our time is over.
This is a magnificent victory for the American people.
Donald Trump will return to the White House as the next president of the United States.
Make America great.
Stay with WSB for all the information you need from now through Inauguration
We're going to
Day.
make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote.
95.5 WSB.
Your 2024 election station.
Every single month that you wait to call Myland is just another month where you've likely paid more than you should have on your mortgage. This is Scott Slade. The time to act is now. Everything is moving in the right direction for you to start saving on your mortgage. No matter your scenario, Myland has seen it. Reverse mortgages for you or your parents, specialty purchase programs, cash out refinances, second mortgages, rental properties, VA and FHA. Mortgages are Myland's specialty. And when you've been doing it as long as they have, you've seen it all. I've been saying it for years, and it's still true today. Myland is constantly closing loans other lenders just can't close. The Fed is starting to lower rates, so your time to act is now. Take a few minutes out of your day and call my friends at Myland. 770-817-2000. That's 770-817-2000. Online, it's myland.com. Spelled it M-I-L-E-N-D. NMLS and Georgia Mortgage License C148769. Myland's located at 8995 Westside Parkway, Alpharetta, Georgia 30009. Myland is an equal housing lender.
It's what welcomes people to your home, and first impressions are everything. Your front door. Hi, I'm Dan Watkins, owner of All Four Seasons Garage and Entry Doors. We're the experts for every opening in your home. Not only your garage door, but your windows and your front door too. Replace your dated single front door with a gorgeous double door. No matter the size of your entrance, we can customize and install the double doors of your dreams. Make your front door grand. Get started at all4seasonsgarages.com.
This is Belinda for Atlanta Vision Institute, and I want Rose to tell you her story about how she had laser optics and how the procedure totally changed her life.
It had become impossible to drive at night. It had actually even become impossible to drive during the day. I knew it was dangerous, and I knew I was pushing my luck, so I finally decided to do something about it and saw Dr. Ashraf, who recommended laser optic surgery. After the first procedure on the right eye, it worked so beautifully. I couldn't wait to get the second eye done. I'm very excited about trying out my new eyes.
Folks, what are you waiting for? Go to the website 2020atlanta.com to find out more information and take the quiz to see if this procedure will be a good option for you. That's 2020atlanta.com. Your medical insurance may cover part of it. Remember, that's 2020atlanta.com.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered. with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good? Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good? Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Learn how to get Comcast Business Internet and Security Edge plus Wi-Fi backup for $59 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement when you add Comcast Business Unlimited Mobile. And ask how to get up to a $600 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call or go online today. Ends 11/17/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 300 megabit per second internet, Security Edge, and Wi-Fi backup. Eco bill and auto pay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change.
So, you need new siding. Well, do your homework. Improperly installed siding is common. Home Fixer Show host Dave Baker here. I've done the research. Nelson Exteriors is my only siding recommendation. They're a James Hardy Color Plus specialist. And Nelson Exteriors has more dedicated project managers per job focused on your home. The highest level of quality control and no cutting corners. A beautiful new siding job installed properly that lasts longer. Get your free siding quote from my guys. Just Google Nelson Exteriors. All
right, those doors are open at Howard University, but Kamala has not appeared.
Well, she did run a flawless campaign, so.
Is that what was that, Joy Reid?
Yes, this was this morning on
Listen,
MSNBC.
you know, I would say I have to disagree with that. We'll listen to her in just a second, but I just want to say that.
Really?
Well, one indication, you don't have to be a pro to notice this. One indication of a flawless campaign, victory. An indication that you didn't run a flawless campaign, losing overwhelmingly. So I'd have to disagree with Joy Reid. But
And nothing that was true yesterday about how flawlessly this campaign was run is not true now. I mean, this really was an historic,
what kind of sentence is that?
flawlessly run campaign. Queen Latifah never endorses anyone.
Oh,
She came out and endorsed. You know, I mean, she had every prominent celebrity voice. She had the Taylor Swift, she had the Swifties.
The Equalizer?
She had the Beehive. Like, you could not have run a better campaign.
What?
This is what I'm talking about. Really, I don't know that celebrities have ever had much of an effect with their endorsements. But we're way past anybody giving a damn. People recognize, okay, I like her music, or I like his movies. But he or she is not living my life. That attitude right there is exactly. Could there be a bigger example of the separation between the Democrat elite? I got to hear that again. I had not heard that before. Yeah. That is just great.
And nothing that was true yesterday about how flawlessly this campaign was run is not true now. I mean, this really was an historic, flawlessly run campaign. Queen Latifah never endorses anyone. She came out and endorsed. You know, I mean, she had every prominent celebrity voice.
And she's a queen.
She had the Taylor Swift, she had the Swifties, she had the Beehive. Like, you could not have run a better campaign.
Do you know, it really goes back to, I think she's coming out. Yeah, we got to go.
All right, this is Bill Caiaccio live in the WSB Election Center as we see Vice President Harris now coming out to address the crowd at Howard University. Let's go live now to Vice President Harris.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you all. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. So let me say, and I love you back. And I love you back. So let me say, my heart is full today. My heart is full today, full of gratitude for the trust you have placed in me, full of love for our country, and full of resolve. The outcome of this election is not what we wanted, not what we fought for, not what we voted for, But hear me when I say, the light of America's promise will always burn bright. As long as we never give up, and as long as we keep fighting. To my beloved Doug and our family, I love you so very much. To President Biden and Dr. Biden, thank you for your faith and support. To Governor Walz and the Walz family, I know your service to our nation will continue. And to my extraordinary team, to the volunteers who gave so much of themselves, to the poll workers and the local election officials, I thank you all. Look, I am so proud of the race we ran, and the way we ran it, over the 107 days of this campaign. We have been intentional about building community and building coalitions, bringing people together from every walk of life and background, united by love of country with enthusiasm and joy in our fight for America's future. And we did it with the knowledge that we all have so much more in common than what separates us. Now, I know folks are feeling and experiencing a range of emotions right now. I get it. But we accept the results of this election. Earlier today, I spoke with President-elect Trump and congratulated him on his victory. I also told him that we will help him and his team with their transition, and that we will engage in a peaceful transfer of power. A fundamental principle of American democracy is that when we lose an election, we accept the results. That principle, as much as any other, distinguishes democracy from monarchy or tyranny. And anyone who seeks the public trust must honor it. At the same time, in our nation, we owe loyalty not to a president or a party, but to the Constitution of the United States. And loyalty to our conscience and to our God. My allegiance to all three is why I am here to say, while I concede this election, I do not concede the fight that fueled this campaign. The fight for freedom, for opportunity, for fairness, and the dignity of all people. A fight for the ideals at the heart of our nation, the ideals that reflect America at our best. That is a fight I will never give up. I will never give up the fight for a future where Americans can pursue their dreams, ambitions, and aspirations, where the women of America have the freedom to make decisions about their own body and not have their government telling them what to do. We will never give up the fight to protect our schools and our streets from gun violence. And America, we will never give up the fight for our democracy, for the rule of law, for equal justice, and for the sacred idea that every one of us, no matter who we are or where we start out, has certain fundamental rights and freedoms that must be respected and upheld. And we will continue to wage this fight in the voting booth, in the courts, and in the public square. And we will also wage it in quieter ways, in how we live our lives, by treating one another with kindness and respect, by looking in the face of a stranger and seeing a neighbor, by always using our strength to lift people up, to fight for the dignity that all people deserve. The fight for our freedom will take hard work, but like I always say, we like hard work. Hard work is good work. Hard work can be joyful work. And the fight for our country is always worth it. It is always worth it. To the young people who are watching, it is, I love you. To the young people who are watching, it is okay to feel sad and disappointed, but please know it's going to be okay. On the campaign, I would often say, when we fight, we win. But here's the thing. Sometimes the fight takes a while. That doesn't mean we won't win. That doesn't mean we won't win. The important thing is don't ever give up. Don't ever give up. Don't ever stop trying to make the world a better place. You have power. You have power. And don't you ever listen when anyone tells you something is impossible because it has never been done before. You have the capacity to do extraordinary good in the world. And so to everyone who is watching, do not despair. This is not a time to throw up our hands. This is a time to roll up our sleeves. This is a time to organize, to mobilize, and to stay engaged for the sake of freedom and justice and the future that we all know we can build together. Look, many of you know I started out as a prosecutor, and throughout my career I saw people at some of the worst times in their lives. People who had suffered great harm and great pain, and yet found within themselves the strength and the courage and the resolve to take the stand, to take a stand, to fight for justice, to fight for themselves, to fight for others. So let their courage be our inspiration. Let their determination be our charge. And I'll close with this. There's an adage an historian once called a law of history, true of every society across the ages. The adage is, only when it is dark enough can you see the stars. I know many people feel like we are entering a dark time, but for the benefit of us all, I hope that is not the case. But here's the thing, America, if it is, let us fill the sky with the light of a brilliant, brilliant billion of stars. The light of optimism, of faith, of truth, and service. appreciate you. And may that work guide us, even in the face of setbacks, toward the extraordinary promise of the United States of America. I thank you all. May God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. I thank you all.
You've been listening live to Vice President Kamala Harris giving her concession speech this afternoon, a day after losing the 2024 presidential election to now President-elect Donald Trump. She says in her speech this afternoon, "My heart is full. This is not what we wanted." She says it's okay to feel sad and disappointed. And she says that she's thanking the Bidens, President Biden and Mrs. Biden, and also thanking her running mate, Governor Tim Walz. She said she is proud of the race that we ran. And she said, most importantly, she said we must accept the results of the election. And she says she will help President-elect Trump with the transition of power and the peaceful transition of power. She says we must accept the results of the election. But she did say she spoke to President-elect Trump this afternoon, and she did concede to former President Trump, now President-elect Donald Trump. It is now 4:38 at 95.5 WSB. I am Bill Caiaccio at the election desk, and let's go live now and continue our live team coverage of traffic and weather. And we have Ashley Frasco with Triple Team Traffic.
Rain starting to fall over more of metro Atlanta, and we have trouble in the right lane starting to back things up in Dunwoody. It's been a stall 285 eastbound past Ashford, Dunwoody, again in that right lane, and you encounter some brake lights through Spaghetti Junction, rolling 285 east and south all the way down to Highway 78. Fire department in the right lane with a crash on the southeast perimeter. That's 285 north at I-20. Slow traffic begins back around Boulder Crest and saw the crash into downtown 85 south before 17th Street. Is the rain having any impact on the ride on I-20? Kobe Dawkins?
Oh, yeah. On the East Freeway, I-20 westbound and eastbound, seen a little bit of delays from I-285 past Panola Road. Traffic brought to you by Reliable Heating and Air. Stop paying for expensive heating and air repairs or home warranties. Get a reliable protection plan for just $14.99 a month and enjoy 100% parts and labor coverage on any age system, make, or model. Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
And right now, 74 degrees in Roswell, 70 in Sewanee, and 73 in College Park. More news at 5 o'clock. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Bill Caiaccio, 95.5 WSB.
All right, that was, I would say, decent speech. I mean, she did what you have to do. Look, I know that a lot of people are on the winning side of this, but the people in that crowd are people who work on the campaign. Good speech, optimistic for the most part.
Some of the camera angles revealed.
Good afternoon.
Yes, yeah, and she did. Did she say good afternoon?
Thank
like 7?
you.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Now there's something wrong with Kamala's Comrex. Kamala's Rex is going out. Yeah,
Hello.
Yeah.
Afternoon.
You're fading away already, Kamala. You're fading away already. I liked at the part at the end where you did that whole the adage that
right.
when
It's
it's
darkest before the storm, and you see the lights in the sky, and and the stars are everywhere around you.
And you're brilliant, billions of brilliant stars. You want everybody.
Billions of years ago.
No. Don't go into the history.
We're all made of star stuff. If you want to make an apple pie from scratch, first you have to invent the universe.
You have to have a star, right? Without it.
And when it's nighttime, that's when you can see things in the dark. That's when you see the lights.
Yes, that's true. Yes,
I look up at the sky and I see all of you, bright, shining lights. Good afternoon. Hi.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, whoa.
No.
Come on. No. It's a fair fought fight. You just told people not to give up. What are you doing?
Yeah, but I just going through it.
Yes.
Grief.
That's a worse cry than Tim Walz when they panned the crowd on him.
I'm not a knucklehead. I might be a knucklehead. I just want to go back to Minnesota.
No, I support you. You did great.
What's group hug, guys? Group hug. It's okay.
Get over here.
God. Okay. Let go. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Carmela.
Good afternoon to you.
The question is, was Tim Walz crying?
He was crying.
It had a look there. I thought.
Grown men cry.
I understand.
He's very brave.
I know. Thank you.
It's so good.
Can I go back to being governor now?
Yeah,
okay, do go wherever you were a minute
All
ago.
right.
I don't know.
Just whatever you do, never give up, Tim. Never give up.
I don't care. I just want to go back to Minnesota.
Okay. Bye. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Kamala says nothing that a nice glass of barefoot white wine won't take care of.
Oh, I'm gonna drown myself in a bottle of Chardonnay when I get home.
Nothing. So a good box wine won't take care of.
That's right. Back to my old ways. Not this running around Pennsylvania knocking on idiots' doors.
A little Franzia.
Yeah, a little box of Franzia. I'm going to eat a whole rotisserie chicken.
It's okay. I mean, we understand.
Right.
Take a moment.
Put on your
Thank
sweatpants.
you.
Put on the
That's
sweatpants,
right.
a hoodie.
I'm going to watch Bridget Jones's Diary, and I'm just going to veg.
Let us fill the sky with the light of a brilliant, brilliant billion of stars.
Brilliant
billions.
Brilliant billions of brilliant bazillions, billion stars. Look at them all.
Aren't they beautiful?
If only they had voted for me.
Oh, no.
Guys, I really thought it was going to happen.
I know. Well, there's always a loser in a race. That's the way it goes. See, both sides can't
And
win.
always a bridesmaid, never a bride.
You're
That's
married.
okay.
Yeah,
I'm
you're
just
married.
gonna go. No, it's the idea. Just
Oh.
like I'm not really saying we're gonna turn the lights off and look at the stupid sky.
Oh, it was another adage. I'm sorry.
It's a metaphor, a simile, a homily. I don't
Bromide.
know. Bromide. I thought that was something in that was banned in cereals in the United States.
No, bromide. I think that's something between fraternity brothers. I'm not sure.
Hey,
If
bro.
one fraternity brother murders another, if one fraternity brother murders another fraternity brother, that I believe is bromide.
Yeah, it's bromide, dude.
That's it. That's right.
We don't know how he fell down the steps.
Regicide and bromide.
I went off script a little bit.
Ooh, you know it, girl. You know, and hey, everybody that, if you voted for me, and, I appreciate it, but,
Well, they're not
you
good
didn't
enough.
do your job. You didn't do your job. You didn't tell your friends. You didn't do enough, I
Yep.
think, is what I'm saying.
Are you starting
Listen,
to
I'm
blink?
sorry. I'm going through the stages of grief. I'm getting a little angry now, and now I'm a little pissed, okay? I'm a little pissed.
I called out from work today. Does that help?
No, you know what? You could have done more. You could have called out of work 2 weeks ago and gotten more votes under my belt. And then, we could have been in a different place. But, I guess you couldn't do that, could you?
Okay, she's working her way through.
I guess you couldn't do that.
All right.
I was, like I said, I'm out in the streets talking to these idiots. I don't know, but I still didn't get it. What am I supposed to do?
I unshoed a bunch of Amish guys' horses so they couldn't go to the polling place.
Not
Are
enough.
they even allowed to vote? They kind of remove themselves from this country. I don't know why they should vote or what do they have to do. It's fine.
Wow, we're getting raw Kamala now. I like this right here. The real deal.
Right? Yeah. What do you have to say, Jared? I watched your stupid thing and you said you were voting for Trump, and it's like, what?
I voted
thought I
third
had the
party.
young people.
I voted third party there, Kamala.
Yeah,
You know what?
right. I know who you voted for. I saw the records. You think your vote's confident? I'm a vice president.
I'm kind of a nerd sometimes.
And see, I knew how to get the info because I'm kind of a nerd, and I thought that would help, but it didn't.
Come on. Hey, come on now. It's all right.
Deep
So-
breath.
Maybe it's for the best.
Yeah. You just told all these people at Howard University to keep their optimism and keep fighting.
Say, I know, but you got to say that in the speech. You got to, pass on the olive branch, all that stupid nonsense. Maybe, it was going to be a lot of work if I was going to have to be president.
That's true.
So
That's
maybe
what-
I could just relax a little bit after this.
Yeah,
I mean, what else am I doing? Am I a senator or something? No, not.
No, you're not
the vice
You're-
president.
You're the vice president.
No,
still.
no, after this, when I'm done with
You're
all
just
that.
the vice president.
I think that just
After that, what do I do? Nothing.
Well, yeah, I would imagine a book deal's coming. You're gonna be all
I
right.
think a cookbook's in the works.
Ooh, you could write about everything that was really going on in the White House with Joe
No,
Biden's
that's not a
cognitive
cookbook.
tell-all.
I'm no.
That would be
Listen,
great.
Listen, it's going to be called Cooking with Kamala.
Yeah, stick with the
Let's
cookbook.
get cooking, America.
Stick with the cookbook. You're not talking about me.
I like that. There's a show on is there still a food channel? Is it What's Cooking America?
Let's get cooking, America, with Kamala. It's da-da-da-da-da-da. It's me.
There you go.
She's turning around.
Hopefully we'll pull you back into a good mood, right? We're
you know,
laughing.
I'm going through it. I'm going through the stages. They're real.
They're real.
You know, I'm getting into a little acceptance.
Mhm.
Okay.
And then anger.
And you know, anger's gone. I mean, well, you know, you could rile it back up if you want. We can get it going. But you know what? I'm trying to relax. I got that chicken to look for. I got that rotisserie happening. I got the box of Franzia and a little. Maybe a little steel magnolias.
Steel magnolia.
So, Tim Waltz, are you still crying? You all right? You through this?
Oh, no. I wanted to get out of this awful state. It's cold here. Can't do anything here. The Twins suck. Vikings are shambles. I mean, they look good, but they're not.
But Sam Darnold might be dating.
I don't care about Sam Darnold.
He might be dating Hawk-Tuah girl.
I don't care about the Hawk-Tuah. I just wanted to live.
He's going through the
I
anger.
wanted to live in the Naval Observatory.
All right. Ashley Frasca says there are delays on 285.
And some issues that come along with that as well. A right lane or two now blocked with the stall on 285 East past Ashford Dunwoody, so slow through Sandy Springs. And then you really hit the brakes, leaving Buford Highway on 285 East and South, sluggish all the way down to Memorial Drive. And the fire truck's been protecting a crash of the right lane, 285 North at I-20 on the east side, so slow traffic back around Boulder Crest Road. Updating the downtown ride, the Cool Ray Carrier Traffic Center, Veronica Rell.
And what better news? The crash is cleared 85 southbound before 17th Street, 75 southbound packs in around Howell Mill. And over on the northbound side, 75, 85 northbound, your delays stretch back to I-20. This report brought to you by Whole Foods. Get ingredients you can trust at Whole Foods Market. Save on organic sweet potatoes through November 12th while supplies last. Shop in store or online, terms apply. Triple T in traffic, 95.5 WSB.
The most consequential election of our time is over.
Donald Trump will return to the White House as the next president of the United States.
Well, I want to thank you all very much.
Stay with WSB for all the information you need from now through Inauguration Day.
This is a movement like nobody's ever seen before.
95.5 WSB.
Your 2024 election station.
When historians look back, they're going to say, oh, that was a red letter day in Atlanta history when QC Kinetics arrived. Hey, it's Mark Aaron back with you. You know, the demand for QC treatment so strong, opening another clinic, this one in Douglasville, while continuing treatment in Lawrenceville, Sandy Springs, Marietta, and Stockbridge. Friends, QC Kinetics, a game changer. The nation's leader in regenerative medicine, using a modern-day approach to deal with chronic joint pain. All-natural process that uses healing properties from your own body to restore and repair damaged tissue in your joints. So what's that mean? It means you can get your life back, be active again without that chronic pain and without surgery or drugs. Stop putting it off. If you have arthritic pain or pain from an injury, do what so many others have already done. Call QC Kinetics, free consultation. Call now, 770-285-8026. That's 770-285-8026. QC Kinetics. Call them, 770-285-8026.
We weren't planning on selling our home, but our family's needs changed. I'm Caitlin, and selling our home with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate was the best decision we made for our family. With over 11,000 five-star reviews, I had peace of mind knowing I could trust Mark Spain Real Estate to sell our home fast and for more than we were asking. If you're preparing to move, check out Mark Spain Real Estate's guaranteed offer. Go to markspain.com and see what their guaranteed offer would be on your home. There's no obligation. That's markspain.com and start packing.
Don't let a DUI ruin your life. Hire the attorney that other attorneys hire. GeorgeStein.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Men, if you're suffering from ED or PE, Priority Men's Medical Center will get your love life back in just one visit. Their painless, breakthrough medical treatments eliminate ED and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Priority Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Priority Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments will restore your love life regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. Plus, you'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients will have their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8885. 404-885-8885. To regain your love life in just one visit, call now. 404-885-8885.
This is a great time of the year to be organized. That makes this a great time to connect with Artisan Custom Closets. They'll help you get organized while working within your budget. Simply go to artisancustomclosets.com today and schedule a free consultation with one of their designers. artisancustomclosets.com.
It all started as a front door dream. You want those beautiful double doors for the front entrance of your home. But every company you talk to said that single door just can't go double. But with us, you can. Hi, I'm Dan Watkins, owner of All Four Seasons Garage and Entry Doors. We specialize in removing your dated single front door, side lights, and transom, replacing them with a beautiful double door, customized for that space to impress and welcome your guests. Get started at all4seasonsgarages.com.
Can I bring up something about last night's coverage? It's not, I understand it's not very important. But man, did Jake Tapper look frumpy.
Yeah. Was he tired?
I don't know. I think he's like, doesn't he make didn't we find out he makes $12 million a year or $6 million or something? Get a tailored suit jacket.
That's how he saves money. He's like that rich oil guy. Who's that guy? The T-Bone?
T-Boone Pickens?
Whatever his name.
He lost his lease. Well, he's gone now.
$7 million for Jake Tapper a year.
Are you talking about T-Boone Pickens from Oklahoma?
The guy that's a prospector or whatever. He's still alive. The old guy.
The prospector.
I don't know if he's a prospector.
Like
he's
he goes out,
guy.
he's looking for gold in California. What are you talking about?
He buys things and flips
Treasure
them.
of the Sierra Madre? Is that the kind of thing?
You know what I'm talking about.
Like this kind of prospector? I'm going out there to get some gold. It was fool's gold.
I wish I could think of his name.
Like a foghorn leghorn?
Yeah.
Type of
guy? Is it a crypto guy you're talking about?
Not T-Bone Burnett. No, this guy's really
T-Bone
old.
Burnett's a musician.
I know who T-Bone Burnett is.
Produces fine albums.
The guy's he wears like crappy suits. He's super wealthy. He's from the Midwest or out in Nebraska.
Well, I think you might be thinking of T-Boone Pickens. It's just that he died. He was an Oklahoma oil guy.
When did he die?
Well, I say I'm an oil man from Oklahoma.
But you are correct to bring up the fact that truly rich people, quite often, if you didn't know them and you saw them walking down the street, you would know it because old money doesn't waste it on brand new cars and stuff, like when you get your first contract in the NFL.
New money screams, old money whispers.
There you go. So that is true. But what I'm saying is, if you're going to be on television all night long, new money or old money, don't show up looking frumpy.
I blame the makeup team at CNN. I think that they have a lot more to say, and the wardrobe team over
I
at CNN.
blame the plastic surgeons for what I saw on Fox News and CNN last night. Not good work.
Where was Blitzer last night? Wolf Blitzer.
Wow, I didn't notice.
Yeah, I was
I
surprised.
was replaying the Miami Buffalo game.
Ashley Frasca is watching the northbound ride.
Trying to get home into the northern suburbs. It is starting to get a little crowded now on 75 North, coming up past the Chattahoochee River to 285, and then 575 North, headed past the Town Center Mall region. 400 North, the worst of that, getting past the North Springs MARTA station, and a little crowded in Norcross on 85 North. Updating the South Side ride, Veronica Harrell.
Right now, dealing with a crash over on 75 northbound. It is up around Jonesboro Road. It's off to the left, however, still dealing with some brake lights there. And 75 southbound, you're on and off the brakes as you leave Highway 138 and head over to Jodico Road. Traffic brought to you by Reliable Heating and Air. Stop paying for expensive heating and air repairs or home warranties. Get a reliable protection plan for just $14.99 a month and enjoy 100% parts and labor coverage for any age, system, make, or model. Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
Belinda here for Atlanta Vision Institute. Stephen is an actual patient of Dr. Ashraf, and I want him to share his testimonial with you.
I wanted to get rid of the glasses, and I wanted a procedure where I could see close
and also far distance. So I got laser optics on my right eye, and then a week later I got it on my left eye. And I played golf for the first time in over 6 years without my glasses last week, and it was fantastic. And I'm actually able to see the computer. I'm so excited to be able to do activities without having to wear glasses, shooting and playing golf and working out at the gym. I can see the combination on the lock to be able to open my locker without having to use my glasses and keep my glasses in my pocket at the gym.
If you'd like to see like Steven, go to 2020atlanta.com to find out more information and take the quiz to see if this procedure is a good option for you. That's 2020atlanta.com. Your medical insurance may cover part of it.
Imagine your team always looking and feeling their best in high-performance technical workwear. Cintas can make it happen. They have garments for almost every job imaginable. And with the Cintas Workwear program, you get freshly laundered garments delivered every week for everyone on your team. Great garments without the bother of laundry. That's a real perk for employees. Find out how Cintas can boost team image and morale. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Georgia is notorious for its humid weather, but did you know the humid air can actually damage the wooden beams under your house? Christina Edwards here. The wood absorbs all that moisture, causing floors to sag and flex. American Crawl Space Solutions can dry out your crawl space and gently push the sagging beams back into place. This will create a stronger, level floor. And that's why AmericanCrawlSpaceSolutions.com is your best value for sagging floor repair.
American Crawl Space Solutions, foundations too.
New South Window lives southern weather, and our products are designed to keep the intense heat out and the cool air in. We prioritize keeping your family and your home comfortable all year round. That's why our energy-efficient windows and doors are made, installed, and guaranteed for life.
For a limited time only, save 35% off on New South Windows and Doors. Visit newsouthwindow.com/radio to learn more.
Every single month that you wait to call MyLend is just another month where you've likely paid more than you should have on your mortgage. This is Scott Slade. The time to act is now. Everything is moving in the right direction for you to start saving on your mortgage. No matter your scenario, MyLend has seen it. Reverse mortgages for you or your parents, specialty purchase programs, cash out refinances, second mortgages, rental properties, VA and FHA. Mortgages are MyLend's specialty. And when you've been doing it as long as they have, you've seen it all. I've been saying it for years, and it's still true today. MyLend is constantly closing loans other lenders just can't close. The Fed is starting to lower rates, so your time to act is now. Take a few minutes out of your day and call my friends at MyLend. 770-817-2000. That's 770-817-2000. Online, it's mylend.com. Spelled it MILEND. NMLS and Georgia Mortgage License C148769. MyLend's located at 8995 Westside Parkway, Alpharetta, Georgia 30009. MyLend is an equal housing lender.
The golden rule. Maybe it sounds a little old-fashioned, but it never goes out of style. Wouldn't it be great if everybody lived by it? My experts at Finley Roofing do. Home Fix It Show host Dave Baker here. Home improvement horror stories are common. So when it comes to your roof, don't settle. Think of Finley first. The roof guys. Finley practices the golden rule and will treat your home like it's their own. Go with the guys that took care of me. They'll treat you right, too. Schedule your free roof analysis today. FinleyRoofing.com. Roof.
WSB Atlanta, WSB FM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk. News, weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk.
At 5 o'clock, I'm Bill Caiaccio. News is sponsored by D. Geller & Son Jewelers. Our top story after her loss to Donald Trump, Vice President Harris concedes. You heard the speech live on WSB.
CBS News special report. At Howard University, Democrat Kamala Harris speaking for the first time since losing to President-elect Donald Trump.
My heart is full today, full of gratitude for the trust you have placed in me, full of love for our country, and full of resolve.
Harris congratulated him earlier today and both agreed on the importance of unifying the nation.
A fundamental principle of American democracy is that when we lose an election, we accept the results. That principle, as much as any other, distinguishes democracy from monarchy or tyranny.
Harris's supporters are hurting.
You know, it was a feeling of dismay.
As an African American in this country, it just sort of made me realize just, how racist and sexist this country is, unfortunately.
CBS News Special Report. I'm Allison Keys.
73 degrees in Atlanta. Some rain tonight. Wind as it begin to dry out. Meteorologist Christina Edwards has Atlanta Radio's only 5-day forecast coming up. Billions in transit money will not be coming to Gwinnett County after voters say no to a tax hike. But that does not mean commissioners are giving up. WSB Steve Summers reports live with more on their Plan B.
Yeah, Bill, commissioners will have to get creative to find the money that taxpayers refuse to ante up. Commission Chair Nicole Hendrickson says high inflation the past few years made a tax hike a tough sell.
The economy played a significant role in the decision of whether to pass this referendum or not.
Now Hendrickson says commission will look for other funding from local, state, and federal sources.
There are opportunities. All is not lost. We're going to continue to chisel away at the plan that we have.
That plan includes massive transit expansion, much of which is tied to long-term economic development projects in the county, easing traffic congestion, and guaranteeing more transit to people who rely on it. Cobb County voters, meantime, rejected a similar transit tax. Reporting live, Steve Summers, 95.5 WSB.
Your 401k gets a big boost today. Following Trump's victory, stocks take off.
It really comes down to the speed behind Trump's win.
The surprise is that it looks like the election itself will be resolved even faster than many people expected. That's certainly bullish for the equity market.
Kennesaw State economics professor Roger Tutterow says the markets do always react after a presidential election.
I think there are some investors that have been on the sideline waiting for the resolution of the election.
He also says investors know regulations will be removed from certain sectors under a new Trump administration. Austin Eller, 95.5 WSB.
The Dow ends the day up more than 1,500 points. NASDAQ up nearly 3%. S&P up more than 2.5%. Work continues to repair a gas leak in downtown Atlanta that's forced the evacuation of the state capitol and Georgia State MARTA station. Atlanta Fire spokesman Andre Holmes tells WSB a construction crew hit a gas line.
We're continuing to monitor the area. Atlanta Gas and Light is here on scene, working to repair the line.
He urges people to avoid the area until repairs are finished. Funeral arrangements are announced today for Home Depot co-founder Bernie Marcus.
Bernie Marcus passed away Monday at his home in Florida. His funeral will be held tomorrow afternoon at 1 o'clock at the Temple on Peachtree Street here in Midtown. The service will be open to the public. Speakers are expected to include Home Depot co-founder and Falcons owner Arthur Blank. A graveside burial service for family and close friends will be held later on Thursday in Sandy Springs. Bernie Marcus was 95 years old. Sabrina Cupid, 95.5 WSB.
It's now 5:04, and the Von Hessler Doctrine continues in less than 2 minutes. Right now, live team coverage of traffic and weather, and triple team traffic starts with Ashley Frasco.
And Bill, you mentioned that gas leak around the Georgia State Capitol. Still, roads are closed. Cortland, Martin Luther King Jr. Drive, Piedmont. Avoid the area of Martin Luther King Jr. Drive. They're at the downtown connector. And it's getting much slower now. Connector southbound ride, very heavy on the brakes all the way down to I-20. We've also got a gas leak as well affecting Alpharetta near Creekview Elementary. So that may jam up a little bit of post-school traffic there around West Wind Lane. And updating some trouble spots on 285 in the Coolray Carrier Traffic Center, it's Kobe Dawkins.
Well, I'm seeing really great news in DeKalb County, I-285 eastbound to northbound, the outer loop before I-20 exit 46. That earlier crash has been cleared. And then as you continue in Dunwoody, I-285 westbound, still the outer loop at Ashford Dunwoody Road, exit 29. Jam cams just showed that earlier stall cleared, delays improving. Triple team traffic, 95.5 WSB.
Now Atlanta Radio's only 5-day forecast, sponsored by Shoemate, the official plumber of Atlanta Homes. Here's meteorologist Christina Edwards.
Cloudy skies this evening with hit or miss rain showers moving through the metro region. Lows tonight in the mid-60s. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy, mainly dry, though an isolated rain shower can't be ruled out. High 75. Friday, the rain moves out. Sunshine returns, becoming partly cloudy. Morning low 65. Afternoon high 77. This weekend, Saturday and Sunday, mostly cloudy, breezy, but mainly dry. Morning lows in the mid-60s. Afternoon highs in the low to mid-70s. Monday, mostly cloudy. High 74.
It's 69 in Tucker, 71 in Milton, and 72 in Peachtree City. More news at 5:30. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Bill Caiaccio, 95.5 WSB.
Hour 3 of the Von Hessler Doctrine begins right now. Look who's walked in, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. MAGA himself, Shelley Winter. Congratulations, not just the fact that your guy won, but that you were the only person who called it. What was the last question on the round table last night? When will we know? All the rest of us, I don't know, tomorrow, maybe Friday. Get to Shelley. I think it's going to be tonight. I think it's going to be a landslide. Technically, right now, it's not a landslide, but what it is
the
an
Electoral College.
I think that there's a number like 315
Really?
or 320.
Oh, okay.
What you have, because of the Senate and everything, is an overwhelming mandate. So congratulations that your guy won, but also so the fact that you called it. Now, you could have got lucky. I don't know.
No.
But if you did, you did. And to the victor go the spoils. And you thought it was going to be overwhelming. You thought we were going to know last night. Pretty much we did. And so congratulations. So how did you get that right? Beyond fandom and wish fulfillment, what did you see that made you think that?
September 16th on my show about 7:46, 7:47, I said that Trump was going to win on Election Day. We would know early it was going to be a huge victory, and we would know early on, and he was going to win the popular vote. And the reason why I said that was because the data showed me that. The polling showed me that. But also, more importantly than that, I talk to people. I'm out and about. I go out. I speak to people. I'm out all the time, going to events and things like that, not just Republican events, all kinds of events. And I saw it. I talked to regular people who did not vote a lot, who were talking openly about Trump. I saw African Americans wearing Make America Great hats in barbershops, in the hood, and not being afraid to say where they're going with their vote. When I saw that, I realized I talked to Uber drivers who oh my God, I can't believe we can have this conversation because I'm so afraid to have this conversation with customers. Who African-American women, Hispanic men, who were, basically saying they were voting for Trump. And so that's when I knew this was going to be bigger than the polling showed.
English Nick was in England. He was in the London area. And he just got back last week, and he was telling us off air, and we were doing a Toodle Pip, that they took, it's not called Uber there, it's called something else, but they took the English version of Uber to the airport, which is like a long ride from where he was, like an hour. And so do you remember the ethnicity of the driver? But it was from an African nation. And the driver, obviously English Nick has an English accent, but his girlfriend does not. And when he found out she was American, you must vote for Trump. This is an African national living in London driving basically a cab is you must vote, and just going on and on about how you must vote for Trump. And so which goes so much against the narrative of what the Trump voter is and who the Trump voter is. Obviously, that guy's not a Trump voter. He can't vote for Trump. But if you believed our media, that guy would be the last person in the world who would want Trump to be president of the United States. So you did a very good job, Shelley, of being able to see through what the narrative was. And what you're talking about you could have been, sometimes it becomes anecdotal evidence and it doesn't apply, it doesn't scale up. But obviously you saw something that could scale up.
Right. And because I heard it constantly, I on TikTok, on podcasts, there's a podcast called The Cartier Family. 3 young men, they started off listening to rock songs, classic rock songs for the first time and giving their reaction.
I've watched those reaction videos and stuff.
And so they've grown now to doing politics. But if you've watched them, their politics did not turn because of marketing or getting a broader audience. Their politics turned because you actually watch them in real time, looking at stuff and saying, this doesn't make sense. And so a lot of that happens.
Is that the one where it's like four dudes in a room, they sit together?
Yeah,
I've actually watched them.
And
they'll watch Seinfeld together for the first time and stuff. Absolutely.
And their politics shifted to the right, but it didn't shift to the right necessarily as it shifted to Trump. And it shifted to Trump because of the things they were looking at, saying, well, he didn't say that. And then you would see the maturation and their minds go through a process to say, okay, well, why are they lying to me about what I'm looking at him saying? And then you see people coming around saying, there's a reason why they're lying to me. I've got to figure that out. And if I can't figure out why they're lying to me, I trust them less than I hate him, because I never knew him to hate him this much.
And we know, look, we're in the sort of this is post-election,
the Trump honeymoon phase.
Well, yeah, a little bit, but we're in a time where we all want to be try to come back together again and reach out olive branches and all this. But what you just said is correct. You cannot look at the way and the media, the influence of the media died today officially. I know
Absolutely.
it didn't happen, but officially it died today. But there's really no other way to look at an awful lot of this legacy media coverage as anything other than lies. And these are the people who are constantly telling us that they can ferret out misinformation and disinformation. And, you know, the Liz Cheney story was a lie. The fact that Trump said that he wanted to have her put in front of a firing squad, there is no way to objectively look at what he said and draw that conclusion. And it was not put out there as some people think what he meant was. It was put out there as he called for it.
Right.
Expect that this will happen if he becomes president.
Right.
Of course, which was absolutely ridiculous. He wouldn't have the power to do it even if he wanted to. But you're calling it the way that it is. And that is that there was an awful lot of just outright lies. We all know Trump doesn't have a filter. You don't need to lie.
Right.
You can find outrageous things that he actually said daily. So that had to make people wonder, if he's so easy to find something, why are they actually going out of their way to lie about what he's saying?
On our great round table, and it was a great round
Yeah,
table.
a lot of fun. Yeah, it was great.
It was a lot of fun. You said something that's really powerful to me. You said 8 years later, and you're still telling me, ooh, God, look what he said today. And, and it was so powerful a statement because it's true. You start to, even if you hate him, I mean, only the people that hate him so much are the people that jump up and down. The rest of the people are like, really, it's Trump? What did he say now? Oh, okay, that's not too bad. Because it's Trump.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Well, this is obviously anecdotal, but I'll tell you this: there are 4, 5 people that I know that voted for Donald Trump who don't like him. Like they don't. They're not. They're. It was a very hard vote for them because they outside of what Liz Cheney tried to do with January 6th, these are people that I know who are genuinely did not like what happened on January 6th. And some other things, they just don't like his personality, whatever. 4, I'm trying to think, maybe 5 people I know voted for Trump because they wanted the Democrats to feel something for the lawfare, even though they didn't like Trump.
Right.
They felt like the Democrats had to, because they could have gone third party, right? They just could have gone, I'll just vote third party. I'll do my civic duty. But they made a decision that I really don't necessarily like this guy's personality, but I don't like what's happening to him more.
Right.
And so obviously he effectively made the case, if it can happen to me, it can happen to you. And that frightened
that's why
people.
your 4 friends did that.
Right.
Because they recognized this guy's a billionaire. He's well known. People loved him. He was in pop culture.
President.
And they went after him. What happens if I get a traffic ticket tomorrow?
Right.
It can happen to me. And
Exactly.
a lot of, I think that came into a lot of people's thinking.
Well, listen, it's an overwhelming. It's overwhelming. I don't know how many Senate seats he's going to end up with. It would seem certainly 43 to 44, maybe 46 or something. I don't know, but it's going to be 44 somewhere in there.
54.
I'm sorry,
54.
Sorry,
Yep.
54.
Yep.
And the House, I can't imagine they're not going to retain it, given the way all of the energy has been so far. The thing with the House is they're all very, very local races. And
Right
we
now,
don't
it's
know.
+2 Republicans in the House.
Right, and I don't know how many are still up, like 8 or is there still
most
8?
of them in the West Coast.
Yeah, so
a lot of them are in the
California
West Coast.
takes forever.
Right.
Always to get back on those races. And those are all individualized local races. I can't know. I would just say with the energy, it seems like. So it seems like they're going to keep the House, have at least 53, as many as possibly 55, or who knows, but at least 53 in the Senate. And what that means is that your boy can do what he wants. Like he's going to be able to get his cabinet through. He's going to be able to get legislation that he wants. Also, I think there's going to be some Democrats scared as hell in 2 years, and there may be a larger governing coalition. There may be 10, 20 Democrats who don't want to piss off their people and lose their seats. So you might have a wider governing. Please tell me that you think he's going to take the first 6 months and use that to do work and not get back at the people who he perceives as his enemies.
I'm going to say this, and I'll be talking more about it tonight at 7 o'clock on the Shelley Winter Show.
That's right, right here on WSB.
Right here, right?
Right.
Yeah.
But I'm going to say this. Trump has nothing to do now. He's done everything he's supposed to do. He won, carried the Senate, carried the House. To your point, the Republican Party now has to do what it's supposed to do. And if it doesn't do what it's supposed to do, it has nothing whatsoever to do with Donald Trump.
Yeah.
The Republicans need to cut spending. They need to do everything they've told us for the last 8 years. We're going to do this. We're going to do this. Well, now you have the power with the presidency. Do what you said. I'm not putting anything on Trump right now. I'm looking to see what the House and the Senate, Republican-led, does. Because if they don't do what they say they're going to do, then I'm simply a Trump supporter, and I'm not a Republican.
Well, stick around, because I want to explore that a little bit more. Because the people that I saw last night who were most crestfallen were not the Democrats at MSNBC, was not Rachel Maddow. It was the Republican never-Trumpers. They lost the most.
Yeah.
The Democrats lost a race. A presidential race.
Lost an entire state.
Right. The never Trumpers lost their party.
Yep.
It's gone. I mean, they've been sort of being with the Democrats lately, but the never Trumpers that used to run the Republican Party, actually, they're the ones who are, the Democrats can go fix themselves.
Right.
Just, hey, let's stop with this open borders nonsense. But the people, the never Trumpers, they're in no man's land. I mean, they have nobody. All right, we got to go. Stick around if you can. We're going to do some traffic. Ashley Frasca is watching the ride home to the north.
And a trip time through Gwinnett County, looking at about half an hour now on 85 North to get between Jimmy Carter Boulevard and 985 in the Beaufort area. 316 really crowding up in both directions, east and westbound as you head towards Sugarloaf Parkway. And I-75 northbound crowding in as you leave Moores Mill and West Paces Ferry. And then you finally don't see brake lights again until Marietta, leaving the North 120 Loop. 575 North getting a little more crowded around that Bells Ferry curve. Updating Georgia 400 in the Coolray Carrier Traffic Center. Veronica Rell.
And right now, 400 northbound, looking at brake lights as you leave 285 through Sandy Springs. And over on 400 northbound around the Alpharetta area, you got brake lights at Windward Parkway. Also, police are saying over in Roswell, you need to avoid Hogan Bridge Road at Alpharetta Highway. A power outage is causing multiple traffic lights to be out, so just proceed with caution there. And better news also, that stalled vehicle over on 285 eastbound the inner loop at Ashford Dunwoody Road, that's gone, but delays remain. This report brought to you by Scott Antique Market. The Scott Antique Market is this weekend. There's no telling what you'll find. Visit the Atlanta Expo Centers at I-285 on Jonesboro Road. It's the Scott Antique Markets this weekend, ScottAntiqueMarkets.com. Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
The votes are in, and Donald Trump wins his second term in the White House.
We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything.
Election Day 2024.
The votes have been counted.
So I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being...
Stay with 95.5 WSB for all the information you need about the Trump transition.
Every single day I will be fighting for you.
95.5 WSB.
Your 2024 election station.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. What about those round trips that you plan in advance, which are perfect on your way there and perfect on your way back? Or those meetings with friends for which you make a group chat 3 months before so that nobody or anything is missing? Or your daughter's first birthday party. You planned it with such dedication that instead of the first, it felt like our 15s. The same way you plan each detail for those moments. Start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make. Get started at ready.gov/plan.
Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
So how do we create value? This is Greg Trzynski from the Original Mattress Factory. Value comes from having complete control over our product quality. From design to manufacturing to delivery, everything is handled in-house by our trained professionals. This approach allows us to maintain strict quality standards and respond quickly to customer needs. We believe true value is created when a company takes full responsibility for its products. When you choose OMF, you're getting a mattress built with care and attention at every step. OriginalMattress.com.
I'm here with Chris Hoffman of Hoffman Financial Group and the host of Money Unleashed. Chris, with all the things we're reading and seeing and living through these days, from potential rate cuts to presidential elections, now seems like a great time to make sure we have that comprehensive plan in place, you know, the one that covers all our financial bases.
There are occasions throughout the year where I feel like it's critical for people to engage their financial lives and get the information that they deserve from a financial advisory team. And this is one of those times, to be quite frank. So we ask that you call us if you have a minimum of $500,000 in your full portfolio. But we're going to do away with that minimum so that those folks can have an equal opportunity to understand what's in their portfolio as well. Now, you have to have some money, right? I can't help you to build your wealth at work, right? But I sure can help, I believe, with your 401k, IRA management. There's probably 2 or 3 things that'll surprise you that you may want to take action on. So the next 10 people that call in, we'll work up either a portfolio x-ray, or if you feel like you need a full retirement plan, go to unleashyourmoney.com, click on Portfolio X-ray, or click on Full Retirement Plan. We think you'll be impressed enough, and we want you to become a client. There's no question about it. We believe that we are a very competent fiduciary advisory team, and we want to offer that to our listeners. Let Hoffman Financial Group actually show you how we perform, and I believe we perform at the pinnacle of this industry.
Call the Hoffman Financial Group at 404-737-3858, 404-737-3858, or online at unleashyourmoney.com. Investment advisory services offered through Brookstone Wealth Advisors, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through Hoffman Financial Group Incorporated, Georgia Insurance License number 163546.
This is Scott Slade. When it comes to your engagement ring, there's only one place I'd recommend. Tara Fine Jewelry Company, known for exceptional standards, craftsmanship, and legendary customer service. Tara's passion runs through every design they craft. Engagement rings you'll be proud to gift, cherish, and wear for a lifetime. You fell in love with her because she's unlike any other woman in the world. When it comes to your promise of forever, only a Tara diamond will do. Tara, specializing in diamonds of absolute beauty and legendary customer service since 1985.
Mark Lloyd and the team at the Lloyd Advisory Group understand that no matter how the 2024 presidential election shakes out, it's going to have a huge impact on your retirement. Now more than ever, it's important that you have a clear understanding of what's at stake with your finances, because as we've already seen, anything can happen. Major election surprises like the ones we've been seeing can potentially tip the balance on our economy. And on top of everything else, we also know our current tax rates are going to expire at the end of next year, and they'll go back up. Do you think your finances are ready for all of this? Well, Mark's election stress test can help find out. Schedule yours today with the Lloyd Advisory Group by calling or texting ELECTION to 770-766-5611. That's ELECTION to 770-766-5611. See how strong your plan really is. Call or text ELECTION to 770-766-5611. Insurance products and services are offered through the Lloyd Advisory Group.
Yeah. I like when we sit around and talk about how the coaches do everything wrong in the NFL. And I have my point of view, and you have your point of view. Well, if Arthur Smith just had gone over, let me think. It's like, even if we think they're bad coaches, they probably know more about football than we do.
I don't know. I am ranked in Madden. Okay, I know those plays inside. Okay. I know the playbooks inside and out.
Okay, I will.
I know those X's and O's.
Yeah, where are you ranked?
Me?
Yeah.
That non-existent. Never played Madden once in my life.
I think you'd be obsessed if you learned how to play it.
I don't have. Do you not understand that I have no hand-eye coordination?
Why don't you try
that.
Why don't you try the Oculus version where you actually like?
Oh, where you vomit?
You actually like throw.
You get tackled? Do you feel it?
I mean, I think it vibrates a little bit.
I broke my rib.
You get a concussion. You're just sitting in your living room.
Well, I'm smart. I wear the Guardian cap. I know it doesn't look good, but this is about health.
With the built-in Oculus, you're walking around with that.
But you don't seem to understand. I don't know how everybody in the world can play video games, because aren't there still people born like me who have no hand-eye? I have enough hand-eye coordination to be a decent driver on the streets and stuff. I can do that, but I can't. My brain can't go, I'll do this play to set up the play 3 times and then have my fingers and my hands and everything going. It's just not possible. Are people now just born with the dexterity to... Everybody can play video games?
It takes practice. I mean, I can tell you, if I haven't played in a couple weeks, I don't play as well. But once I get the hang of it again, I'm like, oh yeah, this goes over here, this goes over here.
If I got extra time and I got my hands, I ain't playing Madden. Ashley Frasca is watching the Downtown Ride.
And it's getting slower by the hour now. Trying to head south through the city. 85 southbound, you roll into some brake lights beginning at North Druid Hills, and 75 south from Howell Mill. The connector south barely moving, pretty jammed up all the way down to I-20. Northbound on the connector, heaviest between University Avenue and Freedom Parkway. And it looks like earlier trouble is gone. 285 south over at South Cobb Drive, but 285 east and west a little slow through the Cobb Cloverleaf there at I-75 in Cobb County. Checking up on the east side ride in the Coolray Carrier Traffic Center is Kobe Dawkins.
Yeah, in DeKalb County, 285 eastbound, northbound, you're moving slow from Flat Shoals Road to I-20. And speaking of I-20 eastbound, you're slowing and going past Panola Road. Traffic brought to you by Reliable Heating and Air. Stop paying for expensive heating and air repairs or home warranties. Get a reliable protection plan for just $14.99 a month and enjoy 100% parts and labor coverage on any H system, make, or model. Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
Hey, it's Ashley Frasca from the Traffic Center. You may have heard me talk about businesses that use shipping containers for you to provide more storage when they've outgrown their warehouse. Is your house and garage overrun with lawn equipment, tools, boxes of Christmas decorations, bikes, and more? Visit shippingcontainersforyou.com. These containers were built tough to travel oceans with containers stacked on top of them. Shipping Containers For You has 40-foot and 20-foot containers that can be delivered to you within days. Go ahead and visit them online, shippingcontainersforyou.com.
Every day, Cintas service reps help businesses get ready for the workday. They provide freshly laundered workwear delivered every week. Mats, mops, restroom and cleaning supplies. First aid and safety products to help your employees stay safe. They even test and inspect fire extinguishers and emergency lights. Cintas helps keep your business running smoothly. See what Cintas can do for you. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Yancey Bros says thank you for using us as the place to buy or rent equipment that helps build roads and homes, landscape neighborhoods, and assist on big or small projects. Come join us for fun at Yancey's newly renovated Gwinnett location on Hurricane Trail Road from November 11th through the 14th. 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. we will have free lunch, daily raffles for cat apparel, special machine pricing, and much more. Yancey Bros grand reopening in Tequila from November 11th through the 14th. Visit yanceyBros.com/Gwinnett reopening.
Men, if you're suffering from ED or PE, Priority Men's Medical Center will get your love life back in just one visit. Their painless, breakthrough medical treatments eliminate ED and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Priority Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Priority Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments will restore your love life regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. Plus, you'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients will have their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8885. 404-885-8885. To regain your love life in just one visit, call now. 404-885-8885.
This is Scott Slade with a message from Georgia Power about Hurricane Helene, the most destructive hurricane in the company's 140-year history. Over 20,000 personnel responded to over 1,000 miles of downed power lines, over 8,300 poles broken. They essentially had to rebuild large areas instead of simply reconnecting. And Georgia Power's commitment to total restoration continues with account assistance for affected customers and substantial donations to relief efforts. To learn more, visit georgiapower.com/Helene.
Don't get trapped for another year with overpriced health insurance. Eric Erickson for Hip Nation. Many small business owners are now evaluating their health insurance plan renewals. Visit hipnation.com to learn about the amazing savings and great health care you can provide for your employees. Go to hipnation.com.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's news and talk.
At 5:30, I'm Bill Caiaccio. News sponsored by QC Kinetics. Our top story, a concession today from Vice President Harris.
CBS News Special Report.
I love you.
Democratic presidential nominee Kamala Harris addressing tearful supporters at Howard University after conceding to President-elect Donald Trump.
We will engage in a peaceful transfer of power.
Harris made it clear to the crowd that she didn't concede to everything.
While I concede this election, I do not concede the fight that fueled this campaign.
She also tried to console supporters, many of whom openly cried as she spoke, saying the election is not what people there fought for or voted for.
It is okay to feel sad and disappointed, but please know it's going to be okay.
Harris told the crowd that the light of America's promise will always burn bright as long as people never give up and as long as people keep fighting. CBS News Special Report. I'm Allison Keyes.
More than 70% of Georgia's registered voters cast ballots in Tuesday's election.
The voters had a great experience and obviously a great turnout.
Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger says the election went off without any major issues. There are overseas and military ballots still outstanding, and he says they have until Friday to arrive. Counties certify the results next Tuesday. It is 73 degrees in Atlanta. Some rain east and south of Atlanta right now. Will it continue tomorrow? Meteorologist Christina Edwards has Atlanta Radio's only 5-day forecast coming up. With Donald Trump heading back to the White House, the various legal cases against him are now in limbo.
Earlier this year, Donald Trump was convicted on 34 felony counts in New York, and sentencing is scheduled for later this month. But Emory Law professor John Acevedo says his election victory puts us into uncharted waters.
So we actually have no precedent for what to do with cases. It's always been thought that cases would be suspended against a sitting president.
Acevedo says pending trials in Fulton County and elsewhere could also be put on hold for the duration of Trump's 4-year term. Graham Carroll, 95.5 WSB.
With the Young Thug trial out of the way, it clears the way for the long-awaited case of a former South Georgia prosecutor accused of helping protect a pair of criminals.
January 21st, the former prosecutor is scheduled to go on trial as the defendant. Jury selection to begin for ousted Glenn County DA Jackie Johnson, who faces a 2-count indictment alleging she showed favor to Greg McMichael and ordered that his son Travis McMichael not be arrested after the men chased and shot Ahmaud Arbery. The case was on hold while her attorney repped Young Thug in Fulton County's YSL case. State Attorney General Chris Carr says in a statement, quote, "We have never stopped fighting for Ahmaud Arbery and his family, and we look forward to presenting our case in court." Veronica Waters, 95.5 WSB.
An Athens man is arrested on murder charges. 27-year-old Kendall Boone is in custody. Police say they responded to a call about a possible death at an apartment on Royale Road. When they arrived, they found a woman who had been shot to death. Police are waiting to release her name until next of kin is notified. Dunwoody Police add 2 public safety ambassadors to the force, and they're looking to hire 2 more.
The 2 ambassadors have completed a comprehensive training program that included 40 hours of classroom instruction, followed by several weeks of hands-on, on-the-job training with a sworn officer.
And their role is to really just help us out on the road. So they're going to do things like respond to calls like for tire changes, private property accidents, maybe lost property.
Sergeant Michael Cheek with Dunwoody Police says they'll be in specialized vehicles that are easy to spot. This frees up sworn officers to respond to more urgent, high-priority calls. Sabrina Cupid, 95.5 WSB.
Hurricane Rafael makes landfall in Cuba as a Category 3. Meteorologist Melissa Griffin says Rafael will have impacts on South Florida.
Tropical storm force winds, especially in gusts, are also expected in the lower and middle Florida Keys. That begins later today and lasts through tonight. A couple of tornadoes can't be ruled out either in the Keys into southwestern Florida mainland.
The storm could be near southeast Louisiana's coast as a minimal tropical storm this weekend. It is now 5:34. This news sponsored by North Georgia Replacement Windows. Time now for Triple Team Traffic, and here is Ashley Frasca.
Getting new reports of a stalled vehicle on the downtown connector 7585 southbound past William Street that could be blocking the HOV lane as you near the Grady Hospital curve, so just adding to the heavy brake lights already south into the city. And 285 westbound now crowding in spots Sandy Springs all the way through the Cobb Cloverleaf, and 285 south as you make your way to South Cobb Drive, and getting heavier into Cobb County. That ride on 285 east and south, a lot of brake lights building now between Peachtree Boulevard and Memorial Drive. Updating the ride in the northeast and the Coolray Carrier Traffic Center, Veronica Rell.
Well, right now, your heaviest delays are going to be 85 northbound, just trying to get through Spaghetti Junction, 285. Get past that, you're sluggish. Up to around Beaver Ruin Road, also over on 85 northbound, watching some brake lights. As you approach 985 and 316 eastbound, it slows over into Lawrenceville. Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
Now, Atlanta Radio's only 5-day forecast with meteorologist Christina Edwards.
Cloudy skies this evening with hit or miss rain showers moving through the metro region. Lows tonight in the mid-60s. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy, mainly dry, though an isolated rain shower can't be ruled out. High 75. Friday, the rain moves out. Sunshine returns, becoming partly cloudy. Morning low 65. Afternoon high 77. This weekend, Saturday and Sunday, mostly cloudy, breezy, but mainly dry. Morning lows in the mid-60s. Afternoon highs in the low to mid-70s. Monday, mostly cloudy. High 74.
69 with rain in Loganville. 72 in Powder Springs. 70 in Lovejoy. More news at 6 o'clock. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Bill Caiaccio, 95.5 95.5 WSB.
The integrity this company has is amazing. They are just unbelievable, start to finish.
Meteorologist Glenn Burns loves his Infinity from Marvin fiberglass windows from North Georgia Replacement Windows.
They made everything so easy. The planning, the installation was flawless, just a perfect job, and now it just made such a difference in the house.
Infinity from Marvin Replacement Windows, yeah!
Know your rights before you're stopped. Print your free DUI rights card at georgestein.com.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good? Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good?
Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Learn how to get Comcast Business Internet and Security Edge plus Wi-Fi backup for $59 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement when you add Comcast Business Unlimited Mobile. And ask how to get up to a $600 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call or go online today. Ends 11/17/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 300 megabit per second internet, Security Edge, and Wi-Fi backup. Eco bill and auto pay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change.
Skip the hassle and sell your home with the strongest cash offer this fall. The guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate is the easiest way to sell your home. It's Eric Erickson, and with the guaranteed offer, you can skip the uncertainty, sell your home fast for all cash in as little as 21 days. Mark Spain Real Estate's been serving families for nearly 30 years and has helped over 58,000 satisfied clients. Trust the top real estate team in the U.S. to sell your home fast and for maximum profit. Go to markspain.com and find out what your guaranteed offer would be and start packing.
So, this morning, at first, I tuned into I realized, the View's on right now. So let me check out, see what's going on in the View. Yeah. And, I would say this, and I just bumped in for like 5 minutes or something. Around the table, they obviously were not happy, but almost everybody was being a professional. Just, okay, this is what happened. Let's talk about it. Blah, blah, blah. We're not happy. Joy Behar could not play the game, at least in the 5 minutes I saw. She was just like, first of all, Whoopi Goldberg has been following politics for a very long time, and I would say, out of all the people on The View, I may disagree with her a lot, but she does come to most of her opinions honestly, meaning she's been thinking about this stuff for a long time, and you can agree or disagree. Whereas a lot of the other people on The View are really just kind of going with social media and what the energy is. That's why
surface level politics.
Surface level, Drudge. Does Drudge still run the Drudge Report? You keep saying that but it still has the same kind of feel. And I check his page out every day because he's still good at finding, some kind of like odd stories that you're not going to find anywhere else. And it's been this way through the whole campaign, but in the last month or so, if you were just going to that page every day and then Kamala didn't win, you would not understand the world around you. From the Drudge point of view, those headlines every day have been, he's melting down. It's embarrassing. And then, by the way, when you see how wrong that was, and if Drudge is still running the site, he's smart enough to know what he was doing. He was trying to be an influencer and convince people in the middle that there was no sense going. It was a purely political thing. Now apply that to the headlines you see about Russia and Ukraine, okay? Once you see something in one area and it becomes crystal clear where a publisher is coming from, never forget that. Now apply that to everything else that you see. So he's pushed, Drudge was big with Putin will be dead within a month. He's got this, he's got that, he's got the other thing. Any goofy thing that happens to the Russian military is highlighted. The tank was going backward. These people are buffoons. Once you see that a publisher, when they reveal themselves to you, that they have an agenda because you happen to know about a certain thing, Don't take that as a one-off, whether it's Drudge or CBS or Joe Rogan or anybody. Once you see it, now the proper thing is to apply that to everything else that they ever present to you. And so I don't know where Drudge was coming from, but she was going to win, and he was going to be humiliated and embarrassed. Well, does he still run the thing?
So he has a say in it, but in 2019, it's not that it got sold off. He just has a couple of other people that help with the aggregators on there.
Right.
Charles Hurt and Daniel Halper are a big part of it as well.
Okay,
too.
I don't know their background, but they couldn't take his page that way without his.
Correct.
He
still is
wanting
involved, but now it's the three of them.
Yeah, they're doing the grunt work, but he's still the guy that's saying, I want to convey this.
Yes.
There's been a rumor for years that he sold it to this financier, a woman who runs it, has a lot of money, and
I would
investors,
too.
Yeah.
Some female, male, or they, doesn't matter.
Or anybody.
Any entity, somebody wanted to come along.
I want
and just
to buy your aggregator.
$10 million. You want to buy the von Hessler doctrine? Hey, you know
Do
what?
Take space bucks.
I take. Well,
yeah, we can convert them.
Can we? Is there an exchange for space bucks
we'll
to the
figure out
American
conversion.
dollar?
We'll figure it out.
I never fault anybody for. I may go up against these private equity groups, but I don't fault any individual who's like, "Hey, I want to buy your medical practice for $25 million."
Okay, it's all yours.
I guess I'll live the rest of my life having fun. Yes.
What is funny is like while going through show prep in the morning, it used to be when Drudge was always to the right. There's another site called the Drudge Retort.
Yes,
that was the left-leaning side. But now with Drudge acting the way he does towards Trump,
they got rid of it.
They're the same. Like you go to Drudge Retort and Drudge Report, you're like, oh, there's a lot of similar headlines between the two.
For whatever reason, he just does not like Donald Trump. I mean, it's just that simple. But it's another thing to learn from that. I learned this back when I was kind of on the left. So let's go back to like the early '90s or so. There's Harper's. Is it Harper's Magazine?
Weekly.
Not the Bazaar, not the fashion one. But they have famously, and it's been picked up now, but for a long time, they would have it's something like by the numbers or whatever.
Yeah, that one page with all that cool stuff.
It was one page, and it would just be, if you don't know better, it's just a bunch of random numbers, number of people, blah, 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 percentage of this that does that, blah, blah, blah. But if you step back, you can see that the whole thing is an editorial. They're putting these things together so that you put them together. And once this percentage does this and this percentage does that, and by the time you get to the end, there's an obvious conclusion as to what was right and what was wrong.
They've hooked you by the...
Yeah, exactly. And the Drudge splash page is much like that. If you just looked at it a little bit, oh, this is just a bunch of different stories. But he or they together, they write their own headlines. And quite often, their headlines are way more interesting than the headlines of the actual stories that you go to.
You get so disappointed. This is not what this is.
You'll see something like, scientist says sun will explode. It will explode. Then you click on it. It's like science convention meets in Dewberry, Pennsylvania.
Autumn Fisher says explosive comment on Atlanta radio show. Okay.
It's not even like that. It's not even bait and switch. They're very good at going through the story and just pulling out the most spectacular thing and making that the headline, which would help. That's what headlines have always been. You're not supposed to lie about what's in the story, which happens now with the Buzz and BuzzFeed and stuff. But you're allowed to embellish and be creative with a headline to make people want to read the story.
Make it clickable.
And like that, I would hire Drudge if I was like, NBC or something. Hey, can you just spruce up our headlines so that we don't need you?
Like this headline, North Korean soldiers hooked on porn after getting internet for the first time.
Right.
Fighting for Russia.
Right. And then if you look at everything else, what you'll find out is Drudge is still pushing the idea that Ukraine is going to win, Russia is backward, they have no chance. Well, look at the whole thing with the narrative. I mean, the narrative wasn't just that Kamala was going to win. It was going to be a humiliation of Donald Trump and anyone who ever associated themselves with Donald Trump. And, today, I guess, I mean, I can't tell you how many of Drudge's headlines have essentially been about Trump and been something you could sum it up like, it's over.
Yeah.
Exclamation point, So, learn from. But I will say this before we go Joe Scarborough, when I got to him, at the end of the show, he wasn't there. And I thought, did he just not show up? Was he like one of Jared's friends who just can't go to work today after?
I know. How do I respond to these text threads?
Yeah,
by the way?
you don't. Just say get over it.
I haven't. I mean, I
offer
know.
to buy him a beer, whatever.
Let them have their
it.
day.
I know this weekend's going to be rough though, because I'm seeing friends that are definitely left leaning this weekend.
Not for you.
Well, I mean, I know for me, I've always been a person of reason talking around them.
Am I allowed to talk about who you voted for? It's your.
Yeah, I voted for Chase Oliver.
He voted for the Libertarian. And you knew that he was not going to win. Did you stay up all night long wondering, see if he pulled a big surprise?
I knew Chase wasn't going to win.
Right.
It was more or less.
You want to do your civic duty.
The main reason I went and I voted in Fulton County was to try to get Fonnie Willis out of office. That was the one.
Another interesting story. Where does that go at this point? But Joe Scarborough was there earlier, and he did say something that's real.
He only lost Illinois by 4 points.
4 points.
New Jersey by 5. I mean, you talk about we had talked about a red wave 2 years ago that never materialized. This is I've got to say, this is the biggest red wave I've seen since Ronald Reagan's 49 state victory in 1984.
So a lot of the people on MSNBC, even last night, were pretty professional, I found. There wasn't a moment where Rachel Maddow started throwing a tantrum at the. I kept looking for it. Joy Reid was Joy Reid. She's always going to say the Joy Reid thing.
Best campaign ever.
It was the flawless. Yeah. Kamala, except they didn't win. They got beat overwhelmingly. But other than that, according to Joy Reid, Kamala Harris ran a flawless campaign. Ashley Frasca is watching I-20. She's doing it for you.
It's going to be a little bit slow headed home into the eastern suburbs because of some rain showers now over Covington and Conyers. So just beware of a few brake lights now building as you make your way out I-20 East from Panola Road to Sigmund Road. And over on the West Freeway, that's doing pretty well through Lithia Springs. I-20 West just a tap of the brakes as you approach Thornton Road and cleared that trouble downtown. It was a stall knocking out 2 left lanes. It's now out of the way. Connector southbound before Martin Luther King Jr. Drive. Updating the ride in the Northwest in the Coolray Carrier Traffic Center. Kobe Dawkins.
Yeah, Ashley, just a tap of the brakes, leaving the perimeter on I-75 northbound, getting into Ackworth. 575, just a few brake lights getting into Woodstock. This report is sponsored by Scott Antique Market. The Scott Antique Market is this weekend. There's no telling what you'll find. Visit the Atlanta Expo Centers at I-285 at Jonesboro Road. It's the Scott Antique Markets this weekend. ScottAntiqueMarkets.com. Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
The most consequential election of our time is over.
This is a magnificent victory for the American people.
Donald Trump will return to the White House as the next president of the United States.
Make America great.
Stay with WSB for all the information you need from now through Inauguration
We're going to make
Day.
you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote.
95.5 WSB.
Your 2024 election station.
Tara Fine Jewelry Company, just 3 miles from the Mall of Georgia in Beaufort. Coveted brands like De Beers Code of Origin Diamonds, Mikimoto, Roberto Coin, fine Swiss watches, and so much more. Visit Tara Fine Jewelry Company in Beaufort today.
At Affordable Dentures and Implants, our Snap Secure dental implants will let you eat and speak with confidence at a price that's affordable. So if you think you can't afford dental implants, think again. Our 14 practices in the Atlanta area are open to serve you. Schedule a free new smile consultation by calling 1-800-DENTURE or visit affordabledentures.com to find the practice near you. That's 1-800-DENTURE or visit affordabledentures.com. Schedule your new smile consultation today.
Go ahead and smile.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Hey, it's Eric Von Hessler. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They'll handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades at no upfront cost. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Hey, it's me, your liver. You know, the organ that helps you recover every weekend after pizza, donuts, and all those drinks. When you have a headache, you take an aspirin. You have a stomach ache, you pop an antacid. But where's the love for your best buddy, the liver? The least that you could do to help me stay healthy is take Active Liver from New Nordic. Active Liver tablets contain high-quality, all-natural ingredients like milk thistle, globe artichoke, and turmeric extracts, which are proven to keep me healthy and you feeling your best. Active Liver provides an easy daily detox and helps protect me all year long. So let me make you an offer you can't refuse. You take care of me with Active Liver, and I keep taking care of you. Capiche?
See for yourself why Active Liver is Scandinavia's #1 liver health supplement. You can find Active Liver at CVS and online at Amazon, Target.com, or directly from NewNordicUSA.com. Again, find it in stores at CVS or online at Amazon, Target.com, or NewNordicUSA.com.
Have you outgrown the space at your business or home? Shipping Containers for You has your perfect solution. Affordable 40-foot and 20-foot containers that can be delivered to you within days. Go to shippingcontainersforyou.com. That's shippingcontainersforyou.com.
Belinda Skelton here with Dr. Ashraf with the Atlanta Vision Institute, and I'm a proud recipient of the laser optics procedure because it literally changed my life. I went from wearing glasses and contacts and not being able to see leaves on trees clearly, being tired when I read books at night, tired when I worked on the computer for long hours at a time. And I know that you hear a lot of this, Dr. Ashraf.
Yes, Belinda, I hear all these accolades all the time from patients. It is truly a life-changing procedure. This will not give you x-ray vision. However, if you want to get rid of the hassle of glasses and contacts and want to improve the quality of your life, this is a great procedure for you.
Go to 2020atlanta.com to find out more information. Take the quiz. See if this procedure is a good option for you. That website again is 2020atlanta.com. Your medical insurance may cover it.
So it's the first time that a president has served a full term, lost the re-election, and then come back and won after that, in the election after that. First one only happened one other time. Grover Cleveland.
Oh, yeah.
Was the dude who made it happen the last time, and we will probably never see this. This is history. We hear about history a lot, but what is happening? What, are we?
Hello.
Do you feel that cold wind coming through?
Don't be scared. It's only me, Grover Cleveland.
Oh, Grover Cleveland, the ghost.
First of all, let me say go Bills. Josh Allen is a generational talent.
All right, I forgot you're from Buffalo.
I pay attention to the Bills.
You were the mayor of Buffalo.
They were one of my favorite teams of all time.
You just watch them since you've been dead all this time. You just look down.
I have.
Do you hover over the stadium?
Sometimes, but I have a TV.
Oh, okay.
I don't need to fly down,
Okay, I got
a lot of free time up there, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm busy.
Yeah.
Busy working on things.
Are you, so Donald Trump has finally done what you did. This hasn't been done since then.
Finally, somebody can excel to my greatness.
Yeah, we talk about you a lot.
And now Donald Trump can work with the bourbon Democrats.
What?
To help stop free silver, inflation, imperialism, and other subsidies to those greedy farmers.
I think some of the issues may have changed since your time, but I get where you're coming from. You were a Democrat, right?
No.
Huh?
No.
Nah?
I don't think so.
Nah?
Yes, I was the first Democrat to win the White House after the Civil War.
Is that true?
That is true.
All right.
Then I lost it.
Uh-huh.
And then I won it back.
And then you got it back.
Do you prefer being called the 22nd or the 24th president?
I like both. 22 and 24. Listen, I brought in the mugwumps.
You think Trump's going to bring in the mugwumps?
Trump might bring in the mugwumps because the mugwumps crossed over from the opposition to help me fight free silver, inflation, imperialism, and farm subsidies.
Well, boy, silver and farm subsidies seems to really matter.
I told Donald Trump in a dream last night while he was sleeping, because that's how you got to communicate.
You got to wait till they go to sleep.
It is time to finally annex the Kingdom of Hawaii and bring to justice those who tried to overthrow Queen Lily. Well, whatever. Lily Uo Kalawani.
Do you guys get newspapers up there or the internet, anything?
What's the internet?
Well, no. Hawaii is the 50th state.
I got a TV with the aerials.
I want you to know that Hawaii is a state.
We won.
Yeah.
Are they respecting Queen Lily Uokalani?
She's long gone. You would know.
Well, they got to have a statue of her.
Well,
or something.
they have a statue, I think, and free silver. I don't even know what that's about. I have no idea. I don't know where that stands now.
You know, they still have a monument to OJ out there at the stadium at Highmark. I love that. Because, what he did off the field is not as,
Yes, Grover
Cleveland. And soon, maybe even this season,
Uh-huh.
Josh Allen's going to break his record of the most running touchdowns in Buffalo.
Okay, you seem very, very centered on the Buffalo Bills,
God.
Grover Cleveland.
I wish we had gotten D-Hop, but we ended up with Amari Cooper.
He was watching the trade deadline carefully yesterday.
MAGA!
All right, so Grover Cleveland, apparently a fan, and Donald Trump is now done what Grover Cleveland did way back in the day. Ashley Frasca is watching 575.
And delays behind a new crash now. We're trying to determine what lanes are blocked, but it's awfully slow. 575 northbound past Sixes Road, the crash right there, and northbound delays leaving Kennesaw as you make your way up toward Highway 92. 75 north, worst part of that ride is just trying to get past I-285, and 85 north becoming a little more crowded up through Norcross and to get up into Suwanee, beginning back around Duluth Highway 120, and the perimeter still pretty slow there in DeKalb County and Spaghetti Junction, 285 east and south on the brakes all the way down to Memorial Drive. Updating the South Side ride, it's Veronica Harrell.
It looks like there may be something new. 75 southbound before Jodico Road. That's at 222, keeping you slow through Stockbridge. And 75 northbound, you're going to hit the brakes around Highway 155. Traffic brought to you by Reliable Heating and Air. Stop paying for expensive heating and air repairs or home warranties. Get a reliable protection plan for just $14.99 a month and enjoy 100% parts and labor coverage for any H system, make or model. Triple Team Traffic 95.5 WSB.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good? Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good?
Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Learn how to get Comcast Business Internet and Security Edge plus Wi-Fi backup for $59 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement when you add Comcast Business Unlimited Mobile. And ask how to get up to a $600 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call or go online today. Ends 11/17/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 300 megabit per second internet, Security Edge, and Wi-Fi backup. Eagle bill and auto pay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change.
Do you know the secret to losing fat permanently? Hi, I'm Dr. Taylor from Be the Younger You Atlanta, and I know the secret. Our anti-aging program makes it easy to lose weight, regain your health, and for many of our patients, reduce or even come off their medications. All without drugs, surgery, prepackaged meals, or injections. No counting points or calories. And you feel great while losing it because if you're doing it the right way, you should feel great.
Hey, it's Shelley Winter. The Be the Younger You ATL.com weight loss program is the best ever because it really works. You lose the weight and the weight stays off, just like it has done for me. Stick to the program and you will look and feel much, much better. Go to BeTheYoungerYouATL.com right now or call 770-415-3000.
Call us now to schedule your free consultation and take advantage of our 20% off fall special. Call 770-415-3000 or go to BeTheYoungerYouATL.com. That's BeTheYoungerYouATL.com.
If you have COPD, here are some reasons to go see your pulmonologist again. 1. Those flare-ups you keep having, they have the chance to cause permanent lung damage. 2. We now know a certain type of inflammation can cause flare-ups for some people. And 3.
When can I see Grandma?
Need more reasons? Visit www.livewithcopd.com.
WSB Atlanta, WSB FM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk. News, weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk.
At 6 o'clock, I'm Bill Caiaccio. News is sponsored by the Lloyd Advisory Group. Our top story, a day after former President Trump's big victory, a concession from Vice President Harris. You heard the speech live on WSB.
CBS News special report. There were tears rolling down the faces of supporters of Democratic presidential nominee Kamala Harris as she spoke at Howard University and tried to cheer them up after her loss.
Do not despair.
This is not a time to throw up our hands. This is a time to roll up our sleeves.
Harris told the crowd that she called President-elect Donald Trump and congratulated him on his victory. His camp says he acknowledged Harris on her tenacity and strength.
Earlier today, I spoke with President-elect Trump and congratulated him on his victory. I also told him that we will help him and his team with their transition.
But this woman thinks those who voted for Trump will be sorry.
I've been a Republican my whole life. And I think this nation voted without a conscience. And I think there's going to be a huge case of buyer's remorse.
CBS News Special Report. I'm Allison Keyes.
After a record-breaking vote, Georgia's elections chief takes a victory lap today.
5.2 million Georgians, more than 70% of the state's registered voters cast ballots this election.
So voters had a great experience and obviously a great turnout.
Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger says his office worked diligently to make sure that voters had confidence heading into Tuesday.
I think that you can have fair, accurate, honest elections, but why don't we start improving the process so voters really enjoy coming out to vote?
There are still overseas and military ballots outstanding, and they have until Friday to come in. Certification is next Tuesday. Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
72 degrees in Atlanta. Some heavy rain falling south and east of Atlanta right now. When does it dry out? Meteorologist Christina Edwards has Atlanta Radio's only 5-day forecast coming up. Commissioners in one metro county are scrambling for ideas after voters again turned down a sales tax to pay for more and better public transit. WSB Steve Summers is live with why they just can't give up now.
Yeah, Bill, they're really kind of in it. Gwinnett voters have never been keen to add 1% to most everything they buy to fund a massive upgrade to the county's public transit system. But Commission Chair Nicole Hendrickson says it's not really better transit that is at stake mostly. It's many of the future economic development projects that are tied to it.
We do have other economic development projects that are transit-oriented development that do rely on having the interconnectedness of mobility options.
And now some of those are in jeopardy, but Hendrickson says that means they're going to have to go after government funding at every level.
We'll have to look for unique ways to fund transit projects.
Gwinnett voters not the only ones who are anti-tax minded. Cobb County voters rejected a similar transit tax yesterday. Reporting live, Steve Summers, 95.5 WSB.
A big rally on Wall Street in the wake of Trump's win. Kennesaw State economics professor Roger Tutterow says the financial sectors prefer quick victories like we've seen with this election.
Anytime you reduce the amount of political uncertainty, it tends to be supportive of valuations in financial markets.
Dow ends the day up more than 1,500 points. NASDAQ up nearly 3%. S&P up more than 2.5%. Funeral arrangements are announced for Bernie Marcus.
Services for the Home Depot co-founder will be held tomorrow here in Midtown Atlanta at the Temple on Peachtree Street at 1 o'clock. Speakers expected to include Home Depot co-founder and Falcons owner Arthur Blank. That service is open to the public. There will be a private graveside service Thursday in Sandy Springs for family and close friends. Bernie Marcus passed away Monday at the age of 95. Sabrina Cupid, 95.5 WSB.
Repairs continue at this hour on a gas leak in downtown Atlanta. It forced the evacuations of the state capitol and Georgia State MARTA station. Roads are closed in the area. It is now 6:04. The Von Hessler Doctrine continues in less than 2 minutes. Right now, it's triple team traffic. And here is Ashley Frasca.
We just got our eyes on new trouble in Stockbridge. That is a right lane crash, and the fire department is on scene now on 75 South between Hudson Bridge and Jodico Road. So you're already seeing the brake lights quickly back at Highway 138 on both 75 and 675, trying to roll home on the south side. And it looks like police are out with a crash on 285 South right at Highway 78. So the inner loop slow back to Doraville, and also looking for the cause for a slowdown leaving the Mall of Georgia area, 85 North headed up to Hamilton Mill. Double trouble on 575 northbound. Kobe Dawkins.
Yeah, that's correct. 575 northbound past Bells Ferry Road, exit 4. Car crash knocking out one left lane, and then as you continue getting into Cherokee County, 575 northbound past 6's Road, exit 11, another crash knocking out one left lane. You can avoid all of these delays by taking Highway 5 as an alternate. Triple team traffic, 95.5 WSB.
Now Atlanta Radio's only 5-day forecast, sponsored by Shoemate, the official plumber of Atlanta Homes. Here's meteorologist Christina Edwards.
Cloudy skies this evening with hit or miss rain showers moving through the metro region. Lows tonight in the mid-60s. Tomorrow mostly cloudy, mainly dry, though an isolated isolated rain shower can't be ruled out, high 75. Friday, the rain moves out, sunshine returns, becoming partly cloudy, morning low 65, afternoon high 77. This weekend, Saturday and Sunday, mostly cloudy, breezy, but mainly dry, morning lows in the mid-60s, afternoon highs in the low to mid-70s. Monday, mostly cloudy, high 74.
It is 70 in Brazelton, 71 in Sandy Springs, 70 in Fayetteville. More news at 6:30. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Bill Caiaccio, 95.5 WSB.
Hour 4 of the Von Hessler Doctrine begins right now. I was looking this up because I wanted to check myself. I thought I knew this is a story. So, Trump's the first president since Grover Cleveland to win an election, win the White House, lose the White House, and then come back and win the White House. So that's up to now. Now this is going to get skewed even more. Because now he's what? Is he now the 47th and 45th?
Yeah, 45th and 47th.
And Grover Cleveland, he had 2 of those.
22nd and 24th.
And what happens is we've always thought we had one more president than we did by numbers. And now it's going to be 2. In the future, they're going to look back and say, because each administration gets its own number. You don't go back to the... But this is a different time in history. So when Grover Cleveland lost to Benjamin Harrison at the inauguration, it was raining like hell. And there's a photo of Grover Cleveland holding the umbrella over Benjamin Harrison's head.
Oh, that's nice.
While Benjamin Harrison takes the oath of office, and then Grover Cleveland comes back to beat him a few years later.
He didn't hold nothing over my head.
Now, what was an umbrella?
No, when I went back, he's not holding nothing over my head.
Oh, you said he didn't care.
No, he sat there like a bump on a log.
What about, he was the mayor of Buffalo. That's why he's talking like that. Kamala, you with us? I don't know. Did we lose Kamala? Meaning, did we lose Autumn? Sometimes I turn around and just like Autumn's not there. It's like, I thought we were going all the way to Oregon. Okay, so let's do this.
It's time for Wellness Wednesday with Dr. Joe.
Somewhere along the line, she just jumped out of the wagon. Still on the trail. All right. Well, I know that we're talking about the election today, but let me tell you something about Wellness Wednesday. Steps aside for no man, no thing, no event. It's Wellness Wednesday. It's alliterative, and we're radio hacks.
Well, there are people.
It's Wellness Wednesday,
and there are people unwell with how the election results went down.
Well, that's true. We have to now, even though I'm an objective personality, and I didn't.
You swallow your emotions.
I just didn't. I got what I wanted. Everybody asked me, "What do you want to happen?" I wanted a decisive victory. I got what I want. We're not going through the weekend. We're not going through 2 weeks. We're not waiting for Pennsylvania. We're not waiting for. I got what I want. So in that sense, I am happy. But Dr. Joe is here, and it's Wellness Wednesday. How are you, sir?
I'm very happy.
Did you stay up all night watching the
I fell
election?
asleep, but woke up at about 4:30 and then tuned in and was trying to see who was calling what. AP finally called it at 5:30. That's what I heard.
It was basically over at 12:30 or so.
Yeah.
Even the outlets that weren't calling it,
Yeah.
when they would go for analysis for anybody, they were making it clear that it's going to be nearly impossible. There was one point last night on one of the stations, it might have been CNN, they have that vote over time graphic, and it shows you like all through the evening how the two sides, like Kamala will be red and whatever, blue the other way around. And then they were showing it, and he's like, you see these two lines, they got it, in order for Kamala to win, they need to be getting closer together. And as you can see, since 10:30 p.m., they're doing nothing but getting larger. And they would do this like in county after county. It's like none of the lines were working for Kamala.
And I love when they put that line next to the New York Times actually has like a little needle that shows you like who's
you remember
winning
when
the
they
election.
were like 90% Hillary Clinton?
Yeah.
And then it
went
went
and then went the other way like that. The needle was fun to watch too.
The needles. Wow, you need help?
Well, I'm saying
the last person in my life I know who said the needle was fun to watch.
Not with us anymore.
Well, we had to put it. I paid. You had to put him in a rehab.
Well, now we got the doctor in the house. I needed some
Your
help here.
fascination with needles is starting to frighten me.
We can do a rehab.
All right, Dr. Joe. All right, what Wellness Wednesday stories do we have, Dr. Joe?
Well, Time Magazine, or just Time,
Time wherever you find us,
has a list of ways to cope if the election didn't go your way. And because a lot of people are feeling a storm of emotions, right, Dr. Joe?
Yes, they are.
Can I give my advice?
Yes. What do you say, Time reporter?
Give me
Von
the
Hessler?
headline again. Give me the headline again.
The headline is How to Cope If the Election Didn't Go Your Way.
Here's my answer. Get over it.
There you go.
I mean that somewhat jokingly and somewhat sincerely. Is sometimes your team doesn't win.
Yeah.
And that's just the way that it is. And you just have to deal with it.
4 years ago, other people went through this, right?
Yeah, but those people were on the wrong side of history.
Oh, that's
so
right.
you got to
They were-
understand,
but
it's the good people who are going through it this time.
Guys, the American Psychological Association says that you might be feeling disappointment, anger, hurt, and sadness, and it's important to recognize these feelings instead of just rushing past them.
Oh, what a bunch of commie nonsense. Get over it. That's the psychiatrist I want. Shut up.
Shut up. Get out of here.
Shut
Pay the girl
up.
on her way out. Yeah.
All right. Obviously, there's something to this. People do
Yes.
have it's the stages of grief, right? Basically.
Right. You have to name your feelings and recognize that you're going through these problems.
Look, I'm going to name my feelings Philip. Because I had a friend named Philip when I was a kid, so it's good. Yeah.
And he bothered you, or?
I didn't like him.
Philip so Philip represents Trump. Okay, got it.
Right. Okay.
Oh, yeah. If you're,
Right,
yes.
Your
Philip.
childhood trauma.
Yeah. Well, Philip moved away, so my troubles were taken
You
off
won.
my
That
hands.
was it. Yeah,
I
it
won.
was very simple.
Yeah.
I think the best piece of advice they give you is stop watching the news.
Of course.
I thought that was brilliant.
There's only one thing I would add to that. Never begin watching them again.
Ever.
No matter what. No. I have not been. Last night I did. I was jumping around to different. I had no idea. I rarely watch these stations, and I was watching them in 4K. And oh my goodness, the plastic surgery going on at Fox News and CNN is shocking in 4K.
We don't have to be good looking on radio.
They're not good looking. It's not making them look good. Aging, if you want to look good as you age, be healthy, drink lots of water, whatever. There's nothing wrong with, she's 62, she's got a few wrinkles. It's okay.
Right. Listen to R.F. Kennedy, our new health czar.
Oh, yeah, the health czar. Yeah.
Yes, he's going to...
All right to take steroids and lift weights, though.
Okay, you're going to keep that? Creatine is safe?
Well, human growth hormone is derived from the human body.
Take it from prisoners. Is that where they get it from?
Wherever.
All right. So, go ahead.
No, it's just it basically stop watching the news, meditate, go outside, do calming things. Pretty much any stressful event you have in your life. This is the advice they give you, but
this
is specific.
This
a lot of people that are
Psychological Association.
There's a lot of people that are upset today, Eric.
I know, but I mean, it's upsetting. Look, I'm a Buffalo Bills fan. You gonna talk to me about being upset?
You should read this article. It'll tell you what to do.
Well,
Don't watch the Buffalo Bills.
I've learned to live with it. I'm
Right.
going back to the 90s. They went to 4 Super Bowls in a row and lost them all. That qualifies as actually terrorizing your fans.
He's having an episode, Dr.
And
Joe.
I think so. Yeah,
I got over. I know. You know what you do. I will tell you this from that point of view. I think that if you are really, really, I'm being honest here. If you are really, really feeling sad and blue, whatever, because your side didn't win, this is what you do. If you're a parent, if you're in a marriage, or if you're not just with friends, do something magical with them. Like go somewhere. Go out to eat, have a good time, whatever. Create a competing narrative, an emotion in your life, because the thing that's making you sad is never going to change.
Right.
There's no changing it. I'm never going to look up and go, oh my goodness, the Bills won 4 Super Bowls in a row. That's the 28-3 thing. It's never going to change. So the best thing to do is be super nice to your kids today. Do something special.
Right.
Go, what do your kids like to do? Do they like to do laser tag? Whatever it is.
My kid voted for Trump.
Well, then I guess the two of you need to...
I kicked him out of the house.
I'm not talking about voting age kids. Or it could be. But my
Take
point...
him to the putt shack.
Whatever they like. Whatever they like. Your kids like to go to Top Golf with you, whatever.
Yeah.
Create a situation that is, now she's with us.
I'm so sorry. My headphones were all tangled, and I unplugged it, and I swear it was for like 20 seconds.
All right, and those were the 20 seconds that I wanted to ask.
We needed you.
Did you hear my story about Grover Cleveland?
Oh, yeah. I heard
Yeah,
about
I want to know. Well,
Let's repeat the whole thing.
I want to know if Kamala Harris is going to hold the umbrella over Trump during the inauguration.
You mean a woman ran for president?
Okay, Grover.
I have a collection of umbrellas, and so maybe I'll dig through my closet and find the right one. I mean, I'll do my part. I guess.
She's dealing with the stress in an
That's
appropriate
right.
manner.
She's doing fine. She's laughing and she's
I'm fine.
yeah, she
I'm
seems
fine.
you are. You're doing fine.
Go ahead and burn the world to the ground without me.
Oh, that's a little anger.
Go ahead.
Doesn't
no,
she get a,
go
she
ahead.
gets a pension now.
I'm
Don't you
saying
get a pension, Kamala, like for the rest of your life now because you were vice
I'm
president?
Sure, listen, I'm very wealthy.
Okay.
You and Dougie are going to be fine.
But I was going to say, like, part of being an adult is learning to sit in uncomfortability. If you're uncomfortable after this election, I'm uncomfortable, but you have to just sit with it. And then it fades away, and maybe it will motivate you to do something else. Just like what you're saying about, like, the Democrats is going to motivate them to, like, maybe configure their party, and what they're doing with it.
Maybe start responding to the people. I mean, there's
Right.
only one thing that you can take away from this. If you're the Democrat Party, we've grown away from the people. And so there's only yes.
Sorry, I saw someone say something really interesting where the Democrats sort of as a group treat Republicans as they would if they were missionaries, right? Like if the Democrats were missionaries coming into your world and saying, like, let me teach you.
Condescending.
Yeah. Like, and especially like with what that lady was saying earlier, where she was like, "This was so perfect. It had, we had Queen Latifah, we have Cardi B, we have the Beehive.
Joy
Like,
Reid.
what kind of metric is that to say like, oh well, then they're very in touch. Like,
And you know what? And who was saying it? Was it Joy Reid who was saying that?
Joy Reid
You know
said
what?
that.
I'll bet you. I'll bet you she's a fan of every one of those people, and she got to meet them.
Yeah, she's probably going to
Oh,
go
yeah.
backstage.
You
for
know
all
what?
them.
Most of the people who are voting, it means nothing. She really made the point of how elite the party has become. And also, the Republican Party became elite too. Like, no one is more homeless politically. The Democrat Party can fix themselves. The most homeless political element out there are the neocons who used to run the Republican Party. The Democrat Party lost a race. I said this before. The Never Trumpers lost a party. That it's overwhelming and it's obvious. So I guess they'll become permanent Democrats now. They thought it was going to be temporary. I don't know. Ashley Frasca says there's trouble on 575.
Two different crashes, one in Cobb County, one in Cherokee County. The first one, 575 northbound past Bells Ferry. Traffic Trooper Tara spotted that, said left lane is blocked, so it's already slow back to Barrett Parkway. And then you find the brake lights again coming up from Ridgewalk Parkway. A crash in the left lane, 575 northbound, about a mile past Sixes Road. And we've been watching trouble on the south side. A medical emergency in Stockbridge, 75 south. They're working in the right lane at Hudson Bridge, exit 224. Delays begin before Highway 138. Starting on Georgia 400, the ride home there, it's Veronica Harrell.
Over on 400 northbound, dealing with some brake lights there through Sandy Springs. And then again, as you approach Windward Parkway and Alpharetta. And 85 northbound, overall, not so bad. Enjoy it as you leave Spaghetti Junction, 285, and get through Norcross. And then again, approaching 985. This report brought to you by Georgia Pathways. If you're uninsured and working, volunteering, or pursuing higher education, you may be eligible for free health insurance through Georgia Pathways. Visit pathways.georgia.gov to learn more. Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
The most consequential election of our time is over.
Donald Trump will return to the White House as the next president of the United States.
Well, I want to thank you all very
Stay
much.
with WSB for all the information you need from now through Inauguration
This
Day.
is a movement like nobody's ever seen before.
95.5 WSB.
Your 2024 election station.
Hey, yeah, it was cute for a while, You wake up, it's 48 degrees, but by 9, it was 63, headed for 80. Ha! Fun times. However, now it's only 40, headed for what? The upper 60s? What the heck is going on? Dave Baker here for Coolray Heating and Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. What's going on is that this is autumn. This is make sure your HVAC system works time of the year. Thankfully, you have Coolray on your side. Right now is a great time to have Coolray out to the house for an HVAC tune-up. That's right. A Coolray tune-up will make sure that your system works correctly before Mother Nature takes us on another ride on the temperature roller coaster. But what if a tune-up's not enough? Relax. Coolray has new Carrier home comfort systems on hand ready for installation, and you can enjoy up to 60 months of no interest and payments for as low as $98 a month. So stay ahead of Mother Nature. Schedule your appointment online at Coolray.com. You pick the date and time that works best for you. Coolray and Carrier. Turn to the experts.
At Humana, our Medicare Advantage plans give you coverage and care you can count on, along with guided support to help you feel your best. Our licensed sales agents are ready to help you understand your options and choose a Medicare Advantage plan. You'll feel confident because you have plan options that fit your needs. You could have a plan with a $0 premium and even personalized care from a wide network of doctors, or all-in-one plans that may include medical and prescription coverage, as well as routine dental, vision, and hearing. When it comes to the benefits and support you need, Humana has Medicare Advantage plans made for your well-being and your wallet. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
Hey, it's Ashley Frasca from the traffic team. And when I report traffic every morning, I hear from people that are jammed up. They are bumper to bumper, and there's not enough room to move on the Atlanta roads. You know that. So let me ask you, is the storage at your business like that? Do you feel like you've outgrown your space? Shipping Containers for You has the perfect solution. Shipping Containers for You has 40-foot and 20-foot containers that can be delivered to you within days. Go to shippingcontainersforyou.com. Find the shipping container that you need for your home or business and have it delivered within days.
If you're experiencing low energy, brain fog, or bloating, then your body might need a detox. Active Liver from New Nordic makes it easy to help your liver detox your body all year long without major changes to your diet or lifestyle. Active Liver is available in stores at CVS or online at Amazon.
Blur? No, who is this?
I don't know. Mother's Little Helper
Oh, no.
is the song.
Is this a remake of the Rolling Stones song?
No.
It
Just
could
keep
be.
playing it.
Let's just sit here and listen. We'll do like, hey, it didn't hurt Trump. And maybe for 20 minutes we should just listen to bumper music and I'll dance.
Play the YMCA for you. Yeah, there you go.
All right. Joseph? Oh, no, wait a minute, Joe. You're going to stay here till 7, I'm assuming.
Absolutely.
Well, it turns out we forgot to do this, so let's do
Word
this.
of the day.
Ort.
What? You know what it is. Ort.
Ort?
Ort. O-R-T. It's a noun, and it means, it's usually in a plural, orts.
Ort.
A scrap or remainder of food from a meal. So
Ort.
the little scraps. Oh. Maybe you feed that to your dog.
Ort.
What's left over.
Makes sense to you, but
I thought it was a cud that had a bunch of.
Well, I'm wondering if it's called.
Oh, that's O-O-R-T.
Oh.
Ah.
Ort.
Somebody married a NASA scientist.
Or I am a linguist.
There's one A.
That's a lot.
That's a lot. So we haven't introduced it till 6:23, and somehow the host of the show has to use that word
Ort
in a natural and organic way.
It's
before
perfectly
7
okay.
p.m.
We've had a lot to talk about today.
I wasn't asking for your
Ort
permission or blessing.
Listen, sometimes as a producer, I have to be the nice blankie. You're okay, Eric. It's all good.
Yeah, if we didn't do it, I would have lived. I would have lived. But I think the audience. It gets them all stressed out, and we know some people
That's true.
are stressed out. But it is Wellness Wednesday.
Ort.
So what do we got?
All right, now into the real wellness here from the Wall Street Journal. Apparently, the secret to better sex is a full night's sleep, guys.
Oh my goodness, this seems to make sense.
Morning sex.
How can I have a full night's sleep if
you're
I'm
having
It doesn't seem to work.
And if people are stressed about the election too, like you're stressed, you're
you
doing that.
don't want to have stress sex. That's
What about election
that's no
sex?
good.
Yeah, you start seeing your partner as the other candidate.
That's
It's bad.
anger. No?
Yeah, it's bad.
Revenge.
Yeah, I say take a walk. Take a good long walk.
Ooh, Daddy, I voted for Kamala.
What?
Oh, bad girl. I canceled out your stupid little vote.
Nelly won.
All right. Get in there.
Yes.
Yeah, because sleep reduces cortisol, and cortisol affects your hormone levels. And, of course, you have to have the energy and the brain function, the serotonin, dopamine, norepinephrine. You have to have all the neurotransmitters. And that happens when you sleep. You reboot the neurotransmitters.
You know, it's somewhat telling to me when I was watching the Elon Musk, Joe Rogan, the interview of Elon Musk on Joe Rogan. You know all these different things he's doing. X/Twitter, SpaceX, trying to go to Mars, the Boring Company that does tunnels, and everything that he's up to. And I think he's like 54 or something like that, 52, 53, 54. No bags under his eyes. That's impressive.
That's surgery.
Well, it doesn't seem to be from because I've seen people who get that bags removed.
Yeah, they look surprised.
I would do it, except I know that I don't want to look surprised for 2 years after I do it. Everybody looks like you saw a ghost.
He's in that continuous K-hole over there.
Is it ketamine? Is that how you do it? All right, we got to take a break. He appears to be stuck. Ashley Frasca is now watching Southside Delays.
Things are getting a lot tougher out of Morrow now on 75 South, trying to head home into Henry County. We've had a medical emergency, and they put flares out in the right lane, 75 South at Hudson Bridge. Maybe time to think about using Highway 42. And as you're rolling through Ellenwood, a brand new red alert. It looks like a rollover crash. All lanes are shut down on 675 northbound, just past Highway 42, exit number 2, and southbound slow there as well. And still the 2 crashes on 575 northbound, past Bell's Ferry in the left lane, and one north of 6's Road. That also in the left lane. Kobe Dawkins in the Coolray Carrier Traffic Center.
Yeah, seeing possible trouble in DeKalb County, I-20 eastbound past Wesley Chapel Road, exit 68. Possible crash knocking out 1 to 2 lanes, seeing tough delays back to the perimeter. Traffic brought to you by Reliable Heating and Air. Stop paying for expensive heating and air repairs or home warranties. Get a reliable protection plan for just $14.99 a month and enjoy 100% parts and labor coverage on any H-System make or model. Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
Mark Lloyd and the team at the Lloyd Advisory Group understand that no matter how the 2024 presidential election shakes out, it's going to have a huge impact on your retirement. Now more than ever, it's important that you have a clear understanding of what's at stake with your finances, because as we've already seen, anything can happen. Major election surprises like the ones we've been seeing can potentially tip the balance on our economy. And on top of everything else, we also know our current tax rates are going to expire at the end of next year, and they'll go back up. Do you think your finances are ready for all of this? Well, Mark's election stress test can help find out. Schedule yours today with the Lloyd Advisory Group by calling or texting ELECTION to 770-766-5611. That's ELECTION to 770-766-5611. See how strong your plan really is. Call or text ELECTION to 770-766-5611. Insurance products and services are offered through the Lloyd Advisory Group.
Imagine your team always looking and feeling their best in high-performance technical workwear. Cintas can make it happen. They have garments for almost every job imaginable. And with the Cintas Workwear program, you get freshly laundered garments delivered every week for everyone on your team. Great garments without the bother of laundry. That's a real perk for employees. Find out how Cintas can boost team image and morale. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Why should you do your shopping at D. Geller & Son this holiday season? Because you don't want to end up like shouldn't have case number 674.
Okay, everyone, let's open our gifts. Honey, you go first.
Oh, perfume. You really shouldn't have.
It's in my throat.
It's in my eyes.
What? It's not that bad.
Shouldn't have gone with the perfume. This year, take the risk out of holiday shopping with a beautiful gift from D. Geller & Son. A breath of fresh air since 1939.
Need inspiration? Shop Kroger for thousands of appetizing ingredients that inspire countless mouth-watering meals with savings beyond low prices. Like digital coupons worth over $600 each week and up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. So you can get big flavors and big savings. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
Right now, save big on 6-packs of Coca-Cola, Pepsi, or Canada Dry. Select varieties are just $2.99 each with your card and digital coupon. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
This is Monica Pearson from My Plumber Superior Plumbing. The owner, Jay Cunningham, has been serving Atlanta for almost 40 years. They are Atlanta's plumber. Most other plumbing companies have been purchased by private equity conglomerates. Superior Plumbing is entrenched in the community, but the reason I chose Superior Plumbing is that they respect your time with on-time appointments and quality work done right the first time.
Superior, the honest one. Call 770-422-PLUM.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk. At 6:30, I'm Bill Caiaccio. News is sponsored by Mark Spain Real Estate. Our top story, Vice President Harris concedes defeat to Donald Trump.
CBS News special report.
I am so proud of the race we ran.
That's Democratic presidential nominee Kamala Harris speaking to a heartbroken crowd of supporters at Howard University this afternoon after conceding to President-elect Donald Trump.
I know many people feel like we are entering a dark time. But for the benefit of us all, I hope that is not the case.
Harris had hoped to give her victory speech at the famous historically black university in the nation's capital and quoted a historian saying, "Only when it is dark enough can you see the stars, and the battle isn't over."
And we will continue to wage this fight in the voting booth, in the courts, and in the public square.
Former President Obama also called Mr. Trump to congratulate him and noted the importance of a peaceful transfer of power. CBS News Special Report. I'm Allison Keyes.
A day after the election, Georgia's Secretary of State gives an update on how his team handled the election.
I think we handled it great.
Brad Raffensperger says more than 70% of Georgia's registered voters cast ballots in this election.
Total of 5.2 million. Pretty amazing. It's exciting. I think that's because I led on making sure we got photo ID for all forms of voting. It really restored confidence on the absentee ballot process, and that was really important.
There are overseas and military ballots still outstanding, and they have until Friday to arrive. Counties certify the results next Tuesday. 72 degrees in Atlanta. Rain falling south and east of Atlanta this hour. How long does it continue? Atlanta Radio's only 5-day forecast with meteorologist Christina Edwards is coming up. This just in, a Delta flight from Atlanta to Washington, D.C. makes an emergency landing. It's diverted to Raleigh-Durham International Airport. Video from there shows emergency vehicles surrounding the plane. The crew had to evacuate passengers. No one is hurt. The emergency landing was prompted by an odor coming from the plane. A former South Georgia prosecutor faces trial for using his office to protect the father and son ultimately convicted of murdering Ahmaud Arbery.
Jury selection is January 21st for former Glenn County DA Jackie Johnson. Final pretrial motions are scheduled for next month. She's indicted for violating her oath and obstructing and hindering law enforcement, accused of shielding Greg and Travis McMichael from charges after they chased and fatally shot Ahmaud Arbery. The state attorney general's statement says they've never stopped fighting for Ahmaud Arbery and his family and look forward to presenting their case. Johnson's attorney Brian Steele, who just wrapped up repping Young Thug in Fulton County's YSL trial, declines comment. Veronica Waters, 95.5 WSB.
A Fulton County jail officer is among 6 suspects facing charges in an alleged plot to kill 2 other officers at the jail.
Inmate Wayne Alford allegedly worked with others both in and outside the jail on the plan to kill the 2 officers. The U.S. Attorney's Office for the Northern District of Georgia says Latasha Baker, an officer at that jail, was in on the plan. Alford reportedly wanted to kill the officers after they interfered with his contraband and narcotics trafficking operations. Authorities found out about the plan after the 2 officers found tracking devices attached to their cars. Austin Eller, 95.5 WSB.
An Athens man is arrested on murder charges. 27-year-old Kendall Boone is in custody. Police say they responded to a call about a possible death at an apartment on Royale Road. When they arrived, they found a woman who'd been shot to death. Police are waiting to release her name until next of kin is notified. 2 new safety ambassadors are added to the Dunwoody Police Force.
The ambassadors are easy to spot, says Sergeant Michael Cheek with Dunwoody Police.
They're in specially marked vehicles. They're both driving small trucks that are clearly marked public safety ambassadors, and they have a completely different uniform than our sworn police officers do.
He says they'll handle non-emergency calls. The idea is to relieve sworn officers from handling low-priority calls, allowing them to focus on urgent, high-priority situations. Dunwoody looking to hire 2 more public safety ambassadors. Sabrina Cupid, 95.5 WSB.
It is 6:34 and time now for live team coverage of traffic and weather. And Triple Team Traffic starts now with Ashley Frasca.
watching a traffic red alert, Bill, and that is on the south side with a car on its side. A rollover crash on 675 northbound past Highway 42. All lanes are shut down, and southbound traffic is at a crawl. Everybody looking through the median. So stick with Highway 42 as your alternate route in both directions there between Stockbridge and Ellenwood. And better news, 75 south, yes, it is very crowded down from Morrow, but the situation that's been in the right lane past Hudson Bridge, that just cleared to the shoulder. All lanes are back open. Had a couple of issues on 575. Veronica Garrell.
Yeah, and unfortunately still there. Double trouble. First crash is 575 northbound north of Bells Ferry Road, exit 4. Crash knocks out a left lane. And then further up over in Holly Springs, also that crash in a left lane. 575 northbound north of 6th Road, exit 11. You can use Highway 5 to bypass the delays. At Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
Now Atlanta Radio's only 5-day forecast with meteorologist Christina Edwards.
Cloudy skies this evening with hit or miss rain showers moving through the metro region. Lows tonight in the mid-60s. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy, mainly dry, though an isolated rain shower can't be ruled out. High 75. Friday, the rain moves out. Sunshine returns, becoming partly cloudy. Morning low 65. Afternoon high 77. This weekend, Saturday and Sunday, mostly cloudy, breezy, but mainly dry. Morning lows in the mid-60s. Afternoon highs in the low to mid-70s. Monday, mostly cloudy. High 74.
It is 73 in Midtown Atlanta, 72 in Noonan, 69 in Dunwoody. More news at 7 o'clock. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Bill Caiaccio, 95.5 WSB.
When historians look back, they're going to say, oh, that was a red letter day in Atlanta history when QC Kinetics arrived. Hey, it's Mark Aaron back with you. You know, the demand for QC treatment so strong, opening another clinic, this one in Douglasville, while continuing treatment in Lawrenceville, Sandy Springs, Marietta, and Stockbridge. Friends, QC Kinetics, a game changer. The nation's leader in regenerative medicine, using a modern-day approach to deal with chronic joint pain. All-natural process that uses healing properties from your own body to restore and repair damaged tissue in your joints. So what's that mean? It means you can get your life back, be active again without that chronic pain and without surgery or drugs. Stop putting it off. If you have arthritic pain or pain from an injury, do what so many others have already done. Call QC Kinetics, free consultation. Call now, 770-285-8026. That's 770-285-8026. QC Kinetics. Call them, 770-285-8026.
George Stein literally wrote the book on DUI defense in Georgia. Let him represent you. GeorgeStein.com.
Do you hear that? These are the sounds of our jeweler's workshop at Shane Company, where they're working their magic to bring beautiful, fine jewelry gifts to life. At Shane Company, we love jewelry as much as you do, and we know what it takes to create something special. No matter your budget, we craft our jewelry with expert care to be passed down for generations. With jewelry craftsmen in every store and an unmatched free lifetime warranty, we're here to make sure your jewelry always shines bright. Stop by and shop online at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
A lot of companies claim to be able to repair your foundation, but don't go with just anyone. Go with a specialist. Doug Turnbull here. Go with Ramjack. Foundation repair is all they do. Ramjack has the most experienced technicians in the industry to focus on your foundation and properly diagnose the issue. They'll fix your foundation right the first time using the highest quality products available, and they'll leave your home flawless. Get your free estimate. Just Google Atlanta Ramjack.
Yeah, we had this programming all night long. You know, we started with a round table, and then there was coverage after that, and Shelley Winter stayed till 3 o'clock in the morning. And so there's a lot of food coming in. I just thought maybe I went over to the trough over there where they have all the stuff.
Food.
Thought maybe I could find a little more food for myself. Not an Ort remains.
Ort.
Wow.
Nice job.
Thank you very much,
Yeah.
ladies and gentlemen. Got that out of the way. Wellness Wednesday. Any more stories, or should we just let Dr. Joe go?
No, I've got
Dr. Go.
I'll just ramble on for 20
Dr.
minutes.
Beat it.
You go.
Doctor, get the hell out of here.
You know what? This next health.
All right. You sound like you're talking into a paper cup. I don't know why, but you sound like you're speaking to us from some sort of vent.
She's the
HVAC
the
vent.
Automouse.
Yes. So we'll get back to Automouse. and get a story for Wellness Wednesday.
Eric, this directly applies to you.
Don't
Healthline.com.
you- how dare you?
Well,
I'm offended.
Dr. Joe is going to help you here. This is we used to have sparring with Dr. Joe.
Hands to yourself.
You guys would spar on this one here. From Healthline.com. Are you tired of being a night owl? There are 8 steps to stop staying up so late and become a morning person. You've always been a night owl, Eric.
I am a night owl.
Yes.
And it's not a good thing.
No.
I don't want to go through all 8 steps, but see, my problem is I think the more you concentrate on trying to go to sleep,
Right.
it becomes more difficult.
Well, yes,
So,
exactly.
You know,
So you
I
just
found for a couple of weeks, like the whiskey was going all right, but then I'm like, I don't like that anymore. So
that's one way to do it.
Probably just walking a lot every day and
exercise.
Yeah, well, if you go to bed at 2:00, then you got to cut back to 1:30, and you got to set up a pattern for
I
yourself.
know, but if I do that, then I won't go to sleep till 3. Oh, I got in bed a half hour early, and
He's getting
now
in his head,
so
Dr.
my
See what
brain will
happens.
just keep going.
He needs counseling.
He does.
The melatonin gummies are pretty good.
You need to get outside, Eric. Get light early in the day.
Mr. Kennedy, can we recommend some valerian or something for him?
A little valerian root tea, or maybe what I usually like to use is a nice drug that you can get from the pharmaceutical company. Ambien, try that.
I thought you
And
were I thought you didn't like the pharmaceutical.
Well, when you take an Ambien, you might end up, cutting the head off of a dead whale and driving it around.
I liked the Trump speech last night. He was like, I told Bobby, I said to Bobby, keep your hands off the oil. Your hand?
He said that?
Gold.
Yeah, he did.
And the liquid gold. Keep your hands off the liquid. Anything else? Go ahead, have a blast. Keep your hands off the.
So is he going to be in the
liquid gold.
cabinet?
Yeah, he's going to be a health secretary or something like that.
Yeah.
It seems like.
I'm excited, actually. I think finally people like myself will get some recognition. I mean, we already got the most recognition here, but
Yes.
other people like myself who don't have the honor of working with the Von
Wait a
Hessel
minute. Are you saying like you are marginalized as a doctor because you're a chiropractor?
Yes, and because I do holistic, natural things like
That's right.
nutrition and
Yeah.
supplements and things. So I mean, he's all over. I heard him speak, and he said the reason he keeps going, his voice is so bad, but chiropractic keeps him going.
Really?
Yes, that's a true statement. I have that.
Now, how would that be?
Pinch nerves in the neck control the vocal cords.
Okay,
the
so you
recurrent
gotta flow that
laryngeal
up,
nerve.
unpinch them.
And that's it. He said when I get adjusted, I can speak better. So I was very, very, very pleased with that. So.
Oh, well, look at that. You and RFK-JR.
We're tight, man. Yeah, we're hanging. So.
Sitting in a tree.
Yes, I suggest you go to all the witch doctors.
It
works. I'm just kidding. I get adjusted.
The shaman have been much maligned for too long.
Go take ayahuasca.
There you go.
That'll adjust your brain.
Maybe they'll make that legal now. What do you think? You can try for that, Mr. Kennedy?
No, Trump won't go for that.
Hey, wait, you know what? Like Aaron Rodgers has won the last 2 games. RFK-JR is going to be in a new. Maybe things are turning around for the ayahuasca.
There you go.
The ayahuasca bunch.
Yeah.
When Aaron Rodgers retires, he might be in the cabinet too.
Hey, look, yeah, I know.
I might,
What's Aaron? You gonna go? You gonna be the secretary of what? Vax?
Be a secretary. I'll be the guy, the president's physical fitness guy.
Yeah,
Like Secretary of Solitude.
Yeah. Secretary of Darkness.
Hey, by the way, very quickly, I want to. And Dr. Joe, we're here. We've done our Wellness Wednesday.
Got it out of the way.
So George Clark was at Manual's last night.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I'm trying to, because I can imagine you have a personality where you could go to a place like that alone.
Yeah, I did. I went alone.
I don't know how you
I tried
do
to
it.
talk my neighbor into going with me, but he had an interview.
Okay, I don't know how
At
you are
midnight?
so comfortable in your own skin
Today.
because most people at Manual's does have the reputation that if you're a Republican, you're still welcome, but it's a mainly Democrat-leaning.
I couldn't see
joint.
anybody else that had a smile on their face.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. But so what do you when you walk into a crowd like that? You just like do you go to the bar and sit by yourself? Do you sit down at a table? How does
I
it?
got a drink at the bar, and then I was kind of just walking around outside. I even tried to get audio for the station. Nothing
Right.
really great happened, but it was cool. I met some Danish people that were there all the way, and there was a British guy, and then there was just a lot of disappointed people.
Yes. And what would you say the
It was
temperature?
English, Nick.
It was
eh?
I'm fascinated at your ability to just blend into a crowd of strangers because I can't do it. So I always respect the things that I can't do that I see other people do. And I saw this at the not my big party, but George
4th of July. I was
George
there.
came over for 4th of July. It was a smaller affair. It was just my family and some friends, and none of them knew George. And I just remember seeing him at one point. He's like, they're all splashing around the pool, and he just kind of wades into the pool. Before you know it, he's tossing everything, whatever, back. It's like, I cannot. I don't know how you do it. I don't even like to sit at a diner, like at the counter.
Yeah.
Because there'd be somebody next to me eating eggs that I don't know.
I was an only child, and then I moved schools quite a lot.
So I did that as well. I wasn't an only child, but I never went to the same school 2 years in a row.
You should try it, Eric. It's not too late.
By the way, did you know that Grover Cleveland? Go back.
My sister claimed to be an only child.
Yeah. Did you know this? Grover Cleveland, because he's on my mind because he's the last person to do what Trump just did. He dropped out of school when he was 16 years old, and then he studied to pass the bar to become a lawyer.
I did it all.
Yeah, so you're not saying that other people should quit high school.
No, stay in school, but I slept on a lot of couches with a lot of Civil War vets. Doing Dilaudid.
Civil War couch surfing.
They were doing that Dilaudid. which
Yeah?
I don't necessarily recommend.
Okay, did you let's call it your lost weekend.
It was longer than that, sir.
Very respectful there, Mr. Cleveland. Yes.
Well, it's his wireless show.
Do you know what? When we get
Why am
back,
I doing Dr. Joe?
It's Dr. Grover.
Dr. Grover.
Super Grover. He's got that name, Cleveland, but he's from Buffalo. It's just odd. You know what I think we need to do? Because it is true that some people are very upset and worried. And, I think it's been over 6 years since we've done this. But I think it's time when we come back and the show properly with a little Namaste Trump. It's been a very long time.
Man,
we got to have
playing
a
the hits. Love
Trump.
it.
Are you into it, Yogi?
I would love to calm everybody down. Right now, I'm having dinner.
Okay,
I'm
but
having dinner with Elon.
Okay, could you just break away from that just for a moment? We come
Elon,
back.
I gotta take a break. I gotta do it. Calm people down.
Little Namaste Trump when we
Okay.
return. Ashley Frasca says there's a red alert in Stockbridge.
Authorities are on the scene now of this rollover crash on 675 northbound, and it is shut down. Both lanes are blocked just past Highway 42, exit 2, and causing a big southbound jam through Ellenwood. Everybody looking at the flashing lights. So use Highway 42 or I-75 between Stockbridge and Morrow as your alternate route. And trouble downtown, I think police protecting it in that HOV lane, 75-85 northbound around 10th Street. Slow ride coming up from University Avenue. Updating some issues on 575 in the Coolray Carrier Traffic Center. Kobe Dawkins.
Yeah, in Kennesaw, 575 northbound past Bells Ferry Road, exit 4. Still dealing with that crash, knocking out one left lane. You can avoid that by taking Highway 5 as an alternate. And better news getting into Holly Springs. That earlier crash past 6's Road, exit 11, has been cleared. This report is sponsored by True Natural Gas. They could report aliens have landed, but that wouldn't be true. Here's something that is true. True Natural Gas offers low rate and great customer service. Visit TrueNaturalGas.com. Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
The votes are in, and Donald Trump wins his second term in the White House.
We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything.
Election Day 2024.
The votes have been counted.
So I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being...
Stay with 95.5 WSB for all the information you need about the Trump transition.
Every single day I will be fighting for you.
95.5 WSB.
Your 2024 election station.
Yancey Bros says thank you for using us as the place to buy or rent equipment that helps build roads and homes, landscape neighborhoods, and assist on big or small projects. Come join us for fun at Yancey's newly renovated Gwinnett location on Hurricane Trail Road from November 11th through the 14th. 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. we will have free lunch, daily raffles for cat apparel, special machine pricing, and much more. Yancey Bros grand reopening in Tequila from November 11th through the 14th. Visit yanceyBros.com/Gwinnett reopening.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
When is the last time you paid less but got more in return? It happens every day if you or a loved one has Medicare Advantage. $0 copays and an average of $2,500 less out of pocket annually, but more benefits like dental, hearing, and vision. More prevention and screenings to keep people healthy. More care for less money. No wonder 33 million seniors choose Medicare Advantage. Visit MedicareAdvantageMajority.org to learn more. Paid for by Medicare Advantage Majority.
Men, if you're suffering from ED or PE, Priority Men's Medical Center will get your love life back in just one visit. Their painless, breakthrough medical treatments eliminate ED and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Priority Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Priority Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments will restore your love life regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. Plus, you'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients will have their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8885. 404-885-8885. To regain your love life in just one visit, call now. 404-885-8885.
Why should you do your shopping at D. Geller & Son this holiday season? Because you don't want to end up like shouldn't have case number 674.
Okay, everyone, let's open our gifts.
Honey, you go first.
Oh, perfume. You really shouldn't have.
It's in my throat.
It's in my eyes.
What? It's not that bad.
Shouldn't have gone with the perfume. This year, take the risk out of holiday shopping with a beautiful gift from D. Geller & Son. A breath of fresh air since 1939.
With our weather extremes, I wanted windows that would stand the test of time. Hi, it's meteorologist Glenn Burns, and I found them. I love my Infinity from Marvin fiberglass windows from North Georgia Replacement Windows. I was blown away. They're energy efficient and incredibly durable. 8 times stronger than vinyl, so they last. Experience the fiberglass difference in your home or in their new Alpharetta showroom.
Infinity from Marvin Replacement Windows, yeah!
When it comes to my lifestyle and diet, I don't always make the smartest choices.
Touchdown! Woo! Hey, how about another round and some more chips?
But when it comes to taking care of my liver, I do make one very smart choice. Active liver tablets from New Nordic. I used to have real issues with my liver, and at my last checkup, my doc was concerned about my numbers. But since adding a once-a-day active liver tablet, my gut's better, I feel great, and my doctor's happy. I ask a lot of my liver, so the least I can do to say thanks is a daily dose of Active Liver.
You ask a lot of your liver, so give it the support it needs with Active Liver. You can find Active Liver at Amazon.com or ask for Active Liver at your local CVS. Or for a volume discount, visit NewNordicUSA.com. Go to new, NORDICUSA.com, Amazon, or ask for Active Liver at your local CVS.
All right, there's the relaxing music. It's time. It's been 6 years.
It's been a while.
That we need a little namaste Trump.
You all doing okay? It's a very, very long, sometimes contentious election cycle.
I know, Trump, it makes me really, when I think about it, the people are so at each other's...
Take a deep breath. Look across the table at your friend or your family member.
Or Jared.
Or Jared. I wouldn't want to look at Jared.
What are you looking at me like that? Come on.
Feel the present moment. Be here. Be now. Centered. You're on your feet. Let go of the tension you're holding on to. You, well, we, frankly, are exactly where you need to be. Right here doing your wonderful, beautiful radio show where Shelley Winter is also on. He's fantastic.
He's great, yeah.
Accept what is and release what no longer serves you, such as Kamala Harris, perhaps.
Well, see what's happened.
Now, wait a minute. I'm sorry. I'm feeling... Look, give me a break. I just won a big
Good
election.
afternoon. Hi.
Here, she'll soothe you.
Good afternoon.
Wait, we're doing some... Hey, wait, but we're doing heat yoga
Good
in here.
afternoon.
We got goat yoga.
She just says good afternoon and thank you.
Good afternoon.
Look, she's laying on her mat. She's going to join us right now. She's laying out the mat.
That's me. I'm here, teacher. Go ahead.
Good afternoon.
I'm relaxing.
Right. Lay out your
Yeah.
mat.
Uh-huh.
Think about
Okay.
the beauty of
Uh-huh.
the universe,
Yeah.
the moon.
Good afternoon.
Think about it. Take a deep breath in. Okay. Now,
Like that.
asana.
Asana.
I will be your yogi today. Very calm.
She's crying,
Oh,
I think.
no.
You have to be present. She's not here.
She's crying.
She's not here
Well,
if you don't
calm
think...
her down. Namaste, Trump.
I'm not working with her. I'm working with you. I'm working with you.
I thought you told me we were all one in the
We
universe.
are
Should I
all
roll
one,
up
but
my
she's
mat
just
and
sort of an
leave?
entity. She's like a ghost flying around.
She's going to roll up her mat.
Well, that's okay. She paid.
Yeah, it's fine. I'll leave. That's fine.
All right, let's give her our yogi, Kamala, just a moment to try to calm us all down.
Yeah,
Even the lovely Kamala Harris served so well as Vice President of the United States,
Thank
as
you.
a
Good
senator
afternoon.
from the great state of California, which is permanently Democrat, apparently. What you need to do is just take a deep breath in and push it out. Think about all that negativity leaving your body.
Excuse me. Does this class go until 7?
And think about how great. Yes, it does. Please have a
Till
seat.
7?
Yeah, well, we'll be here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We have a
Okay.
7:30 class. Are you a beginner?
Okay. Yeah, I'm a beginner.
All right,
Yeah.
we have
I
a-
mean, I've done some other kinds of.
Bobby will be out here later to do the beginner class.
Okay.
I hope you
I'll
don't
wait.
mind. He's going to have his shirt off. It's very intimidating. He's very, look at him. He's ripped.
Good-looking
The
man, huh?
muscles. Well, I mean, with the.
He's handsome.
Hey, wait,
That's why I come to this one.
Kamala, put your phone on. We said no
Hello,
phones.
Joe?
Please turn your
Joe?
phones.
We didn't do it, Joe.
No, you didn't do
Hello,
it
I've
this
answered
time.
the phone.
Trying
Hello,
to calm
Joe?
everybody down, I guess.
We
I'm
didn't
the
answer.
only
Sorry,
one that's
excuse me.
calm here. I
Sorry.
think.
Good afternoon, everyone.
I'm the only one that look. I'm fine.
Sorry.
I'm not stressed about
Duty
anything,
calls.
really. Yes, well, duty. Yes. Are you feeling better, Eric? Is that tension left?
I
don't
guess-
know.
I don't
Can
know.
you
that-
go to work tomorrow?
I think I'll be able to go to work
Okay.
tomorrow. I think I'll be all right.
All right.
Well, thank you, though.
Namaste.
A little more Namaste Trump as we get through the weeks here.
Well, all right. Keep her out of it.
Well, she's, she needs it. She's.
Well, I'm here for the 7:30 class.
All right. The goats will be in the back of the goat yoga.
Keep saying thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank
Good
you.
afternoon.
Thank you.
Well, in California,
Good
it's
afternoon.
almost 4.
All right.
I'm stressed out, guys.
it
It didn't work at all.
It didn't
Hey,
work.
you're young. Go have sex.
Easy, Trumpy.
All right. That music is telling us two things. Shut the hell up and get the hell out. And you know us. We always comply. We're good patriots. That means we never, ever, ever question authority. We do what we're told. Shelley Winters coming up next. He's got a great radio show for you.
He's
The
doing a
only
victory
person.
lap.
He should. The only person who said it was going to be a wipeout and we'd know very quickly. Shelley Winter, victorious. We'll be up next with a great radio show. We'll be back tomorrow at 3 p.m. You're all invited to join us. But until then, continue on your journey. Do not piss off the genie.
Still monitoring a handful of crashes out there. A traffic red alert on the south side. 675 north going to be shut down with a rollover crash just past Highway 42. Big southbound delays too. Getting out of Ellenwood, take Highway 42 as the alternate route, or I-75. Crash in the left lane on 575 northbound, really slowing the ride out of Kennesaw. That is just past Bells Ferry. And new trouble getting through Buckhead. A crash on 400 south past Lennox Road. Traffic brought to you by Reliable Heating and Air. Stop paying for expensive heating and air repairs. Get a reliable protection plan for $14.99 a month. Enjoy 100% parts and labor coverage for any system, make, or model. I'm Ashley Frasca, 95.5 WSB.
Money Update. From WSB consumer expert Clark Howard. Sponsored by Reliable Heating and Air.
I have a belief the reason the United States is currently the most dynamic economy in the world is because of all the entrepreneurial activity that grew out of COVID. So many people started new businesses, and growth in an economy comes from new businesses. This entrepreneurial spirit sets us apart from so much of the world, and it's stronger now than ever.
Imagine your team always looking and feeling their best in high-performance technical workwear. Cintas can make it happen. They have garments for almost every job imaginable. And with the Cintas Workwear program, you get freshly laundered garments delivered every week for everyone on your team. Great garments without the bother of laundry. That's a real perk for employees. Find out how Cintas can boost team image and morale. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
When historians look back, they're going to say, oh, that was a red-letter day in Atlanta history when QC Kinetics arrived. Hey, it's Mark Aaron back with you. You know, the demand for QC treatment so strong, opening another clinic, this one in Douglasville, while continuing treatment in Lawrenceville, Sandy Springs, Marietta, and Stockbridge. Friends, QC Kinetics, a game changer. The nation's leader in regenerative medicine, using a modern-day approach to deal with chronic joint pain. All-natural process that uses healing properties from your own body to restore and repair damaged tissue in your joints. So what's that mean? It means you can get your life back, be active again without that chronic pain and without surgery or drugs. Stop putting it off. If you have arthritic pain or pain from an injury, do what so many others have already done. Call QC Kinetics, free consultation. Call now, 770-285-8026. That's 770-285-8026. QC Kinetics. Call them, 770-285-8026.
Need inspiration? Shop Kroger for thousands of appetizing ingredients that inspire countless mouth-watering meals with savings beyond low prices. Like digital coupons worth over $600 each week and up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. So you can get big flavors and big savings. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
Right now, save big on 6-packs of Coca-Cola, Pepsi, or Canada Dry. Select varieties are just $2.99 each with your card and digital coupon. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
WSB Atlanta, WSB FM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk.
News,
weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk. Good evening to you at 7 o'clock. I'm Michelle Wright, and this news is being brought to you by A Total Plumbing. Our top local story this hour is a top national story. It's over. Vice President Kamala Harris delivers her concession speech from her alma mater, Howard University, this afternoon.
Earlier today, I spoke with President-elect Trump and congratulated him on his victory. I also told him that we will help him and his team with their transition, and that we will engage in a peaceful transfer of power.
Harris says while she concedes the election, she doesn't concede the fight that fueled her campaign. Georgia's elections chief is taking a victory lap after a record-breaking vote.
5.2 million Georgians, more than 70% of the state's registered voters, cast ballots this election.
So voters had a great experience and obviously a great turnout.
Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger says his office worked diligently to make sure that voters had confidence heading into Tuesday.
I think that you can have fair, accurate, honest elections, but why don't we start improving the process so voters really enjoy coming out to vote?
There are still overseas and military ballots outstanding, and they have until Friday to come in. Certification is next Tuesday. Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
We've got 69 degrees in Atlanta, cloudy with off and on rain tonight. When we might see the sun again? WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards has Atlanta's most accurate and dependable forecast coming up. A Delta flight from Atlanta bound for Washington, D.C. makes an emergency landing in Raleigh this evening. No one is hurt, no word yet on what caused that diversion. We now know the funeral arrangements for Home Depot co-founder Bernie Marcus.
Bernie Marcus passed away Monday at his home in Florida. His funeral will be held tomorrow afternoon at 1 o'clock at the Temple on Peachtree Street here in Midtown. The service will be open to the public. Speakers are expected to include Home Depot co-founder and Falcons owner Arthur Blank. A graveside burial service for family and close friends will be held later on Thursday in Sandy Springs. Bernie Marcus was 95 years old. Sabrina Cupid, 95.5 WSB.
An Athens man has been arrested on murder charges. According to the Athens Clark County Police Department, they got a call yesterday about a possible death at an apartment in the 100 block of Royale Road. And when they arrived, they found a woman's body. She'd been shot to death. Officers say they do have a suspect in custody, 27-year-old Kendall Boone of Athens. He's charged with murder. The female's identity has not been released yet, pending notification of her next of kin. Firefighters in Southern California are hard at work containing 2 fires that are threatening homes and cars in heavily populated areas.
Fire crews have been out here, and Captain told me earlier that they'll be out here all night. Right now, they call this the mop-up crew. People are working hard with the chainsaws, the firefighters with the hoses. What they're trying to do is eliminate any fuel that may be present for these winds to spark back up this fire.
Ashley Mackey reports that the mountain fire in Ventura County has already burned several homes and several people have been hurt. Meanwhile, Hurricane Rafael is making landfall in Cuba today, and that now it's got its sights on the U.S. mainland, explains meteorologist Melissa Griffin.
As it meanders across the Gulf of Mexico, fairly slowly over the next couple of days, it is expected to weaken to a Category 1 hurricane by the weekend, eventually into a tropical storm by early next week, as it's still staying over the open waters. At this time, we're not expecting major impacts to the U.S. Gulf Coast, but anyone from Texas all the way to the Florida Panhandle should keep a close eye on the track of Hurricane Rafael.
Rafael is currently a Category 3 storm. And next year, we'll see the release of the final season of Stranger Things. Netflix made the announcement today today to mark Stranger Things Day. It falls on November 6th every year and is the day that the character Will Byers went missing in the series. A teaser was also dropped that revealed the episode titles, with the series finale being titled The Right Side Up. It is 7:04. That means it is time for traffic and weather. We've got live team coverage of traffic and weather. Kobe Dawkins is in the WSB 24-hour traffic center. Good evening to you, Kobe. What's going on out there?
Well, good evening, Michelle. It's not looking good in Clayton County. I-675 northbound at Highway 4223, exit 2. Overturned vehicle crash knocking out all lanes. You can avoid those delays by taking Highway 4223 into Ellenwood as an alternate. And trouble on the downtown connector, 7585 northbound at 10th Street, exit 250. Another crash knocking out one left lane, seeing delays passing past the Grady Curve, and also up in Kennesaw, I-575 northbound past Bells Ferry Road, exit 4. Another crash knocking out one left lane. You can avoid that by taking Highway 5 as an alternate. This report is sponsored by PureTalk.com. Stop overpaying for your cell phone plan. Pure Talk gives you unlimited talk, text, and data for just $25 a month on their 5G network. Dial pound 250 and say keyword switch now to save 50% off your first month. I'm Kobe Dawkins, 95.5 WSB.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Epwards. Cloudy skies this evening with off and on rain showers, lows tonight in the mid-60s. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy with an isolated rain shower possible, high 75. Drying out on Friday with a little bit more sunshine, high 77.
Speaking of those off and on showers, checking Storm Tracker radar, we do have some showers on the southeastern side of the city. We've got rain going through Spalding, Henry, DeKalb, Gwinnett, Rockdale, and into Hall counties right now. 71 degrees in Ackworth, 69 in Alpharetta, and we have 69 in Midtown Atlanta as well. More news is on the way at 7:30, and breaking news when it happens. I'm Michelle Wright, 95.5 WSB.
So look at here. Check the flavor of the rhythm I wrote. And while I get a chance here, let me clear my throat. Oh!
It's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this.
Also, if you look at who's leading the race right now, Donald J. Trump has an insurmountable lead with the number of votes outstanding.
I think timing is everything. Like, this one right here, that ain't easy. Just stay motivated, stay inspired. I owe it to myself. Stay down on it. And it ain't been hard throughout the journey.
Hey, everybody. This is Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones. I just want to give a big thank you to my good friend Shelley Winters. Last night wouldn't have been possible without all of his help, night in and night out, speaking the truth about what this election was all about and about who was the best person for the job. So thank you, Shelley, and keep up the good work.
All I do is win, no matter what. Got money on my mind.
Sing along, everybody. Everybody's hands go up. And they stay there. And they stay there. And they stay there. Up, down, up, down. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Shelley Winter Show. Put some respect on my name. You heard me. You heard me very loudly and clearly. I told you I can lose with grace and dignity. But when I win, I am the biggest you-know-what in the world. I was taught that growing up in New York City. You talk smack, you back it up, you win, you bury them. You bury them in rhetoric. You bury them in braggadocio. You let them know you beat them. You let them know you were right all along. You let them know. You don't let anybody tell your story. You tell them yourself. I told you I was right. I told you I was right. I told you he was going to crush her. You let the world know you were right all along. You don't sit back and, oh, I'm going to be humble. I'm going to be nice. No, you crush them. You push their face in the sand and you let them know. You called me names. You disparaged me. You hung me out to dry. Friends, family, people coming on my social media telling me, oh, you're just doing it for a check. Oh, you don't know. Why are you supporting Satan? Oh, because I knew who he was up against. I knew who Donald Trump was running against. He was running against the system. And I told you he was going to win, and he won. And now I'm going to spend just a couple minutes bragging about it. Because I was right, and many of you are wrong. All of you that call in here every night, Shirley, what about this? What about that? He's a felon. Now I get to brag. Because America didn't believe your lies. America wasn't listening to MSNBC. America wasn't listening to CNN. America wasn't listening to ABC, NBC, CBS, Washington Post, New York Times. Despite what they tell you, nobody was paying attention to you. And all your lies, all your innuendos, all your slurs, all your attacks, all you did was create a bigger-than-life persona for a guy who already had developed for himself a bigger-than-life persona. You just built it up more. You just increased the level of greatness in that man. And then you're saying it's insulting that she had the perfect resume and he's a convicted felon and he's winning and this is white privilege and racism and sexism and homophobia and all of these things you can throw out there. No, the fact of the matter is you created a guy that made everybody fall in love with because he was a man. That's what this boiled down to. It had nothing to do with sexism. It had everything to do with a guy that suffered slings and arrows from the day he came down the golden staircase, that suffered lies and innuendos every single day of his first term. Then it suffered lies and innuendos and attacks, legal attacks, gunshots, attacks on his family, attacks on his money, attacks on him, attacks on a reputation built over 30 years in business, started calling him a bad businessman and a failed businessman. All of those things. The man just kept slugging away. You throw a jab, he threw a right uppercut. You throw a combo, he throw a left double, left-right combo, uppercut, down cut, overcut. Every time he threw a punch at him, he threw 3 back at you. For 8 years, day in and day out. Let me tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. I'm bragging tonight. So if you don't like sore winners, if you don't like winners who talk smack, you might want to miss this show today. Come back on tomorrow or Friday. But tonight, I'm talking smack because I was raised in a city where when you win and you win big and you told everyone you were going to win big, you talk smack. And I'm doing it for myself, and I'm doing it for every single person that listens to me on a nightly basis who wanted the same outcome that I wanted. And it happened. And we knew it was going to happen. We told you it was going to happen. And you called us stupid. You called us slow. You called us deplorables. You called us garbage. Well, look at us now. All we do is win, win, win. That's all we do. But let me tell you, the lesson that I learned last night, and this is the lesson you all, whether you like Trump or not, you should teach your children. Don't go crying to your little daughters, telling her, oh my God, there's no hope for you, little daughter. Don't do that. You're a bad parent if you do. Don't go telling your sons that as a black or Hispanic or Asian child in America, you have no hope because you're a bad parent. Let me tell you what I saw over 8 years, and I'm going to tell my little one as a bonus dad. And what I'm going to tell my little nieces and my nephews and my cousins and any other my friends' children, what I'm going to tell them every time I see them. Did you see what happened to this man over 8 years? They tried to take everything from him. They tried to take his money, his pride, his dignity. They tried to take what hangs between his legs. They tried to cut that off. They tried to emasculate this man. They tried to take his family from him. They tried to take his freedom from him. And he never, ever gave up. That's the lesson you should tell your children. That if someone's coming for your livelihood, your family, your children, your money, you get down in the gutter and you whip their you-know-what until they bleed. and you never give up. And you fight until your very last breath. The last 2 weeks of this race, Donald Trump was in 4 states on a daily basis. Not cities, not counties, states. Till 3, 4 in the morning. Never giving up. That's the lesson that I take from this race. That when you come for me, I'm going to beat you back down so very hard that you never come for me again. And that's the lesson. You have a dream, you will chase that dream. Any obstacle gets in your way, you will slap it out of the way. You will kick it out of the way. You will punch it out of the way. Because nothing should stop you from your dream. And nobody can tell you you can't dream big enough. This man has never done anything in politics except be the president of the United States. Twice. It's the Shelley Winter Show. 404-872-0750. 1-800-WSB-TALK. It is a party tonight. You want to call in and celebrate? We're taking victory calls only. 404-872-0750, 1-800-WSB-TALK. Victory calls only. You want to call in here and moan and cry and everything else, you will be hung up on. It is victory tonight. 404-872-0750, 1-800-WSB-TALK.
This is a traffic red alert from 95.5 WSB.
7:15 in the Cool-Ray Carrier 24-hour traffic center. That's correct. In Clayton County, I-675 northbound at Highway 4223, exit 2. Overturned crash, knocking out all lanes. You can avoid that by taking Highway 4223 into Ellenwood or I-75 as alternates. And dealing with the travel advisory in Sandy Springs, I-285 westbound, the outer loop at Riverside Drive, exit 24. Multi-car crash, knocking out 3 left lanes. You can avoid that by taking Georgia 400 to I-75 as an alternate. And this report is sponsored by PureTalk.com. Stop overpaying for your cell phone plan. Pure Talk gives you unlimited talk, text, and data for just $24 a month on their 5G network. Dial pound 250 and say keyword switch now to save 50% off your first month. I'm Kobe Dawkins, 95.5 WSB.
The most consequential election of our time is over.
This is a magnificent victory for the American people.
Donald Trump will return to the White House as the next president of the United States.
Make America great.
Stay with WSB for all the information you need from now through Inauguration
We're going to make
Day.
you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote.
95.5 WSB.
Your 2024 election station.
It's my favorite time of year. I love spending time with family, enjoying delicious, nutritious food and bread. That's right, real bread, not that enriched stuff you see on the grocery shelves. This is Sue from Bread Beckers in Woodstock with Sue's Healthy Minute. My family and I were blown away from the health benefits of making real bread from freshly milled whole grains. After more than 30 years in business, we are more than a kitchen store. We are a real food store where you can get everything you need to make real bread for your family. Come to the Bread Beckers store in Woodstock this holiday season. We offer a complete line of grains, beans, sweeteners, and other whole foods, and check out our top-of-the-line kitchen equipment, including grain mills, pressure cookers, freeze dryers, and more. Our infused olive oils and vinegars are a huge hit. Our knowledgeable and friendly staff will help you find the perfect gift. Visit breadbeckers.com or our Bread Beckers store in Woodstock.
When you're trying to find quality candidates, all the searching, screening, and interviewing can become a job itself. You need Indeed, the all-in-one platform that makes it easy to interview, screen, and hire quality people. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
When leaves are falling off the trees, it's time to celebrate autumn. But when your garage door is falling off its tracks, it's time for All Four Seasons. Hi, I'm Dan Watkins, owner of All Four Seasons Garage and Entry Doors. Sounds like you're ready for a new garage door. At All Four Seasons, we offer fast service, affordable prices, and a huge selection of styles, colors, and custom features. Our products are warranted, and our work is guaranteed. When trust matters, repair or replacement, trust us. All the number 4 seasonsgarages.com.
The Scott Antique Markets is back at the Atlanta Expo Center, featuring hundreds of vendors with collectibles and merchandise from all over the world. We're on both sides of I-285, exit 55 on Jonesboro Road. Visit ScottAntiqueMarket.com for more information.
Experience matters. 65,000 roofs replaced. That's experience. That's Findlay Roofing, the roof guys. They've mastered the roof replacement process with high-quality work. Findlay has seen it all and replaced it all. FindlayRoofing.com.
Roof. I'm here with Chris Hoffman, the founder of Hoffman Financial Group, to discuss one of the biggest blind spots that people face when saving for retirement, and it's a head-scratcher. Chris, how do so many people not know what they're invested in?
That's the biggest flaw that everybody runs into. They think they know what equities they have, they think they know what bonds they have, but they really don't know how those mutual funds or how those index funds are performing in conjunction with one another. So, I would liken this to a big pot of soup, and we're just throwing all the ingredients in the refrigerator in this thing. It's not very good. It's just a mishmash of stuff. And sometimes you like the way it tastes. Sometimes you don't. And when you don't know why. You don't know if you got too much chicken in there or too much vegetables in there or what's going on. And I ask every caller that comes in for an initial consultation, do you know how your portfolio is broken down? And they say, well, I've got, 20 or so options in my 401k, and I just picked 2 of them or 3 of them. I thought I needed some international. I thought I needed some U.S. equities. I thought I needed some bonds. And they're just guessing. So you have to absolutely know what you're invested in, and that's where we will run the 401k portfolio x-ray for you, because that'll break it down. If you're not proficient at investing and don't understand this world, we will walk you through it. Not knowing what you're invested in is a big hindrance to growing and protecting your money. We will run a portfolio x-ray for you and educate you on exactly what's in your portfolio.
Set up a time to get your complimentary portfolio x-ray today. Call the Hoffman Financial Group at 404-737-3858. That's 404-737-3858, or book online at unleashyourmoney.com. Investment advisory services offered through Brookstone Wealth Advisors, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through Hoffman Financial Group Incorporated, Georgia Insurance License number 163. 546.
I'm thrilled with my Infinity from Marvin Fiberglass Windows. Hi, it's meteorologist Glenn Burns inviting you to North Georgia Replacement Windows' brand new Alpharetta showroom. I was blown away. Bring your window and door project to life here. See the fiberglass difference in person. Your stress-free experience includes a quick, accurate proposal, no pressure. Window and door shopping made simple.
Infinity from Marvin, replacement windows, yeah!
Brand new flavor in here. Easy. Shelly with the show. Live, local, topical, relevant. And let's add, always right. Yep, we can add that. Always right. Don't get mad at me. Don't get mad at me because all your media outlets told you there was a chance. And you believed. Don't get mad at me. I told you September 16th what was going to happen. You called me names. I told you it was going to happen on CNN. They threw me off the air. Don't get mad at me. I told you what was going to happen, and it happened. Now you're mad at me? I told you how it was going to go down. I said it. Every single thing. Popular vote. Nationwide win. He cleaned up the blue wall states. One Pennsylvania, one Wisconsin, one Michigan. I told you. But no. You're an Uncle Tom, Shelley. You're a moron, Shelley. You're an idiot, Shelley. I was right. You were wrong. And you were wrong not because you had the information. You were wrong because you listened to the wrong people. Because the people you were listening to told you lies. Because they knew she was going to lose when they put her up there 107 days ago. Which is why so many in the Democrat Party wanted an open primary. Because they knew she was a flawed candidate. But you listened to them. You got all up and excited, got all up in your feelings. Oh, woman, oh, African-American, oh, Indian. Ooh, we check all the boxes. Perfect presidential candidate. You never took the time to listen to your candidate. Because if you had listened without the emotional attachment, you would have realized, oh my God, she's a bad candidate. If you're being honest with yourself. Now, if you just got caught up in the boxes, then it doesn't matter. She checks the boxes, okay, she's perfect. But had you paid attention to the vacuousness of the answers, the emptiness of the answers, if you paid attention to the personality that was very, very, very empty, very lacking, very inauthentic, you would have realized, oh my God, we have a bad candidate. Maybe we should have had a primary. But you didn't. So you lost. And I'm not here to make you feel good about your loss. I'm here to bury your emotions and let you know how wrong you were. And you know why I'm able to do that? Not because I'm a mean guy. I'm not a mean guy. I'm a very nice guy. I really don't want to do it this way, but I have to do it this way because it's the way you came at me. It's the way you came at me. Tried to get me off the air. Tried to run me out of town. Tried to go behind my back. But I was right and you were wrong. And now you get to wallow in the self-pity that you have because you think Hitler is just taking over America. And you're going to become part of the Handmaid's Tale. That's your fault for believing it. So you believe the stupidness. Then facts hit you in the face. He won. And now you're like, oh my God, we're going to go back into the dark ages. Yet you make no move to leave. You make no decisions to change anything. You're just going to come into work every single day angry that she lost. Never admitting to yourself, maybe, just maybe, she was a flawed candidate. Maybe. Maybe, just maybe, giving non-answers and long, winding diatribes, meaning nothing, word salads. Maybe that wasn't a good strategy. Maybe she wasn't really capable of giving a knowledgeable answer. Maybe that was it. I don't know. I don't know her personally. I just know at some point, very early on, I realized, oh my God, this is a bad candidate. They're going to lose. And many of you said, oh my God, she's a great candidate because she checks all the boxes. And what you learned on election night had nothing to do with racism, had nothing to do with sexism, had nothing to do with not wanting an African-American woman as president. Nothing to do with that. One day, 24% of black men, 54% of white women, 46% of white women, and 54% of white men, and a full 43% of Latinos said, I don't think she's that bright. I'd rather take him. And the sooner you wake up to that reality, the better off you'll feel. Shelley Winter Show, 448-720-750, 1-800-WSB-TALK. Coming up at 7:36, Mark Mitchell of Rasmussen, who's been on with us for about a month and a half every single week. One of, if not the only polling company to nail it. And he was talking to us once a week. And they told me he's not really legitimate. Everybody hold on. It is victory party night. Trump 47, brothers.
They said I couldn't do it, but I'm doing it. Hi, I'm Shannon, owner of Scorpion Septic, and I'm changing the septic industry. Customers ask, how do you not charge to pump out our tank with a repair? Other companies charge hundreds for that. What's the catch? No catch. With Scorpion Septic, there's never a pump out charge with your repair.
Take the sting out of septic service with Scorpion Septic. Details online.
ScorpionSepticServices.com. If someone causes you to lay your bike down, hiring proper representation is critical. Hey, it's Eric Von Hessler. Don't hire a lawyer because of slick commercials. Hire a local lawyer that specializes in motorcycle injury law. You can trust my friends at Steel Horse Law. Attorney George Stein is a rider and understands bikers' needs. Steel Horse Law has represented thousands of local riders and can maximize the value of your recovery. Schedule your free consultation at steelhorselaw.com.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed mold, mildew, bowing walls, or water in your basement? I hope not, but if you have, your basement is losing the war against groundwater. That's where AquaGuard comes in, a groundworks company. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Schedule your free inspection at aquaguard.net/row.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Do you know the secret to losing fat permanently? Hi, I'm Dr. Taylor from Be the Younger You Atlanta, and I know the secret. Our anti-aging program makes it easy to lose weight, regain your health, and for many of our patients, reduce or even come off their medications. All without drugs, surgery, prepackaged meals, or injections. No counting points or calories. And you feel great while losing it because if you're doing it the right way, you should feel great.
Hey, it's Shelley Winter. The Be the Younger You, ATL.com weight loss program is the best ever because it really works. You lose the weight and the weight stays off, just like it has done for me. Stick to the program and you will look and feel much, much better. Go to BeTheYoungerYou.ATL.com right now or call 770-415-3000.
Call us now to schedule your free consultation and take advantage of our 20% off fall special. Call 770-415-3000 or go to BeTheYoungerYou.ATL.com. That's BeTheYoungerYou.ATL.com.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
Hey there, good evening. It's 7:30. I'm Michelle Wright, and this news is being brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Our top story this hour, Vice President Kamala Harris concedes the presidential race and works to set herself apart from how things went down 4 years ago, reports Karen Travers.
Certainly sending a message to the president-elect and his supporters that she is doing what he did not do 4 years ago. She said, I understand that people are feeling and experiencing a range of emotions. She said, I get it, but we must accept the results of this election.
Harris gave her concession speech late this afternoon at her alma mater, Howard University, in the nation's capital. An appeal in a case challenging the creation of the city of Mableton is heard in the state's highest court.
The appeal comes after a lower court judge dismissed the lawsuit brought by several local residents, arguing the General Assembly had no power to create the city and a local community improvement district. Attorney Alan Lightcap represents the plaintiffs.
The legislation that comes out of the General Assembly can only act upon one subject matter. Otherwise, it is void and unconstitutional.
In a statement, Mayor Michael Owen says they remain focused on building a prosperous and unified future for Mableton. The court's ruling is expected early next year. In Cobb County, Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
Plan B time for Gwinnett County commissioners trying to fund billions in transit projects without much help from taxpayers.
It's not just that voters said no to a 1% sales tax hike to fund transit expansion. It's that so much of Gwinnett County's economic development plan relies on more and better transit.
We do have other economic development projects that do rely on having the interconnectedness of mobility options.
But Commission Chair Nicole Hendrickson says all is not lost.
We'll have to look for unique ways to fund transit projects.
Like tapping into local, state, and federal funding. Steve Summers, 95.5 WSB.
Cobb County voters rejected a similar transit tax yesterday as well. Dunwoody Police add 2 new safety ambassadors to their force.
The ambassadors are easy to spot, says Sergeant Michael Cheek with Dunwoody Police.
They're in specially marked vehicles. They're both driving small trucks. They're clearly marked public safety ambassadors, and they have a completely different uniform than our sworn police officers do.
He says they'll handle non-emergency calls. The idea is to relieve sworn officers from handling low-priority calls, allowing them to focus on urgent, high-priority situations. Dunwoody looking to hire 2 more public safety ambassadors. Sabrina Cupid, 95.5 WSB.
Funeral services are set for Home Depot co-founder and philanthropist Bernie Marcus. The funeral is going to be tomorrow afternoon at 1 at the Temple on Peachtree Street here in Midtown Atlanta. It's open to the public, and speakers are expected to include Home Depot co-founder and Falcons owner Arthur Blank. A graveside burial service for family and close friends will only be held later on Thursday in Sandy Springs. Marcus died Monday at his home in Florida. He was 95 years old. And Prince William handed out his Earthshot Prize to 5 winners, including an American company for their ideas on improving the planet.
It was won by an American entry called ATS, which uses industrial waste heat, and it turns it into electricity.
Sarah Carter reports the company will receive a $1.3 million prize. It's 7:33, and now it's time for traffic and weather. We got live team coverage of both of those. Kobe Dawkins is in the WSB 24-hour traffic center kicking us off. What's going on out there, Kobe?
Well, I'm seeing a little bit of better news in Clayton County, I-675 northbound. at Highway 4223 exit 2. That earlier red alert crash that was knocking out all lanes, now only knocking out one right lane. You can avoid those tough delays by taking Highway 4223 or I-75 as alternates, and trouble remains in Sandy Springs. Travel advisory. I-285 westbound, the outer loop at Riverside Drive, exit 24. That crash continues to knock out two left lanes. You can avoid that by taking I-85 to I-75 as an alternate. And this report is sponsored by PureTalk.com. Stop overpaying for your cell phone plan. Pure Talk gives you unlimited talk, text, and data for just $25 a month on their 5G network. Dial pound 250 and say keyword switch now to save 50% off your first month. I'm Kobe Dawkins, 95.5 WSB.
This is WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. Cloudy skies this evening with off and on rain showers, lows tonight in the mid-60s. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy, an isolated rain shower possible, high 75. Friday, drying out with a little bit more sunshine, high 77.
We have got some showers in the Eatonton and Athens area, also in Griffin, looking at Storm Tracker radar. And we've got 68 degrees in Beaufort, 69 in Clarkston and in Dunwoody, also 69 degrees right here in Midtown. More news is on the way at 8 o'clock and breaking news when it happens. I'm Michelle Wright, 95.5 WSB.
Coming up in 2 minutes, everybody please hold on. I do want to celebrate this victory party night, but Mark Mitchell's on with us from Rasmussen, going to share his thoughts, and then we're going to go to your calls. 448-720-750, 1-800-WSB-TALK. It's a party on the Shelley Winter Show. It's victory.
It's my favorite time of year. I love spending time with family, enjoying delicious, nutritious food and bread. That's right, real bread, not the enriched stuff you see on the shelves. This is Sue from Bread Beckers in Woodstock with Sue's Healthy Minute. My family and I were blown away by the health benefits of making real bread from freshly milled whole grains. After more than 30 years in business, we have heard thousands of stories from satisfied customers who found improved health from eating real bread. We invite you to come check out the Bread Becker store in Woodstock this holiday season. We offer a complete line of grains, beans, sweeteners, and more. Our top-of-the-line kitchen equipment or infused oils and vinegars are sure to be the perfect gift for that special someone. Let us teach you how to make your own real bread to improve your family's health. Take that first step to a healthier life. Visit breadbeckers.com or our Bread Beckers store in Woodstock.
The rental rush is here. Hey, it's Mark Aaron from my good friends at Renters Warehouse. With all the talk about commissions in the news lately, doesn't selling your house feel more volatile and uncertain than ever? Well, it does to me. It's one more reason why renting your home is so much smarter, especially when you hire my pals at Renters Warehouse to manage your property for you. Renting cuts through the confusion so you can be confident in your ability to earn monthly cash flow, appreciation, and tax benefits for the long term. And with Renters Warehouse managing your property, you can sit back and collect the money. Tenants, they find the best. Rent, they collect for you. Maintenance request, they handle them 24/7, all for one low monthly flat fee, and they'll even warranty your tenants for free. Remember, selling is uncertain, but renting is reliable, especially with the experienced Renters Warehouse team on your side. Find out how much rent your home can get by visiting rwatlanta.com today. That's rwatlanta.com, or call 404-662-2322.
When traffic hits,
delays will continue as you work up to Highway 5.
the Triple Team Traffic Center has you covered.
Southbound, you slow around Northside Drive. Your source for Atlanta's traffic.
I'll put a travel advisory up for a terrible ride through Marietta.
Brought to you by the Cool Ray Lifetime Parts and Labor Warranty.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Party music all night long. The Shelley Winter Show, live, local, topical, and relevant. Why are we partying? You really want to know? We're partying because Donald J. Trump won for a second time. Some will say a third time, but we'll know for a second time. And we're also partying because your friendly host here on the Shelley Winter Show on 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk, was right all along. I told you I was right. And that's why many of you listen to the show, because you know I'm right. Oh, Shelley, you need to be humble. Wasn't raised that way. Let's go to my friend Mark Mitchell from Rasmussen. What's going on, Mark?
Well, I'm not going to be humble, man. We nailed it.
Right, yes, you did.
Yep.
You tell him, brother. You tell him. So let me ask you a question. The first time I brought you on, one of the things that you said to us was 538 of Real Clear Politics took you guys out because they said you were not reliable. Is that right?
Yeah, well, they tried to call us. So 538 kicked us out because they said we were ideological and that we communicated with Steve Bannon and polled on fringe conspiracy theory topics. What a ridiculous thing. And then Nate Silver downranked us because he said that we were a Republican pollster. But here's the thing. I was significantly more accurate than either of them. I feel sorry for all the people that spend thousands of hours reading the drivel that those people put out. They took all of the left-leaning polling industry and made it even more left. And so if they had included us, at least they would have been a little bit more accurate. I literally nailed almost everything. I can run through the numbers.
Right.
But
talk to us about, first start with national. What was your final poll in national and where did it turn out so far?
Yeah, it's been +2 all fall, but, I sharpened the pencil. I used almost all of my October data, and we put out a Trump +3 at the end there, and we were only one of two people. I think Wall Street Journal just lucked out and had that too. And it's at 3.3 right now, so we're 0.3 points off. That's about as accurate as you can get without being given the answer.
Absolutely.
And then the states are just ridiculous.
How did you do in Georgia?
Okay, let me look it up. So Georgia is one of our bigger misses. The average of our Georgia polling was 2 points off.
Gotcha.
So we had an average of 4.5. So we polled 14 states, and some of these are still counting, but out of the 14 states, 13 of them we called for the correct candidate. So Michigan, we called for Harris. It actually went Trump. So it was an error to the left. And 11 out of the 14, the average was within the margin of error, 80%. That's actually incredible. And two of them were Texas and Ohio. Like, who could foresee people crawling over broken glass to vote in droves in rural Ohio and Texas? Texas is supposed to be a swing state now, right?
Right.
But then when you average all of the polling errors for all of the states, -0.8, Harris 0.8. We leaned about a 0.2 Harris, and this is exactly what I said to people. I said my polling shows a 297 map for Trump. If my polling's even a little bit too left, he's going to sweep the swing states, and it looks like that's what's happening. Looks like a 312 number, and that's exactly what we called. Man, if you take my Texas number out, our average error was 0.2%. I just want everybody to realize Ann Seltzer, the gold standard pollster of Iowa, put a poll that was 17 points off.
Right, exactly. We saw when they called Iowa, we all said, wait a minute, we just read an article that said she was going to win Iowa.
How could that be?
How can
Strange.
that be? How can that be? So take your victory lap, my friend Mark, because we appreciate you joining us, sharing your thoughts, sharing your numbers, and everybody told me, well, you've got Rasmussen on, they lean right. They're in the tank for Trump. So go ahead, take your victory lap, my friend.
Yeah, every single one of my errors was to the left. My average polling error, the number of races whatever. That's funny though. There are no right-wing pollsters. I'm in the center. Everybody's to the left of me.
Right. My man, Mark of Rasmussen, we appreciate you. As we get closer to inauguration, bring you back some polling, just become, do you mind becoming the Shelley Winter Show pollster where we just poll crazy things like your favorite scary movie and things like that?
Yeah, we do stuff like that all the time.
My man.
I think we're going to have a pretty exciting 4 years, though. I think a lot's going to happen to poll on, for sure.
Well, should the American public kind of demand that something happen to polling that's been off so much?
No, I'd rather people just be clown themselves.
My man.
Then my polling's not a commodity anymore.
My man. Mark, you like me, man. You like me. You're not going to let up, are you?
No. I'm going to rub it in their face for 4 years.
My man. God bless you. I will talk to you next week, my brother.
All right. Later, Charlie. Bye.
Yes, sir. Mark Mitchell of Rasmussen. 0.2% off. And then, people, when we first had him on, like, hey, you sure you want Rasmussen? Because, they're known to be, yeah, they're like me. They're known to be right. Picture that. Coming back, nothing but victory calls. No segment, no Shelley's opinion, nothing. Just your calls. Everybody wait right there. When we come back, all we're doing, it's victory call night. The only thing left is 1-800-WSB-TALK. Victory call night. Gloat, brag, throw your chest out, scream hallelujah, whatever it is you want to do. But do it loud and proud. Guess who the president-elect is? Yep, that's him. Donald J. Trump. Oh, lose yourself. We'll be right back.
He's so mad, but he won't give up that easy. No, he won't have it. He knows his whole back to these ropes. It don't matter. He's dope. He knows that, but he's pro. He's so.
What do you do to get stimulating conversation?
You don't go after a woman's dog.
What do you do to get a unique opinion?
2 + 2 = 4.
Now, you can start listening to the Von Hessler Doctrine at work.
The WSB lawyers were hardcore on Eric about that.
Yeah.
And continue on your drive home.
Then go back and clarify.
The Von Hessler Doctrine.
Tomorrow.
Now starting at 3 p.m.
I think it's going to be good for the country.
95.5 WSB, Atlantis News and Talk.
Do you frequently ask family and friends to repeat themselves? Do you struggle to understand conversations when you're at a restaurant, missing important life moments? Hi, this is Dr. Prince from Atlanta Hearing Associates, and we can help you hear better again. At Atlanta Hearing Associates, we combine the latest technology with compassionate care given by doctors of audiology to help you successfully manage hearing loss and get back to enjoying your life to the fullest. We offer hearing tests for individuals of all ages with easy online scheduling at hereatlanta.com. Symptoms: your hearing is muffled or words are not clear. It's difficult to hear when there is background noise. You turn the TV volume way up. If you noticed any of these symptoms, it's time to have a hearing test. Come on in and see us at Atlanta Hearing Associates. Easy online scheduling is available at hereatlanta.com. HEAR Atlanta.com.
Need inspiration? Shop Kroger for thousands of appetizing ingredients that inspire countless mouth-watering meals with savings beyond low prices. Like digital coupons worth over $600 each week and up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. So you can get big flavors and big savings. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
Right now, save big on 6 packs of Coca-Cola, Pepsi, or Canada Dry. Select varieties are just $2.99 each with your card and digital coupon. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
By now, you've heard all of our ads. America's largest injury law firm. But what does that really mean for our clients, for you? It means that when you hire us, you don't just get a lawyer, you get a legal army. Almost 800 lawyers alone. That army includes an entire legal team, specialist lawyers, investigators, and a 24/7 client satisfaction staff. Just like if you were going into surgery, you wouldn't trust one person to handle the paperwork, the scheduling, the anesthesia, and the surgery. Have you ever seen a surgeon operating alone and without resources? No way. Why would you trust a small firm with your case? Your case is a big deal to us. When it comes to law, size matters. We're America's largest injury law firm, Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Y'all, it's Eric. Listen, owning a business is challenging. I know, particularly with economic turmoil, every dollar matters. Every wasted minute is wasted money. You want your team as proficient and sharp as ever. That's why I use Vision Computers, and you should too. At Vision Computers, they do managed service for $179 per computer per year. One of the smartest investments you can make to keep your team and your company running smoothly. Call them at 404-COMPUTER. Go to visioncomputers.com. Picture this. No more downtime, no more tech frustrations. No more wondering if your systems are secure. Vision Computers takes care of everything with fast, reliable tech support from professionals ready to help, typically in less than 15 seconds. They've got over 4,000 Google 5-star reviews. They know what they're doing. And when you buy a PC from Vision, you're not just getting a computer, you're getting a system tailored to your exact needs. Give them a call, 404-COMPUTE, or go to visioncomputers.com. Vision Computers can build you what you need, but even if you didn't buy from them, they can be your tech support solution. 404-COMPUTE.
748 in the Cool Ray Carrier 24-hour traffic center. Travel advisory remains North Clayton County, I-675 northbound at Highway 4223, exit 2. One right lane remains blocked. You can avoid those tough delays by taking Highway 4223 into Ellenwood or I-75 as alternates. And better news in Sandy Springs, I-285 westbound, the outer loop at Riverside Drive, exit 24. That earlier crash has been cleared. All lanes are back open. And this report is sponsored by PureTalk.com. Stop overpaying for your cell phone plan. Pure Talk gives you unlimited talk, text, and data for just $25 a month on their 5G network. Dial pound 250 and say keyword switch now to save 50% off your first month. I'm Kobe Dawkins, 95.5 WSB.
Nothing can stop me. I'm all the way up. All the way up. I'm all the way up. I'm all the way up.
Nothing can stop me. I'm all the way up. Y'all know the song. Sing along. You know the song? It's a party. Victory. Calls only. Let's go. Alan.
Shelly,
What's
it's so
going
great
on?
to be on.
Yes, sir.
I'm doing. Hey, man, I'm going to gloat till there's no more gloating. So I'm going to try to be very concise for you, and thank you. I'm just going to ask you to bear with me. So in 2015 in March, I was doing my MBA. I wrote a paper I could prove that I said he would win. Fast forward, we'll forget about 20. This time I've gotten so much stuff from family and friends and all that, and I'm like you. I listen. I pay attention. I'm like, he's gonna. So last night, I'm sitting there. I got the stereo up as loud as I can. I went to my car, and I was just waiting. As soon as they announced it, I gloated. I blared. My wife was like, why are you like this? I said, because we put up with so much stuff the past 8 years. They should get the message. We don't want it. We don't want them, right? Move on. I could say a whole lot more, but thank you. Oh, one last thing. She bought me a shirt 3 years ago. I'm wearing it right now. It says, Trump, the sequel, making liberals cry again, with my mega hat. So, you know what? And I've been wearing it everywhere.
My man, wear it everywhere. Wear it everywhere.
I am.
Yep.
Gloat, gloat, gloat. Yeah.
My man, let's go to Tom. Tom, what's going on? Victory calls.
Hey. So, I got a T-shirt and 2 quick tunes for you. I woke up this morning and I heard Good Vibrations, and I was doing my Trump impression dance. And then I've been wearing this T-shirt since yesterday before the returns started coming in. It's bright orange, and it says OMG, exclamation point. And then down below that it goes vertical, OMG, Orange Man Good. I'm wearing that till people run me off because I'm got too much stank. Now, for Disney, Shelley, who's the leader of the club that wants to keep us free? DONALDTRUMP, Donald Trump. Donald Trump. All right, and for the media, he'll be back in the White House again. All the doors you tried to close will open wide again. He'll be back in the White House again. All you who look down on us will have to let us in, and we'll sing and dance with one hand free to celebrate our victory. Oh, what a sight to see him back in the White House again.
All right.
Thank you, Shelley.
Tom, great voice. Let's go to Rock. Rock, what's going on, Rock?
Shelley Winter. First of all, thank you so much for taking my call. All we do is win, 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 no matter what. With WSB on my mind, I'm never giving up. Because when I go to the White House, I'll be looking up, and we're going to see Donald Trump. 2025. Thank you so much, Shelley, for having this time for us to gloat a little bit. I don't do it that much, but, man, I'm telling you, it feels good to have somebody on the White House that's going to bring it home for us here in America. America spoke. They spoke loud and clear. Thank God for Donald Trump.
My man, great call, Rock. Great call. Let's go to John, wants to celebrate. Let's go. It's Celebration Victory Night on the Shelley Winter Show. Go ahead, John.
Shelley, I don't need to ask how you're doing because I can hear it in your voice.
My man.
So I was up last night till 6 a.m. watching this, and for me, 4 years ago, when we had all the Russia hoaxes We had the 3 impeachments. Biden was winning in the polling. And I kept telling all my friends, the American people are not stupid. He's going to win. Okay, so disappointment there. And I was saying the same thing yesterday to all my people. And today I'm driving around, big smile on my face, and I am so proud of the American people for getting this right.
Absolutely.
And Shelley, I got one more thing for you. So I would rarely do this, but I have a song request.
Okay, Mike, you got song request? What's the song?
Magic Mike's in there. Could I play I'm Winning by Santana?
All right, we'll find it for you, John.
That should be a good one.
All right, I'm Winning by Santana. Great call, John. Celebrate. You can celebrate with music as well, ladies and gentlemen. You got some celebratory songs you want to hear that put you in the mood? Because we're all happy. Nothing wrong with being happy. It really isn't. I don't want anybody sad. I know there's got to be people sad because their side lost. But, I feel bad for you. I really do. Not a mean-spirited person. I really feel bad. But I must tell you, you didn't feel bad when you're calling in here calling me names. You didn't feel bad watching people call me names on my social media. You didn't feel bad. You just laughed along. You liked them. You sport the smiley face. Ha, ha, ha. Good one. Calling Shelley that name. Well, now, bless your heart. I'm not here to do anything else but gloat. He. Let's go to Tom. What's going on, Tom?
Another day in paradise, sitting back and enjoying the victory. Like I said to the other one, the people have spoken. Let them eat it up. We'll show them again next year in the midterms.
Yes, sir. Great call, Tom. And I'm going to talk about that coming up. I want to talk about that. I want to talk about exit polls, but I also want to talk about Republicans, the midterms coming up. I don't want to skip ahead. We're not doing that here. Like as soon as an election is called, we start skipping ahead. No, but I do want to talk about what the Republicans have to do. It's in their hands now. Donald Trump did his job. He won. It looks like he's going to have the House and the Senate. So he's out of it. He's done. It's now up to them to do their jobs. Cut spending. Get us out of these giving billions of dollars to Ukraine. Start looking at funding homeschooling. Start looking at federal funding for homeschools. Start looking at trimming the federal Department of Education so there's less regulations and people can start collectives in their subdivisions. Do you know where AMAC the lawyer is? There's several families there with children all around the same age. Why can't they easily just start a homeschooling program for that set of families and homeschool their kids and get funding for it from the federal government? That's one of the things I'll be asking Mr. Trump and the Republicans to do, because I sunk a lot of airtime into getting this victory. Oh, I'm going to ask for something. It's not for me, for us. We'll be right back. Shelley Winter Show.
I know it doesn't feel like it right now, but the cold air is coming fast. That means a couple different things to me and you. Energy bills will be rising and company coming over for the holidays. Dan Watkins here with All Four Seasons Garage, entry doors, and windows. It's time to get your house ready for the winter air and your holiday visitors. The good news is that we have you covered for every opening in your home. So call us today to set up a free estimate with one of our amazing sales consultants. They'll help you pick out the perfect garage door, front door, and windows for your home.
The Scott Antique Markets is back at the Atlanta Expo Center, featuring hundreds of vendors with collectibles and merchandise from all over the world. We're on both sides of I-285 exit 55 on Jonesboro Road. Visit ScottAntiqueMarket.com for more information.
I'm here with Chris Hoffman of Hoffman Financial Group and the host of Money Unleashed. Chris, with all the things we're reading and seeing and living through these days, from potential rate cuts to presidential elections, now seems like a great time to make sure we have that comprehensive plan in place, the one that covers all our financial bases.
There are occasions throughout the year where I feel like it's critical for people to engage their financial lives and get the information that they deserve from a financial advisory team. And this is one of those times, to be quite frank. So We ask that you call us if you have a minimum of $500,000 in your full portfolio. But we're going to do away with that minimum so that those folks can have an equal opportunity to understand what's in their portfolio as well. Now, you have to have some money, right? I can't help you to build your wealth at work, right? But I sure can help, I believe, with your 401k, IRA management. There's probably 2 or 3 things that'll surprise you that you may want to take action on. So the next 10 people that call in will work up either a portfolio x-ray, or if you feel like you need a full retirement plan, go to unleashyourmoney.com, click on Portfolio X-ray, or click on Full Retirement Plan. We think you'll be impressed enough, and we want you to become a client. There's no question about it. We believe that we are a very competent fiduciary advisory team, and we want to offer that to our listeners. Let Hoffman Financial Group actually show you how we perform, and I believe we perform at the pinnacle of this industry.
Call the Hoffman Financial Group at 404-737-3858, 404-737-3858, or online at unleashyourmoney.com. Investment advisory services offered through Brookstone Wealth Advisors, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through Hoffman Financial Group Incorporated, Georgia Insurance License number 163546.
WSB Atlanta, WSB FM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk.
Wet spots or water streaks on your ceiling, drywall, or chimney? Your roof is leaking. Home Fix It host Dave Baker. Get a free roof analysis from my trusted experts, Finley Roofing. The roof guys. No obligation, no charge. FinleyRoofing.com. Roof.
News, weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk.
Hey there, good evening to you. It's 8 o'clock. I'm Michelle Wright, and our top story this hour. Late this afternoon, Vice President Kamala Harris formally concedes the presidential election.
On a stage lined with American flags, Vice President Harris addressed supporters.
My heart is full today, full of gratitude for the trust you have placed in me, full of love for our country, and full of resolve.
She says while she concedes this election,
I do not concede the fight that fueled this campaign.
She says that is a fight she will never give up. Stacey Lynn, CBS News, the White House.
President Biden is set to address the nation tomorrow at 11 a.m. We'll carry his speech live. Georgia's elections chief is taking a victory lap following what he says was a successful election.
More than 70% of Georgia's registered voters cast ballots during this election.
I think we handled it great.
Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger says the turnout shows that the steps they've taken in recent years did make voters feel confident when they went to the polls.
All those things came together. It was free, fair, and fast, and voters loved it. We actually got emails from voters. Over 40 of them just said they really had a great voter experience.
There are military and overseas ballots still outstanding. They have until Friday to arrive in order to be counted. Certification is next Tuesday. Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
We got 69 degrees in Atlanta right now. Cloudy this evening. Scattered showers as well. Atlanta's most accurate and dependable forecast is on the way. A Delta flight from Atlanta bound for Washington, D.C.'s Reagan National Airport makes an emergency landing in Raleigh this evening. Nobody's hurt. The flight was diverted in an abundance of caution, according to officials, after a report of an odor around the flight deck. Passengers were put on another flight to their final destination. Wall Street roared to record highs today, reports CBS's Jason Brooks.
The Dow Jones jumped more than 1,500 points, its fourth biggest single-day point gain in history, as the market reacted to Trump winning back the White House. With expectations, the Trump administration will deregulate several industries while placing stronger tariffs on Chinese imports. Despite electric vehicle stocks plunging on expectations Trump will end federal EV tax incentives, Tesla shares soared 15% higher due to Elon Musk's association with Trump.
As Jason reported, the Dow Jones closed up 15.08 points. The S&P is 15,008 points. The S&P is up 146. The Nasdaq closed up 544 points. A major gas leak in downtown Atlanta is repaired, but work is still going on in the area of MLK Jr. Drive and Piedmont Avenue. Construction workers hit the pipe this morning, and that forced the evacuation of a number of businesses in the area. Asa Foreman had business in downtown today and had just gotten there when the gas leak happened.
I had paid for my parking, and then I was advised that the building was being shut down today.
He tells Channel 2 Action News he made the best of it and had breakfast at Waffle House. 6 Georgians, including a Fulton County jail officer, are facing charges for allegedly planning to murder 2 other officers at the jail.
The U.S. Attorney's Office for the Northern District of Georgia says inmate Wayne Alford worked with the 5 other suspects on a plan to kill the officers after they stopped his contraband and narcotics trafficking operations. Among the suspects, Latasha Baker, who worked as a detention officer at the jail. Sheriff Pat Labatt says in a statement it's unthinkable she would plan to have her coworkers killed. Their plot was thwarted after the 2 officers being targeted found tracking devices attached to the bottom of their vehicles. Austin Eller, 95.5 WSB.
And Georgia state parks are adding more features to make those parks more accessible for people with disabilities.
Visitors who are colorblind will now have access to free Enchroma colorblind glasses at 3 popular state parks: Sweetwater Creek, Skidaway Island, and Cloudland Canyon State Parks. In addition, Amicalola Falls State Park has 2 Enchroma adapted viewers installed at the base of its waterfall. It's all part of the Georgia Department of Natural Resources Outdoors Beyond Barriers initiative, which also includes accessible campsites and fishing docks and all-terrain wheelchairs at 20 state parks. I'm Bloomberg's Gina Cervetti on 95.5 WSB.
It's 8:04, and that means it's time for live team coverage of traffic and weather. Kobe Dawkins is in the WSB 24-hour traffic center. Good evening to you, Kobe. What's going on?
Well, I'm seeing really great news in Clayton County. I-675 northbound past Highway 4223 exit 2. That earlier crash has been cleared. All lanes are back open, and I'm also seeing delays improving really fast, so no alternate needed. And looking at rides on the downtown connector, 7585 southbound, just a tap of the brakes from North Avenue to I-20. Northbound rides, you are free and clear of delays. I'm Kobe Dawkins, 95.5 WSB.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. Cloudy skies this evening with off and on rain showers, lows tonight in the mid-60s. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy with an isolated rain shower possible, high 75. Drying out on Friday with a little bit more sunshine, high 77.
Checking out the storm tracker radar, we do have a line of showers that is moving towards the southeast. It's in Griffin and going through Athens and up into South Carolina right now. We've got 68 degrees in Duluth, 70 in East Point, and 70 also in Forest Park. 70 right here in Midtown as well. More news is on the way at 8:30 and breaking news when it happens. I'm Michelle Wright, 95.5 WSB.
This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much.
Wake up, everybody. No more sleeping in bed. No more backward thinking. Time for thinking ahead.
Time for thinking ahead. The world has changed so very much than what it used to be. Not with Donald Trump as president. It's a Shelley Winter show. It's a party. It's a party. P-A-R-T-A-Y. A party, if you will. Victory calls all night long. Victory calls all night long. So let me tell you. People have been asking me, Shelley, can you explain how she lost? Now, if you are one who likes to take the easy road out, and the easy answers, you could simply say it was sexism, racism, misogyny, or throw all your little hate terms out there if you want to. You could do that. But then you'd be setting yourself up for losses in the midterms and losses in 2028. And losses all along the way. But if you want to know why she lost and you want to do a deep dive and you want to really think about why she lost so it doesn't happen again, which is what a logical, smart person would do, then you'll take heed to my words as to why Vice President Harris lost. She lost primarily because she wasn't a good candidate. That's it. That's the primary reason she lost. And she wasn't a good candidate, not because she's African American or Indian or a woman or anything like that. She lost because as a political candidate, if you were a blind person and you knew nothing about her and you just sat and listened to her policies and her ideas and her answers to questions from the media when she did them, you would have said, oh, I don't think she's a good candidate. That's the primary reason why she lost. She also lost because the Democrat Party knew from 2021 that Joe Biden had diminished capacity. And they had no plan to go beyond Joe Biden for the 2024 election. And they waited until July, a debate that they moved up ahead so they could show the American people we have to move him out the way. And they put her at a disadvantage by putting her in a losing position from the outset. Hey, you go out there and run. You have 107 days. Put together the infrastructure, put together the team, do everything you have to do, and run. And good luck, Kamala. They set her up for failure. So they put a not great candidate in a position to run a race that most people take a year and a half, almost 2 years of running to get to this point. They tried to push it on her, an already flawed candidate. They tried to do it in 107 days. And then they convinced themselves that she was the best thing since sliced bread, knowing that she wasn't. That's why she lost. She lost. She won 18 to 44-year-olds. But guess how Donald Trump did against 18 to 40-year-olds, 44-year-olds. 18 to 29, he did 46%. 30 to 44, he did 47%. Her margins there were not big enough. That's why she lost. His margins were big enough, 45 to 65 plus, 52%, 51%. Hers were 46 and 48, but he didn't need it because he already had the tight margins in the younger audiences. So he dug into her base. He dug into young people. He didn't dig into her base. Let me take that back. He dug into the Democrat base. He dug into the Democrat coalition. That's not misogyny, racism, sexism, and fascism. That's messaging. That's candidate. Quality of candidate. She won 83% of African Americans. He won 16%. I think it's a lot higher, but let's take the Fox News voter analysis. She did 83%. She needed in the high 90s. I told you that. Latino Hispanic, he did 42%. She did 56%. He did beat her by 12 with white voters, 55%. Listen to this. This is where it gets good. This is where I really brag. White men, 59% Trump, 39% for her, 20-point swing. White women, he beat her with white women. He beat her with just white women. Doesn't matter if they had a college degree or not. Just white women. He beat her with white women. That's not sexism, racism, misogyny. That's just a flawed candidate running over 107 days. Introduce, get to know, sell, and close in 107 days. Never been done before, never will be done. Especially if it's a flawed candidate. But here's the big one. Kamala Harris, black men, 74% for her. 24%. black men voted for Trump. 24%. Now, when I told you that Donald Trump was going to get 20+% of black male voters, they told me I was crazy. Never happened. Talked to Charlemagne the God on a text message. Never happened, Shelley, you're crazy. Talked to others, was on the Roland Martin show, was on CNN. Never happened, you're crazy. What a dumb analogy. You're a racist, you're a dummy. 24% nationally of black men. I said that was going to happen. I told you that was going to happen back in early September. I have every right to brag. 24%. Let me tell you, in Georgia, that number is about the same, 23, 24%. I'm going to say something now that you can't disprove. You could just tell me, oh, Shelley's talking smack. But I can tell you right now that I'm probably 65% responsible here in Georgia for that 24% African-American male vote for Donald Trump here in Georgia. You know what? I'm going to say 80%. Yep, that's what I'm going to do. Can't prove me wrong, but you know I've been talking about them, and I've been talking to the brothers, both on the air, in the barbershops, on the streets. So much so that I was able to go on CNN and tell them what I was hearing. And they ran me off. But here I sit, bragging, because I was right, and you all were wrong. 448-720-0750, 1-800-WSB Talk, going to Bill Crane. I apologize, Bill. Bill's on hold. When we come back, we'll be on with Bill Crane, breaking down the race. Guess what? Our guy won. We'll be right back.
$8:15 in the Coolray Carrier 24-hour traffic center. Now seeing new trouble on the downtown connector 7585 southbound near North Avenue, exit 249D. Crash knocking out one right lane. I'm seeing minor delays through the area. Just stay to the left if you can. And looking at rides on all other highways, they're looking free and clear of delays. I'm Kobe Dawkins, 95.5 WSB.
The most consequential election of our time is over.
Donald Trump will return to the White House as the next president of the United States.
Well, I want to thank you all very
Stay
much.
with WSB for all the information you need from now through Inauguration Day.
This is a movement like nobody's ever seen before.
95.5 WSB.
Your 2024 election station.
Georgia Power's commitment to total restoration from devastating Hurricane Helene continues. After restoring power to customers and rebuilding the grid in areas with the worst damage, Georgia Power is now offering account assistance to affected customers. Learn more at georgiapower.com/Helene.
I'm John Morgan. When you call Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, your very own army springs into action immediately, 24/7. Our investigators, legal staff, and over 900 lawyers work together to fight to get you the best result as quickly and easily as possible. Insurance companies know who we are, and now you know it too. This firm was built for greatness. This firm was built for you. Injured? Call your army. We're ready to roll. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You fell in love with her because she's unlike any other woman in the world, so why settle for an ordinary engagement ring you could find almost anywhere? Well, I know a place where you can design your own custom engagement ring. Terra Fine Jewelry Company. At Terra, the styles and designs are endless, and their expert jewelers make it easy to bring your personally designed engagement ring to life. Your bride-to-be deserves more than a cookie-cutter engagement ring, so explore the vast options of custom design rings at Terra Fine Jewelry Company in Beaufort, Georgia. Terra Fine Jewelry Company.
The rental rush is here. Hey, it's Mark Aaron from my good friends at Renters Warehouse. With all the talk about commissions in the news lately, doesn't selling your house feel more volatile and uncertain than ever? Well, it does to me. It's one more reason why renting your home is so much smarter, especially when you hire my pals at Renters Warehouse to manage your property for you. Renting cuts through the confusion so you can be confident in your ability to earn monthly cash flow, appreciation, and tax benefits for the long term. And with Renters Warehouse managing your property, you can sit back and collect the money. Tenants, they find the best. Rent, they collect for you. Maintenance request, they handle them 24/7, all for one low monthly flat fee, and they'll even warranty your tenants for free. Remember, selling is uncertain, but renting is reliable, especially with the experienced Renters Warehouse team on your side. Find out how much rent your home can get by visiting rwatlanta.com today. That's rwatlanta.com, or call 404-662-2322.
Do you know the secret to losing fat permanently? Hi, I'm Dr. Taylor from Be the Younger You Atlanta, and I know the secret. Our anti-aging program makes it easy to lose weight, regain your health, and for many of our patients, reduce or even come off their medications, all without drugs, surgery, prepackaged meals, or injections. No counting points or calories. And you feel great while losing it, because if you're doing it the right way, you should feel great.
Hey, it's Shelly Winter. The Be the Younger You ATL.com weight loss program is the best ever because it really works. You lose the weight and the weight stays off, just like it has done for me. Stick to the program and you will look and feel much, much better. Go to BeTheYoungerYouATL.com right now or call 770-415-3000.
Call us now to schedule your free consultation and take advantage of our 20% off fall special. Call 770-415-3000 or go to BeTheYoungerYouATL.com. That's BeTheYoungerYouATL.com.
It's my favorite time of year. I love spending time with family, enjoying delicious, nutritious food and bread. That's right, real bread, not that enriched stuff you see on the grocery shelves. This is Sue from Bread Beckers in Woodstock with Sue's Healthy Minute. My family and I were blown away from the health benefits of making real bread from freshly milled whole grains. After more than 30 years in business, we are more than a kitchen store. We are a real food store where you can get everything you need to make real bread for your family. Come to the Bread Beckers store in Woodstock this holiday season. We offer a complete line of grains, beans, sweeteners, and other whole foods, and check out our top-of-the-line kitchen equipment, including grain mills, pressure cookers, freeze dryers, and more. Our infused olive oils and vinegars are a huge hit. Our knowledgeable and friendly staff will help you find the perfect gift. Visit breadbeckers.com or our Bread Beckers store in Woodstock.
Sing along. Sing along, ladies and gentlemen, in your car, wherever you are right now, sing along. We're winning. We won. And you should take happiness and pride and joy in winning. Because trust me, if we would have lost, they would have crushed us. They would have crushed us. They wouldn't have let up. They would have called us all kinds of names. They would have crushed us. Have fun. You won. We won. He won. And on the phone with me right now is my good friend Bill Crane, who I will never forget. When they ask me in my retirement home years from now, hey, where were you when Donald Trump won in 2024? I will always be able to say I was on the air of 95.5 WSB, the best, greatest radio station in the history of radio, with Bill Crane when we called the race before everyone else. Bill Crane.
It was a special evening, Shelley, and I did want to call in not just to congratulate you for a great night of radio, but to congratulate you for being the kind of person and the man that sets your conviction, makes up your mind, starts down a path, and leads others. And leadership can be a lonely road, particularly when you're in front and there are people taking shots at you and people questioning your wisdom and people questioning your judgment, and you stuck to your path. You stuck to your convictions. You stuck with your candidate. You stuck with your Lady April, and you kept one step, one day at a time, one step ahead of the other. Next step, next call, next event, next time you can make a connection for somebody. And that's how you build success. That's how you build a party. That's how you build turnout. And you did have a role in all of that.
Wow. Thank you, Bill. Man, oh, man. That was very kind, brother. Wow.
Well, you said we were celebrating and taking positive calls tonight. I just thought I'd fit in with the program.
Man, That is probably the nicest thing anybody's ever said to me, and I appreciate that very much. I really, really do from the bottom of my heart. I thought we were going to break down a race, but thank you very much for those kind words.
Well, I mean, we can talk about whatever you want to talk about.
No,
But you said
those are great
and
kind
I,
words.
and I wanted to, get it on record. You played a role. You made a difference. She is a flawed candidate. He is a flawed candidate. I know we have some differences of opinion on that, but he won. He didn't just win. He won big. You said he would. My numbers on the Electoral College are a little closer than yours, but it is a big win. The Senate is a big win.
Absolutely.
And it looks like the House numbers are going to be solid. So, and, to win the popular vote and the Electoral College, the last time that happened in this country was Bill Clinton in 92. And he didn't just win it slightly. At this point, he's up by about 7 million.
Let me ask you a question, Bill. But
Sure.
Joe Biden got 80 million votes. We're at 20 million votes right now. Did they all these people die or just stayed home? Like, where are these 20 million votes? Or did she lose that badly that she lost a full 20 million people?
I do think looking at things like New York City, where Trump not only closed the gap, but the Democratic nominees' votes just dropped. Chicago, New Jersey, there were a lot of Democrats and we could discuss which reason was more compelling, but just sat it out. They didn't go die.
Right.
They just didn't vote. Some of them voted for Trump. Some of them voted for Miss Jill Stein. Some of them voted for the socialists. But they either didn't go at all, and I think that was the case with a lot of Hispanic voters, although Trump did well. Here in Georgia, we only had, of the entire voting population of 5.2 million, 4.7% was Hispanic.
And many of them just stayed home.
Yeah.
And this is what I tell people, like, even with me bragging about the 24% of black men, they're only 4% of the voting population. So that 74% that she got was of a very small number. That's not you know what I mean? And she only got 74% of them.
When Barack Obama was the Democratic nominee in 2008 and 2012, for the first time in Georgia, African Americans voted higher than their percentage of the population. And then coming behind him in 2016, 2018, 2020, Stacey Abrams and others kind of carried that ball forward. And at peak, and I think it was her first run, but it might have been her second, the total sample African American vote was 33% of the total. And it was just over 26% yesterday and in the early voting. And when you lose that large a percentage, that's not misogyny.
Right.
That's not racism.
Right.
When they don't show up to vote for you, that is a statement. But, each one of those percentage points of the total is 50,000 votes.
Fair enough.
She didn't get.
Yep.
She didn't get.
And you add that up over particularly large metropolitan areas like Chicago, New York, L.A., places like that, Detroit, you're looking at 20 million votes.
A lot of million.
A lot of million.
Yeah.
My man, Bill Crane. First of all, thank you, Bill. We'll talk next week again, as we always do on Wednesdays at 8:06. Well, we have another day, but we'll figure it out. I can't remember now, but I just want to thank you very much. That was very kind, and those were kind words. I appreciate you very much. That moved me.
And other than the sleep deprivation, I really enjoyed it last night.
Absolutely, my brother. I'll never forget where I was when Donald Trump won 2024. The 2024 presidential election. I was on the air with the great and legendary Bill Crane. Have a wonderful evening,
Cheers
my
to
brother.
you, Shell.
God bless
Cheers
you.
to you.
Thank you, brother.
Take
Cheers
care.
to you as well.
Bye-bye.
What a kind thing. Man, you got to pull that clip, please, for me. Man. Wow. I got to go. I'm going to step outside for a second. Just not going to tear up or anything. Just got to go to the bathroom. We'll be right back.
Anyone on the roads in North Georgia knows that tractor trailers are everywhere. For my friends in the motorcycle community, a distracted big rig could change your life forever. Hey, it's Eric Von Hessler. Steel Horse Law specializes in motorcycle accidents involving trucks, and they can protect you from big corporations and their armies of lawyers. Steel Horse Law can help you get back on your feet, medical bills paid, back to work, and your case resolved. Schedule your free accident evaluation at steelhorselaw.com.
If you have COPD, here are some reasons to go see your pulmonologist again. 1. Those flare-ups you keep having, they have the chance to cause permanent lung damage. 2. We now know a certain type of inflammation can cause flare-ups for some people. And 3.
When can I see Grandma?
Need more reasons? Visit www.livewithcopd.com.
Is your old, rotting, ugly siding a thorn in your side? It's hard to look at. Imagine what your neighbors think. Dave Baker here with your siding solution, Nelson Exteriors. They're a James Hardie Elite Preferred Siding Contractor and the only siding company I recommend. They'll properly install new siding without cutting corners so it lasts longer. Licensed and insured, Nelson Exteriors offers unmatched quality and craftsmanship. Count on Nelson for an extraordinary renovation. Google Nelson Exteriors.
Do you frequently ask family and friends to repeat themselves? Do you struggle to understand conversations when you're at a restaurant, missing important life moments? Hi, this is Dr. Prince from Atlanta Hearing Associates, and we can help you hear better again. At Atlanta Hearing Associates, we combine the latest technology with compassionate care given by doctors of audiology to help you successfully manage hearing loss and get back to enjoying your life to the fullest. We offer hearing tests for individuals of all ages with easy online scheduling at hereatlanta.com. Symptoms: your hearing is muffled or words are not clear. It's difficult to hear when there is background noise. You turn the TV volume way up. If you noticed any of these symptoms, it's time to have a hearing test. Come on in and see us at Atlanta Hearing Associates. Easy online scheduling is available at hereatlanta.com. HEAR Atlanta.com.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
Hi, good evening to you. It's 8:30. I'm Michelle Wright. Our top story this hour, Vice President Kamala Harris concedes the election this afternoon during a speech at her alma mater, Howard University, where she also offered reassurances to her supporters.
To the young people who are watching, it is okay to feel sad and disappointed. But please know it's going to be okay.
She went on to tell those gathered not to give up, but to accept the results of the election. President Biden is set to address the nation tomorrow morning around 11 a.m. to discuss the results as well. Opponents of the city of Mableton take their case to the state's highest court.
The case, which was previously dismissed by a lower court, argues the referendum which created the city and a local community improvement district violates state law. Attorney Alan Lightcap represents the plaintiffs.
Fundamentally, this case will help clarify how the single subject rule applies to legislation where the General Assembly is creating units of local government.
Mayor Michael Owen says he is focused on building a prosperous and unified future for Mableton. The state Supreme Court is expected to rule sometime early next year. In Cobb County, Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
Now that Young Thug's trial is complete, it's cleared the way for a long-awaited case of a former South Georgia prosecutor accused of helping protect a pair of criminals.
January 21st, the former prosecutor is scheduled to go on trial as the defendant. Jury selection to begin for ousted Glenn County DA Jackie Johnson, who faces a 2-count indictment alleging she showed favor to Greg McMichael and ordered that his son Travis McMichael not be arrested after the man chased and shot Ahmaud Arbery. The case was on hold while her attorney repped Young Thug in Fulton County's YSL case. State Attorney General Chris Carr says in a statement, quote, "We have never stopped fighting for Ahmaud Arbery and his family, and we look forward to presenting our case in court." Veronica Waters, 95.5 WSB.
More construction could be coming to Midtown. The family that owns the Varsity is in talks to sell a parcel of land next to their Spring Street location, which would provide more than 550 student housing units to Georgia Tech. Tech student Cordelia Tranfield tells Channel 2 Action News she likes the idea of more housing options.
It's nice seeing more and more skyscrapers popping up around here.
There's no word yet on when a deal might be finalized. 5 out of 6 healthcare workers in hospitals and nursing homes are saying no to the COVID-19 booster. The CDC says just over 15% got boosted during the 23-24 respiratory virus season. A recent survey shows that despite the fact that many healthcare workers view COVID as a serious health threat, they're not confident in the safety, effectiveness, and benefit of the COVID vaccine. And Hurricane Rafael is churning in the Gulf and is hitting portions of Cuba today, and it's taking aim at the Florida coastline again, says meteorologist Melissa Griffin.
Tropical storm force winds, especially in gusts, are also expected in the lower and middle Florida Keys. That begins later today and lasts through tonight. A couple of tornadoes can't be ruled out either in the Keys into southwestern Florida mainland.
Rafael is currently a Category 3 storm. And the ruby slippers, once worn by Judy Garland in The Wizard of Oz, are being sold in an auction at the end of the month. The shoes were on display at the Judy Garland Museum in Grand Rapids, Minnesota, until they were stolen back in 2005. Those shoes were recovered and returned to their owner, and the museum has been raising money in hopes of getting them back through the auction. It is 8:33, and that means it's time for live team coverage of traffic and weather. Kobe Dawkins is in the WSB 24-hour traffic center. Good evening to you, Kobe. What's going on out there?
Well, I'm seeing some traffic pacing in Cherokee County, I-575 northbound nearing Bridgewalk Parkway, exit 9. Looks like they're moving slow, possibly for construction starting up. You can avoid those delays by taking Highway 5 as an alternate and looking at rides on the downtown connector 7585 southbound near North Avenue, exit 249D. That crash is still there. It knocks out one right lane. You can just stay to the left if you can. I'm Kobe Dawkins, 95.5 WSB.
This is WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. Cloudy skies this evening with off and on rain showers, lows tonight in the mid-60s. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy, an isolated rain shower possible, high 75. Friday, drying out with a little bit more sunshine, high 77.
A quick check of the storm tracker radar shows some lingering showers in the South Metro area, Spalding, Henry, Rockdale County, seeing some showers right now. We have got 68 degrees in Holly Springs, 70 in Powder Springs, 69 in Sandy Springs, and 69 right here in Midtown. More news is on the way at 9 o'clock and breaking news when it happens. I'm Michelle Wright, 95.5 WSB.
Victory calls next. 1-800 WSB Talk. Victory calls only.
Buying a new car? Need help fixing your current car? What's the safest car for a first-time buyer? The Car Guys have the answer. Join Shelley Winter and automotive expert Kevin Deutsch this and every Saturday at 12 for all your car needs. The Car Guys, presented by Butler Lexus of South Atlanta. Saturdays at noon on 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
It's what welcomes people to your home, and first impressions are everything. Your front door. Hi, I'm Dan Watkins, owner of All Four Seasons Garage and Entry Doors. We're the experts for every opening in your home. Not only your garage door, but your windows and your front door too. Replace your dated single front door with a gorgeous double door. No matter the size of your entrance, we can customize and install the double doors of your dreams. Make your front door grand. Get started at all4seasonsgarages.com.
At Shane Company, we want you to be the holiday hero. We have so many ways to create unique, fine jewelry gifts. Give a ring or necklace with their favorite gemstone like amethyst or peachy morganite, one to match their eyes, or even pick out their favorite team colors. Customize our North Star charm with the gemstone of your choice for a reminder to follow their own path. Or create a personalized piece with zodiac, birthstone, and diamond letter charms. Visit us in store and shop online at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Today, we're the largest injury firm in the world, and I'm thankful to you for trusting us all these years. We'll always be here for the people, not the powerful. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
There are a lot of tree companies out there, but only one in Atlanta that has been in business for over 60 years, and that's Heath Tree Service. Whether you need tree removal or tree pruning work done, our certified arborists are experts in all aspects of tree care. If you're looking for quality, professional tree care, call Heath Tree Service or find us online at heathtreeservice.com.
Have you outgrown the space at your business or home? Shipping Containers for You has your perfect solution. Affordable 40-foot and 20-foot containers that can be delivered to you within days. Go to shippingcontainersforyou.com. That's shippingcontainersforyou.com.
Sorry, Magic Mike. Still have to switch from side to side. Let's go. Victory calls only. Let's get to these phones. Everyone's been holding. Barb in Buckhead. Barb from Buckhead joined us last night at the Grand Hyatt Suite election watch night party. Did you have a good time, Barb? Barb?
Oh my gosh, I had so much fun. One thing about us, we know how to just relax and chill out and have a good time and chat. So it was a great evening. So celebrations. First of all, I think Donald Trump won in Butler, Pennsylvania. I think he sealed the deal in Butler, Pennsylvania the second time. And but those of us who are really winning are those of us who are business owners in the United States, especially those of us who are small business owners, because we are now going to have more affordable things so that we can begin making better profits again. And that is just something that we should all celebrate, because the more profits we can make, the more people we can hire, the better things are going to be for all of us. And so I'm excited that the man who knows business is back in business, and he's going to put the rest of us back in business too.
My girl, Barb from Buckhead, thanks for joining us last night. And before we go off the air, I'm going to take some more celebratory calls. And then at the last segment of the show, we're going to talk about last night and what went down at the Hyatt, Grand Hyatt Buckhead last night. I got a lot to say about that. Let's go to Christopher. Christopher. Hello. Christopher's gone. Let's go to Shane. Hey, Shane.
Hey, Shelly, you're firing on all cylinders, man, yet again. That last segment when you did a little self-celebration, it was well-deserved, and you stole some of my thoughts. But, there was not a more important radio audience on planet Earth than Atlanta, Georgia, and there was not a more important time spot than yours these past 6 months. And you really did an exemplary job, and you crossed some lines and you bridged some gaps. I remember you inviting guys out for cookouts and cigar bars, and man, you were doing the dirty work. I know you were. I was reading between the lines. But it was 2020 when Joe Biden went on a black radio show and said, if you have a problem figuring out whether you're me or for me or Trump, then you ain't black. That was a long way from a short time 4 years ago, but that's a lot of ground covered in terms of making it relatable and understandable, and you communicating and articulating that to both whites and blacks and bridging that gap. So, hey, I applaud your efforts. I sincerely do. But I tell you what, real quick, there is a part of the Republican Party that is not the Marjorie Taylor Greene, Platinum MAGA supporters that are a little more conservative, and we want to see a slightly more sophisticated approach. So I hope this is, not overly celebratory where we can let the bulls run. I mean, we're going to have a leadership vacuum.
I agree.
It's not careful.
Absolutely. Great call, Shane. Great call. I didn't get to that, but it's a great call. Shane raises a good point. I said it. I touched on it earlier. I want to touch on it again. The ball is in the Republican Party's court right now. Donald Trump's done his job. He's done his job. Now the Republicans have to legislate like adults. Really. You got to cut spending. You got to do the things necessary. There are a bunch of us who helped get this ball rolling, and over the finish line, over the goal line, and we've got some ideas. And if you turn away our ideas, you don't want to listen to our ideas because you've already won. Trust me, it's not going to go good for you in the midterms. It's in the Republican Party's hands now. It's in the Congress, the Senate, a lot of state legislators. You listen to us. We've done the dirty work. We've got the job done. Now take heed to the ideas that we have. Or you can say, okay, yeah, send me your paper, and never talk to us again. Trust me, we will make you pay in the midterms. Let's go to Joe. Hey, Joe, how are you, my brother? Joe Conjimi.
Hey, happy Victory Day, Shelley.
Yes, sir. My young nephew. What's going on, brother?
President-elect Trump delivered me a heck of a birthday present today.
Oh, happy birthday, Joe.
So, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and quote Mike Tyson. Everybody's got a plan until they get hit in the mouth. Well, yesterday, Donald J. Trump and we the people popped Kamala Harris and Joe Biden and Barack Obama square in the mouth. So we got work to do for the next 2 years. So now it's time for us to get down and get to work. We'll see y'all again 2 years from now.
And we also pop the system in the mouth. We pop the mainstream media in the mouth. We pop the deep state in the mouth. We pop the retired generals in the mouth. We popped a lot of people in the mouth. The people pop. Let me tell you, thank you for your call, Joe. Great words. Let me say this, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the day, Gil Scott-Heron had a great song, "The Revolution Will Not Be Televised." But will be televised. And it was. The revolution was televised. It was right in front of your face. And many, 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 many millions of you decided to ignore the revolution going on right in front of your face. You decided to ignore it. You just watched it on television. They told you lies. They told you what was going on. And you decided in your own hearts and minds to say, no, I'm not going to participate in this people's revolution. I'm going to side with the empire. I'm going to side with the man. I'm going to decide to go be on the side of the oppressor. Trump isn't the oppressor. He's but one man. You sided with the empire, the very empire that you claim hates women, hates blacks, hates Hispanics, hates minorities, hates gays. You sided with that same system. You sided with a system that pumps poison out to your children on a near daily basis, that blocks opportunities to do natural health care, natural health, homeopathic health, natural cures. You sided with the people that push poison. What does that make you? How does that make you feel? I'm so glad we won. We'll be right back.
Get the WSB Radio app.
This story is breaking right now.
Get notifications from your source for news.
If you have the WSB Radio app, then you saw the breaking news.
Get the WSB Radio app.
Don't miss a thing with the WSB app.
Download it from the App Store today.
Do you know the secret to losing fat permanently? Hi, I'm Dr. Taylor from Be the Younger You Atlanta, and I know the secret. Our anti-aging program makes it easy to lose weight, regain your health, and for many of our patients, reduce or even come off their medications. All without drugs, surgery, prepackaged meals, or injections. No counting points or calories. And you feel great while losing it because if you're doing it the right way, you should feel great.
Hey, it's Shelley Winter. The Be the Younger You, ATL.com weight loss program is the best ever because it really works. You lose the weight and the weight stays off, just like it has done for me. Stick to the program and you will look and feel much, much better. Go to BeTheYoungerYouATL.com right now or call 770-415-3000.
Call us now to schedule your free consultation and take advantage of our 20% off fall special. Call 770-415-3000 or go to BeTheYoungerYouATL.com. That's BeTheYoungerYouATL.com.
Need inspiration? Shop Kroger for thousands of appetizing ingredients that inspire countless mouth-watering meals with savings beyond low prices. Like digital coupons worth over $600 each week and up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. So you can get big flavors and big savings. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
Right now, save big on 6-packs of Coca-Cola, Pepsi, or Canada Dry. Select varieties are just $2.99 each with your card and digital coupon. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Even when it's not raining, there's still signs that your roof needs attention. Home Fix It Show host Dave Baker here for Findlay Roofing. The roof guys. Check your roof for streaks and stains, loss of color, or granules in your downspouts. Gutters are scattered on the ground around your home. Your roof may be telling you something. Or if you can still see where that wet spot was in your ceiling, even if it's dried out, your roof still has a problem. You need a new roof. Findlay Roofing has mastered the roof replacement process with impeccable, high-quality work with exceptional service and pinpoint attention to detail. Findlay lives by the golden rule and will treat your home like it's their own. Plus, Findlay stands behind their work with a lifetime leak-free warranty on labor and materials at no additional cost. And they offer 0% financing. Need a new roof? Think of Findlay first. Get started with a free roof analysis. Schedule yours now at FindlayRoofing.com.
Roof.
The Scott Antique Markets is back at the Atlanta Expo Center, featuring hundreds of vendors with collectibles and merchandise from all over the world. We're on both sides of I-285 exit 55 on Jonesboro Road. Visit scottantiquemarket.com for more information.
Georgia Power's commitment to total restoration from devastating Hurricane Helene continues. After restoring power to customers and rebuilding the grid in areas with the worst damage, Georgia Power is now offering account assistance to affected customers. Learn more at georgiapower.com/Helene.
So your septic system needs repairs. That stinks. First, they want to charge you to pump out the tank and charge you again for the repair. That's just wrong. Hi, I'm Shannon, owner of Scorpion Septic, and we don't do that. With us, there's never a pump out charge with your repair. You'll save hundreds.
Take the sting out of septic service with Scorpion Septic, where there is never a pump out charge with your repair. Call for more information.
Scorpion Septic Services.com.
8:48 in the Coolray Carrier 24-hour traffic center. Looks like some construction is starting up in Sandy Springs, I-285 eastbound the Interloop near Riverside Drive, exit 24. Looks like they're blocking multiple right lanes. I'm seeing minor delays through the area. Just use some caution there. And rides on the downtown connector are looking better. 7585 southbound. That earlier crash at North Avenue has been cleared. No delays remain. I'm Kobe Dawkins, 95.5 WSB.
All right, we'll take just a couple calls. Make them quick, please. Celebration calls, but make it quick. Go ahead, Barry.
Hey, Shelly, it's Barry. Number one, I want to thank God for his mercy on America, giving us another chance. Number two, I want to thank you because, as I remember, you're one of the people that helped get Brian Kemp and Donald Trump back together so that we could win Georgia. And then the last thing, you told me when I called you in about my idea to just go out and volunteer or whatever. So I became a Trump Force captain and helped knock on over 10,000 doors last Saturday and Sunday in Forsyth County. So thank you for doing your part. And I am spiking the ball. And one last thing. The happiest moment of the last 10 years of my life was the day when I watched the expression, the agony of defeat on Tim Walz's face when he walked out for Kamala's concession speech. That was the greatest moment of the last 10 years.
Great call, and I'm glad you volunteered, Barry, and I was happy to help. Have a wonderful day. God bless you.
Absolutely, man. Thank you.
Thank you for listening. Scott, go ahead, Scott, real quick, please.
Hey, Shirley, calling from Atlanta, Georgia. First off, thank you for everything you do. You're a true gentleman, true scholar. Appreciate everything you did. It's the bottom of the fourth. We're down by 3. Georgia Bulldog song, Glory, Glory. You got us ahead. You made made me vote. I was undecided. You made me vote. You're a true leader, and I couldn't be happier. And I don't feel sorry for the Democratic Party. There's 334 million people in the U.S., and not even half those people in the U.S. voted.
My man,
so
great.
that's important. It's important you vote. If you don't vote, hey, you don't win.
Great
so
call,
like you've
Scott.
been saying all along.
Thank you, Scott. I want to thank everybody. So, listen, last night we had our watch night party at the Grand Hyatt Buckhead. Now, so the Grand Hyatt Buckhead, it was the GOP host hotel. That's why we did it there. Myself, Karen Walker, shout out to Karen Walker, shout out to Camilla Moore, our chairwoman of the Georgia Black Republican Council, and AMAC Advisors. We are all organizers, sponsors of this watch night party. And so Josh McCoon, chairman of the Georgia GOP, they had the host hotel was a Grand Hyatt Buckhead. They had the big ballroom, they had television, and a bunch of media there. And stage, a couple thousand people out there. And so we rented what's called the Peach Suite. It's a new suite at the Grand Hyatt Buckhead, a beautiful, beautiful room. 2 rooms, two queens in one room, and king in the other room. And in between these 2 rooms is a full apartment, like a dining room area, a living room set with a television, and off the living room was a little kitchenette, sink, and everything. And so we rented that. The groups, myself and the others, we rented it. We had food. Pork Choppers, shout out to Pork Choppers Barbecue. You can find them on Facebook. The best Brunswick stew I ever had. They call it their victory stew. You can find them, Pork Choppers Barbecue. You can find them on Facebook. Great Brunswick stew. Knocked the whole room out. I mean, meaning, everybody was like in line to get this Brunswick stew. Then my boy Daniel from Ray's Southern Foods. We got mac and cheese and collard greens. I was downstairs smoking a cigarette in the little smoking area, and a guy was talking to me. We were just talking about the race and everything, and the guy says to me, I'm headed back upstairs. There's a room upstairs where the mac and cheese, somebody really stepped in. It's a white guy, young white guy, Magic Mike. Told me he was headed back up to my room. Didn't know he was talking to me. Said he's headed back up to the room, our suite, because the macaroni and cheese was so good he was going to get more. So shout out to Daniel at Ray's Southern Food. Best mac and cheese, best collard greens you'll ever had. And my boy Jim Brown Catering is my large brother, Jim Brown. Has the best smoked wings you'll ever have in your life. They just come off the bone. You can literally eat his smoked wings with nothing else and just call it a day. And shout out to my man Dave. We had Bullet. We had Don Julio. Cooper Wine. Just some great brands. Serving to everybody. Shout out to my other guy at Scofflaw beer. We had their orange beer. There a couple of their IPAs. All of this, friends. Shout out to all of them. But we had such a good time. We were having a great time. At one point, we had about probably 70, 80 people, maybe 40, 50 people in the room. But people going upstairs and coming down, and we were going to get people because you couldn't get up on the elevator without a key. So people would text someone, hey, I'm downstairs, and someone would go get them. We thought it was fine. The Young Republicans had a suite. Courtney Kramer had a suite. Several organizations had a suite because this was the host hotel for the Georgia GOP election night watch party for Donald Trump and all the Republicans. So everyone got suites, and they were entertaining. People were just moving about. Do you know security harassed all of us all night long? I was told that the internet was choppy most of the night. The war room kept dropping. The internet kept dropping out. People were being asked questions where they were going by security all night long. Hotel security. And I couldn't figure it out because they kept coming to our room. You got to turn it down. People have to leave. Do you know the room I described to you has 2 bedrooms on the ends, a huge living area and entertaining area in the middle? The guy literally looked me in the face and said, this room is only supposed to have 6 guests. So what do you have so many chairs? The dining room table has 7 chairs alone at it. There are 3 bar stools at the little counter in the kitchen, and they have a full couch with a chaise layout on the end. How can you possibly tell me you can only have 6 people in that room? Look, the Grand Hyatt Buckhead's a wonderful hotel. I strongly urge you to use them. But there was something very fishy going on last night with the harassment that many of us were catching. Something very fishy. But then I got a call right before we came on the air. And I found out something that nobody put 2 and 2 together until today. Guess who owns the Hyatt hotels, the World of Hyatt? J.B. Pritzker. Yes, that J.B. Pritzker. So trust me, ladies and gentlemen, when I say my family and I will stay in a Hyatt anywhere in the world because it's a good hotel. But the Georgia GOP, as a conservative, I will never stay in a Hyatt hotel ever again. Shelley Winter Show. We'll be back Friday. Georgia Bulldogs Live tomorrow, Thursday. Have a wonderful evening and celebrate. Don't be mad. Don't be sad. Don't be scared to celebrate. Celebrate. Honk your horn. You go by a Trumper with his hat on or his T-shirt on, honk your horn. You go by a yard sign, honk your horn. You go by somebody that you know at your job voted for Trump, don't keep it quiet. Don't say, hey, no. Say, what's up, Joe? We won. Let everybody in the office hear you. Be that guy. Because trust me, if they would have won, they would have been that guy too. Peace out. God bless.
The rental rush is here. Hey, it's Mark Aaron from my good friends at Renters Warehouse. With all the talk about commissions in the news lately, doesn't selling your house feel more volatile and uncertain than ever? Well, it does to me. It's one more reason why renting your home is so much smarter, especially when you hire my pals at Renters Warehouse to manage your property for you. Renting cuts through the confusion so you can be confident in your ability to earn monthly cash flow, appreciation, and tax benefits for the long term. And with Renters Warehouse managing your property, you can sit back and collect the money. Tenants, they find the best. Rent, they collect for you. Maintenance request, they handle them 24/7, all for one low monthly flat fee, and they'll even warranty your tenants for free. Remember, selling is uncertain, but renting is reliable, especially with the experienced Renters Warehouse team on your side. Find out how much rent your home can get by visiting rwatlanta.com today. That's rwatlanta.com, or call 404-662-2322.
One of the things with running is I want to enjoy the run, but I never made it very far because the arches in my feet just killed me. So when I got to the end of my rope and I said I have to do something to get rid of the pain, and a couple people recommended the Good Feet store to me. I loved how I could go in and get a free personalized arch support fitting. They put that time, that work, that effort into helping you find the right arch supports. And you can walk around the store with these in your shoes and try them out before you purchase them. So after I got my arch supports, the arches on my feet stopped hurting and the pain instantly, literally instantly went away. So if you have pain, go. Find a Good Feet store and go. There is an answer. Find the simple solution that will get rid of your pain. I'm Rondi, and that's my Good Feet story.
See how Good Feet arch supports work for you before you buy with a free fitting and test walk at the Good Feet store.
The Good Feet store. Call 1-800-NEW-FEET or visit goodfeet.com.
When historians look back, they're going to say, oh, that was a red letter day in Atlanta history when QC Kinetics arrived. Hey, it's Mark Aaron back with you. You know, the demand for QC treatment so strong, opening another clinic, this one in Douglasville, while continuing treatment in Lawrenceville, Sandy Springs, Marietta, and Stockbridge. Friends, QC Kinetics, a game changer. The nation's leader in regenerative medicine, using a modern-day approach to deal with chronic joint pain. All-natural process that uses healing properties from your own body to restore and repair damaged tissue in your joints. So what's that mean? It means you can get your life back, be active again without that chronic pain and without surgery or drugs. Stop putting it off. If you have arthritic pain or pain from an injury, do what so many others have already done. Call QC Kinetics, free consultation. Call now, 770-285-8026. That's 770-285-8026. QC Kinetics. Call them, 770-285-8026.
WSB Atlanta, WSB BFM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk. News, weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk.
Good evening to you. It's 9 o'clock. I'm Michelle Wright, and our top story this hour, it's over. Vice President Kamala Harris delivers her concession speech from her alma mater, Howard University.
Earlier today, I spoke with President-elect Trump and congratulated him on his victory. I also told him that we will help him and his team with their transition, and that we will engage in a peaceful transfer of power.
Harris says while she concedes the election, she does not concede the fight that fueled the campaign. President-elect Trump's transition team is starting work and will be based in Florida. President Biden will address the nation tomorrow at 11 a.m. about the race. Georgia's elections chief is taking a victory lap after a record-breaking broke.
5.2 million Georgians, more than 70% of the state's registered voters cast ballots this election.
So voters had a great experience and obviously a great turnout.
Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger says his office worked diligently to make sure that voters had confidence heading into Tuesday.
I think that you can have fair, accurate, honest elections, but why don't we start improving the process so voters really enjoy coming out to vote?
There are still overseas and military ballots outstanding, and they have until Friday to come in. Certification is next Tuesday. Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
It's currently 69 degrees here in Atlanta. Cloudy skies tonight. We've got some off and on rain, I should say. WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards has Atlanta's most accurate and dependable forecast coming up. We now know the funeral arrangements for Home Depot co-founder Bernie Marcus.
Bernie Marcus passed away Monday at his home in Florida. His funeral will be held tomorrow afternoon at 1 o'clock at the Temple on Peachtree Street here in Midtown. The service will be open to the public. Speakers are expected to include Home Depot co-founder and Falcons owner Arthur Blank. A graveside burial service for family and close friends will be held later on Thursday in Sandy Springs. Bernie Marcus was 95 years old. Sabrina Cupid, 95.5 WSB.
The ruptured gas main at Martin Luther King Jr. Drive and Piedmont Avenue in downtown Atlanta that shut down the area today, well, it's been repaired. However, there's still work going on in the area. A contractor doing the work has hit the gas line, causing that leak. Next year, we'll see the release of the final season of Stranger Things. Netflix made the announcement on Wednesday to mark Stranger Things Day. It's the day that the character Will Byers went missing in the series. A teaser was also dropped that revealed that the episode titles within the series finale include being titled The Right Side Up. It is 9:03. Live team coverage of traffic and weather is up next.
The votes are in, and Donald Trump wins his second term in the White House.
We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything.
Election Day 2024.
The votes have been counted.
So I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being...
Stay with 95.5 WSB for all the information you need about the Trump transition.
Every single day I will be fighting for you.
95.5 WSB.
Your 2024 election station.
Hey, it's Eric Erickson. I've got with me Mark Spain from Mark Spain Real Estate. Mark, as you know, many people want a simple home selling experience. Can you explain why the guaranteed offer takes away all the stress and makes the process as easy as y'all make it?
Mark Spain Real Estate Guaranteed Offer eliminates the hassle of a traditional home sale by no showings, no open houses, no lock boxes. It's really a very simple process. We bring you a strong cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. And you don't have all those crazy contingencies and crazy hurdles to overcome with a traditional home sale.
Thanks, Mark. Don't let the home sale process overwhelm you guys. As you heard Mark say, Mark Spain Real Estate's guaranteed offer allows you to bypass the market. You skip the hassle. You receive the strongest cash offer in the industry. Selling your home's a big decision. That's why who you work with matters. Go to markspain.com. Find out what your guaranteed offer will be. There's no obligation. markspain.com and start packing.
Can you believe it, friends? Fall is here. Now's the time to get your home's roof, siding, and windows ready for the change of season. Mark Aaron back from my pals at Dr. Roof. They are here to help you with your roofing, siding, and windows, and they have a new program to help you get your project done while you can hold on to your cash. Dr. Roof offering buy now and pay later programs just for a limited time. So imagine upgrading your roof, siding, or windows now and paying later. Sure can't beat that from someone who's been around for over 35 years. Call them now to see if you qualify for a program that fits your needs.
Hey, it's Ashley Frasca from the traffic team. And you know, when I report traffic every morning, I hear from people that are jammed up. They are bumper to bumper, and there's not enough room to move on the Atlanta roads. You know that. So let me ask you, is the storage at your business like that? Do you feel like you've outgrown your space? Shipping Containers for You has the perfect solution. Shipping Containers for You has 40-foot and 20-foot containers that can be delivered to you within days. Go to shippingcontainersforyou.com. Find the shipping container that you need for your home or business and have it delivered within days.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. For over 35 years, we've grown by offering our clients more offices, more lawyers, and recovering more than $20 billion. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
It's 9:05, and that means it's time for live team coverage of traffic and weather. Kobe Dawkins is in the WSB 24-hour traffic center. Hey, Kobe, what's going on out there?
Well, I'm tracking a new trouble spot in Clayton County. Travel advisory 75 southbound before Jonesboro Road, exit 233. Crash knocking out multiple left lanes. You can avoid that by taking Highway 41 to Lake Spivey Parkway as an alternate, and tracking some more construction in Sandy Springs, I-285 eastbound the Interloop at Riverside Drive, exit 24. It's knocking out 2 right lanes. Seeing mild delays at the moment. Just use caution. I'm Kobe Dawkins, 95.5 WSB.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. Cloudy skies this evening with off and on rain showers, lows tonight in the mid-60s. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy with an isolated rain shower possible, high 75. Drying out on Friday with a little bit more sunshine, high 77.
A quick check of the Storm Tracker radar shows some lingering showers in the Rockdale County area, Newton County, and Walton County as well. 68 degrees in Snellville, 70 degrees in Smyrna and South Fulton, 69 degrees here in Midtown. And more news is on the way at 9:30. And breaking news when it happens. I'm Michelle Wright, 95.5 WSB.
On our toll-free telephone number, you know what we might do, Linda? We might take calls because we have a lot of guests today, and maybe we'll do it at the half hour. If you want to call us at the bottom of this hour, we'll take your calls, 800-941-SEAN, if you want to give us a call. And thank you for being with us. And wow, I don't know what else to say. This was a mandate of all mandates. I can't believe I'm even going to do this, but they weren't particularly happy over at MSDNC and the victory of Donald Trump, which was just overwhelming. It was almost unprecedented. Even Liberal Joe, our old friend, said Trump's win is the biggest red wave since Reagan in 1984. It's when Reagan won, 49 states. The Democratic Party was wiped out this morning. We don't know what the total amount will be in terms of Senate seats, but it's going to be probably around 55-ish by the time we guess. One bit of good news. Originally, the projection was that the House of Representatives might go Democratic, and then it was like going to be a slight majority, maybe 2 or 3 seats. And the decision desk has now upped that number to 223 Republicans to 212 Democrats, which means that they have a mandate now to go forward. And if Republicans can simply unite and, get these agenda items fast, we can very quickly get the country back on track, which to me was what this country was all about. What the country is all about. And this was my final plea to all of you. I've got to confess as I start the show today, and it kind of came out last night on TV. I was on Fox, Brett Baer, Martha McCallum leading the coverage for Fox, and they had all of us on there and at different times, and I was on from 9 to 10:30 or somewhere around there, maybe 11, I don't remember. And I had information yesterday that would contradict what was my closing message to all of you in this audience. I was not withholding information. I kind of pride myself in always wanting to be honest with our audience. I said it to Linda straight up. I don't want to talk about polling too much in the days leading up to the election, that I really wanted to focus on one message, and that was that I looked at the polls. The polls were very, very close. I got to tip my hat to our pollsters, and that would be Robert Cahaly, Trafalgar, Matt Towery, Insider Advantage, John McLaughlin and Associates, and this group that keeps popping up all the time, Atlas Intel, I think is what their name is, and they've done very well in the last number of election cycles because like 2016 and 2020, here in 2024, the presidential election year, they just nailed it. And what they were literally within tenths of a point on each case of where every state would land, and it was kind of stunning to me how accurate they were. And I had conversations with Robert Cahaly and Matt Towery about how do you get it right every single presidential election year? How do you guys do it? And we just had a long explanation about it. But putting all of that aside, I knew yesterday, and I didn't want to focus on it, but I knew yesterday, and when I was on America's Newsroom yesterday with Dana Perino and Bill Hemmer, I kind of gave it away, and I gave it away a little bit yesterday, but I didn't want to focus on it because in a way it contradicted my final message to all of you. And the information was just a math issue. And it's amazing to me that more people didn't pick up on it. They just didn't. And I'm like, are you guys not paying attention to early voting and what a dramatic shift had taken place? Now, let me step back for a second and remind this audience that when after 2020, I started at some point pretty early on realizing that we have to face a truth and a reality that we don't want to face. And that was that Republicans and conservatives, that they have a mysterious reluctance and resistance. Those of you that listen regularly have heard me say those words over and over again, to early voting, voting by mail, etc. And I understand it. It's not the system that I would choose, although in all fairness, the state I live in now, Florida, they handle it perfectly. It was amazing last night. How long did it take from the time the Florida polls closed, Linda, to the time we got the results? It was like
45 minutes.
45 minutes. It was like lightning speed. We may not know the results out in Arizona for 10 days. I'm reading. I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. You know, thank God, you know, Donald Trump has been declared the winner by a long shot. It's a landslide. He's going to win Arizona anyway, and I think he's going to win Nevada. Boy, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, I think probably resonated really well with those hard-working service workers that live in Vegas and other parts, Reno and other parts of Nevada. And so, but what the data that I had, and I did speak about it, but I didn't want to focus on it. So it's not like I was hiding it from you. And the data was very, very clear, is that in spite of this not being the system that most conservatives that I know want, that most Republicans I know want, because I know what I want in terms of elections, to have the most integrity, so we have the most confidence in results, and that would be make Election Day a national holiday, make it a single day, and you would have proof of citizenship, you'd have voter ID, you'd have signature verification, you'd have chain of custody controls, you'd have updated voter rolls for every election. Probably every 6 months would be ideal. Obviously, you can't have illegal immigrants on the voter rolls. And you would have partisan observers, meaning, let's say you have a libertarian, you have a Republican, you have a conservative candidate, like you can have they have a conservative party in New York, a Democrat, and every party gets a representative inside of every precinct that gets to watch the voting all day long in every precinct. And when the polls close, the vote counting up close once they start the vote counting, so that there's no shenanigans. And even Kamala Harris once stated that, yeah, well, Russia can't, hack a piece of paper. And, kind of agreeing with me on this. But what I saw and what we learned is that it took a while in the beginning when I first said that we've got to change our mindset on this, and we've got to overcome our resistance to this. And it's a system we have, not the system we wish we had. And unless we embrace it, we're going to start every election day down hundreds of thousands of votes. And then you run the risk, God forbid, you have inclement weather, or God forbid, you have a hurricane, God forbid, something happens, somebody in your family's sick, you're not going to be able to get out there and vote. Republicans came up with this. The RNC came up with bank your vote. And slowly but surely, people adjusted and adopted to it. And it actually took President Trump a long time for him to adopt it and push it himself, but he eventually did. I think he saw the wisdom of it. Now, the benefit, too, is that once people have banked their votes, then you can start targeting other people, because they know who votes. They're able to check the voter rolls, and then they stop wasting time, money, energy, resources, sending you out texts or trying to get in contact with you. And that means they can go after other people, either high propensity, mid propensity, or low propensity voters. And it's a better allocation of all of those resources. And anyway, so I say all of this is that we learned something, and the early numbers after early voting, we saw a dramatic shift. And that was that Democratic participation in early voting was down, in some cases, 40, 50, 60%. It was dramatic. Republican increase in early voting was massive. And I'll give you a couple of quick examples. We knew that in Georgia, that early voting by Democrats was down about 40% going into Election Day yesterday. And Republican participation in early voting had been significantly higher, in counties that are known to be Republican, although it's not as easily identifiable in Georgia. By the way, tip of the hat to Governor Kemp and his team. They were enormously helpful in this election, going all in for President Trump. I got to thank them. There's so many people. I can't thank everybody. And anyway, and I knew in Pennsylvania, if, for example, in 2020, going into Election Day, that Democrats had on record had a 1.1 million vote lead over Republicans. And that is a massive, massive deficit to overcome. Going into Election Day yesterday, Democrats had a lead. It was 400,000. Republicans would tend to vote day of. Democrats had embraced voting early. A massive decline. Republicans, on the other hand, Republican counties, if you look at the map of Pennsylvania, is very red. And Republican counties had, come out in massive numbers. And I knew at that point that they needed, in Democratic strongholds, that the Allegheny County, for example, or the Philly suburbs, for example, that they needed to make up 700,000 votes. And if you listen to my interviews with Jeff Bartos yesterday and Mark Halperin yesterday, and by the way, they'll both join us today, I kept asking, what is the turnout? And we learned something, that the turnout around Temple University, that has about 25,000 students, was very high. MSDNC was showing it all day long, creating a false impression that the turnout in Philly was massive. And that lie kept getting repeated by everybody in the media. Oh, Philly turnout is massive, 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 massive. It wasn't massive, it turns out. And I got that information eventually from Jeff Bartos, and I got it from Mark Halperin, and I'm grateful because it helped me make I knew in my heart they could never catch up. But I still did not want to underestimate the importance of people voting, and I wanted everybody to believe, and I will say this in every election going forward, that your vote will be the deciding vote. And so it ended up that, I'm on the panel last night with my colleagues and friends of Fox, and I'm like, guys, let me tell you something that is just a fact at this point. And I'm talking to the top data people in Georgia, the top data people in North Carolina. I am talking to the top data people in Wisconsin. Wisconsin is another case in point. It was almost mathematically impossible, although Democrats did pretty well day of voting yesterday in Wisconsin, that they would catch up. And I went in and I just said, let me tell you what I believe the reality is. And that is that Donald Trump is going to win Georgia, that Donald Trump is going to win North Carolina, that Donald Trump is going to win Arizona, that Donald Trump likely will win Nevada, and that the only path that then existed for Kamala Harris was for her to sweep the blue wall. The blue wall is known as Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. And a lot of people look at me like, okay, that's a pretty bold prediction. I said, if I'm wrong, let's have T-shirts made up Hannity's wrong. But I knew it based on the data. Now, I did know it. Did I want to focus on it? No, because I feel that at some point, if you think that your vote doesn't count or is not important, I don't want people not participating. It is critical that we take this gift. Here's the next thing I want to say to all of you. I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you. The stated policies of Kamala Harris, and I have nothing against her personally, and she has conceded this race. She called Donald Trump. We expect at the top of the next hour she's going to speak to the country. We'll carry some of it. I want to thank all of you for taking the blessings of liberty, the blessing of this great constitutional republic, and our constitutional right to vote, and taking the time to be educated and casting a vote to stop what is the single most radical, extreme, stated agenda of any presidential candidate I can think of in American history. It would have been a disaster, a predictable disaster. I've gone over all the topics, no need to repeat them here. And you now, I believe, have given us a chance to get this country back on track And for all of you that are afraid Rachel Maddow is going to be taken off the air and put in jail, or Debbie Dingle, or the ladies of The View, and I have all their crazy comments. We can go through some of that today if you want. No, none of that is going to happen. It was fear-mongering, like scaring old people, that their Social Security and Medicare is going to be taken away, that birth control was going to be limited, IVF treatment would be stopped, a national abortion ban, Project 2025. None of it's true. But Donald Trump is going to lock up people, political opponents. It's not true. And I promise that I will stick up for any liberal if Donald Trump wants to take him off the air. Bill Maher was the only one that seemed to get it. 800-941-SEAN. I feel relief today. I feel humbled. I am grateful to all of you for what you did yesterday. Not me, what you did. And I think our country is going to be a lot better off. You know, no, I'm not spiking the football. Linda will do that later, I'm sure. The Tunnel to Towers Foundation supports America's greatest heroes, U.S. service members, those people, first responders that sadly die or are catastrophically injured in the line of duty. They also help homeless veterans. Now, the heroes, Tunnel to Towers, supports our heroes that we owe a debt of gratitude to. Now, the foundation's Gold Star, Fallen First Responders, Smart Home, Homeless Veterans programs honor the sacrifices made for us by men and women that risk their lives, their bodies for their country and our communities. They have their Never Forget programs. They engage in 9/11 remembrances all across the country, over 80 runs, walks, climbs, dozens of golf outings every year. Their 9/11 Institute helps educate our kids K through 12 about America's darkest day, so we never forget. Anyway, all these programs only exist because you're so generous. Please join us here at Team Hannity and commit to $11 a month. Go to their website, the letter T, the number 2, the letter T.org, the letter T, the number 2, the letter T.org for the Tunnel to Towers Foundation. You're going to spike the football, right, Linda?
Just like that, boss.
Do you even know what spiking the football means?
Means I'm going to take the football and I'm going to hit the field and not cross the plane.
Ugh.
Did you like that? How about all
quick.
that? Pick 6? We'll add that in there too, just for flavor.
Quick break, right back.
Sean Hannity. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
So the FBI, they call it house stealing, and I've been telling you about this for over a year. Now, title fraud is on the rise. In fact, a DA in California recently said that known fraud attempts in his county have gone from 0 to 73 in just the past 18 months. With just one document, a fake quit claim deed, and a $40 phony notary stamp, a criminal can steal your home's title. Once they have it, they can transfer ownership, take out loans in your name, and leave you with nothing but a financial disaster. But there is a way to stop them. And I trust HomeTitleLock.com to protect my home, my properties, and I've arranged an exclusive offer just for you. Right now, you can get 50% off their triple lock home title protection. That includes 24/7 monitoring, urgent alerts, and the best part, if a criminal ever targets your title, HomeTitleLock.com will work fast to restore it. Go to HomeTitleLock.com, use the promo code Hannity. You get 50% off today. Protect your most valuable asset.
Dennis Quaid delivers a powerful performance as Ronald Reagan in the new movie Reagan. From Reagan's small-town roots to Hollywood fame and his election as the 40th president of our country, Reagan is an unforgettable cinematic journey, a fascinating portrait of an American icon. See Reagan now on your favorite streaming platforms and purchase it on Blu-ray, DVD, and digital on November 19th at your local retailer. Reagan from Lionsgate. Rated PG-13.
So the FBI, they call it house stealing. I've been telling you about this for over a year. It is a huge problem. If you own a home, if you own any real estate, it is crucial you protect your property and your equity from these criminals. Now, I've arranged for you, my listeners, to have 50% off Home Title Lock's triple lock protection. Now, you will immediately be protected. You'll get 50% off when you use the promo code Hannity. That's HomeTitleLock.com, promo code Hannity. That's HomeTitleLock.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Need inspiration? Shop Kroger for thousands of appetizing ingredients that inspire countless mouth-watering meals with savings beyond low prices. Like digital coupons worth over $600 each week and up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. So you can get big flavors and big savings. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
Right now, save big on 6-packs of Coca-Cola, Pepsi, or Canada Dry. Select varieties are just $2.99 each with your card and digital coupon. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Mark Aram here for Advanced Hair. For everyone who's been there and wants to tell you no more sitting on the fence, go fix your hair loss. Let's hear from someone who's experienced the difference with Advanced Hair.
The results that I got with Advanced Hair blew my expectations out of the water. I didn't realize they'd be able to patch in everything.
The offer right now, $250 off and $250 free hair grafts when you use my name, Mark. That's your promo code, Mark, at advancedhair.com. One-day treatment, life-changing results, guaranteed to grow. Go and schedule that consultation.
They said I couldn't do it, but I'm doing it. Hi, I'm Shannon, owner of Scorpion Septic, and I'm changing the septic industry. Customers ask, how do you not charge to pump out our tank with a repair? Other companies charge hundreds for that. What's the catch? No catch. With Scorpion Septic, there's never a pump out charge with your repair.
Take the sting out of septic service with Scorpion Septic. Details online.
ScorpionSepticServices.com. We'll have more on this huge, historic landslide victory of President Trump. We'll get to the insanity of the liberal media and people losing it on social media. We have Kamala Harris conceding and Joe Biden inviting Trump to the White House.
Mark Aram here for Advanced Hair. For everyone who's been there and wants to tell you no more sitting on the fence, go fix your hair loss. Let's hear from someone who's experienced the difference with Advanced Hair.
The results that I got with Advanced Hair blew my expectations out of the water. I didn't realize they'd be able to patch in everything.
The offer right now, $250 off and $250 free hair grafts when you use my name, Mark. That's your promo code, Mark, at advancedhair.com. One-day treatment, life-changing results, guaranteed to grow. Go and schedule that consultation.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. What about those round trips that you plan in advance, which are perfect on your way there and perfect on your way back? Or those meetings with friends for which you make a group chat 3 months before so that nobody or anything is missing? Or your daughter's first birthday party. You planned it with such dedication that instead of the first, it felt like our 15s. The same way you plan each detail for those moments. Start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make. Get started at ready.gov/plan.
Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News, weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
Good evening to you. It's 9:30. I'm Michelle Wright. Our top story this hour, Vice President Kamala Harris concedes the presidential race and works to set herself apart from how things went down 4 years ago, reports Karen Travers.
Was certainly sending a message to the president-elect and his supporters that she is doing what he did not do 4 years ago. She said, I understand that people are feeling and experiencing a range of emotions. She said, I get it, but we must accept the results of this election.
President-elect Trump's transition transition team says they'll start meeting immediately, so they're going to be ready to go on January 20th. President Biden is set to address the nation tomorrow morning at 11 to talk about that transition. An appeal in a case challenging the creation of the city of Mableton is heard in the state's highest court.
The appeal comes after a lower court judge dismissed the lawsuit brought by several local residents, arguing the General Assembly had no power to create the city and a local community improvement district. Attorney Alan Lightcap represents the plaintiffs.
The legislation that comes out of the General Assembly can only act upon one subject matter. Otherwise, it is void and unconstitutional.
In a statement, Mayor Michael Owen says they remain focused on building a prosperous and unified future for Mableton. The court's ruling is expected early next year. In Cobb County, Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
Plan B time for Gwinnett County commissioners trying to fund billions of dollars in transit projects without the help from taxpayers.
It's not just that voters said no to a 1% sales tax hike to fund transit expansion. It's that so much of Gwinnett County's economic development plan relies on more and better transit.
We do have other economic development projects that do rely on having the interconnectedness of mobility options.
But Commission Chair Nicole Hendrickson says all is not lost.
We'll have to look for unique ways to fund transit projects.
Like tapping into local, state, and federal funding. Steve Summers, 95.5 WSB.
Cobb County voters rejected a similar transit tax yesterday as well. Funeral services are planned for Home Depot co-founder and philanthropist Bernie Marcus. That funeral will be held tomorrow afternoon at 1 at the Temple on Peachtree Street in Midtown Atlanta. It's open to the public, and speakers are expected to include Home Depot co-founder and Falcons owner Arthur Blank. A graveside burial service for family and close friends only will be held later on Thursday in Sandy Springs. Marcus died Monday at his home in Florida. He was 95 years old. It is 9:32. Live team coverage of traffic and weather's up next.
When you're leaving the house, do you plead with your garage door? Please open, please open. Hi, I'm Dan Watkins, owner of All Four Seasons Garage and Entry Doors. Let us take that anxiety away with one quick call. Our highly trained technicians will get to the bottom of your garage door issues. It could be a simple repair, a malfunctioning opener, or maybe just needs a tune-up. But if it's time for your garage door to be replaced, we'll make that easy too with upfront pricing and free estimates. When trust matters, trust us. All the number 4 seasonsgarages.com.
New investigations break on Channel 2 Action News. We get problems solved, plain and simple. Every day we follow the facts.
Started digging, only to find
getting you the answers you need now.
We have live. Team 2 coverage.
Channel 2 never stops advocating for you.
An investigation regarding your tax dollars.
We're more than just Atlanta's news.
A warning for consumers regarding.
We've got your back all over North Georgia. See what's new, live every day at 4, 5, and 6 on Channel 2 Action News.
The rental rush is here. Hey, it's Mark Aaron from my good friends at Renters Warehouse. With all the talk about commissions in the news lately, doesn't selling your house feel more volatile and uncertain than ever? Well, it does to me. It's one more reason why renting your home is so much smarter, especially when you hire my pals at Renters Warehouse to manage your property for you. Renting cuts through the confusion so you can be confident in your ability to earn monthly cash flow, appreciation, and tax benefits for the long term. And with Renters Warehouse managing your property, you can sit back and collect the money. Tenants, they find the best. Rent, they collect for you. Maintenance requests, they handle them 24/7, all for one low monthly flat fee, and they'll even warranty your tenants for free. Remember, selling is uncertain, but renting is reliable, especially with the experienced Renters Warehouse team on your side. Find out how much rent your home can get by visiting rwatlanta.com today. That's rwatlanta.com, or call 404-662-2322.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You're ready for a new deck, but don't know where to start. You can DIY, use an unlicensed chuck in a truck, an overpriced luxury designer, or you can choose us. Hi, I'm Scott Nelson, owner of Nelson Exteriors, and we do decks differently. We build beautiful, high-end decks at a reasonable price with lots of options. We're licensed and insured. We'll work with the materials you choose and stay within your budget. Call Nelson Exteriors for an extraordinary deck renovation. Google Nelson Exteriors.
Mark Aram.
And I knew you folks would step up.
He knows Atlanta.
Ask the girl behind the counter, what's your most popular cookie?
And Atlanta knows him.
Today, all of them.
Mark Aram.
He's the guy that talked about us on the radio.
Tomorrow at 9.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
It's 9:35, which means it's time for live team coverage of traffic and weather. We're going to check in with Michael Mulborn in the WSB 24-hour traffic center. Good evening to you, Michael. What's going on out there?
Good evening, Michelle. And I'm getting word from our own Colby Dawkins that in Sandy Springs, we got a crash on Georgia 400 northbound, the exit to I-285 eastbound, and that exit is shut down, and there are multiple cop cars blocking the entrance the whole way. So we'll keep an eye on that, and you guys just be safe in that area. Beyond that, we just got a little bit of construction going on right now in Cherokee County on I-575 northbound past Town Lake Parkway. You've got one right lane blocked. In Sandy Springs on I-285 eastbound at Riverside Drive, you got two right lanes blocked. And it looks like we got a little issue sticking in Sandy Springs on I-285 eastbound near Roswell Road. You have a stall in the left lane. This is Michael Mulborn, 95.5 WSB.
This is WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. Cloudy skies this evening with off and on rain showers, lows tonight in the mid-60s. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy, an isolated rain shower possible, high 75. Friday, drying out with a little bit more sunshine, high 77.
We have got some showers in the Spalding and Newton County areas, also a couple scattered showers in Henry County right now. 68 degrees in Sugar Hill and in Swanee, 69 in Scottdale and here in Midtown. More news is on the way at 10 o'clock, and breaking news when it happens. I'm Michelle Wright, 95.5 WSB.
Remember all the liberals 2016? Remember all of them? We're going to leave the country. Well, I offered at the time. I said I would pay for a one-way private jet trip for any group of liberals that want to leave, with one stipulation. If you make that choice, you can't come back. Ever. If not, you have to pay me back 10 times the amount of money. I think that's a fair offer. Anyway, 800-941-SEAN if you... Oh, I do have the 2024 with the people that said they would lose the country. These are the people that said they'd leave this year, or is this from 2016? Oh, okay. Let's see. Alec Baldwin, Whoopi Goldberg, John Legend, Chrissy Teigen, Rob Reiner, Barbara Streisand, Cher, Nancy Pelosi, Hillary Clinton, Megan what is her name?
Rapinoe.
The soccer player. Rapinoe. Tom Hanks, Amy Schumer, AOC. All right.
And that's not even all of them. You know, we can do multiple trips. It's fine.
Do multiple trips or get a bigger plane. Maybe I'll have to, I was going to say rent a Boeing. I don't know if I want to rent a Boeing.
Listen, they just want to be one of the regular people. So, it's going to be coach. We can fit more on there. They'll be nice and cozy. All together with their like-minded, woke ideology. It'll be great.
There it is. Linda's spiking the football.
I'm sorry.
No idea what it is. We expect Kamala Harris will be speaking in the next 24 minutes. We'll cover that live. And anyway, I didn't hear what you said. What are you saying in my ear? You're talking to me. Yeah, we'll get to that. And when she does, we will be covering that. Listen, we still have the Harris-Biden economy, and we'll have it for the next, until the next fiscal year begins in October, although hopefully maybe we can do something before then. But if you want to save money, one way to save money and not sacrifice service is switch to my cell phone company, and that's Pure Talk. It's a veteran-run company, and anyway, they support veterans in so many different ways. They've alleviated $10 million in veterans' debt. They donated $50,000 to the Mike Rowe Works, a great charity, providing scholarships to veterans learning trades after active duty. Now, isn't that a company you want to get behind? You get the same cell towers, same 5G network, same service. You pay about half. The average family saves close to $1,000, if not more, a year. And you get everything at half the cost. Make the switch, and you're helping our vets at the same time. Dial pound 250, say the keyword save now. Do it now. You save an additional 50% off your first month. And they invest in jobs to better serve you. Pound 250, keyword save now, from our friends at Pure Talk, America's wireless company. Anyway, so Kamala Harris, I don't know what happened last. It was very bizarre because they just kind of skipped out on, speaking last night. And I'm not really sure what that was all about. She was supposed to, I forgot what college, it was Howard University, where she was supposed to have it. So she's going to have this afternoon, but she already called Donald Trump, according to an AP report, at about 1:50 Eastern today, about almost 2 hours ago, and congratulated him. And the aide said they discussed the importance of a peaceful transfer of power. Now, the blame game has begun, and never mind that without Joe Biden, Kamala Harris would never have gotten anywhere near the White House. A senior Harris campaign official is blaming Joe for Kamala's disaster last night. Democrats picked through the wreckage of this, landslide victory of Donald Trump. An unnamed senior Harris campaign official telling fake news CNN that Biden holds a lot of the blame for her loss. And anyway, one thing we clearly already starting to see take place is finger pointing in the blame game, and a lot of it is directed at President Biden. One senior official that I talked to, said that Biden will hold a lot of the blame, and frankly, they said he should. I thought he was the hero. Oh, he's going to go down in history as one of the greatest ever. But what about the people that were responsible for the coup? You know that Kamala last night, is this really Joe Biden's fault? Appears to have done so poorly in Illinois and New York City. In New York City, she won 67.8% of the vote. May sound like a, big number, but not for New York when Joe Biden won, fully, 10 points more in 2020 and Hillary Clinton 79%, 12 points more. So I'm not sure why they're blaming Biden for this. They're the ones that pushed him out, and I'm sure that Kamala was a part of it. And they can blame him all. I guess they can blame him for the garbage comment. But anyway, President Biden did call to congratulate Donald Trump and invited him to the White House. And he is committed to ensuring a smooth transition, emphasized the importance of working to bring the country together. Biden has also spoken with Harris. Why do I think in my mind and heart, I have no evidence to back this up at all, that Joe Biden, deep down inside, never thought that Kamala could win, knew she would be a bad candidate, and didn't want to get out anyway. There was a lot of flurry on social media when the First Lady Jill Biden wore a GOP red-colored pantsuit to cast her ballot. Was she sending a message? If you look on social media, Joe Biden is wearing the GOP shade of red to cast her vote. Joe Biden is skipping the Kamala Harris watch party. Do the math, according to some people posting on social media. Jill Biden is wearing MAGA red to go vote today. She wore all red. As the wife of a Democratic politician, there's no way she doesn't know how this looks. I mean, that sounds ridiculous. Then you have the Harris campaign manager, Jen O'Malley Dillon, sending a letter to campaign staff. And, a few moments ago, the vice president connected with President Trump to concede the race. She told him she would work with President Biden to ensure the peaceful transfer of power, unlike what we saw in 2020. And it goes on from there. And then it ends with, but the work of protecting America from the impacts of the Trump presidency starts now. Okay. The one person that was gracious was actually Mark Cuban. Well, there were a couple of people. And he said, congratulations, Donald Trump. You won fair and square. And he didn't exactly help. None of these surrogates helped at all. I wonder how that jackass George Clooney's feeling today. Barack Obama, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, are they going to take the blame for what I believe they're responsible for, pushing Joe Biden out of the way and denying the whole time he was president that he had a cognitive decline? Anyway, he said, you won fair and square. He said, congrats to Elon Musk as well. Godspeed. All right, fair enough. We've had many shows day after election, or it sucks. It's not fun. I get it. In so many ways, Jeff Bezos actually congratulated President-elect Donald Trump. He said a big congratulations on X to an extraordinary political comeback and decisive victory. No nation has bigger opportunities. Wishing Trump all success in leading and uniting the America we all love. Kind of gracious on his part. The biggest loser, and I said this last night, legacy media, and I said journalism is dead in 2007 and 8. All these conglomerates, All these big newspapers, New York Times, Washington Post, you name them, all of them. ABC, NBC, CBS, all of them. You know, all these fake news, channels together combined. They threw everything they had at this man to destroy him. I mean, they sued him. Some people shot at him. That's separate and apart. They put him on trial. They'd written him off. They called him every name in the book, Nazi, fascist, racist, you name it. Garbage, his supporters garbage. And Donald Trump has defied every one of those critics, and he's still not only standing, he's standing triumphantly. I mean, it really is an incredible thing. And what it shows me is that Americans now are selective in where they get their information from, and that, I think, is they're never going to get that trust back, and they don't deserve it. By the way, Liz Cheney endorsed candidates lose their House races, including a 3-term Pennsylvania incumbent. Not a shock there. But look at the support from African Americans and Hispanic Americans that helped push Trump to victory. Donald Trump won Hispanic American men 54-44. But the Republicans have become the party of working men and women. While the Democratic Party reaches out to Julia Roberts doing ads for women to lie to their husbands, and George Clooney saying, yeah, you can secretly not tell your friends you like Donald Trump. If you have to tell people, lie to people about who you're voting for because it's too embarrassing, maybe that's not the person to vote for. One bit of good news out of this election, the Justice Department is now evaluating how to wind down the federal criminal cases against Donald Trump before he takes office, to comply with longstanding department policy that a sitting president cannot be prosecuted, according to NBC News. Sources say the DOJ have come to grips with the fact that no trial is possible anytime soon in either of the cases. They have done everything to destroy this man, while Donald Trump is vowing to lead a golden age of America in his victory speech and fix everything. This has to be one of the greatest political comebacks in history that we've ever seen. And all of you, I go back to my original comments, and I'm not spiking the football. I honestly feel grateful and humbled because I see this agenda of mandatory gun buybacks and gender-affirming care without parental rights for minors, and no restrictions on late-term abortion at all, wide open borders, the biggest national security threat in history, and free sex change operations, and defund, dismantle, no bail laws, and an economic policy led by the Green New Deal and the elimination of private health insurance is a disaster. New York Times, full-blown meltdown mode over Trump's victory. They can't be magnanimous. Not even for a single day. They're blaming the American people. America makes a perilous choice. American voters have made the choice to return Donald Trump to the White House, setting the nation on a precarious course that no one can fully foresee. They just can't get beyond themselves, and it just is what it is. In the face of this reality, over at MSDNC, conspiracy theorists suggesting Donald Trump would make a national abortion ban by executive order. Rachel, he said over and over again he's not going to do it. Alex Wagner grappling with the reality that the MAGA movement is real with legs. Gayle King fretting over Trump's unchecked command, saying it seems like he will be in power with no guardrails. Joy Reid, nobody wants Donald Trump to be president more than Bibi Netanyahu. What does that have to do with anything? Our old friend Nicole Wallace asking what kind of information young men were looking at to assume the economy would improve under Trump. Maybe his past policies, the ones that worked? Jake Tapper was completely stunned in his reaction to all of this. He asked their chief, John King, to pull up a graphic showing which states that Harris got at least 3% more votes than Biden had in the last election, to be presented with a gray map reflecting her failure even in that.
So you asked,
Holy
are there any
smokes.
places that the vice president is overperforming Joe Biden in 2020? So we could show you that as well. We just bring that out here. Harris overperforming in 2020.
Holy smokes.
There you go. So let this go away and see if there's anything on the east side there.
Literally nothing?
Literally nothing.
Literally not one county?
By 3% or more, at least in the county right now. And so you come in full county there. So there you see, but that's states, yeah. So in counties, in 58 counties.
You have Bette Midler suggesting drinking Drano if Donald Trump wins. What is wrong with these people? Oh, man. I didn't see this, but a lot of people wrote me. Apparently there was some exchange between Rove and Juan Williams saying racism and sexism propelled Trump to victory. A lot of people have said this on the left. It's just, I don't know. It's poor Van Jones was nearly crying. David Axelrod, let's be absolutely blunt. There is racial bias in this country. There's sexism. That became the talking point. By the way, that was all started by Barack Obama. He's trying to get Africa to quote the brothers, and they may not want a woman president, or Stacey Abrams, that there's racism and sexism. They keep just repeating it. Maybe it's their policies. Why was Van Jones on the verge of tears? Remember, he's the one that famously said this is a blacklash or something to that effect. It's not going to stop. It's going to continue, but the work is going to get done, and the fact that you voted down ticket is enormously helpful. Now, we'll get to calls when we come back. We're waiting. We expect Kamala Harris will speak at Howard University. She just decided to cancel last night. I guess it was too painful for her to come out. 800-941-SEAN is our number if you want to be a part of the program. I want to tell you about the USCCA. Look, every single gun owner imagines, all right, God forbid somebody breaks into my house. What am I going to do? You have a plan. That's good. You imagine, rightly so, if you have your plan that you're gonna take care of business and protect your life and the life of your family members. Okay, whether you're an ex-Navy SEAL, longtime gun owner, new to firearms, well, that could be where your nightmare begins, even in your own home, protecting your life, because there are some people that might want to have you arrested and let the criminal go free. Now, this is why the USCCA exists. As a member, you get world-class safety and training and self-defense liability insurance, so God forbid this day ever comes, you're not going to face it alone. Everyone listening to this program can get instant access to the life-saving resource known as the USCCA's Concealed Carry and Family Defense Guide. That's absolutely free. You just text my last name, Hannity, to the number 87222. While you're there, check out how membership will safeguard your family, in case, God forbid, you have a self-defense incident. That's my last name, Hannity, to 87222 today.
The new Sean Hannity Show. Talking about what's right for America. With a renewed commitment to keep you up to date on the breaking news stories.
95.5 WSB, your 2024 election station.
This is Scott Slade with an example of how high maintenance can be good, very good, especially when it comes to jewelers. Recently, my friend Eddie, the owner of Tara Fine Jewelry Company, received an after-hours phone call. A newly engaged young lady was concerned about losing her new diamond. It was loose in the setting. Ms. Jones proceeded to tell Eddie that her ring was purchased through an out-of-town online seller. Her ring was only 2 weeks old. The online seller wanted 6 weeks to repair the ring, and the burden was placed on the customer to ship it back. Eddie welcomed her to Tara as if she bought the ring there. They promptly and professionally repaired it. When it comes to engagement rings, don't fall into the trap of buying online where you will receive low or no maintenance. See my friends at Tara Fine Jewelry Company. They specialize in beautiful diamonds backed by the highest level of jewelry care maintenance in the business. Tara Fine Jewelry Company, brick and mortar since 1985, located 3 miles from the Mall of Georgia in Beaufort.
Need inspiration? Shop Kroger for thousands of appetizing ingredients that inspire countless mouth-watering meals with savings beyond low prices. Like digital coupons worth over $600 each week and up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. So you can get big flavors and big savings. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
Right now, save big on 6-packs of Coca-Cola, Pepsi, or Canada Dry. Select varieties are just $2.99 each with your card and digital coupon. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
If your dishwasher breaks, you just hand wash your dishes until you have time to get it fixed. But if your roof is old and leaking, that needs to be dealt with immediately. Hey, it's Dave Baker, host of the Home Fix-It Show, for my local experts at Findlay Roofing, the roof guys. Everything you own and love lives under your roof. And if it's long overdue to be replaced, think of Findlay first. Findlay has installed over 65,000 roofs locally, including mine. They've mastered the roof replacement process with impeccable, high-quality work. Findlay's seen it all and replaced it all. That's why only Findlay Roofing stands behind their work with a lifetime warranty on labor and materials at no additional cost. Nobody else does that. And with 0% financing available, it's even easier to take care of your roof issues right now. Get started with the Findlay Roofing free roof analysis. Schedule yours at findlayroofing.com.
Roof. WSB Atlanta, WSBB FM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk.
The Scott Antique Markets is back at the Atlanta Expo Center, featuring hundreds of vendors with collectibles and merchandise from all over the world. We're on both sides of I-285 exit 55 on Jonesboro Road. Visit ScottAntiqueMarket.com for more information.
Get pre-approved for a great rate on your auto loan at Coosa Valley Credit Union. Act now for as low as 4.99 or save money by refinancing your current auto loan. Visit a Coosa Valley Credit Union branch near you.
Equal Opportunity Lender.
Motorcycle riders like you are a different breed. You don't just ride your bike, you're obsessed. So if someone causes you to lay your bike down, you need a different kind of attorney, one that understands bikers and their rights. Eric Von Hessler here for my friends at Steel Horse Law, the Stein and Karen Law Group, motorcycle injury lawyers who ride. You can trust them on the road and in the courtroom. Steel Horse Law can help you get back on your feet, medical bills paid, and your case resolved. Trust is everything, and results matter. Free case evaluation at steelhorselaw.com.
All right, so we are awaiting. Kamala Harris has called and conceded to Donald Trump earlier this afternoon, and she is going to give her concession speech, and that is at Howard University. And when that happens, we will bring it to you live. We have also All Things Simple Man Bill O'Reilly coming up. We'll get to your calls today, 800-941-SEAN. We'll do that once we come back, assuming that Kamala Harris is going to be late, as per usual. And when we do that, we'll take your calls next, 800-941-SEAN.
Hi, I'm Martha Stewart. Every year, more than 4 million pets enter shelters here in the United States. Many of these animals are rescued from desolate conditions. My friends at American Humane have been helping animals for more than 140 years. They help ensure that pets have a safe, warm shelter during times of need, especially.
Take a moment and think of one thing that you really wanted to do recently, but you didn't because your foot, leg, or back pain got in the way. Hi, it's Dan from the Good Feet store, and that's why we're here, to help you get back out there. Good Feet arch supports from the Good Feet store are designed to alleviate foot, knee, hip, and back pain, plus provide improved balance, more comfort, and, well, a better life. Try them for yourself with a free arch support fitting at the Good Feet store.
The Good Feet store. Walk-ins welcome, or visit goodfeet.com for more information.
Planning to propose this holiday? Shane Company is ready to help you find your dream engagement ring. We handpick the most beautiful diamonds and colorful gemstones in all shapes and sizes. So when you walk in the door, you can trust your rock is in stock. At Shane Company, we've always sourced directly, cut out the middleman, and pass the savings on to you. We work with your budget, not against it. We'll also protect your ring for life with our free unmatched lifetime warranty. Come see us at shaneco.com and in-store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
News, weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk.
Good evening. It's 10 o'clock. I'm Michelle Wright, and this news is being brought to you by AquaGuard Foundation Solutions. Our top local story this hour, Georgia's election chief is taking a victory lap following what he says was a successful election.
More than 70% of Georgia's registered voters cast ballots during this election.
I think we handled it great.
Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger says the turnout shows that the steps they've taken in recent years did make voters feel confident when they went to the polls.
All those things came together. It was free, fair, and fast, and voters loved it.
We actually got emails from voters, over 40 of them, just said they really had a great voter experience.
There are military and overseas ballots still outstanding. They have until Friday to arrive in order to be counted. Certification is next Tuesday. Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
Vice President Kamala Harris formally concedes the presidential election today.
On a stage lined with American flags, Vice President Harris addressed supporters.
My heart is full today, full of gratitude for the trust you have placed in me, full of love for our country, and full of resolve.
She says while she concedes this election,
I do not concede the fight that fueled this campaign.
She says that is a fight she will never give up. Stacey Lynn, CBS News, the White House.
President Biden is set to address the nation tomorrow at 11 a.m. Meanwhile, President-elect Trump's team is gearing up to move back into the White House.
Campaign officials tell CBS News they will start holding transition meetings immediately here in Florida. So they're ready to take office January 20th.
That's CBS's Bradley Blackburn reporting. We've got 69 degrees in Atlanta. Cloudy tonight, scattered showers, but when might we see things clear up? Atlanta's most accurate and dependable forecast is on the way. 6 Georgians, including a Fulton County jail officer, are facing charges for allegedly planning to murder 2 other officers at the jail.
The U.S. Attorney's Office for the Northern District of Georgia says inmate Wayne Alford worked with the 5 other suspects on a plan to kill the officers after they stopped his contraband and narcotics trafficking operations. Among the suspects, Latasha Baker, who worked as a detention officer at the jail. Sheriff Pat Labatt says in a statement it's unthinkable she would plan to have her co-workers killed. Their plot was thwarted after the 2 officers being targeted found tracking devices attached to the bottom of their vehicles. Austin Eller, 95.5 WSB.
A major gas leak in downtown Atlanta is repaired, but work is still going on in the area of MLK Jr. Drive and Piedmont Avenue. Construction workers hit the pipe this morning, and that forced the evacuation of a number of businesses in the area. Asa Foreman had business downtown today and just had gotten there when the gas leak happened.
I had paid for my parking, and then I was advised that the building was being shut down today.
He tells Channel 2 Action News he made the best of it and had breakfast at the Waffle House. And 5 out of 6 healthcare workers in hospitals and nursing homes say they are saying no to the COVID booster. The CDC says just over 15% got boosted during the 23-24 respiratory virus season. A recent survey shows that despite the fact that many healthcare workers view COVID as a serious health threat, they're not confident in the safety, effectiveness, and benefit of the COVID vaccine. It's 10:03. Live team coverage of traffic and weather's on the way next.
The most consequential election of our time is over.
This is a magnificent victory for the American people.
Donald Trump will return to the White House as the next president of the United States.
Make America great.
Stay with WSB for all the information you need from now through Inauguration
We're going to
Day.
make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote.
95.5 WSB.
Your 2024 election station.
Hey, get a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate and sell your home for maximum value, and that's without the stress of listing your home on the market. Hey, Sean Hannity here. You know, trying to sell your home can be overwhelming. With the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can skip the entire hassle, get an all-cash offer, and close within days. That means no showings, no open houses, and the best part, no stress. Just go to markspain.com and find out what your guaranteed offer will be, and then you can start packing.
New investigations break on Channel 2 Action News. We get problems solved, plain and simple. Every day we follow the facts.
Started digging, only to find...
Getting you the answers you need now.
We have live. Team 2 comes.
Channel 2 never stops advocating for you.
An investigation regarding your tax dollars.
We're more than just Atlanta's news.
A warning for consumers regarding...
We've got your back all over North Georgia. See what's new, live, every day at 4, 5, and 6 on Channel 2 Action News.
Hey, yeah, it was cute for a while, you know. You wake up, it's 48 degrees, but by 9, it was 63, headed for 80. Ha! Fun times. However, now it's only 40, headed for what, the upper 60s? What the heck is going on? Dave Baker here for Coolray Heating and Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. What's going on is that this is autumn. This is make sure your HVAC system works time of the year. Thankfully, you have Coolray on your side. Right now is a great time to have Coolray out to the house for an HVAC tune-up. That's right. A Coolray tune-up will make sure that your system works correctly before Mother Nature takes us on another ride on the temperature roller coaster. But what if a tune-up's not enough? Relax. Coolray has new Carrier home comfort systems on hand ready for installation, and you can enjoy up to 60 months of no interest and payments for as low as $98 a month. So stay ahead of Mother Nature. Schedule your appointment online at Coolray.com. You pick the date and time that works best for you. Coolray and Carrier. Turn to the experts.
Have you outgrown the space at your business or home? Shipping Containers for You has your perfect solution. Affordable 40-foot and 20-foot containers that can be delivered to you within days. Go to shippingcontainersforyou.com. That's shippingcontainersforyou.com.
It's 10:05, which means it's time for live team coverage of traffic and weather. Michael Mulborn's in the WSB 24-hour traffic center. Good evening to you, Michael. What's going on out there?
Good evening, Michelle. And we got some good news for you. That crash that we were talking about in Sandy Springs on Georgia 400 northbound, the exit to I-285 eastbound, looks like that crash is cleared, and you are free to move about from that crash. So beyond that, we're looking pretty light out there right now. Just looking at this little bit of construction in Cherokee County on I-575 northbound past Town Lake Parkway. You've got one right lane blocked. And in Sandy Springs on I-285 eastbound at Riverside Drive, you got two right lanes blocked. I'm Michael Mulborn, 95.5 WSB.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards. Cloudy skies this evening with off and on rain showers, lows tonight in the mid-60s. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy with an isolated rain shower possible, high 75. Drying out on Friday with a little bit more sunshine, high 77.
69 degrees in Carrollton, 68 in Loganville. We got 70 degrees in Cartersville and 70 degrees right here in Midtown. More news is coming your way at 10:30 and breaking news when it happens. I'm Michelle Wright, 95.5 WSB.
Here's our toll-free telephone number if you want to be a part of the program. It's 800-941-SEAN if you want to join us. Temple University, we have our eyes on it. Kamala Harris, who called and conceded to President... I'm sorry, what is it? Oh, I was thinking Temple University. I got it wrong. Howard University. I was thinking about Temple yesterday where all the kids were lined up to vote. Anyway, let's get to our phones in the meantime. Let's say hi to Brent in the great state of Michigan, a clean sweep of the blue wall. Brent, how are you? Glad you called.
Sean, first of all, my congratulations on what you have done. The time slot that you have filled on radio, I believe, has changed the total election and the results of the election because of our media. But the real reason I wanted to talk, it was a gentleman that has not been mentioned much, and that is Rush Limbaugh. He opened my eyes to the dangers of what has happened in our country. And it's been, he has not been mentioned. And I have to tell you that he opened my eyes, and you have continued that. And I believe this election was won because of the beginnings of him, but what you have continued to do.
Well, first of all, you're very kind. I actually spoke with Rush's brother David just the other day, who's a dear friend of mine, and nobody can replace Rush. I mean, there just was one Rush, and I just know that I know what he would want. He loved this country, had a passion for this country. He believed in this country. He believed in the power of the individual. He believed in American greatness, not sacrificing for townhouses over homes. And I know that he would want each of us, because I knew him well enough to know that he would want each of us to do our best. Nobody can ever replace him. But if we all do a little extra, maybe we're like spokes in a wheel and we can, all combined. I really thank all of you, because I said this, in the lead up to this vote yesterday, that I'm only one vote. I'm only one voice. I'm on the radio and I'm on TV, and I just try to get the information out and let people, and I know it's information you're not going to get elsewhere. And that's what is frustrating me. She went through this whole campaign, didn't have to answer for any of her radical positions. That's frustrating. But Americans have seen through this. This is the death of what Rush used to call the drive-bys. Legacy media is dead. And people now, rightly so, are selective in where they get their news and information. What we told you about Kamala was true. We played her in her own words. We put up the Kamala files. Just yesterday alone, hundreds of thousands of you downloaded them to share with your friends, your family, your coworkers, your neighbors, put it on social media. I mean, and I meant it. It's a public service. So you're very kind. He was Babe Ruth, and you can't replace Babe Ruth. You can't replace a Mickey Mantle, a Mariano Rivera. You can't replace certain people. But, we're all doing our part, and I'm honored that you give me this microphone every day. And, he's just going to be sorely missed. I saw his team when I was in New York because they broadcast, right next to us. They do Clay and Buck. And, I saw Mike Mamone and his entire, most of his staff that used to be with him. I still stay friends with Bo Snerdley, James Golden, who's a great guy, one of the nicest people you'll ever meet. And he's missed. Where did the term low information voter come from? We have a lot of low information voters in this country. But you know what? Here's the one thing we can take out of this. There's nothing we can't do together. Everyone's thinking about what Donald Trump's going to do that's horrible and awful, and we got to keep our eyes on him and this. And, we ought to put up a poll today. What date will the first Democrat call for Donald Trump's first impeachment? I mean, because that's how sick this party has become. And with that said, I look forward to becoming energy independent. I look forward to lower prices and getting inflation under control. I look forward to secure borders. I look forward to getting rid of the criminals that Harris and Biden have allowed into this country, the dangerous gangs, cartels, rapists, murderers, the drug dealers, gang members. I want them all out. I want a real vetting. And we could do it in a compassionate way. Well, what are you going to do? Round them up? Well, if you broke the law, there are consequences when you break the law. That doesn't mean we're going to be mean. We're just going to say, here, we're going to walk you to your plane, put you on the plane, maybe put some money in your pocket. If you're not going to cooperate, we'll escort you out of the country. And that's what's going to happen. And we'll tell you, if you want to come back, do it legally next time. Anyway, you're very kind, my friend. Thank you. 800-941-SEAN if you want to be a part of the program. Marabella is in Minnesota. Hey, Marabella, how are you?
Great, Sean. How are you doing today?
I'm good. I'm glad you called.
First and foremost, God bless America. God bless Trump and Vance. God bless you for getting facts out there instead of all this other BS that the liberal media has done. I don't want to keep you on too long because I know you have a lot of callers. There's a lot going on right now. But I'm a 100% disabled veteran. I did a couple tours overseas, came back with blown out knees, blown out spine.
Oh, no, I'm so sorry. Thank you for your service. I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry. I'm very proud of serving my country. I love America. I grew up in the Bronx, New York in the 70s and 80s, with a single mom, 3 kids, on welfare, eating block cheese and Wick cereal. I mean, if you ate it, you knew what it's about. And it infuriated me that the liberal media, because I'm Puerto Rican, Taino Indian, came out and it was Hispanic journalists, so-called journalists, that came out and said that the only reason that Trump won the Hispanic vote is because Hispanics want to be white. And that just infuriated me because being Puerto Rican, I know for a fact, because I do a lot of volunteer work in my community, and I live in Minnesota, of all places, all right? I do a lot of work, and Hispanics voted for Trump, not because they want to be white. It's because we want to preserve our culture and our identity. Because
this is all the identity politics game. You know what? I think most of us, putting aside all demographics, do you want to pay more or less at the grocery store? Would you like to pay $1.50 less a gallon of gasoline? I think everybody would say, yeah, that's a good idea. Do you want our borders secure and legal immigration and not illegal immigration and vetting people that come into our country? I think most people would say that's a good idea. Just common sense. Do you want criminals to be put in jail, or do you want defund and dismantle and reimagine police, no bail laws? I think most Americans understand that there are bad people. We need law and order. Do you want an America that is strong, that our allies, that our adversaries fear on the world stage? Yeah, I think I'd rather have the mullahs in Iran scared to death to mess with us, or be it Kim Jong Un or President Xi or Vladimir Putin. This is not complicated stuff.
Culture. We want to raise our own kids. We want to teach them our traditions, where we came from. America is a melting pot, but you got to get here the right way. And once you get here, you know what? This country will give you what you put into it. If you're going to be bitter and hateful, that's what you're going to get out of it. For a little girl growing up in the projects in the Bronx in the 70s and 80s, to go off to war, come back, go to school through the GI Bill, and get my law degree and be a mediator and an arbitrator with the Minnesota Supreme Court now, I did that. Nobody gave me that. So for anybody to demean Hispanics and cut down, saying that we got a hand because we want to be white, it just,
it's just ridiculous.
Blood boiling.
Let me tell you something. We share a common humanity, and I believe we're all created by the same God, and we all have the same aspirations. Anyway, good call. Marabella, thank you for your service. Thank you for all you've done for your country. Leif is in Idaho. Leif, you're on the Sean Hannity Show. Hi.
Hey, Sean. Just a couple points. I'm a 40-year-old male. I got 2 kids at home, and I guess I'm part of the proverbial garbage floating around in the northwest part of the United States. And, that really pissed me off, man. And this goes back to the Obama administration for me, is we never really got to celebrate anything, even when Trump won in his second in 2016, because they hogtied him, threw him in the back of a pickup truck, and then drove all over our rights, all over the place. And I'm a good, God-fearing American, and this is just a wonderful day. And to the point of spiking the football, and we're supposed to be humble and kind and gracious, I totally understand that. I do. I got 2 little boys. I teach them that. But it's hard for me because...
if you want to spike the football, I don't care if you want to spike the football. But I'm just giving you my genuine feeling. I have a sense of relief. I have a sense of gratitude. I have a sense of hope that in the American people, that they got it in the end. I worried that we didn't have enough time to really vet her. And the media is so abusively biased and corrupt, and it says on my call screener here, it says unburdened by what has been. When Kamala speaks at Howard University, I wonder if she'll be unburdened by what has been, which was a horrible campaign. I'm just, I just want to get the country on track. I mean, it's easy to spike the football. Maybe it's partly, too, because I've had no sleep. I mean, when I say none, I mean none. And I'm just glad that we're at a point that we can now have a future that doesn't, with policies that I know are destructive. Maybe she really believes in this crap. I assume she does. But this would not, I think the country would be unrecognizable in 4 years if she ever implemented her own stated policies. And that bothers me. Anyway, I appreciate the call, Leif. Thank you. Yes, Linda, in my ear to the answer to your question.
I just need you to let our affiliates know, boss. That's why I was saying it.
Okay. Yeah, we're waiting for Kamala Harris. She's going to be speaking at Howard University. We expect her any moment. I think we've been given the 2-minute warning. And as soon as she comes out, we're going to carry that in its entirety for radio stations along the Sean Hannity Show network, just to give you a heads up. Let's get back to our phones. Let us say hi to Maria, my home state, the free state of Florida. Maria, how are you? Glad you called. By the way, why can't every state like Florida have an election system where the polls close and within an hour who won and who lost and how everything went? If they can do it, everybody can do it. Why do we have to wait 10 days in Arizona? All you elected politicians in Arizona, fix it. That's your job. This is ridiculous. It's embarrassing.
Yes.
Hey, what's going on, Maria?
Hi, how are you? It's a pleasure talking to you. You keep us informed. We love your program. I want to tell you, Florida works because we have DeSantis, and the White House is going to work because we have Donald Trump. Donald Trump is a legend. What Donald Trump has accomplished is unbelievable. And I want you to know, as a Hispanic woman, we stand with Donald Trump. As immigrants that our parents came here, they follow the rules, they worked hard, and they're here. We support him. We support the laws in this country. We have to respect that. And we know he's going to accomplish great things. And we thank you for keeping us informed because you're part of all this. If it wasn't for you and a lot of men like you, we would not be informed because they lie to us. And they tell us we can vote Republicans because they do not represent us. And that is not true. Donald Trump is a legend today and forever. And I want you to know that we need you to keep doing what you're doing because you're doing a great job, and we thank you. And we want Donald Trump to clean the house. When he gets to the White House, I don't care how he's going to do this, clean the house. From the cleaning crew, anybody left over from Obama, out. We want everybody, every Democrat out of there. We don't need them. We do not need them. And the Senate and the House have a job to do, and we want them to do the job because if they don't do the job in 4 years, they're not going to be sitting there because we woke up. The American people, the Hispanic people, the black people, the young people, we woke up. And we woke up thanks to programs like you. Thank you very much.
I'm getting a lot of praise today that I don't feel like I deserve, but I will tell you this. You know, we are one America. And, you know, the beauty of the Donald Trump's first term is the people that benefited the most. You know, you listen to the left, you would think he gave tax cuts to the rich. Actually, the rich ended up paying more money in taxes under Donald Trump. And the people that benefited the most, the 60-year record in terms of wealth creation and getting people out of poverty, that happened to African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, and I've given out these statistics all throughout the campaign, women in the workplace, and African American youth unemployment. There's no reason we can't duplicate that. You know, having interviewed Donald Trump as often as I have, the one thing that I really believe will propel America to new heights is going to be energy dominance. He did achieve energy independence for the first time in 75 years, and we can take that now to the next level. Especially, you know, you remember the story that he tells about Angela Merkel, and he handed her a white flag, and she goes, well, what's this? Well, it's a white flag. I mean, why are you giving me a white flag? It says, well, you're surrendering. And she's like, what do you mean I'm surrendering? Well, you just did a deal with Vladimir Putin to get all your energy needs from Vladimir Putin. You surrendered. Well, that business should be our business. But if you're Kamala Harris, you want to ban on fracking and you don't believe in offshore drilling. Well, that is what's going to make America rich again. Do you realize if we were to tap into the hundreds of years worth of energy resources we have, and that would be natural gas, that would be oil, that would be coal, that money would be able to pay off our entire debt, that money would be used to eliminate income taxes, that money could be used to create the greatest wealth creation ever. Because a lot of this new technology, I mean, the way they drill for oil now is so much more sophisticated than it's ever been. Fracking, it is safe. Natural gas, a clean burning source of energy. We just have so much potential here. I see Tim Walz, by the way, he's still he's still doing the gestures. Do you see it? Tampon Tim is back.
I love the way he waves. It's just so unique.
The guy that plays him on Saturday Night Live is hilarious. He's the funniest guy in the world. Can you imagine, you know, the argument he's putting feminine hygiene products in boys' bathrooms? You got to be kidding me. And he thinks that's okay. Gender affirming care for minors without parental consent. Anyway, all right, well, let's go to Kamala Harris for stations along the Sean Hannity Show Network. We're going to stick with this.
All the news, weather, and traffic you need. 95.5 WSB.
So the FBI, they call it house stealing, and I've been telling you about this for over a year. Now, title fraud is on the rise. In fact, a DA in California recently said that known fraud attempts in his county have gone from 0 to 73 in just the past 18 months. With just one document, a fake quit claim deed, and a $40 phony notary stamp, a criminal can steal your home's title. Once they have it, they can transfer ownership, take out loans in your name, and leave you with nothing but a financial disaster. But there is a way to stop them. And I trust HomeTitleLock.com to protect my home, my properties, and I've arranged an exclusive offer just for you. Right now, you can get 50% off their triple lock home title protection. That includes 24/7 monitoring, urgent alerts, and the best part, if a criminal ever targets your title, HomeTitleLock.com will work fast to restore it. Go to HomeTitleLock.com, use the promo code Hannity. You get 50% off today. Protect your most valuable asset.
Hi, I'm Lillian, an English major at Hillsdale College. Here's Hillsdale President Dr. Larry Arnn with a Constitution Minute.
America's founders believed in a separation of church and state, in that the country was not to have an official religion or an official sect. But that did not mean that government was to be hostile to religion, or even indifferent to religion, as many today argue. In fact, America's founding document, the Declaration of Independence, includes both a reference to God as the author of the laws of nature and a confident assertion that human beings are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights. Far from being hostile or indifferent to religion, America's founders understood the theology of the Declaration to be an essential part of the education of citizens.
To learn more and get a free pocket Constitution, visit constitutionminute.com.
This Constitution Minute was furnished by Hillsdale College.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down, get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
This is Scott Slade. When it comes to your engagement ring, there's only one place I'd recommend. Tara Fine Jewelry Company, known for exceptional standards, craftsmanship, and legendary customer service. Tara's passion runs through every design they craft. Engagement rings you'll be proud to gift, cherish, and wear for a lifetime. You fell in love with her because she's unlike any other woman in the world. When it comes to your promise of forever, only a Tara diamond will do. Tara, specializing in diamonds of absolute beauty and legendary customer service since 1985.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
Hey, good evening to you. It's 10:30. I'm Michelle Wright, and this news is being brought to you by AquaGuard Foundation Solutions. Our top story this hour, Vice President Kamala Harris concedes the election this afternoon during a speech at her alma mater, Howard University. That's where she also offered some reassurances to her supporters.
To the young people who are watching, it is okay to feel sad and disappointed. But please know it's going to be okay.
She went on to tell those gathered not to give up, but to accept the results of the election. President Biden is set to address the nation tomorrow morning around 11 a.m. to discuss the election. Opponents of the city of Mableton are taking their case to the state's highest court.
The case, which was previously dismissed by a lower court, argues the referendum which created the city and a local community improvement district violates state law. Attorney Alan Lightcap represents the plaintiffs.
Fundamentally, this case will help clarify how the single subject rule applies to legislation where the General Assembly is creating units of local government.
Mayor Michael Owen says he is focused on building a prosperous and unified future for Mableton. The state Supreme Court is expected to rule sometime early next year. In Cobb County, Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
Thousands of absentee ballots in Cobb County were mailed late to voters.
The Georgia Secretary of State is investigating why 3,400 absentee ballots were not mailed to voters on time. Eve Whitaker tells Channel 2 Action News that her daughter never received her absentee ballot and actually had to go down in person to cast her vote.
This is an issue that a lot of people were not heard in this election, and it wasn't their fault.
Cobb County election official Tori Silas says some of the problems included equipment failure and a surge for last-minute absentee ballot requests. Daphne Young, 95.5 WSB.
Now that the Young Thug trial is complete, it's cleared the way for a long-awaited case of a former South Georgia prosecutor accused of helping a pair of criminals.
January 21st, the former prosecutor is scheduled to go on trial as the defendant. Jury selection to begin for ousted Glenn County DA Jackie Johnson, who faces a 2-count indictment alleging she showed favor to Greg McMichael and ordered that his son Travis McMichael not be arrested after the man chased and shot Ahmaud Arbery. The case was on hold while her attorney repped Young Thug in Fulton County's YSL case. State Attorney General Chris Carr says in a statement, quote, "We have never stopped fighting for Ahmaud Arbery and his family, and we look forward to presenting our case in court." Veronica Waters, 95.5 WSB.
More construction could be coming to Midtown. The family that owns the Varsity is in talks to sell a parcel of land next to their Spring Street location, which would provide more than 550 student housing units to Georgia Tech. Tech student Cordelia Tranfield tells Channel 2 Action News she likes the idea of more housing options.
It's nice seeing more and more skyscrapers popping up around here.
No word on when the deal might be finalized. And Hurricane Rafael makes landfall in Cuba this evening and is now taking aim at the Florida coastline again, says meteorologist Melissa Griffin.
Tropical storm force winds, especially in gusts, are also expected in the lower and middle Florida Keys. That begins later today and lasts through tonight. A couple of tornadoes can't be ruled out either in the Keys into southwestern Florida mainland.
Rafael did hit Cuba as a Category 3 storm. It is 10:33. Traffic and weather on the way next.
Hey, get a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate and sell your home for maximum value, and that's without the stress of listing your home on the market. Hey, Sean Hannity here. You know, trying to sell your home can be overwhelming. With the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can skip the entire hassle, get an all-cash offer, and close within days. That means no showings, no open houses, and the best part, no stress. Just go to markspain.com and find out what your guaranteed offer will be, and then you can start packing.
Mark here. I'm here for Advanced Hair. For everyone who's been there and wants to tell you no more sitting on the fence, go fix your hair loss. Let's hear from someone who's experienced the difference with Advanced Hair.
The results that I got with Advanced Hair blew my expectations out of the water. I didn't realize they'd be able to patch in everything.
The offer right now, $250 off and $250 free hair grafts when you use my name, Mark. That's your promo code, Mark, at advancedhair.com. One-day treatment, life-changing results, guaranteed to grow. Go and schedule that consultation.
The only thing worse than hiring no law firm after your injury is hiring the wrong law firm. And there are so many of them. When thousands of people call us every year asking to help them change law firms and hire us instead, I wonder why they ever called the other firm in the first place. They were smart to switch before it was too late. You only get one day in court. You know who has the resources and results to fight to handle your claim. And the big insurance company on the other side, they know it too. They know us well. You have to know when to hold them, know when to fold them, and know when to walk away. Walk our way. When you're fighting to get what you deserve, it's go big or go home. We are big for a reason, which is why we've recovered over $9 billion for our clients. When it comes to law, size matters. We're America's largest injury law firm, Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The golden rule. Maybe it sounds a little old-fashioned, but it never goes out of style. Wouldn't it be great if everybody lived by it? My experts at Finley Roofing do. Home Fix It Show host Dave Baker here. Home improvement horror stories are common. So when it comes to your roof, don't settle. Think of Finley first. The roof guys. Finley practices the golden rule and will treat your home like it's their own. Go with the guys that took care of me. They'll treat you right, too. Schedule your free roof analysis today. FinleyRoofing.com.
Roof. New investigations break on Channel 2 Action News. We get problems solved, plain and simple. Every day we follow the facts.
Started digging, only to find...
Getting you the answers you need now.
We have live. Team 2 coverage.
Channel 2 never stops, advocating for you.
An investigation regarding your tax dollars.
We're more than just Atlanta's news.
A warning for consumers regarding...
We've got your back, all over North Georgia. See what's new, live, every day at 4, 5, and 6 on Channel 2 Action News.
In Atlanta, there is always something happening.
Trouble on the shoulder, you'll see some flashing lights.
The Triple Team Traffic Center has you covered.
You are slowing and going in that all the way down to I-20.
Helping you on your commute. Brought to you by the Cool Ray Lifetime Parts and Labor Warranty.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
It's 10:36, and that means it's time for live team coverage of traffic and weather. We're going to head on over to Michael Mulborn in the WSB 24-hour traffic center. Good evening to you, Michael. What's going on those roads out there?
Good evening, Michelle, and we are still looking pretty light out there right now. The only thing that we have is these two construction zones, one in Sandy Springs on I-285 eastbound at Riverside Drive. You got 2 right lanes blocked. And in Cherokee County on I-575 northbound past Town Lake Parkway, you've got 1 right lane blocked. I'm Michael Mulborn, 95.5 WSB.
This is WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. Cloudy skies this evening with off and on rain showers, lows tonight in the mid-60s. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy, an isolated rain shower possible, high 75. Friday, drying out with a little bit more sunshine, high 77.
All right, you're going to sense a theme here. We got 69 degrees in Norcross, in Noonan, in North Druid Hills, and right here in Midtown. More news is on the way at 11 o'clock, and breaking news when it happens. I'm Michelle Wright, 95.5 WSB.
Sean Hannity, sponsored by AquaGuard Foundation Solutions.
All right, Kamala Harris, Howard University in Washington, D.C., her concession speech. And, I mean, we had a lot of commentary going on behind the scenes here. I'm just going to be gracious. I'm not going to say it all. Linda's like, I could see your face. You want me to spike the football
Listen,
really hard.
I feel unburdened by what has been.
Oh, I know you do.
30,
I'm sure you do.
32 days. 32.
What was the
the laugh.
What was the affectation? She was affected in that whole speech. And it's like
their charge is our inspiration. Shut up. Enough already. All right, you were a terrible senator. You were terrible. You were a terrible candidate. You were mean. You called all of us garbage and fascists and this and that. Enough already. Just get up and say the truth. I lost. He won. I'm not happy about it. Thanks for trying. We'll see you next time. Good night.
Why didn't you write the speech?
I'll tell you what, that speech would have been a lot shorter. I don't know what they were doing with the flags. They were clearing the flags for like a 25.
Man.
I'm like, this is what's wrong with her campaign. They're folding and unfolding flags on stage for 25 minutes. They were going to run the country. Give me a break.
That's true. I did see that. I was watching that all unfold. It was pretty crazy. It was so bizarre. All right, let's get to our busy phones. 800-941-SEAN if you want to be a part of the program as we do the show on like zero sleep. John in my free state of Florida. John, how are you? Glad you called, sir.
Hello, Hanley. First-time caller.
Welcome aboard, sir. What took you so long?
I like listening, but I normally just sit back and listen to all the people talking. But today is a big day.
By the way, you're not originally from Florida. You're from New York, aren't you?
I'm from Rhode Island.
Rhode Island? I lived in Rhode Island. Where in Rhode Island you're from? You don't sound like Rhode Island.
Woonsocket, Rhode Island.
Okay, I lived in Warren, Rhode Island for 5 years. Did you ever go to the Black Pearl in Newport? They have clam chowder there, New England clam chowder.
Clam chowder, definitely. Always go there. But I went in the military when I was 18, so haven't been there.
Oh, wow.
Time.
What's going on? What's on your mind?
Yeah, well, somebody sent me a clip today from that Clinton News Network that really set it straight for me. And there was somebody talking on there saying, we've been lying to the people all this time, and they finally let us know they're not taking it no more. They showed...
I'm mad as hell. Hold on, I'm not going to take it anymore. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, they showed us today.
You know what's amazing about this? And there really is a phenomenon here. I don't think there's been anybody ever that I can think of, historic figure, that has had more garbage thrown at him than Donald Trump. Everything, the 3-year Russia hoax, the Hillary Clinton top secret classified information, no reasonable prosecutor would prosecute. You know, destroying devices with hammers and bleach bit and eliminating SIM card. No problem at all. Nothing happens. You know, no raiding her office, no raiding her house, no reasonable prosecutor would prosecute. Then, of course, Joe Biden, 4 separate locations. Then, of course, Russia, 2 impeachments, you know, leading to, you know, arrests and raids and mugshots and trials. The most fascinating thing that has come out of all of this is the American people, and with all that media coverage, all of those enemies against him, 51 former Intel officials that know nothing about the Hunter Biden very real laptop, that never looked at it, has all the fingerprints of Russian disinformation, of course, led by Wink and Tony Blinken, and facing... You know, I mean, there was a strong possibility, I would say probably likelihood, Donald Trump would have ended up in jail if he didn't win yesterday. And now we're reading today that the special counsel prosecutor is going to wrap up his case. And with all of that, and you can add to it, although separate and apart, you have not one but 2 would-be assassins coming within a millimeter of his life and dying. And this guy, fight. How do you not admire that? How do you not look at this guy and say, how do you take all of this? It is unbelievably inspiring to me. There's nothing about Kamala Harris that inspires me. Nothing about Joe Biden that inspires me. Nancy Pelosi was there. She doesn't talk to Joe, but she's, you know, I think she was probably the chief architect, or at least certainly the person that delivered the message to Joe. And according to reports, it was, Joe, you either get out or we're going to invoke the 25th Amendment. And which is probably why they've not spoken, which is probably why, you know, Joe Biden probably secretly, and this is just speculation on my part, is probably, I told you so today, and his family the same way. A lot of people reading into the fact that Joe Biden was in that red outfit yesterday. I have no idea. But I will tell you, the policies, the things that she believes in, her stated beliefs are radical, extreme. They will fail. Socialism fails. You know, whatever you want to call it, Marxism, redistribution of wealth, you know, an energy policy where it's the cost of democracy. I mean, how cavalier when you're not the one that's paying the $1.50 more per gallon. It is so elitist. This party is in the need of a massive makeover, and I don't see it coming. I really don't. I don't see that. I think the radicalism, you know, a lot of people said to me yesterday, well, if she would have picked Josh Shapiro, she probably would have won Pennsylvania. And there may be some truth to that. There may be, I mean, woulda, coulda, shoulda. But it did look like Tim Walz was about to cry when the camera went on him today. It was kind of bizarre. But she had to give in to the radical wing of her party. But I would say this, probably if Josh Shapiro runs in a primary and where Bernie Sanders in the past would be defeated, the most radical candidate would win. because the Democrats have become a radicalized party and that they're going to go for this. You know, for all the people that predicted that Kamala was going to win, you know, the Michael Moores, the Bill Maher's of the world, everybody thought she was going to win. I just listened to everybody, and I didn't really think twice about it because I thought Donald Trump was going to win. And then once early voting was finished and I looked at the numbers, my confidence level went through the roof. Anyway, I digress a little bit here, but I just feel a sense of, oh, thank God, you know, that this would have been bad. These policies, as stated, are not good. Anyway, back to our phones. Linda in Traverse City, Michigan. Linda, how are you? Did you go to that rally the night that Donald Trump was like 2 hours late after he did Joe Rogan?
No, I didn't. I went to the one before that.
Okay. Were a lot of people mad that he was late that night?
I don't think so. No, I don't think so.
Because it seemed like they were leaving based on videos, and then it looked like they all came back. It was kind of funny.
Yeah. No, well, you can't go anywhere because you're in an airport hangar. So, you know, once you get in this secure area, you can't just, you can leave, but then it's a process coming back in again, you know.
Got it. It's sort of like illegal immigrants can come in and you can vote without any ID, but you can't get into the Democratic National Convention unless I have 4 separate pieces of credentials and photo ID. You mean kind of like that?
Well, you have to just go through the process, you know, because you don't have your car or anything close by. They bring you in buses. It's very well organized, believe me. And the funny thing is, I was talking about it with a friend, and we were debating about going to the second rally because we saw the first one with him and Pence when they both came in on their planes. And Traverse is a very small city. And to see these huge planes come in and land, you know, was just incredible. And even at that time, our local newspaper, I don't even think was even out there, you know, very well, you know, covering the story. But it was a beautiful evening, and we said we would have liked to have gone this last time, but we said, oh my gosh, we don't have the energy to go and do that. And then I thought about it. I thought, my gosh, we're 10 years younger than he is, you know.
Yeah.
All this
doesn't he have amazing stamina? I think he was getting a little tired towards the end when he called into the radio program yesterday. I thought people, I'm the one that I reached out to him and I said, you know what, you called the program in 2016 on election day. Would you mind calling in again? And he goes, I'm really getting tired. I said, 5 minutes max, 10 minutes max. And it was funny. He's like, I want all of you to give Sean Hannity no ratings today. Turn off the radio and go vote. I'm like, really? Thanks a lot. But it was I thought it was funny.
Man, he's such a people person, you know. And I want to thank you and Mark Levin for opening our eyes, everybody's eyes in this country, about what was going on. Because had we not, it was getting very grave at the end here. Had we not taken any stance in this, we were really going to be, you know, going down a road we all didn't want to go down. And I'm so happy the American people could see through it, okay? And now I'm watching her give this concession speech, and I don't think it's any kind of a concession speech at all. She's not conceding anything other than losing the election. And she still hasn't really got it. That what she never put out there was a platform. Nobody knew what the hell she stood for or what she was going to do.
Yeah, but we really did, didn't we? The thing is she had to hide who she really was. This is why she was tied up in knots. This is why they wanted to hide her from the media. The original strategy, and this will be studied for years to come, was that she was going to follow in Joe Biden's footsteps and hide in the basement and not go out there and talk to people. And then that wasn't working out too well for her. And so then they started doing, you know, what do you call the daddy podcast? I forget. Call Me Daddy. Call her daddy. Call me daddy. Call me somebody daddy. I don't know. And then Howard Stern and all these, you know, easy interviews and that hard-hitting news show, The View. Poor ladies of The View did not have a good day today.
Did you watch? I didn't. I never watch it. They're off my list.
It's an unwatchable show. You can't watch it. I mean, can you believe I used to go on that show? What was wrong with me? What was I thinking?
No,
you hear the crickets there? Yeah, because none of us know why.
Stop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know why people watch. And anyway, let me move on. Linda in Traverse City, God bless you, and thank you, Michigan. And by the way, let me say thank you, Georgia, and Governor Kemp, and Governor. I can't thank everybody. Thank you, North Carolina. Thank you, Pennsylvania. Thank you, Wisconsin. Thank you, Michigan. Thank you, Arizona. Thank you, Nevada. And thanks to everybody else. He won the popular vote, which is no small task. This was a massive landslide. Even Joe Scarborough, our old friend, Liberal Joe, it is the biggest red wave since Reagan in '84. The Democratic Party wiped out. Those are his words, not my words. Now, a lot of the rest of the people on his network went absolutely bonkers. We'll play a lot of it tonight. It's better on video. We'll play it tonight on Hannity, 9 Eastern, on the Fox News Channel. Hope you join us for that. Hey, listen, as we gear up for the holiday season, perfect time to dive into wellness. And this is where the Michael Phelps Chili Goat Cold Tub by Master Spas comes in. Now, you've heard about ice baths, right? You've heard about cold tubs. And they are taking wellness and the wellness world by storm. Both my kids love it. It's cold water therapy. It's, by the way, it's centuries old in terms of people doing this. It's gaining massive traction again, and for good reason. From celebrities, weekend warriors, athletes, everyone's diving into this chili practice because it works. It's not trendy. It's transformative. And who better to lead the charge than the GOAT himself, Michael Phelps? Now, the Michael Phelps Chili Goat Cold Tub delivers spa-like quality, ice-cold efficiency, cold water immersion that helps reduce inflammation, boost your circulation, crank up your energy levels. It can also boost your immune system. And if you're dealing with chronic pain, well, you're going to feel healthier. You're going to feel more energized. Just go to chiligoattubs.com and use the promo code Hannity to get $300 off. That's promo code Hannity when you go to chiligoattubs.com, and you're going to get an additional savings on Black Friday deals. And you get it from Master Spas, the only hot tub swim spa brand that I trust. Master Spas.
Final Hour Roundup is next. You do not want to miss it. And stay tuned for the Final Hour free-for-all on the Sean Hannity Show.
Your non-stop news source. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Hey, get a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate and sell your home for maximum value, and that's without the stress of listing your home on the market. Hey, Sean Hannity here. Trying to sell your home can be overwhelming. With the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can skip the entire hassle, get an all-cash offer, and close within days. That means no showings, no open houses, and the best part, no stress. Now, one of their clients, Walker, said, quote, "We needed to move quickly, and we were worried that the process would be long and we'd have to spend a lot of money on repairs." Well, Mark Spain Real Estate got us an offer in just 3 days and over asking price. Now, they made the whole selling process so simple, so easy. With over 12,000 five-star reviews, just like Walker's, you can trust Mark Spain Real Estate to sell your home quickly and for the most money. Just go to markspain.com and find out what your guaranteed offer will be, and then you can start packing.
Hey, holiday heroes. It's a special time of year at Shane Company. As a family business for 4 generations, we know firsthand that fine jewelry is the gift that says it all. From the engagement ring that says, "You're the one," to the diamond tennis bracelet that says, "Thank you for being you." We have the widest selection of fine jewelry gifts, in stock and ready to take home. Come pick out a pair of hand-matched diamond stud earrings or a necklace with a colorful gemstone. Check out our new Bloom collection, one of owner Tom Shane's favorites this year, featuring stunning sapphires, emeralds, or rubies. At Shane Company, every gift and every price range is crafted to our high-quality standards. We have jewelers working in every store to bring your gifts to life, making sure rings fit just right, setting center stones and engagement rings by hand, and engraving your pieces to make your gifts even more special. Your gifts will always be protected with our unmatched free lifetime warranty. Visit shaneco.com and come see us in store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey,
Hey, it's Ashley Frasca from the Traffic Center. You may have heard me talk about businesses that use shipping containers for you to provide more storage when they've outgrown their warehouse. Is your house and garage overrun with lawn equipment, tools, boxes of Christmas decorations, bikes, and more? Visit shippingcontainersforyou.com. These containers were built tough to travel oceans with containers stacked on top of them. Shipping Containers For You has 40-foot and 20-foot containers that can be delivered to you within days. Go ahead, visit them online, shippingcontainersforyou.com.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down, get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
WSB Atlanta, WSBB FM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Kids across America are going to school hungry. Millions of kids every day. Hungry kids get sick more often and can struggle in school. It can be harder for them to focus and learn. But one simple thing can help change all of this for a hungry child in America. Good healthy food and the energy it brings. With help from caring people across America, No Kid Hungry is providing healthy meals and hope to hungry kids so they can build better futures.
We want to ensure that all of our kids have healthy meals every day.
Thank you.
Thank you for helping feed our kids.
To learn more about ending child hunger in America, go to helpnokidhungry.org today.
All right, when we come back, we'll take a look at what happened yesterday. How did we know that yesterday was going to be a good day ahead of time? Jeff Bartos, Mark Halperin. We'll also check in with all things Simple Man Bill O'Reilly. We'll get to your calls, 800-941-SEAN, straight ahead.
Kids across America are going to school hungry. Millions of kids every day. Hungry kids get sick more often and can struggle in school. It can be harder for them to focus and learn. But one simple thing can help change all of this for a hungry child in America. Good healthy food and the energy it brings. With help from caring people across America, No Kid Hungry is providing healthy meals and hope to hungry kids so they can build better futures.
We want to ensure that all of our kids have healthy meals every day.
Thank you.
Thank you for helping feed our kids.
To learn more about ending child hunger in America, go to helpnokidhungry.org today.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
News, weather,
Traffic. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Hey there, good evening. It's 11 o'clock. I'm Michelle Wright, and our top local story this hour. A Fulton County jail officer is among 6 suspects facing charges for conspiracy to kill 2 other officers at the jail.
Inmate Wayne Alford allegedly worked with others both in and outside the jail on the plan to kill the 2 officers. The U.S. Attorney's Office for the Northern District of Georgia says Latasha Baker, an officer at that jail, was in on the plan. Alford reportedly wanted to kill the officers after they interfered with his contraband and narcotics trafficking operations. Authorities found out about the plan after the 2 officers found tracking devices attached to their cars. Austin Eller, 95.5 WSB.
Right now, we've got 70 degrees in Atlanta. Cloudy tonight, scattered showers in some areas. Temperatures will be in the lower 60s by morning. WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards has Atlanta's most accurate and dependable forecast coming up. It's over. Vice President Kamala Harris delivers her concession speech from her alma mater, Howard University, this afternoon.
Earlier today, I spoke with President-elect Trump and congratulated him on his victory. I also told him that we will help him and his team with their transition, and that we will engage in a peaceful transfer of power.
Harris says while she concedes the election, she does not concede the fight that fueled her campaign. President-elect Trump's transition team is starting work that'll be based in Florida. President Biden will address the nation tomorrow at 11 a.m. about the race. Georgia's election chief is taking a victory lap following what he says was a successful election.
More than 70% of Georgia's registered voters cast ballots during this election.
I think we handled it great.
Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger says the turnout shows that the steps they've taken in recent years did make voters feel confident when they went to the polls.
All those things came together. It was free, fair, and fast, and voters loved it. We actually got emails from voters. Over 40 of them just said they really had a great voter experience.
There are military and overseas ballots still outstanding. They have until Friday to arrive in order to be counted. Certification is next Tuesday. Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
Dunwoody Police had 2 new safety ambassadors to the force.
The ambassadors are easy to spot, says Sergeant Michael Cheek with Dunwoody Police.
They're in specially marked vehicles. They're both driving small trucks that are clearly marked public safety ambassadors, and they have a completely different uniform than our sworn police officers do.
He says they'll handle non-emergency calls. The idea is to relieve sworn officers from handling low-priority calls, allowing them to focus on urgent, high-priority situations. Dunwoody looking to hire 2 more public safety ambassadors. Sabrina Cupid, 95.5 WSB.
A Delta flight from Atlanta bound for Washington, D.C.'s Reagan National Airport makes an emergency landing in Raleigh this evening. Nobody's hurt. The flight was diverted in an abundance of caution after a report of an odor around the flight deck. Passengers were put on another flight to their destination. And at least 4 people are dead after floods in Missouri. Storms brought as much as 10 inches of rain to some places and 2 small tornadoes. 2 of the dead people were poll workers who were working at the election site yesterday. A husband and a wife were killed when their vehicle was swept away about 50 miles east of Springfield. It is 11:03. Live team coverage of traffic and weather on the way next.
The most consequential election of our time is over.
Donald Trump will return to the White House as the next president of the United States.
Well, I want to thank you all very
Stay
much.
with WSB for all the information you need from now through Inauguration Day.
This is a movement like nobody's ever seen before.
95.5 WSB.
Your 2024 election station.
Even when it's not raining, there's signs your roof needs attention. Dave Baker for Findlay Roofing, the roof guys. Check for streaks and stains, loss of color, or granules in your downspouts or on the ground. Even if that wet spot on your ceiling is turned into a dry stain, it's still a problem. Need a new roof? Think of Findlay first. With exceptional service and pinpoint attention to detail, Findlay is a team I trust, and they offer 0% financing. Schedule your free roof analysis at findlayroofing.com.
Roof. Hunk of junk, jalopy, hoopty, whatever you may call that vehicle you need to get rid of. Tommy Nobis Center calls it life-changing opportunity. When you donate your vehicle to Tommy Nobis Center, you donate a perfect job opportunity for people with disabilities. Tommy Nobis is no fuss. We'll tow that unused car away for free while you just sit back with that warm and fuzzy feeling knowing you bettered someone's life today. And did we mention, it can also be tax deductible. Call 1-866-NOBIS-AUTO or visit TommyNobisCenter.org to find out how to turn your jalopy into jobs.
After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring?
Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Have you outgrown the space at your business or home? Shipping Containers for You has your perfect solution. Affordable 40-foot and 20-foot containers that can be delivered to you within days. Go to shippingcontainersforyou.com. That's shippingcontainersforyou.com.
Shane Company is your go-to destination for high-quality fine jewelry gifts. Come find beautiful gifts at competitive prices, from dream engagement rings to tennis bracelets, engravable charms, and more. All in stock and ready to give. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Get pre-approved for a great rate on your auto loan at Coosa Valley Credit Union. Act now for as low as 4.99 or save money by refinancing your current auto loan. Visit a Coosa Valley Credit Union branch near you.
Equal Opportunity Lender. It's 11:06, which means it's time for live team coverage of traffic and weather. Michael Mulborn's in the WSB 24-hour traffic center. Hey, Michael, what's going on out there?
Good evening, Michelle. And what's going on out there is not a lot. It's still pretty light out here. We just got a little bit of construction in Cherokee County on I-575 northbound past Town Lake Parkway. You've got one right lane blocked. And in Sandy Springs on I-285 eastbound at Riverside Drive, you've got two right lanes blocked. I'm Michael Mulborn, 95.5 WSB.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. Cloudy skies this evening with off and on rain showers, lows tonight in the mid-60s. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy with an isolated rain shower possible, high 75. Drying out on Friday with a little bit more sunshine, high 77.
We've got 68 degrees in Milton and in McDonough, 70 in Marietta, and 70 in Midtown. More news is on the way at 11:30, and breaking news when it happens. I'm Michelle Wright, 95.5 WSB.
All right, news roundup and information overload hour. Toll free. Here's our number. It's 800-941-SEAN. If you want to be a part of the program, if you're just joining us, by the way, Kamala Harris conceding to Donald Trump. He will be the 47th president of the United States. What was a historic comeback victory. We do have Decision Desk has now upped the House projection to 223 for Republicans to 212. Earlier, it was low. It could have been as low as only a three-seat advantage. That is a huge change for the better. One of the things that has infuriated me this entire election season, beyond the fact that Kamala, of course, it was basically a mini coup between, I believe, Barack Obama, Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi. I think Nancy Pelosi threatened Biden with the use of the 25th Amendment. And they pushed him out, and Kamala was put in, and she didn't get a single vote. It wasn't an open primary. I think they should have had that, especially with the people that are screaming, threat to democracy every 2 seconds. It's anything but democratic, in my view. But putting all of that aside is all of the questions that Kamala in 100 days never got asked infuriates me. The fact that she was never asked, why does she think it's courageous not to say radical Islamic terrorism or illegal alien, or really press her on why she wanted to decriminalize illegal immigration and offer free housing, food, healthcare, education, with a running mate, free legal driver's licenses, free college education, sex change operations. And people laughed at it when they first heard it. Media people didn't even know about it. And she wasn't asked about it. She was never asked about what happened in the summer of 2020. We had 574 riots. We had dozens of dead Americans. We had billions in property damage. We had cops pelted with bricks, rocks, bottles, Molotov cocktails. She's tweeting out a bail fund, going on CBS saying, well, the rioters are not going to stop. We're not going to stop, and they shouldn't stop. I'm like, huh? I think Liz Cheney would define that as insurrection and rioting. And there was no criticism, no questions asked about that. There was no questions about her co-sponsoring the Green New Deal and pledging to eliminate the filibuster to pass it with Bernie Sanders, or government health care, Medicare for all, that she co-sponsored with Bernie, and the elimination of private health insurance. And I can go on and on and on. All right, so that frustrates me. And, to watch in the aftermath of this landslide victory last night of President Trump, the state-run media mob, as I call them, rightly so. I stand by that. We'll defend that every day of the week, blaming Kamala's loss on racism and sexism. Listen.
Would you like me to say it? I think you want to say it. Well, if she were a 6'4" white man from Arkansas or from Florida, and she ran a good middle of the road campaign talking about reaching out, do you think she would be losing by that much? If she could like chew tobacco and carry a shotgun and talk about football and be a guy's guy, I mean, you tell me.
There are levels of sexism and racism that clearly a lot of people in this country are willing to tolerate, which is also something that, we may have woken up in the same country in a sense, but that becomes much more clear this morning.
I think that we've got to be honest. Among Hispanic men and black men, there's a lot of misogyny. And I think that we've got to deal with the reality that he appealed to this whole false macho thing that some black men and some Latino men went for.
There are African-American women who know a little bit about being talked down to and know a little bit about having their economic dreams crushed, who tried to dream a big dream over the past couple months. And tonight they're trading in a lot of hope for a lot of hurt. And they were hoping that maybe this time, one of their own could be seen as worthy.
Black voters came through for Kamala Harris. White women voters did not. That is what it appears happened in that state.
Let's be honest about this, okay? Let's be absolutely blunt about it. There were appeals to racism in this campaign, and there is racial bias in this country, and there is sexism in this country. And anybody who thinks that that did not in any way impact on the outcome of this race is wrong.
White women who voted about 52%, right, for Donald Trump, uneducated white women, is my understanding. You have Latino men actually voting more for him. I think this was a referendum of cultural resentment in this country.
All right, joining us now to discuss all of this, I mean, this insanity and this blame and, anything but the fact that she ran one of the worst political or presidential campaigns I've seen in my lifetime. We have two very different people that come from two very different points of view. And Jeff Bartos, 2022 U.S. Senate candidate, 2018 Republican nominee for Lieutenant Governor, Pennsylvania, the Commonwealth. Mark Halperin, editor-in-chief, the new interactive video platform, Two Way. And I have them on for very specific reasons because they both contributed greatly to real information that people needed. And guys, it's great to have you back.
Sean, thank you for having me.
But Mark, let me start with you. I've said in 2007, journalism is dead. And I said it many times since then. And I would say right now that legacy media, and that would be, major newspapers, that would be the broadcast channels, that would be cable television news, punditry it is over for them. Because they went so hard into the Kamala Harris arena, and they claim to be journalists, and they're not. And you bucked that trend. And I watched with fascination as you did it, and I began to realize that you were just looking for truth and information as a journalist. I don't know what your political affiliation is, and I don't really care. And I developed a great respect for you during this cycle because I knew you were telling truth that other people were not telling. What is the fallout from this for the media?
Well, unfortunately, I don't think it will be any, because what's about to happen is the very same reporters, editors, anchors, executive producers, and correspondents who participated in the cover-up of Joe Biden's acuity decline with the Democratic Party, and who covered this campaign, allowing Kamala Harris to every day say that Donald Trump said he was going to be a dictator on day one, and there were good people on both sides, and it'll be a bloodbath. That exact same group of people is about to cover the Trump administration. So I don't get the sense there's going to be a big reconciliation. I do know that I heard on Two Way over and over nearly every day people saying, I don't much like Donald Trump. I don't really want to vote for him, but the media is so biased, I feel that I have to. It's of a piece with the lawfare of the cases brought against him. And I think, if this were a normal business and you had that record of failure and professional irresponsibility, there'd be mass firings. And instead, everybody just say, I covered the Biden-Harris administration, now I'm covering the Trump administration. So I'd like to think there'd be some accountability, but I don't believe there's any reason to think that.
All right, quick break. We'll come right back. More with Jeff Bartos and Mark Halperin, and your calls on the other side, 800-941-SEAN, this day after Election Day. Listen, everybody knows I believe in the Second Amendment. I'm a gun guy. I want to tell you about a family-owned company that I absolutely, positively love, and it's called Henry Repeating Arms. They make more than 200 models of rifles and shotguns, revolvers, every one of them made right here in the U.S., The quality is so good, they're backed by a lifetime warranty. Their craftsmanship, smooth action, top-notch. Mine, every one of them accurate outside of the box, every one reliable from day one. Now, the best way to learn about Henry is to order their free catalog. They'll send you free decals, a list of dealers where you live. Just go to their website. It's one word, henryusa.com. Click on the free catalog button in the upper right-hand corner. They even donate to the military, to veterans, to law enforcement, first responders, children's hospitals. I mean, they do it all. It is such a good company, and they care about you, their customers, and they go way overboard. The best customer service you'll ever get in your life. Anyway, go to henryusa.com. You'll get their free catalog, free decals, list of dealers where you are. And it's a great American company. Every Henry made in America, no, or not made at all. That's henryusa.com. Check it out today and check it out throughout the years. They have special editions come up all the time.
Entertaining Americans coast to coast. Sean Hannity is on right now.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
All right, this week marks one of the most consequential elections in our history, and no matter what happens, we know the support of the American people, people like you, means so much to the people of Israel as they are under attack. They are fighting a four-front war as we speak. They are fighting for their survival. Now, this past year has seen the war rage all throughout the Holy Land, but we also have seen a rise in anti-Semitism, not just here in America, but worldwide. That's why I'm a proud partner of the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews. I want to thank you all for your support in this critical time. Your gift helps the fellowship provide food, necessities, housing, security to those most vulnerable and in need. Now, standing with Israel and the Jewish people has never meant this much. Just go to Support IFCJ, one word, supportifcj.org, and learn how you can make a gift today, or just call 888-488-IFCJ. That's 888-488-IFCJ. Have you ever thought about what charities and causes the brands that you give your hard-earned money to support? Well, Pure Talk, my cell phone company, supports veterans. Now, this is a veteran-led company. It is their passion project, and that's why Pure Talk has alleviated $10 million in veterans' debt. And that's why they donate tens of thousands of dollars every month to help prevent veteran suicide. It's also why they just donated $50,000 to Micro Works, providing scholarships to veterans learning the trades after their active duty. You get the exact same service at about half the cost, the same 5G network, the same cell towers, and you're also helping veterans. It's win-win-win. Just dial pound 250, say the keyword save now. The switch is simple, it is fast, it is easy. And by the way, they hire Americans right here in America to handle the jobs to serve you. Pound 250, keyword save now from our friends at Pure Talk, America's wireless company.
Attention timeshare owners. This is an urgent consumer alert from the Timeshare Exit Hotline, a national company specializing in helping consumers legally get out of their expensive timeshare contracts. We're offering you a way to legally get rid of your timeshare. So if you're fed up with the maintenance fees that keep on coming and want to learn if you can terminate your timeshare legally and permanently, call today. Even if you've tried before and were unsuccessful in getting rid of your timeshare, call today and see if we can can help. We offer a complete 100% unconditional client satisfaction guarantee. Make this completely free call and learn how we can help you legally put an end to your timeshare nightmare once and for all. You have nothing to lose, so call right now to qualify and receive a free consultation.
Call 800-838-8614. 800-838-8614. That's 800-838-8614.
Paid for by Airtime Media.
So the FBI, they call it house stealing. I've been telling you about this for over a year. It is a huge problem. Now, you have people, these cyber criminals all across the world, they're targeting American homeowners. And what they'll do is they'll steal your home title. Everybody's title is online. They'll transfer it to their name, take out loans on your home, and leave you with nothing but a financial and emotional disaster. If you own a home, if you own any real estate, it is crucial you protect your property and your equity from these criminals. There's no better way that I know of than HometitleLock.com. Now, I've arranged for you, my listeners, to have 50% off Home Title Lock's triple lock protection. That's 24/7 monitoring of your home title. You'll get urgent alerts if, God forbid, anything has changed. And most importantly, restoration of your title if, God forbid, you're a victim of fraud. Now, you will immediately be protected. You'll get 50% off when you use the promo code Hannity. That's HometitleLock.com, promo code Hannity.
When it comes to defending downed bikers' rights, trust is everything and results matter. Hey, it's Eric Von Hessler for Steel Horse Law, local motorcycle injury attorneys who ride. They specialize in protecting bikers who've been hurt. The mega firms will send an investigator or a paralegal, not a lawyer. With Steel Horse Law, you'll meet directly with your own attorney to get you back on your feet, medical bills paid, back to work, and your case resolved. Schedule your free accident evaluation at steelhorselaw.com.
All right, we continue now with Jeff Bartos and Mark Halpern back with us. Now, when you come on this program, you're pretty aware of what I do for a living. I'm a member of the press. I'm a talk show host. I could produce thousands of hours, Mark, of straight news coverage that I've delivered on radio and TV, and I could produce thousands of hours of investigative reporting that the rest of the media ignores. Russia, Obama's radical associations, to name a couple. I give opinion, but I'm honest and I'm upfront about it. We talk about sports. We talk about culture. I would argue that what I do in the press is I'm the entire newspaper. They claim to be journalists. You are a journalist. I really view you as one of the few remaining journalists. Am I right in my definition? And that's why I have respect for you, because you don't cross that line and everyone else does, and they're not honest about it. If they said, listen, I'm a liberal talk show host, I'd be fine with it, but they don't do that.
Yeah, and they have, of course, they still, despite their dwindling market share, they still have huge influence on American society. I view my job as holding...
Well, wait a minute, but do they? Because if they did, with all of the negativity they threw at Trump and all the attacks, wouldn't Kamala Harris be the president-elect today?
No, because first of all, there's a backlash against it, and second of all, because there's media like yours that's countervailing to it. I'm just saying they still have a decent-sized audience. My job is to tell interesting stories of our time and to hold all powerful interests accountable to the public interest. And they view their job as holding Donald Trump accountable to their conception of the public interest. It's a difference, and it's not 100% of the people, but it's almost 100% of the people. And again, it's like Joe Biden's loss of mental acuity. The press can deny it, they can pretend it doesn't exist, but the American people have eyes and ears and they see it. And that's why, again, ironically, I think the press did as much to help Donald Trump win, the opposite of what they wanted, as almost any other factor in the race.
But the fact that they wanted it and they were so openly biased about it, to me, is alarming, and the dishonesty behind it. I asked both of you yesterday. I try to reach out to sources all over the place. I have Democratic sources, I have conservative sources, Republican sources, whatever. And I knew Jeff Bartos. Jeff, I knew you were in the, quote, war room, not a real war room for those people that have such sensibilities. But you were there, doing on the ground in Pennsylvania yesterday. And I saw an answer to a question from you, and I saw the same answer to the question from Mark. and it was about the early vote was so overwhelming in Pennsylvania for Donald Trump that for Kamala Harris to win, went into Election Day yesterday with a math problem. And that is that Republicans had so overwhelmed Democrats with their early voting and that they so underperformed. For example, they had a net gain of 400,000. That means they were up 400,000 votes. It may sound like a lot, but in 2020, they were up about 1.1 million votes. That's a decline 600,000 to 700,000 votes. And to make that up, they would need massive turnout in historically Democratic areas like Philadelphia. And I called you and I said, okay, Jeff, tell me, what is the turnout that is going on in Philadelphia today? And you gave me an answer. You said, well, Temple University, 25,000 students. Lehigh University, 6,000 students. Penn State, 10,000 students. Yeah, we're seeing a big turnout there, but nowhere else really in Philadelphia are we seeing it. And they fell hundreds of thousands short of what they would have needed to make up from the early voting advantage that Republicans had historically. And that was very helpful for me to give analysis last night on Fox News.
Yeah, Sean, it's and first of all, Mark, your comments about Mark are spot on. I really found myself over the last 2 months following Mark on X and when he was doing television interviews for the reasons you just said. So spot on. For me to do my job, and of course I'm a volunteer and a former candidate, but for me to do my job and advise Dave McCormick or advise the Trump campaign or to be useful to any of the people I'm trying to help on the goals that I have to consume this information and try to understand it. Yesterday was the very first time in my whole career. I'm an attorney. I've been a candidate. It's the first time in my career I found myself trapped for a moment in what they call the echo chamber. And I was trapped in this press echo chamber where everybody was spinning this idea that turnout was LBJ 1964 historic, and we'd never seen anything like it in Philadelphia, and you just wait and see. And our numbers weren't showing it, as I shared with you. Our numbers weren't showing it, and we were very confident in our analysis and our numbers. And it turned out, when I started to really push the press as the day wore on, I found out that they were getting their information from each other. So what I mean to say is the press their sources were other members of the press.
Oh, my God. Isn't that amazing?
With a sprinkling in of the mayor and the head of the Philadelphia Democratic Party. It was bizarre. Sean, later in the evening, I went on local television on a panel with Democrats, and I was quizzing them again. I'm like, you do realize that Puerto Rican vote, Hispanic vote is moving in historic numbers to Donald Trump here in Pennsylvania, as well as Georgia and Florida and other places. And a co-panelist who is Puerto Rican was telling me, no, my numbers are wrong.
Well,
I was right. I mean, we were right. So it was there in this echo chamber. I guess you gentlemen both know this way better than me, whether it's the Liz Cheney with the guns or whether it was the Iowa poll that turned out to be 16 points off, whether it's the Kamala momentum that wasn't there, whether it was this Puerto Rican anger, which wasn't there, and then this Philly turnout hoax, I think we can call it. It was the last gasp of a campaign that was born in desperation and never found a message in 100 days.
Well, I was very grateful to you and to Mark for getting me the answer that I had been hoping for, and I really appreciate it. And I just come to respect the fact that both of you got to the truth and got it to me, and I was able to convey that to my audience, and I knew it early. I knew it wasn't happening. Anyway, I appreciate you both. Jeff Bartos, Mark Halpern, thank you guys. 800-941-SEAN is our number if you want to be a part of the program.
Well, I'm a orthopedic surgeon, board certified.
Meet Dr. John Herzog, who's certainly done his share of knee and hip replacements. But these days, he's encouraging his patients to look at regenerative medicine options, now available at QC Kinetics.
I'm kind of the anti-surgeon right now, and a lot of my buddies, if they hear me talking, they're going to give me a call.
Dr. Herzog says advances in regenerative medicine can give your achy joints lasting relief, using highly concentrated healing agents from your own body to repair and restore damaged tissue.
We take the fluid out of you, we concentrate it, and put it in an area where they couldn't normally get to and facilitate healing.
Are you suffering from constant pain due to arthritis or injury? Maybe it's time to look at alternatives to drugs and surgery at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in these exciting treatments.
What could be more natural than using your own body to heal yourself?
Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 770-285-8026. That's 770-285-8026. 770-285-8026.
New investigations break on Channel 2 Action News. We get problems solved, plain and simple. Every day we follow the facts.
Started digging, only to find...
Getting you the answers you need now.
We have live. Team 2 coverage.
Channel 2 never stops advocating for you.
An investigation regarding your tax dollars.
We're more than just Atlanta's news.
A warning for consumers regarding...
We've got your back all over North Georgia. See what's new, live, every day at 4, 5, and 6 on Channel 2 Action News.
When a woman drinks alcohol, so does her unborn baby. Drinking alcohol during pregnancy can cause low birth weight, birth defects, and a range of lifelong disorders, known as fetal alcohol spectrum disorders. Children with these disorders may have difficulty paying attention, poor coordination, developmental delays, as well as atypical facial features. They may be misunderstood, vulnerable to abuse, and often the nature of their problem is not recognized. As adults, they're at risk of entering the criminal justice system or end up jobless, homeless, or struggling with addiction. Children and adults with an FASD can succeed with appropriate strategies and interventions. There is no known safe time to drink during pregnancy. FASDs are 100% preventable if a woman does not drink during pregnancy. If you are pregnant or trying to get pregnant and cannot stop drinking, get help. Stop and think. If you're pregnant, please don't drink.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
CBS News special report. Vice President Harris concedes the election to President-elect Donald Trump, and voters a day later are still mixed.
It's one of the darkest days in history.
As a Palestinian, I could not get myself to bubble in Kamala Harris.
We have to work together to move forward. We have to find common ground somewhere.
Harris urged her supporters in a speech delivered from her alma mater to, quote, continue the fight that fueled this campaign.
Do not despair. This is not a time to throw up our hands. This is a time to roll up our sleeves.
Republicans also gained control of the Senate in the elections, though it's still not clear which party will have control of the House. CBS's Robert Costas says with the Supreme Court also leaning to the right.
This is a seismic shift in American policy. It is an overhaul, potentially, based on my conversations, of the executive branch.
CBS News special report. I'm Matt Piper.
There are a lot of tree companies out there, but only one in Atlanta that has been in business for over 60 years, and that's Heath Tree Service. Whether you need tree removal or tree pruning work done, our certified arborists are experts in all aspects of tree care. If you're looking for quality, professional tree care, call Heath Tree Service or find us online at heathtreeservice.com.
Hey, get a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate and sell your home for maximum value, and that's without the stress of listing your home on the market. Hey, Sean Hannity here. You know, trying to sell your home can be overwhelming. With the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can skip the entire hassle, get an all-cash offer, and close within days. That means no showings, no open houses, and the best part, no stress. Just go to markspain.com and find out what your guaranteed offer will be, and then you can start packing.
Kids across America are going to school hungry. Millions of kids every day. Hungry kids get sick more often and can struggle in school. It can be harder for them to focus and learn. But one simple thing can help change all of this for a hungry child in America. Good, healthy food and the energy it brings. With help from caring people across America, No Kid Hungry is providing healthy meals and hope to hungry kids so they can build better futures.
We want to ensure that all of our kids have healthy meals every day.
Thank you.
Thank you for helping feed our kids.
To learn more about ending child hunger in America, go to helpnokidhungry.org today.
If it's happening on the streets of Atlanta.
Georgians are struggling more than ever.
If it's happening on the roads leading to
The
Atlanta.
alternate has really started to fill in now between Douglasville.
95.5 WSB has you covered.
Now, both the Roswell Fire Department and Police Department would be stationed at that new building.
Your 24/7 news source. Tune in throughout the day to stay up to date.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
It's 12:34. Now time for live team coverage of traffic and weather. And we're still looking pretty light out there right now, so we only have these construction zones. The one in Sandy Springs on I-285 eastbound at Riverside Drive has 2 right lanes blocked. And in Cherokee County on I-575 northbound past Town Lake Parkway, you have 2 right lanes blocked. Traffic and weather updates around the clock on 95.5 WSB.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. Mostly cloudy Thursday with an isolated rain shower possible, high 75. Lows on Friday morning in the mid-60s. Sunshine returns Friday afternoon, high 77. Mostly cloudy on Saturday, high 75.
It's 71 degrees in Midtown, 67 degrees in Gainesville, and 65 degrees in Conyers. More news at midnight. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Michael Mulborn, 95.5 WSB.
All right, Leonard Skinner's Simple Man, and that can only mean one thing on this radio program, and that means all things self-proclaimed Simple Man. That means all things Bill O'Reilly, all things Bill O'Reilly at BillO'Reilly.com. Mr. O'Reilly, sir, what an election this has been. What a historic moment. Yesterday you texted me, and do you remember what you texted?
Was it about the $300 you owe me? Was that?
Tell me, Bill. I've had less than an hour's sleep. I am literally punch drunk. I can't think anymore.
More delirious than usual today? Is that...
I am more delirious than usual. You have to excuse me today. I've been telling the audience all day. You know how I feel today? Before we get to the question I asked you, I am very humbled and grateful. I am grateful because I really feel that the stated agenda of Kamala Harris and Tim Walz was so radical, so extreme, that it was dangerous for our country, and I don't know if we would have recovered. And I'm grateful that the American people and everybody that listens to this radio show and watches Hannity and listens and watches you, that they went out in massive numbers. And it was a mandate election by every definition. And I'm just appreciative. I'm very grateful that our fellow countrymen saw what was the handwriting on the wall, and the mainstream corrupt state-run media didn't tell them anything about who she really was, and we had to penetrate through all of that and get this into the consciousness of the American people, and we succeeded, thankfully.
Well, I agree with you. There was a crossroads election, and I'm not as relieved as you are because Proposition 3 in Missouri passed, Proposition 1 in New York passed, which were very far left progressive things about not alerting parents when their children have abortion, when their daughters have abortions. So the progressive movement was dealt a huge blow, and that was the important, historically, of yesterday's vote. They're not down forever, though. They're still there. And I've been doing a lot of interviews with foreign news agencies, and most of those people have no clue. And they're all trying to say, well, okay, Trump won, but why? And I say it's very easy. Americans want efficiency. Most Americans are not ideologues. They are hurting economically. They don't have as much money as they had 4 years ago. And no matter what the press does, that's not going to override the personal pain. And then when you add to that the unbelievable open border and a lot of the other woke stuff, it's heartening and encouraging that Americans got it. But because if they hadn't, I would have said, is it over? It was so obvious to me, and I think you too, how incompetent Joe Biden was, and that Harris was a terrible candidate who just cheerleaded the incompetence. That's what it came down to, right?
Well, I think it was a combination of many things. I think it was her radicalism, her extremism. She ran the worst campaign I think I've ever seen in my life. I think, calling your opponent a racist, Nazi, fascist, lying to women about abortion, lying to seniors about Social Security and Medicare, lying about pretty much everything is just not. The American people are too smart for that. However, there are flashing sirens, if you will, in as much as there are too many of our fellow Americans that buy into this socialist nonsense, and they really believe in a cradle, to grave, womb to the tomb, socialist system, and they want the Green New Deal, which would be the destruction of the greatest wealth creating system on earth, which is capitalism. They want open borders. They want defund, dismantle. They don't want fracking. They don't want drilling. These are very dangerous positions. They don't want America to be the leader of the free world. And I'm not talking about intervention in foreign conflicts. I'm talking about America being the moral leader with this philosophy that Reagan adopted called peace through strength. And that frightens me that so many people see, the world, they have that world view. We saw that on display with the mob media last night.
It is distressing that the states of California, Illinois, Massachusetts, New York, most of New England, New Jersey, have headed in that direction. But what is heartening is hardworking Americans across the country understand efficiency versus incompetence. I was getting worried about that. If you don't understand competence, look, Trump did a good job by any historical measure in his 4 years in office. We're not counting January 6th. But if you look at the real wages up, and you've gone over this a million times, okay, and fairly tranquil overseas, he did a good job. If that doesn't mean anything anymore, then we're done. But yesterday's vote showed me it does mean something. They were doing comparisons between Trump and Biden. Biden lost the election for Harris. Harris is a terrible candidate because she wouldn't answer any questions. And she did mislead, and it was obvious she did.
He certainly didn't help, but I think she lost her own election. That might be a small point of disagreement.
I disagree with you because Biden handled the economy so poorly that no matter what Harris said, she couldn't overcome that.
But she was in the room, Bill. She bragged about being in the room making all the big decisions. And when asked repeatedly if she disagreed with Biden on anything, she said, I can't think of anything.
It was the moment that she lost the election on The View. But her policy, because she's not a policy maker, didn't cause the bad economy a fantastic rise in prices. Biden did. So Biden lost, and Harris could not overcome Biden because she threw in with him 100%. And look, when you're saying I can't think of anything I would have been done differently, and the essentials of life are up more than 20%, and you surrender in Afghanistan, and you can't think of anything, that was it. And isn't that ironic that The View, the most far-left program on television, who loves Harris and would do anything to get her elected, destroyed her? Isn't that
it really is amazing. Well, we did have an interesting exchange yesterday because I felt that nobody really understood how profound it was. When I started 4 years ago telling conservatives and Republicans that they've got to overcome their reluctance and resistance to voting early, and I would go into great specificity and great detail, and I would say it's not the system we want, but it's the system we're stuck with. I would prefer Election Day be a national holiday. I would prefer same-day voting. I would prefer paper ballots, proof of citizenship, voter ID, signature verification, chain of custody controls, updated voter rolls, partisan observers in every precinct in the country watching the voting all day and the vote counting all night, and we call the winner at the end of the night. I mean, look how quickly Florida, called the election, and we may not know Arizona for 10 days. I mean, there's something so wrong with that. But then you were asking me why I felt the way I did because I told you that Trump was going to win, and you said why. And by the way, which is a typical Bill O'Reilly question, because that's who you are. and I gave you a very specific answer.
Yeah, you were on it. I made my prediction on Halloween. I think you were ahead of me on the prediction front. But I knew on Halloween that Trump would win. And I based that upon the increased registration of Republican voters in the swing states. I had that data, and we discussed that last week on your program. But anyway, look, it's a good day for the United States, historically speaking. But now Donald Trump has got to understand where he is in the world. So Grover Cleveland, as you mentioned, is the only other non-consecutive two-term president. And Grover's...
Oh, by the way, I didn't mention that, but it is in your #1 New York Times best-selling book,
right?
Which is Confronting the Presidents, and you talk about all of them. By the way, I really did enjoy that book, and it deserved to be #1. I'm glad it made it to #1. For a conservative to be #1 on the New York Times list, you basically have to sell 4 times the amount of anybody else.
I think it's 6 times, but I'm not going to quibble. But what's interesting about Confronting the Presidents is it's more relevant now because Donald Trump has to understand where he is. Second terms are notoriously difficult. When non-consecutively, Grover Cleveland fell apart in his second term.
I'm going to predict it's not going to happen here, but I'll tell you why after your answer.
Okay. So that Trump's got to know that his challenge is almost just beginning. And I said in my message today, Trump is and I know this to be true, he worked harder than any other presidential candidate in history. No one, not even Teddy Roosevelt, who was a maniac, no one worked harder to win an election than Donald Trump. That work ethic, and I've known the man 35 years, that even surprised me, particularly after he was shot. He didn't take a day off. He didn't take any breaks. He's doing 4 or 5 events a day. And he deserves to win just on the work ethic. And so, but he got to know that even though I believe that Republicans will control the House and the Senate, which is going to make his life a lot easier, he's got to hustle fast and get, the regulations taken off the fossil fuel industry. He's got to stop the asylum applications for at least 3 months. He's got to get down to Mexico City with his new Secretary of State, which I think will be Rubio, and say, you guys better put the army on the border again. And if you don't, we're going to declare the cartels.
Well, by the way, Bill, do you doubt for a second all that's going to happen? I know it's going to happen.
I hope you're right. But this is what he's got to do, and he's got to do it fast.
He will do it fast. He's going to move on day one. Mark my words. You remember how the Democrats were saying, he says he's going to be a dictator. He never said that. That was an interview that he had with me. And I said, what do you say about those people that claim that you're going to be a dictator? And he was joking. You know his sense of humor. I know his sense of humor. We've known him for 30 years, both of us. And they used that line, one of the many lies that they told about him.
Absolutely. And your response.
But by the way, he meant that part because, remember, he built the wall. Congress wouldn't approve it. And he found a way to do it anyway.
On executive order. Anyway, look, I'm optimistic that Trump understands the problems and will aggressively try to solve them. And that will set up Vance in 4 years. And you have the tape now. If I'm still on the planet, you run it. It's going to be Josh Shapiro running against Senator Vance, or now Vice President Vance. That's what.
Let me tell you why I don't know if it's going to be Josh Shapiro. Because I don't think Josh Shapiro is in the mainstream of this new radical leftist, Marxist Democratic Party. I just don't. I think he may be rejected in the primaries.
They're done. The progressive movement is still breathing, but it's.
But that represents the base of that party that will show up in those primaries. Mark my words. That is not a slam dunk, Bill.
I'm not. That's my prediction. I'm sticking to it. Finally, the media. And this is another irony, just like The View, in hating Trump so much.
Helped him.
The corporate media not only helped him, but destroyed itself forever.
Isn't that amazing? I said that last night on TV as well, that legacy media is dead.
Done.
And it's people like us. Look at Joe Rogan, the impact Joe Rogan had. I don't know Joe Rogan, never met Joe Rogan. I like his podcast. I don't know if you've ever listened to it. I love long-form interviews when I have time. I mean, to get through the 3-hour interview was like ridiculous with Donald Trump. It's too long for me, but it was really well done, and he likes to really dig in deep and get to know people and let them talk. I mean, it's actually fun and different. But anyway, look, Bill, you didn't tell everybody that I gave you the perfect prediction of what was going to happen early in the day yesterday. And I knew that information, but I didn't share it with this audience because my message yesterday, I didn't want it to conflict from my message, which is assume that your vote will be the deciding vote in this election. And that was my message to my audience yesterday. I don't like to hold things back, but I thought it was important.
2 quick points. McLaughlin, the pollster, was very accurate for Trump.
So was Robert Cahaly and Matt Towery. All our postals were great.
And Atlas polling.
Amazing.
100%.
That's 2 or 3 cycles in a row for all 3 of them.
Right.
Actually, all 4 of them.
Yeah.
Anyway, Bill O'Reilly, appreciate you being with us. Thank you. All things simple, man. Bill O'Reilly at BillO'Reilly.com. Thank you. And I feel relieved for our country, and I'm grateful today. I'm a very grateful host. You know, with the Harris-Biden economy, everybody's paying more for their cars, and they don't have enough money for a new car or even a newer used car, so they're driving their cars longer. Well, guess what? God forbid you have an expensive repair. You blow the engine, transmission. Well, that's where CarShield comes in. Look, if you have an expensive repair, CarShield is there to protect you and protect your wallet. And all you have to do is pick up the phone and give them a call. They're going to give you a quote in just minutes. It's 800-587-5060. If your car's out of warranty, high mileage, they take care of cars and trucks. Now, for over 20 years, CarShield has been helping Americans protect their out-of-warranty vehicles. Now, protecting up to 5,000 parts and systems in nearly all makes, all models, and with affordable monthly plans to fit any budget. Well, give CarShield a call now. 800-587-5060, 800-587-5060. And by the way, they also offer free emergency roadside assistance. That's 800-587-5060 or carshield.com/Hannity. That's carshield.com/Hannity. Mention my name, you get 20% off, and you're going to love CarShield, especially if you have an expensive repair. Parts and labor are expensive.
Roundup is next. You do not want to miss it. And stay tuned for the final hour free-for-all on the Sean Hannity Show.
95.5 WSB, your 2024 election station.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty that the place of business is safe for you to shop in. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, our duty is to protect you after that harm. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.com.
Y'all, it's Eric here. I've got a tip for you. You thinking about redoing your kitchen? You just thinking about it? If you book an appointment at Frugal Kitchens now, you can lock in 60% off savings into 2025, even if you aren't ready to start the project. Look, you know you need to update your kitchen. Life happens in the kitchen. With Frugal Kitchens, you get the $1 million home kitchen look for a fraction of the price. You just book a meeting with Frugal designers, lock in 60% off pricing. That'll be good into 2025. All you do is Google Frugal Kitchens.
So the FBI, they call it house stealing. I've been telling you about this for over a year. It is a huge problem. Now, you have people, these cyber criminals all across the world, they're targeting American homeowners. And what they'll do is they'll steal your home title. Everybody's title is online. They'll transfer it to their name, take out loans on your home, and leave you with nothing but a financial and emotional disaster. If you own a home, if you own any real estate, it is crucial you protect your property and your equity from these criminals. There's no better way that I know of than HomeTitleLock.com. Now, I've arranged for you, my listeners, to have 50% off Home Title Lock's triple lock protection. That's 24/7 monitoring of your home title. You'll get urgent alerts if, God forbid, anything has changed. And most importantly, restoration of your title if, God forbid, you're a victim of fraud. Now, you will immediately be protected. You'll get 50% off when you use the promo code Hannity. That's HomeTitleLock.com, promo code Hannity.
Georgia Power's commitment to total restoration from devastating Hurricane Helene continues. After restoring power to customers and rebuilding the grid in areas with the worst damage, Georgia Power is now offering account assistance to affected customers. Learn more at georgiapower.com/Helene.
Hey, it's Ashley Frasca from the traffic team. And when I report traffic every morning, I hear from people that are jammed up. They are bumper to bumper, and there's not enough room to move on the Atlanta roads. You know that. So let me ask you, is the storage at your business like that? Do you feel like you've outgrown your space? Shipping Containers for You has the perfect solution. Shipping Containers for You has 40-foot and 20-foot containers that can be delivered to you within days. Go to shippingcontainersforyou.com. Find the shipping container that you need for your home or business and have it delivered within days.
WSB Atlanta, WSBB FM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Sherry, what have you done to your hair?
What do you mean? Does it not look good?
It doesn't look good. It looks freaking amazing. I can't believe how thick and healthy it looks. Oh, I must know your secret.
No secret. It's hair volume from New Nordic.
Hair volume, huh? Well, it certainly lives up to its name. Your hair has never looked so thick. It is gorgeous.
I was so tired of having thin and brittle hair. Ugh, and the shedding. So I figured I'd give hair volume a try. Needless to say, I'm thrilled with the results. Hey, where are you going?
I'm gonna pick up some hair volume right now. My reunion's next month and I want my hair to look as good as yours.
Hair Volume is the best-selling hair tablet in the world and one of many award-winning natural health products from New Nordic, the #1 supplier of dietary supplements in Scandinavia. Purchase at newnordicusa.com or your local Walgreens, Rite Aid, or CVS. Available as a tablet or delicious gummy. Help your hair look full, voluminous, and beautiful again at newnordicusa.com, Walgreens, Rite Aid, or CVS.
All right, that's going to wrap things up for today. Hannity tonight, 9 Eastern on the Fox News Channel. Kamala concedes we'll have full, complete reaction to what was a blowout election, a landslide by Donald Trump, and the left's absolute meltdown. Laura Trump, Brett Baer tonight, Senator Marco Rubio, Vivek Ramaswamy, David Portnoy tonight. We're looking forward to having him on. All coming up. Set your DVR, Hannity, 9 Eastern on the Fox News Channel. We'll see you tonight. Back here tomorrow. Thank you for making this show possible.
Hi, I'm Martha Stewart. Every year, more than 4 million pets enter shelters here in the United States. Many of these animals are rescued from desolate conditions. My friends at American Humane have been helping animals for more than 140 years. They help ensure that pets have a safe, warm shelter during times of need, especially during natural disasters. But pets need forever homes too. Adopting a shelter pet enriches the lives of one's family and allows shelters to help more animals awaiting care. Consider adopting today and take some time to learn more about American Humane's other work, including their efforts to rescue animals in need, certify the humane treatment of farm animals, help ensure the safety of animals on the silver screen, and protect our planet's amazing endangered species at AmericanHumane.org.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090.
All the news, weather, and traffic you need. 95.5 WSB.
Psst. It's me, your bathroom medicine cabinet. I see you naked, know how often you floss, and watch you pluck unsightly hairs. I can keep a secret, but you need to know. Your kids have been taking your prescriptions to get high. I couldn't keep it quiet because prescription drug abuse now causes more deaths than cocaine and heroin ODs combined. So please, mind your meds. For tips on safeguarding your meds and your family, visit the Partnership for Drug-Free Kids at drugfree.org.
Your non-stop news source, 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Dave, what are you doing?
Just sending a gift to Dave 2037.
Who?
Me in the future. I save a little money from every paycheck as a gift to Dave 2037, so he can spend it on things like anti-gravity boots or a hologram Doberman, something cool like that. I think Dave 2037 deserves it. He worked hard. What are you getting Steve 2037?
I guess I was thinking Steve 2037 would just fend for himself.
Well, all right, but don't expect to be borrowing my anti-gravity boots.
You want to have money in your future? You got to start saving now. Putting some money from every paycheck into a savings account or contributing to your 401k can make a big difference later. Put away a few bucks, feel like $1 million. For free ideas and easy ways to save, go to feedthepig.org. That's feedthepig.org.
Hey, let's just hope Steve 2037 doesn't get his hands on a cool time machine, because he is going to come back here and knock some sense into you.
This message brought to you by the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants and the Ad Council.
News, weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Matt Piper. Now that Donald Trump is president-elect, the Justice Department and Special Counsel Jack Smith's office are speaking about how to wind down the ongoing federal prosecutions against him. As for others facing the feds, here's our Scott McFarland.
As for the Capitol riot defendants still facing trial, Trump has not specified if he's considering pardons for some or all of those defendants. One defendant asked a judge today to delay proceedings in his case, writing that the defendant is expecting to be relieved of the criminal prosecution that he's currently facing when the new administration takes office. Late today, a Washington, D.C. judge rejected that request.
Republicans are projected to take back the Senate. It's still not clear which party will have control of the House. CBS's Hunter Woodall.
Look at what's happening in California. That's where Democrats are really hoping they can make up some ground here. But there's two races. There's California 27 and California 41. These two races are Republican seats that Democrats thought they could win. Right now, with a lot of the votes still out there, it isn't looking great for them.
Vice President Harris addressed the country to say she called Trump, congratulating him on his win, urging the crowd to not despair.
While I concede this election, I do not concede the fight that fueled this campaign.
Soul searching among Democrats on what went wrong. Our Ed O'Keefe says the party will look to those who did well in their elections, including someone up against Trump defender in Arizona, Kari Lake.
Take a look at candidates like Ruben Gallego, who's poised to win his Arizona Senate race. See if future candidates try learning from how he did it. He's a Mexican-Colombian Marine veteran, father of 2 young kids, successfully won in a battleground state by emphasizing his military record and winning the support of those Latino men who Kamala Harris failed to win.
Other news now and out west. A fire is burning near multi-million-dollar properties along the Pacific Coast Highway in Malibu, California. And homes are destroyed and hundreds are fleeing their homes in nearby Ventura County. CBS's Jonathan Vigliotti is there.
Fire crew saying this is life-threatening conditions. You have a red flag warning, the most dire one issued by the National Weather Service in 4 years. It extends from Ventura County as far south as Ocean County, 100 miles from where we are. As it stands right now, this fire, the biggest concern right now, 0% containment, and the wind expected to pick up.
That breakdancer from the Olympics, she's breaking up with the sport. Rachel Gunn says the whole experience from the Olympics was upsetting. You may remember the woman from Australia had some unorthodox moves like the kangaroo hop and failed to get on the scoreboard, and social media lit up making fun of her. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance. What do your home and auto have in common? They're yours, and Progressive protects them both. Bundle today at Progressive.com.
If you have unfiled
Lady
taxes...
beetles, stink bugs, and wasps are overwintering pests that don't hibernate, but they do get cold, and that's why they're anxious to get inside and set up camp in your cozy home. Meteorologist Christina Edwards here from my bug and critter company, Breda Pest Management. No matter the season, Breda's got your back, protecting the inside and outside of your home. It's the bugs inside your house that you want gone, and inside your home is where your current company won't go anymore. Inside pest control is crucial this time of year, or you're going to be inundated with disgusting overwintering bugs and critters. Better call Breda Only Breda's inside and outside service will put a stop to overwintering pests. Breda, they handle bugs and critters. Get started at BREDAPest.com. That's BREDAPest.com.
Breda, Breda, no need to be afraid of bugs.
Between all the holiday parties,
Weekend tailgates,
and family get-togethers. Oh, they're here. Hey, who needs something to drink?
we've been overindulging a little more than usual. Thank goodness we both added active liver to our diets to give our livers some much needed support so we have the energy we need to enjoy the holidays.
Active Liver from New Nordic contains a powerful blend of turmeric, milk thistle, and globe artichoke extract designed to give your liver maximum protection and help it do vital jobs like removing toxins from alcohol, rich foods, and sweets.
Try Active Liver today and enjoy all the holiday treats with the peace of mind of knowing you're giving your liver some relief.
Active Liver is available in both a delicious gummy or tablet. You can find Active Liver in stores at CVS or Meijer or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
The votes are in, and Donald Trump wins his second term in the White House.
We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything.
Election Day 2024.
The votes have been counted.
Yes, I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being...
Stay with 95.5 WSB for all the information you need about the Trump transition.
Every single day I will be fighting for you.
95.5 WSB.
Your 2024 election station.
It's 12:05. Now time for live team coverage of traffic and weather. We're still looking at this slow construction out the, I guess I should say slow, looking pretty light out there, but we just have a little bit of construction right now. In Cherokee County on I-575 northbound past Town Lake Parkway, you've got one right lane blocked. And in Sandy Springs on I-285 eastbound at Riverside Drive, you've got two right lanes blocked. Traffic and weather updates around the clock on 95.5 WSB.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. Mostly cloudy Thursday with an isolated rain shower possible, high 75. Lows on Friday morning in the mid-60s. Sunshine returns Friday afternoon, high 77. Mostly cloudy on Saturday, high 75.
It's 69 degrees in Alpharetta, 70 degrees in Austell, and 71 degrees in Marietta. More news at 12:30. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Michael Mulborn, 95.5 WSB.
The following was previously recorded and scheduled to broadcast at this time.
Wow. Holy smokes. Welcome, friends. Mark Airman crew with you till noon. Massive post-election coverage throughout the next 3 hours. Eric Erickson, Bill Crane. We're going to go live to Jerusalem and get international reaction to President-elect Grover Cleveland J. Trump. Yes, former President Trump. You heard the call here this morning at 5:30 a.m. Is your president-elect. A lot of stuff happened last night. We're going to break it all down for you here, get reaction from the Democrats. We're going to update what's going on in the House and Senate. Could the Republicans have control of all three branches? It looks that way. Amazing historical evening last night. Let's start off where what I got right and what I got wrong. So, Deborah, you might remember I said I couldn't read the tea leaves. The polls didn't make any sense. I said this is either going to be really tight or it's going to be a blowout. But I didn't know who was going to win either way. It was a blowout. Holy smokes. Trump is going to win the popular vote, which I didn't think was possible for a Republican to win the popular vote right now. And there's still votes in California that need to be added. So it's going to tighten up. But Trump has 51% of the popular vote right now, 71 million votes. Harris, 47.4%. That's the most shocking headline of what happened last night was that Trump coasted to victory with the popular vote. Unbelievable. So we did the roundtable yesterday, which it was so fun. We got to do those more often. I know we can't wait till big political races and election nights. Me, Erickson, Von Hessler, Shelley Winter, Chris Chandler, Scott Slade. If you missed it, I'm sure it's on our Facebook page or WSB Radio. Such a good time with my compadres yesterday. But we were all kind of in this similar boat of, except for Shelley, we were all in the similar boat of we're not really sure what's going to happen. Then Erickson started getting numbers in from Florida that seemed like a canary in the coal mine for Trump. Trump outperforming Biden and what he did in 2020 in some really important counties in Florida, Duval. Now, personally, again, I don't have the connections that Erickson has, but I'm pretty astute when it comes to this. I knew Trump was going to win Georgia, and he won it by about the margin I thought it was going to be, 1.5. That's where I thought it was. I know the Democrats really had a lot of eggs in the basket here in Georgia. They were hopeful. It was tight. It was close, but Trump won. What shocked me the most is I thought listen, the way things were going yesterday, I'm like, all right, Harris is not going to win this. And I point to Deborah's home state of Wisconsin. The way the numbers are coming in, I'm like, she's going to lose Wisconsin. And if she loses Wisconsin, it's game over. Because I knew Trump was going to sweep the Sun Belt states. I knew Texas wasn't in play. I knew Florida wasn't in play. But I knew, and I asked, I told my gambling buddies, like, what swing state should I bet on? And I said, Nevada. Trump's going to win Nevada and probably Arizona pretty easily. And he did. So I predicted the sweep of the Sun Belt states. I thought North Carolina might be in play because of the governor's race, but I still leaned it toward Trump there. It came down to the blue wall. I thought Harris would win Pennsylvania and Michigan. She lost Pennsylvania and Michigan. That's crazy. I thought she was going to lose Wisconsin, but I didn't see her losing Pennsylvania and Michigan. I actually thought the Democrats know what to do in Pennsylvania. That you got the Philly and the suburbs. No, not even close. Well, kind of close. The latest update in Pennsylvania, 50.6% of the vote to Donald Trump. Kamala Harris, 48.3. So basically, we kind of saw a redo of 2016 when Trump beat Hillary Clinton. Michigan surprised me. Closer there. Trump, 49.8%. Kamala Harris, 48.2%. She did win Minnesota by about 5 points. But how about Deborah's Wisconsin? So Wisconsin, in the last 3 presidential races, has been decided by 20,000 votes. And that's what kind of the experts thought would be in Wisconsin. They thought Harris might win by 20,000 votes. No, it's Donald Trump. He's currently up by 30,000 votes, and that was called this morning at 5:30 in the morning. Some people are obviously over the moon. Some people are depressed. I'm kind of shocked at the results. I didn't expect this kind of a run-up. Right now, the electoral count 276 to 223. We'll update that if anything changes. But President Donald Trump at 5:30 this morning got the Badger State, and that put him over 270. The blue wall failure, the Sun Belt sweep, just really, historic night. And there's so many things I need to talk about the results last night. What it means for the future of the Democratic Party, right? President Trump calls it a mandate. I don't know if it's a mandate, but it's a wake-up call. If you look inside the exit poll numbers, the Hispanic numbers, Trump absolutely crushed with Hispanics. The younger voters went with former President Trump over Harris. Those are 2 Democratic strongholds. If the Democrats don't have Hispanics and young voters, black males, what is the future of the Democratic Party? They have to do a massive reset. Complete. We talk about in sports terms, like the New Orleans Saints right now. Like they have to blow the whole thing up. They got to start from scratch. That's what the Democrats are facing right now. They got to blow the whole thing up. They've got to figure out what can we do to come close to any sort of competitiveness, because they just lost young votes, Hispanics, black males. They have to rip up their playbook and start again. There is also a question. Now, I understand. I'm not raining on anyone's parade, but you got 4 more years of Trump, and that's it. What's the Republican Party look like post-Trump? Because I'll tell you what, there might be some bright rising stars on the Republican side of the aisle. You're never, ever going to see another Donald Trump. That dude is the ultimate political unicorn. He's a mythical figure. There's no politician in any way, shape, or form that comes close to what Donald Trump does. Not just in the United States politics, in world politics. I've seen some comparisons of Churchill. You're familiar from watching The Crown. You know, his ups and downs, right? Churchill pales in comparison to what Donald Trump is. The dude is a mythical creature politically. He is a unicorn. So the Republicans, yes, celebrate. You're going to have control of the White House, the Senate, and most likely the Congress. I'm not raining on your parade, but you got 4 years left with your unicorn. You got to plan what you're going to do when you got to put the unicorn out to pasture and he retires. Can't run for president again. Major developments overnight. Crazy stuff. I want to talk about next what we should be watching for and what we need to be looking for in Trump 2.0. President-elect Grover Cleveland, J. Trump. What are things we need to see? What are things we shouldn't see? What's the second Trump presidency going to look like? We're all over this. Eric Erickson live, political analyst Bill Crane. Going to go up to Karen Travers, Washington White House correspondent for ABC, waiting on some sort of reaction from the Harris campaign. So much to talk about. Watch the show live at WSBRadio.com. Tweet at me at Mark Arum, MarkArum.
Tune in to Atlanta's Morning News.
Affected homes should boil their water for now.
All your latest news.
Vice President's visits generating some social media buzz.
Weather and traffic.
We'll update you on the traffic impact as the VP arrives.
Today, starting at 5.
95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
Dave Baker here with Matt Breda from Breda Pest Management. Matt, I bet there's a lot of people out there listening hearing noises in their attic.
Whether you're dealing with rats, mice, bats, squirrels, they're everywhere around us, and they're always looking for that place to call home.
What are you guys going to do?
Trap and remove what's currently inside your home. The second thing we're going to do is seal up the entire roof line and the entire foundation. The third step we're going to do is sanitize and disinfect all that critter waste to give you back a safe, healthy home.
What if they come back?
Under the Breda Wildlife Guarantee, no matter how critters find a way back into your home, we'll trap and remove, we'll seal the entry point, and we'll disinfect and sanitize all that critter waste, and it's all covered under the Breda Wildlife Guarantee.
It'll be like they were never there.
If you hear noises in your attic, don't hesitate. There's no charge for inspection.
Keep those critters outside where they belong. Breda Pest Management. They handle bugs and critters.
Breda, Breda. No need to be afraid of bugs.
If you were injured while riding in a Lyft or an Uber, you might be entitled to compensation. These big corporations are responsible for keeping you safe while you're riding. We are Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, and we are ready to fight to get you more. With more than 800 lawyers, 100 offices, and more than $20 billion recovered, Morgan fights to get you more. So if you've been injured in a Lyft or an Uber, contact Morgan & Morgan right now. Dial # law or visit
forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Planning to get dirty this fall? Before you grab that rake and start digging up your yard for that perfect pumpkin patch or cozy fire pit, remember, contact 811 first. With the leaves falling and the ground getting chilly, it's easy to forget what's buried underground. Don't let your fall fun turn into a nightmare. Dial 811 or visit Georgia811.com to avoid hitting underground utility lines. It's the smart move for homeowners and excavators alike. Before you dive into those autumn projects, make the call to 811.
Right now, we know everybody's probably thinking the same thing. How can I get a great deal on a new HVAC system? How do they know, you ask? Well, we're Castile, cooling, heating, plumbing, and electrical. That's what we do. So here's what we're thinking. Right now, if you get a new HVAC system installed, you won't pay a cent until 2025. Not 1 cent. And you'll make no interest payments until 2025. See, I told you we were thinking about saving you money. Book now at CastileAir.com.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr., he came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again.
President-elect Trump last night in West Palm Beach, Florida, during his victory speech. He gave the speech at 2:30 a.m. I was out cold. I'm assuming a lot of you folks were sleeping as well. So time permitting, Deborah, I want to play as much of it as I can in the 11 o'clock hour because I've just heard cuts of it. I haven't heard the whole victory speech. If we do hear from Kamala Harris, We will bring that to you live. Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger is going to hold a press conference at 10 a.m. He called it pretty early for Georgia. He, like 2 hours before the networks, he's like, we're looking at the numbers. Trump's going to win Georgia. And then he kind of just dropped the mic and walked out. I wonder if Kamala's calling him right now. Brad, we just need 1.3 million votes. What can you do? Come on. That's all we need. 1.3 million. I don't know what the actual, you know what? Let me recheck as the numbers keep updating. What was the final total in Georgia? All right. Donald Trump won in Georgia, got 2.651 million votes. Kamala Harris, 2.533 million votes. So within that 1.5 point margin, which I was thinking. Anyway, if anything pops, we hear from Harris or Biden, we'll bring it to you live here on WSB Radio. Before I go into what we need to watch, actually, I'm going to wait. I'm going to go into that now. And Deborah, I'm going to come to you in a second on what I sent you. All right, so Trump 2.0. What are things we need to watch in the second Trump presidency? First off, we're going to find out real quick if Project 2025 is real or not. Right? It's been published. There are former Trump handlers that are in charge of it. Trump distanced himself mightily from that. We're going to find out real quick if that's a real thing or not, if Trump's going to embrace Project 2025 and we got sandbagged or not. That's one thing I want to look out for. The Supreme Court. Keep an eye on the Supreme Court. So obviously Democrats are not going to pack the Supreme Court. The Republicans, I don't know, they have never talked about it, but now you got 4 more years of Trump. What are the ages and the health situations? Could we see a Clarence Thomas step down and former president or President-elect Trump? Gosh, he's been president, former president, now president-elect. I'm going to have to, let's see, president, former president, president-elect, PFPE. PFPE Trump. That's how I'm going to, let me write that down. PFPE Trump. Does he approach Clarence Thomas, be like, resign so we can replace you with someone that's 40 years old? So check the ages of the Supreme Court justices and the health of that, because the Supreme Court theoretically could get younger and more conservative in Trump 2.0. So that's one thing I'm going to watch. Here's a really important thing. The cabinet. What is the Trump cabinet going to look like? Apparently, they're already jockeying for positions there, and there might have been some deals cut prior to the election results. Elena Trine from CNN has been embedded with, of course, I don't have that. Where did I save that? She's been embedded with the Trump campaign and might have some insight onto what is going to happen with a Trump presidency, because he is not going to do what he did the first time, and appoint the generals and not appoint people that aren't completely loyal to him. Here's Elena Trine down in Florida.
Been talking to some of Donald Trump's allies, advisors, some of whom are, waking up from the brief nap they took after leaving that election party very early this morning. They're saying, as they're going through all this and re-examining his win, that they really are crediting Susie Wiles and Chris LaCivita in particular, both Donald Trump's campaign managers, for running a disciplined campaign. And I think, look, there is no question that the people that Donald Trump surrounded himself with this time around was far more disciplined than than in his previous campaigns, both in 2016 and 2020, and also people that Donald Trump actually listened to. Now, we know that Donald Trump, of course, had a proclivity of getting in his own way, but for the most part, we know that Susie Wiles and Chris LaCivita had done a lot to really control other parts of it, of making sure that the entire Republican Party had a coordinated message, also combining forces with the RNC and merging their political operations. They are saying that they believe that is a huge reason why Donald Trump was successful. Now, of course, I will say, if it didn't go Donald Trump's way, you probably hear the same thing from these same people saying, well, it's their fault that this didn't happen. But they do argue that for someone like Donald Trump, who is off message a lot, who went off message a lot throughout the course of the campaigns, particularly in the final weeks, they think that behind the scenes to have some of that stability really did help them here. Now, one thing I do want to point out is Wiles in particular. She was hired in 2021, and she has remained at the top of Donald Trump's political operations since then. And that is a huge deal because, as we know, it is very hard in Trump world. It is very rare in Trump world to maintain a position of power for that long. And she continues to have a very good rapport with Donald Trump. I think a lot of people are looking now to see potentially what type of role she could take in Donald Trump's second administration. People say if she wants to be chief of staff, that role will probably be hers because of what she has done over the course of the last several years now leading up to this moment. And one other thing while we're talking about, what a potential second Trump administration, or not potential at this point, what a second Trump administration will look like, we are already hearing that the jockeying has commenced. I will say we hadn't seen much of that before, even though people were, throwing their names into the hat, trying to get an audience with Donald Trump's closest advisors about it. Donald Trump is very superstitious. He did not want to have any formal discussions about what his cabinet would look like or what any administrative roles would look like or make any promises to anyone. But now that is changing, of course. He's going to be in an official transition mode with just a couple months now until Inauguration Day. And so we're hearing a lot of people, at least I'm being told, as is our colleague Kristen Holmes, that many people are starting to reach out in earnest to those around Donald Trump, trying to see what positions they may be able to put themselves up for.
Elena Tree in West Palm Beach, embedded with the Trump campaign. She's been with Trump throughout. The architects of the Trump campaign, they are never going to have to worry about work ever again for the rest of their life. What they pulled off yesterday, they're going to be able to charge whatever they want for any political campaign. It's curious to see. I love that line there that Trump's superstitious. As someone that's superstitious, he didn't want to talk about who's going to be his campaign or who's going to be in his cabinet until he wins. He's won. Now we're going to see. Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Could that be a possibility? Where's Musk going to fit in on this? Something certainly need to watch. All right. Some more things we have to watch about this. Ukraine and Russia, right? What's going to happen with the Russia-Ukraine war and what's going to happen in Israel? This is where I turn to Deborah Green. We're hearing from world leaders reacting to President Trump's victory, and they're already sending their well wishes. What have we heard so far?
Yeah, a couple things have been posted online from Volodymyr Zelensky in the Ukraine. Congratulations, Trump, on his impressive election victory. I appreciate President Trump's commitment to peace through strength approach in global affairs. This is exactly the principle that can practically bring just peace in Ukraine closer. I'm hopeful that we can put it into action together. So that's from the Ukraine. Let's see. We've got Israel here. Congratulations on history's greatest comeback. Your historic return to the White House offers a new beginning for America and a powerful recommitment to great alliance between Israel and America.
Benjamin Netanyahu. Psyched. He's pumped right now.
Yes. He's saying it's a huge victory for them. Out of France, Macron says, congratulations, President Trump, ready to work together as we did for 4 years with your convictions in mind, with respect and ambition for more peace and prosperity. That one's pretty simple. And then India. Heartiest congratulations to my friend Donald Trump for your historic election victory. Together, let's work for the betterment of our people and to promote global peace, stability, and prosperity.
So we've heard from Ukraine, Israel, France, India. We've also heard from Russia, but it's not what you might have thought the reaction in Russia would be to President Trump winning re-election. I'll inform you on what Russia's reaction has been, and we'll break down what is the mythical creature, the political unicorn that is Donald J. Trump. News, weather, and traffic straight away, and then our post-election coverage continues right here on The Mark Arum Show.
Cars for Kids. KARS, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
You're ready for a new deck, but don't know where to start. You can DIY, use an unlicensed chuck in a truck, an overpriced luxury designer, or you can choose us. Hi, I'm Scott Nelson, owner of Nelson Exteriors, and we do decks differently. We build beautiful, high-end decks at a reasonable price with lots of options. We're licensed and insured. We'll work with the materials you choose and stay within your budget. Call Nelson Exteriors for an extraordinary deck renovation. Google Nelson Exteriors.
95.5 WSB, your 2024 election station.
Dave, what are you doing?
Just sending a gift to Dave 2037.
Who?
Me in the future. I save a little money from every paycheck as a gift to Dave 2037, so he can spend it on things like anti-gravity boots or a hologram Doberman, something cool like that. I think Dave 2037 deserves it. He worked hard. What are you getting Steve 2037?
I guess I was thinking Steve 2037 would just fend for himself.
Well, all right, but don't expect to be borrowing my anti-gravity boots.
You want to have money in your future? You got to start saving now. Putting some money from every paycheck into a savings account or contributing to your 401k can make a big difference later. Put away a few bucks, feel like $1 million. For free ideas and easy ways to save, go to feedthepig.org. That's feedthepig.org.
Hey, let's just hope Steve 2037 doesn't get his hands on a cool time machine, because he is going to come back here and knock some sense into you.
This message brought to you by the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants and the Ad Council.
We are the NFHS. That stands for the National Federation of State High School Associations. But really, what we stand for, together with the GHSA, are the 195,000 high school sports and performing arts students in Georgia. And so, we stand. We stand for the runners, debate team members, and basketball players. We stand for their coaches, officials, and adjudicators. We stand for the drummers, football players, and actors. We stand for the golfers, singers, and swimmers. We stand as the national leader and advocate for these essential activities and all who participate in them and make them possible. Because it is our purpose to ensure that high school students get to play, perform, and compete together. To learn more about who we are and what we stand for, visit nfhs.org.
All the news, weather, and traffic you need. 95.5 WSB.
When a woman drinks alcohol, so does her unborn baby. Drinking alcohol during pregnancy can cause low birth weight, birth defects, and a range of lifelong disorders, known as fetal alcohol spectrum disorders. Children with these disorders may have difficulty paying attention, poor coordination, developmental delays, as well as atypical facial features. They may be misunderstood, vulnerable to abuse, and often the nature of their problem is not recognized. As adults, they're at risk of entering the criminal justice system or end up jobless, homeless, or struggling with addiction. Children and adults with an FASD can succeed with appropriate strategies and interventions. There is no known safe time to drink during pregnancy. FASDs are 100% preventable if a woman does not drink during pregnancy. If you are pregnant or trying to get pregnant and cannot stop drinking, get help. Stop and think. If you're pregnant, please don't drink.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
CBS News Brief. With his election back to the White House, there are now questions about what will happen to the various legal cases against President-elect Donald Trump. Lori Levinson is a former federal prosecutor.
If you start with the New York case, where sentencing was supposed to come right up, you're probably going to have the judge there reevaluating whether you can, in fact, put in prison somebody who's been elected president.
Democrats are doing some looking in the mirror on what went wrong with the presidential race and in Senate races. Correspondent Nancy Cordes is hearing from one prominent Democrat.
Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders writing, quote, "It is no great surprise that a party that has abandoned working class people would find that the working class has abandoned them."
In California, helicopters trying to help fight fires in Ventura County due to powerful wind-fed wildfires. Forecasters are warning for life-threatening blazes. CBS News Brief. I'm Matt Piper.
This is Channel 2's Fred Blankenship. In Atlanta, things start early. I want you to know, Channel 2 Action News this morning is here to help you get ready for the day. I'm talking to you, late-night workers, early risers, people getting things done. At Channel 2 Action News, we work all night, too, with new details on big local stories, how the weather will impact your day, and ways to avoid frustrating traffic jams. Join me on Channel 2 Action News this morning, 4:30 to 7.
Congress is poised to pass a bill to keep AM radio in cars, but time is running out. 82 million Americans risk losing the news, sports, talk, traffic, and vital emergency information they rely on. Text AM to 52886 and tell Congress to pass this bill now.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month, and you may text STOP to stop.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
If you're losing your hair or maybe just starting to notice that you're losing it, you're looking for a solution, I got you because I know the team at Advanced Hair. It's Mark Arum back with you. You know, they're the real solution. They come with a guarantee, and I can see what they can do, and you can too, just like these guys have.
Everything has been fantastic. Person that I came in and talked to initially about it was very helpful. When I came for the procedure, everybody walked me through everything step by step. It was very well explained and very easy. If you're sitting on the fence, just do it. You'll be really, really happy. I wish I would have done this 5 or 10 years earlier.
One of the things I like about them, not some factory in a big medical building. These guys are like a dream team that came together and said, let's do this right. So good, they guarantee the growth, and you get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts when you use my name, Mark, at advancedhair.com. That's the promo code, Mark, at advancedhair.com. One-day treatment, life-changing results, guaranteed to grow. My name, Mark. Use it at advancedhair.com.
Stay connected to Atlanta's news, weather, and traffic with the 95.5 WSB app. Listen to Atlanta's morning news. EVH, Eric Erickson, Mark Arum, and Shelley Winter. No matter where you go, 95.5 WSB and the WSB app. Download it today or find us in the iHeart and Odyssey apps.
It's 12:34. Now time for live team coverage of traffic and weather. Still looking at pretty light traffic out there right now, just a few construction zones like this one in Sandy Springs on I-285 eastbound at Riverside Drive. You got 2 right lanes blocked. And in Cherokee County on I-575 northbound past Town Lake Parkway, you've got 1 right lane blocked. Traffic and weather updates around the clock on 95.5 WSB.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. Mostly cloudy Thursday with an isolated rain shower possible, high 75. Lows on Friday morning in the mid-60s. Sunshine returns Friday afternoon, high 77. Mostly cloudy on Saturday, high 75.
It's 68 degrees in Duluth, 69 degrees in Ellenwood, and 70 degrees in College Park. More news at 1 o'clock. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Michael Mulborn, 95.5 WSB.
9:37 on this post-election day edition of the Mark Arum Show. Coming up in 1 hour, Eric Erickson's going to join us live with his reaction to a historic victory by President-elect Grover Cleveland J. Trump. The markets, as judges mentioned, through the roof. 11 o'clock, we're going to check in with Bloomberg News. They're all over the financials of yesterday's election. Well, this morning's call at 5:30 this morning, the Badger State pushes President Trump over the magic 270 mark, and he's going to win the popular vote, which I personally did not see coming. We're going to get to the Russian reaction to Trump's election victory yesterday in just a second. But I said yesterday on the roundtable, Deborah, that I can only think of one person that is going to be happy no matter who wins. And that person is President Joe Biden. We haven't heard from Biden yet. But my thought was it was win-win for Joe Biden. If Kamala Harris won, he would be able to say, "You're welcome, America. I stepped down. I saved democracy. You know, I'm a hero, a Democratic hero forever." If Kamala won, he would have been able to say that. If Trump won, he'd be like, I told you fools, I was the only one that could beat Trump. So Biden is really happy this morning. Do you know who's the second most happy person this morning? That comedian, Tony Hinchcliffe. Yeah, he's like, he's breathing a sigh of relief, like, I didn't tank the Trump campaign. Because if he lost, like, there was going to be some major finger pointing. So he's waking up. I bet he was biting his nails last night going, oh, my God, what did I do? What did I do? So those, I think, aside from the Trump family, those are the two happiest people today, Biden and Hinchcliffe. One more thing, back to Biden, before we get to the Russian reaction. What we see this morning in the aftermath of the election results, I think actually Biden would have done worse than Harris did. Just because of where the economy is, the border. I think that Harris did better than Biden did, but I don't think any Democrat would have won last night. I don't. You could throw Michelle Obama out there. You could throw Josh Shapiro, whomever you wanted to throw. I don't think any Democrat was going to win last night. After what we saw, Trump won the popular vote. The blue wall crushed. The Sun Belt was belted. There's no current Democrat in the political sphere that would have won yesterday. I'm pretty confident that. Here, one more observation. The vice presidential picks, they don't matter. They don't matter
never have.
at all. If, there's going to be a lot of hand-wringing in Democratic circles. Oh, if Kamala had picked Shapiro from Pennsylvania, she would have won. All right, if she would have won Pennsylvania, she still loses. She lost Wisconsin, and the VP picks do not matter whatsoever when it comes to ballots. All right, there's another observation. I'm going to be sprinkling in these observations throughout the show. All right, so we heard from Zelensky was out front. He's like, oh boy, I better congratulate Trump. Netanyahu, obviously, and we're going to go to Israel at 10:05 and get reaction in Israel. India reacted. France reacted. Looking for reaction from Vladimir Putin, and we did not hear it, or didn't hear what we expected. Nick Robertson, international correspondent, has more.
Yeah, this is coming from Dmitry Peskov, the President Vladimir Putin's spokesperson at the Kremlin. And he says this, when asked the question about why hasn't Vladimir Putin congratulated President-elect Donald Trump, and he said this, let's not forget that we're talking about an unfriendly country that is both directly and indirectly involved in a war against our state. So that is the Russian position on that. Now, Peskov was pressed by the journalists on his daily press briefing phone call. Well, isn't this going to put you in a bad and worse position with the United States? Because it's very clear, the implication in the question, that President Trump likes to get these congratulations early. We've heard from the British just earlier today. We've heard from many European leaders earlier today congratulating President-elect Donald Trump. And Peskov's answer was this, and he said, look, the relationship is really bad. How can it get any worse than it is already? And this is clearly a reference to something else that Peskov talked about in that phone call with journalists, saying that the United States is in a position to end the war in Ukraine, where Russia considers itself to be essentially in a war confronted by the United States, involving the United States. So the Kremlin's position on this, I think, gives us a hint about what Donald Trump has spoken about previously, about ending the war in Ukraine in the matter of a day. Russia's position on this is clearly going to be tough. And as Peskov went on to say in this phone conversation, that this issue over Ukraine is not going to be ended quickly. That is clearly going to be a tough road ahead for President-elect Donald Trump.
So we haven't heard from Vladimir Putin, but Peskov, the Kremlin spokesperson, said, there's no congratulatory thing. America's our enemy, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, that's the public-facing front of this. Now, Trump has said throughout the campaign he's going to end the Russia-Ukraine war in one day. We'll see what happens there. But obviously, a lot of questions surrounding it. I personally have to think, this is what that Peskov said, but I'm pretty sure Putin is pretty happy with this outcome. Right, because now all future Ukrainian funding from the U.S. is in doubt. What's NATO going to do now? But there's been no congratulatory call that we know of between Vladimir Putin and Donald J. Trump, which I thought might have been the first call. He might have called down to Mar-a-Lago at 2 a.m, but apparently, at least in the public, he hasn't. All right, obviously the headlines, Jim Ryan from ABC News, have been the presidential race, but we can't forget the balance of power still up in the air, was up in the air last night in the Senate and in the House of Representatives. What do we know this morning?
Well, we don't know yet about the House. I mean, there are still a lot of races out there yet to be decided and votes to be counted. But in terms of the Senate, looks as though the GOP is going to have its widest lead in the upper house in decades, really, in years at least. A lead that could be as many as 8 or 9 seats in the U.S. Senate once this is all shaken out over the next few days. But, that's how it's all coming together, Mark, that, yes, the White House has gone to the Republicans, the Senate now as well. We'll find out about the House later.
How big a margin of majority will the Republicans have in the Senate? Do we know that number yet?
Well, it's going to be as few as 5, perhaps, as many as 8 or 9 seats altogether, which would be huge. It'll take years probably for the Democrats to, A, figure out what happened there, B, try to overcome that. They'll have a busy 2 years until the midterms in 2026, but it's trying to scrape together some kind of strategy. But and in the meantime, this Republican Senate is going to have a Republican president to work with and vice versa. Congress. This will make it much easier for President Trump, to get a legislative agenda passed, but also to get his cabinet nominees, some of them quite controversial, RFK, for example, to have those folks confirmed.
Jim Ryan, ABC, joining us on the Mark Arum Show. Democrats had hoped to retake control of the House. There's a very slim Republican majority. I know a lot of eyes on some New York congressional races, some California congressional races. Still waiting to see what goes on in California, but what happened in New York?
Yeah, it's a great question. It looks as though the Democrats were able to hold on to some of those key seats or those key precincts in New York, and in fact win over possibly a couple of those as well. And certainly the Democrats are holding out hope that somehow there would be some good news coming out of last night, that the 2024 general election would give perhaps the Democrats a lead in the House. That way, I mean, you'd have it's almost like flipping the opposite direction, right? The Democrats held control of the Senate, the Republicans over the House. It could be that those two seats are going to change, and that we'll have the opposite here going forward, at least for the next couple of years.
So much money spent in the presidential race, but if you go down ballot, the historical spending in the Senate races in both Ohio and in Texas, Ted Cruz survives.
Yes, and that was the biggest, most expensive Senate race in the whole country, Mark. Colin Allred, the Democratic challenger to Ted Cruz, spent $100 million, much of it raised in donations from well outside of Texas. Ted Cruz spent $65 million to defend his seat and came out on top, came out successful. And in fact, 6 years ago, if you remember the name Beto O'Rourke, he was the congressman from far west Texas, from El Paso, who mounted his own campaign against Ted Cruz, came with within 2.6% of defeating him. The margin yesterday was much wider than that, something like 5 or 6% separating Cruz from Colin Allred.
One of the last high-profile Senate races was Arizona. Kari Lake, the Republican nominee. How did Arizona fall out?
That was one that had been watched for a long time. Kari Lake, a disciple and certainly supported by President Trump. She, unfortunately for her case, came out unsuccessful. Gallego, the Democrat in that race, has defeated Kari Lake in Arizona. We got 60% of the votes counted, but Gallego holds a lead, about 3% lead over Kari Lake.
There you go, Jim. Historic night, coast to coast. As always, appreciate your time, my friend.
Thanks, Mark.
Eric Erickson's going to join us to break down the down ballot, the balance of power questions at 10:35. Coming up at 10:05, we're going to go live to Jerusalem, see how Israelis are reacting to the Trump re-election. We're going to check the red-hot stock market with Bloomberg News, and, of course, continue our complete post-historic election coverage throughout the day here on 95.5 WSB.
In Atlanta, there is always something happening.
Trouble on the shoulder, you'll see some flashing lights.
The Triple Team Traffic Center has you covered.
You are slowing and going in that all the way down to I-20.
Helping you on your commute. Brought to you by the Cool Ray Lifetime Parts and Labor Warranty.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Lovebirds, you're in for a treat. With your holiday proposal just around the corner, Shane Company is here to help you create your dream engagement ring. This is your moment. Let's make it magical. Through 4 generations as a family business, we've helped tons of couples find a beautiful engagement ring for a price that works with their budget. We've always sourced diamonds directly, cut out the middleman, and passed the savings on to you. At Shane Company, we have the widest selection of ring settings and center stones, in stock and ready to compare side by side. It's so easy. Choose a look that brings your vision to life. From classic styles to modern designs, we have them all. Then pick out a natural or lab-grown diamond, a sapphire in your favorite color, or a vibrant gemstone like ruby or amethyst. With our everyday competitive prices and free lifetime warranty, your forever after is safe with us. Visit shaneco.com and come see us in store. We've got your dream ring and fine jewelry gifts for everyone on your list. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Motorcycle riders like you are a different breed. You don't just ride your bike, you're obsessed. So if someone causes you to lay your bike down, you need a different kind of attorney, one that understands bikers and their rights. Eric Von Hessler here for my friends at Steel Horse Law, the Stein and Karen Law Group, motorcycle injury lawyers who ride. You can trust them on the road and in the courtroom. Steel Horse Law can help you get back on your feet, medical bills paid, and your case resolved. Trust is everything and results matter. Free case evaluation at steelhorselaw.com.
WSB Atlanta, WSBB FM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
When a woman drinks alcohol, so does her unborn baby. Drinking alcohol during pregnancy can cause low birth weight, birth defects, and a range of lifelong disorders, known as fetal alcohol spectrum disorders. Children with these disorders may have difficulty paying attention, poor coordination, developmental delays, as well as atypical facial features. They may be misunderstood, vulnerable to abuse, and often the nature of their problem is not recognized. As adults, they're at risk of entering the criminal justice system or end up jobless, homeless, or struggling with addiction. Children and adults with an FASD can succeed with appropriate strategies and interventions. There is no known safe time to drink during pregnancy. FASDs are 100% preventable if a woman does not drink during pregnancy. If you are pregnant or trying to get pregnant and cannot stop drinking, get help. Stop and think. If you're pregnant, please don't drink.
Post-election day edition of the Mark Arum Show rolls along on this Wednesday and more. Let's head up to New York City. ABC News White House correspondent Karen Travers. Karen, good morning. Have we had any reaction to the historic Trump win yesterday from either the Biden White House or Vice President Harris?
Not yet. I mean, they have been very silent since last night. We are expecting the vice president will speak at some point today. Her campaign co-chair, former Congressman Cedric Richmond, came out to that crowd that was gathered at Howard University last night and said, go home. Everybody, you've been waiting here a long time. Head out, but come back tomorrow, and she will come back and speak. So we don't know yet when that's going to happen, but likely this afternoon. But otherwise, the campaign has been very quiet since the last thing we had heard from them, which was a note that the campaign, the manager had sent to staff saying, be patient. There are votes still coming in. Let's get some sleep and see how things play out overnight. Obviously, overnight, it did not go their way. And I think, it's a really tough day for the campaign because they certainly thought yesterday, going into Election Day, that they were poised to win a very close race. That's what they kept saying. They weren't expecting a blowout. They knew this would be very tight, but they thought that that path in the blue wall states of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, that they could get those to get to 270.
Yeah, we heard from the campaign and surrogates that they were, quote, nauseously optimistic about the election. Yeah. Internally, do we know what went wrong where they thought they had a chance to win this and obviously they didn't?
When you look at the exit polls, I think an important thing to note is that Donald Trump, really gained on his margins from 2020. He gained in counties. He built up on his support from the previous election. And there was a lot of, Harris campaign talk ahead of time that they felt he had a ceiling. He had his base, but he wasn't going to grow his vote. He did last night. He grew his vote among young men. He grew it among Latino voters. She still won them, but he dramatically shifted the margin on that. And that was big and significant in some battleground states. I think overall, when you kind of look at a map where it does, how counties shifted, when they do like arrows going red or blue, it was a dramatic red wave all across the country.
Indeed. Karen Travers, ABC, joining us on the Mark Arum Show. We expect to hear from Vice President Harris today. Will we hear from President Biden? He's been oddly quiet as well.
Yeah, it's a great question. We haven't heard from him this week. Traditionally, presidents give a press conference after election days, midterms, or other things that are big like this. This question came up at the White House briefing last week of whether he would do a press conference, and his press secretary didn't. I know it's a tradition, I know, but they didn't commit to it. We'll hear from him. I think they're going to let Vice President Harris have her day today, let the dust settle a little bit, but I think we'll hear from him before the end of the week.
Here's a question that's been jumping around my mind since about 11 p.m. last night. The Trump inauguration, he obviously didn't go to the Biden inauguration. Will Biden go to the Trump inauguration?
Right. That question came up at the briefing last week, and Karine Jean-Pierre said, yes, he will go to the inauguration, no matter who won.
What about Vice President Harris? Has she committed either way?
I don't think that has been posed to her. I think she was probably focused on it being her own inauguration, so that question hasn't come up.
Got it. Karen Travers, ABC News. Karen, as always, appreciate your time.
Thanks. Have a great day.
If we do hear from Vice President Harris or President Trump, we'll bring it to you live here on the Mark Arum Show. I like the fact that Biden has committed to going to the Trump inauguration. I think that's the way you do it, the peaceful transfer of power. I respect that. I can't imagine Harris is going to show up. I don't know what the protocol is if the vice president always goes to the inauguration, especially since she was the candidate that was defeated. I don't know, what the historical precedent. I can't imagine she does go. But I think that'd be a nice return to normalcy. Obviously, Trump didn't go to the Biden inauguration, but Biden is committed to go to the Trump inauguration. So I think that's good, right? Let's
no sore winners, no sore losers.
Yeah,
right?
peaceful transfer of power. That's the way it should be. So, and Biden might be grinning. He might be like, "I told you so. I wasn't old. I wasn't too old. I'm the only one that could have beat Trump." Anyway, speaking of Biden, so he is legit. I mean, he's been a lame duck, but what's he going to do between now and January 6th? Right? He's unchained. If he knows it, that he can, literally do whatever he wants. That's another thing we got to watch out for. What's Biden going to do now that there are zero repercussions politically for him or Harris? All right, quick break. News, weather, and traffic. When we come back, international reaction to the Trump victory continues. What are they saying in Israel and the Mideast in general? Robert Berger joining us live from Jerusalem. Still to come, Eric Erickson live. And if you missed it, the Trump victory speech was at 2:30 this morning. I'm going to play it for you in case you missed it, because I certainly did. I was sawing wood. Social media is active at Mark Arum and at WSB Radio.
We are the NFHS. That stands for the National Federation of State High School Associations. But really, what we stand for, together with the GHSA, are the 195,000 high school sports and performing arts students in Georgia. And so, we stand. We stand for the runners, debate team members, and basketball players. We stand for their coaches, officials, and adjudicators. We stand for the drummers, football players, and actors. We stand for the golfers, singers, and swimmers. We stand as the national leader and advocate for these essential activities and all who participate in them and make them possible. Because it is our purpose to ensure that high school students get to play, perform, and compete together. To learn more about who we are and what we stand for, visit nfhs.org.
Is your siding unsightly and just sad? Make your home happy again with beautiful new siding from Nelson Exteriors. Home Fix-It Show host Dave Baker here. My experts at Nelson Exteriors are James Hardy Elite Preferred Contractors with more dedicated project managers. Even the small details of your job are a big deal to them. Pick the company that's more picky than you. Nelson Exteriors. It's time for your home to shine. Get your free siding quote. Google Nelson Exteriors.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Hey, it's Eric Von Hessler. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then, the Orchard experts take it from there. They'll handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades at no upfront cost. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
At Doctors Without Borders, we put patients first. And we go where we're needed most. We believe people deserve to be treated with compassion and dignity. We treat our patients completely free of charge and without regard to race, religion, or politics. And thanks to the 6 million people around the world who support our work, Doctors Without Borders will continue to put our patients first.
Your non-stop news source, 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
When a woman drinks alcohol, so does her unborn baby. Drinking alcohol during pregnancy can cause low birth weight, birth defects, and a range of lifelong disorders, known as fetal alcohol spectrum disorders. Children with these disorders may have difficulty paying attention, poor coordination, developmental delays, as well as atypical facial features. They may be misunderstood, vulnerable to abuse, and often the nature of their problem is not recognized. As adults, they're at risk of entering the criminal justice system or end up jobless, homeless, or struggling with addiction. Children and adults with an FASD can succeed with appropriate strategies and interventions. There is no known safe time to drink during pregnancy. FASDs are 100% preventable if a woman does not drink during pregnancy. If you are pregnant or trying to get pregnant and cannot stop drinking, get help. Stop and think. If you're pregnant, please don't drink.
Psst. It's me, your bathroom medicine cabinet. I see you naked, know how often you floss, and watch you pluck unsightly hairs. I can keep a secret, but you need to know your kids have been taking your prescriptions to get high. I couldn't keep it quiet because prescription drug abuse now causes more deaths than cocaine and heroin ODs combined. So please, mind your meds. For tips on safeguarding your meds and your family, visit the Partnership for Drug-Free Kids at drugfree.org.
Dave, what are you doing?
Just sending a gift to Dave 2037.
Who?
Me in the future. I save a little money from every paycheck as a gift to Dave 2037, so he can spend it on things like anti-gravity boots or a hologram Doberman, something cool like that. I think Dave 2037 deserves it. He worked hard. What are you getting Steve 2037?
I guess I was thinking Steve 2037 would just fend for himself.
Well, all right, but don't expect to be borrowing my anti-gravity boots.
You want to have money in your future? You got to start saving now. Putting some money from every paycheck into a savings account or contributing to your 401k can make a big difference later. Put away a few bucks, feel like $1 million. For free ideas and easy ways to save, go to feedthepig.org. That's feedthepig.org.
Hey, let's just hope Steve 2037 doesn't get his hands on a cold time machine, because he is going to come back here and knock some sense into you.
This message brought to you by the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants and the Ad Council.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
The morning rush hour, evening rush hour, and everything in between.
The through lanes are jammed up as you leave Marietta.
Tune in 24/7 with the Triple Team Traffic Center.
Stoppage either side as you merge north and south on the connector.
Your source for Atlanta's traffic.
Traffic coming up from the East Freeway on 285 northbound.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk. 95.5 WSB, your 2024 election station.
News, weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Matt Piper. The countdown begins for the long and complicated presidential transition, culminating on January 20th with President-elect Donald Trump's inauguration in Washington. Correspondent Bradley Blackburn is in West Palm Beach, Florida.
Trump has said beginning on day one, he will give the order to round up and expel all immigrants living in the U.S. illegally. He wants to impose a tariff of 10 to 20% on all goods not made in America. And he says he will end the wars in Ukraine and Gaza.
Trump had some cases against him that were coming up soon, but with his win, they'll essentially be thrown out. CBS's Scott McFarland.
CBS News has learned the special counsel is in discussions to try to wind down those 2 federal criminal cases against Trump before Trump's inaugurated, which means in the coming weeks. The classified records case at Mar-a-Lago, which was dismissed by a Trump-appointed judge on July 15th, but the special counsel's been trying to resuscitate it. And also, of course, the 2020 election conspiracy case.
On the international stage, Trump has promised to end the wars in Israel and Ukraine immediately. As for U.S.'s foreign relations, our Imtiaz Tayeb is along the Poland-Ukraine border.
The new Trump presidency will likely test not only NATO, but Europe as a whole. In one of his campaign videos, he spoke about the need to continue to fundamentally reevaluate NATO's purpose and NATO's mission, a pledge that will no doubt send chills down the spines of Europe and the alliance's leaders.
The stock market soared amid word of the Trump win. CBS News business analyst Jill Schlesinger breaks that down.
The reason behind the big rally in stocks is twofold. One is that investors believe a low tax environment will be extended to individuals. The second reason is that there's likely to be an easing of regulations, and that can benefit industries like energy, banking, and crypto.
Multiple homes are burning in Ventura County, California, as a fire has exploded to 14,000 acres. Thousands are now under evacuation orders. And CBS News Los Angeles reporter Leslie Marin is in Camarillo speaking with a homeowner whose home is now gone.
What is going through your mind right now?
sadness, devastation, shock. You know, we lived here since 1987. We moved here in 67 to Camarillo, and nothing like this has ever happened in these 60 some odd years.
When did you find out you had to leave your home? When were you alerted that there was a fire?
I was on the roof. I mean, I was trying to hose down the roof, and the wind was just howling, and we got out. I mean, that's what it was, property versus life.
The so-called mountain fire only just broke out this morning. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Your ride home gets dark earlier in the fall, making the constant road construction even more difficult to navigate, leading to several hundred accidents every day. Hey, it's Smilin' Mark McKay. If a negligent driver crashes into you, don't go it alone. Call the strong arm, John Foy and Associates, before you call your insurance company. They want to deny your claim and offer you a pitiful payout. With zero upfront costs, John Foy will fight to get all that you deserve. Call 24/7 for your free case evaluation, johnfoy.com.
Let's face it, nothing makes you look older than you really are than thinning hair. But what if you could not only increase your hair count, but promote new hair growth without surgery, without drugs with potential side effects, and without a prescription from your doctor? Well, now you can, thanks to a breakthrough new supplement called Hair Grow, provided by New Nordic, the #1 supplier of dietary supplements in Europe. Hair Grow is now available in the U.S. Only Hair Grow contains Tocogaya, a powerful antioxidant that has received a U.S. patent. Multiple clinical studies show Hair Grow is safe and effective in promoting new hair growth. In one study, 95% of the patients using Hair Grow saw increased hair count. Don't lose more time and more hair. Try Hair Grow today to feel and look your best. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS. Look younger and feel more confident with Hair Grow by New Nordic at NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS.
Psst. It's me, your bathroom medicine cabinet. I see you naked, know how often you floss, and watch you pluck unsightly hairs. I can keep a secret, but you need to know your kids have been taking your prescriptions to get high. I couldn't keep it quiet because prescription drug abuse now causes more deaths than cocaine and heroin ODs combined. So please, mind your meds. For tips on safeguarding your meds and your family, visit the Partnership for Drug-Free Kids at drugfree.org.
The most consequential election of our time is over.
This is a magnificent victory for the American people.
Donald Trump will return to the White House as the next president of the United States.
Make America great.
Stay with WSB for all the information you need from now through Inauguration
We're going to
Day.
make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote.
95.5 WSB.
Your 2024 election station.
It's 1:05. Now time for live team coverage of traffic and weather. And we are still looking at just a few slow zones out there due to construction. We got one in Sandy Springs on I-285 eastbound at Riverside Drive. You got 2 right lanes blocked. And in Cherokee County on I-575 northbound past Town Lake Parkway, you've got 1 right lane blocked. Traffic and weather updates around the clock on 95.5 WSB.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. Mostly cloudy Thursday with an isolated rain shower possible, high 75. Lows on Friday morning in the mid-60s. Sunshine returns Friday afternoon, high 77. Mostly cloudy on Saturday, high 75.
It's 69 degrees in Alpharetta, 70 degrees in Austell, and 71 degrees in Marietta. More news at 1:30. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Michael Malborn, 95.5 WSB.
The following was previously recorded and scheduled to broadcast at this time.
Welcome back to the show and a good Wednesday morning to you. Mark Arum here, you there. It's 10:05, 5 minutes after 10 o'clock. This is the Mark Arum Show live Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon on 95.5 WSB. Whole gang here post-election. Deborah Green, the executive producer of the show. Longoria, the stoic Eskimo on the other side of the takeout window. Sweet Pea Purnell screens your calls. 30 minutes from now, Eric Erickson's going to join us live, break down the the surprising results in some states of last night's presidential election and what it means down ballot. Right now, we continue our team coverage of international reaction to former President Trump, now President-elect Trump. Joining us live from Jerusalem, CBS Radio News correspondent Robert Berger. Robert, as always, appreciate your time.
Good morning.
One of the first world leaders to offer President-elect Trump congratulations was Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. No surprise there, right?
Right. He said congratulations on history's greatest comeback and called it a huge victory. So with exclamation points. So Netanyahu, I think, quite happy about this. It's no secret.
Robert, what about reaction across the Mideast? What does Trump's reelection do with Israel's war against Hamas, Israel Hezbollah, Israel Iran? What's the broad overview right now?
Well, it's sort of a mixed bag, I would say. Even though Netanyahu being excited about the Trump victory, because basically Trump is seen as friendlier to Israel, especially on the issues of the war. But Trump, he hasn't gone too far. He's actually said, he didn't say a lot about the war, but he said Israel has a right to defend itself, but he's also said that Israel should finish it. And I remember that quote well, Israel should finish it, and what's going on is really bad for Israel's image. So there are some pundits here who feel that Israel would be wise to try and finish the war in Lebanon and Gaza by January 20th. We'll have to wait and see.
Robert, I would imagine Israeli citizens, before the election results and now certainly after, first issue top of mind is the remaining hostages in Gaza. Does Trump's election complicate a hostage deal or make it easier for the hostages to come home?
Well, that's hard to say. I mean, President Biden wasn't able to do it. I don't think President Trump has any influence over Hamas, to be honest. But what he would have influence over is, like I mentioned earlier, if Israel decides to end the war, that's been Hamas's key demand, that Israel, in order to get the hostages back, about 100 hostages left in Gaza, of whom about 65 are believed to be alive, they want a complete end to the war. Israel hasn't been willing to do that because there are still tunnels in Gaza, lots of weapons, lots of terrorists. But if Israel decides that the best plan is to try and end the war before Trump comes in, then maybe there could be a hostage deal.
Interesting. Now, obviously, President Biden's advice, suggestions to Prime Minister Netanyahu, some have been heeded, others have been ignored. What's the power struggle going to look like between a President Trump and a Prime Minister Netanyahu? Will the Prime Minister, take what Trump says more seriously than what Biden has said?
I think so. I mean, they've had sort of an unusual relationship. It actually was very good. A lot of people compare Netanyahu to Trump, a right-wing, hawkish leader. They're similar in some ways, but then there was a falling out after the last election when Netanyahu congratulated Biden on his victory. Trump was angry because, of course, Trump felt that he hadn't lost the election, and then he started saying some not so nice things about Netanyahu. But I think Biden has made some threats along the way here. He's tried to restrain Israel from going into Rafah, from going into Lebanon. He's cut back on some weapons. The assumption is that Trump wouldn't do that and will give Israel what it needs to defend itself.
I think we've seen, we've got a pretty deep political history now of President Trump that you could have had a dust-up with the former president. We've seen a lot of American political leaders that have had their issues with Trump. But if you come back and, I don't want to say bend the knee, but you make amends, Trump will welcome you back with open arms. And I suspect that's what we're going to see. We're going to see a great relationship between Trump and Netanyahu going forward.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Let's remember the relationship between President Biden and Netanyahu was strained.
Yeah.
Very strained. I mean, even though, America's been strongly behind Israel for the most part during the war, I mean, Biden made no bones about it that he really didn't like Netanyahu. So I would expect an improvement in relations. For instance, Biden didn't even invite Netanyahu to the White House. So that's been strained, and I would expect definitely an improvement in relations there.
Robert Berger joining us live from Jerusalem on the Mark Arum Show. I mentioned, the reaction from Iran and Lebanon. Have we heard from the Saudis, Jordan, Qatar, any of our, quote, allies in the region? Are they okay with a second Trump presidency?
Jordan certainly has come out. I saw a statement from both Jordan and Saudi Arabia. I think they'll be perfectly comfortable with the Trump presidency. You did mention Iran, and that's another issue that's looming here. With people, we've been expecting now that Iran is going to retaliate for Israel's airstrikes on Iran about 10 days ago, and that's that's another big issue that will be facing Trump. America has certainly defended Israel, but hasn't been willing to do anything offensive. Trump, by the way, said that, hey, Israel should attack Iran's nuclear facilities. So that's going to be interesting to see what happens with Iran over the next few weeks.
Robert, final question for you. You've been so focused on the election here in the States. Have I missed any headlines out of Israel in the fighting with Hezbollah and Hamas? Is there anything that's floating under the U.S. radar on that front?
Well, I guess the big story is political. Was last night on election night, Netanyahu fired his defense minister, Yoav Gallant, which has really created a political firestorm over here. We just talked about Iran possibly attacking Israel in the coming days, and now Netanyahu has fired his defense minister over disagreements about how the war has been going. So a lot of political turmoil over here against the background of the U.S. election.
Prime Minister emboldened perhaps by a Trump win that he said, all right, Gallant, you're out?
Well, I think he chose the election night to do this because most likely it would have been criticized by the U.S. I mean, there was a good working relationship between Gallant, the defense minister, and Lloyd Austin, the defense secretary over there. So the U.S. certainly wouldn't be happy about this, but now it all flew under the radar, at least in the U.S.
Robert Berger, as always, amazing insight. Thank you so much for your time, my friend.
Thanks, Mark.
There you go. We'll monitor international reaction throughout the day here to the Trump re-election. Speaking of Trump, I said at the top of the show, this dude is a mythical political creature. He is a political unicorn. I'll explain what separates him from mere mortals next on the Mark Arum Show.
Mark Arum.
And I knew you folks would step up.
He knows Atlanta.
Ask the girl behind the counter, what's your most popular cookie?
And Atlanta knows him.
Today, all of them.
Mark Arum.
He's the guy that talked about us on the radio.
This morning at 9.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
A lifetime warranty says a lot about a company. Lifetime is a long time. Home Fix It Show host Dave Baker here. I can't think of a better place to have a lifetime warranty than on the roof of your home. It covers everything you own and love. That's why I love Finley Roofing. Only Finley Roofing, the roof guys, provide a lifetime leak-free warranty on labor and materials at no additional cost. Nobody else does that. Other roofers charge you more for a lesser warranty. Finley replaced the roof on my home and over 65,000 other homes locally. They've mastered the roof replacement process with impeccable, high-quality work. They've seen it all, they've replaced it all, and they've warrantied it all. With the Finley Roofing Lifetime Warranty, you'll never have to worry about your roof ever again. Time to replace your roof? Think of Finley first. Schedule your free roof analysis. No obligation, no charge at finleyroofing.com.
Roof. Dave, what are you doing?
Just sending a gift to Dave 2037.
Who?
Me in the future. I save a little money from every paycheck as a gift to Dave 2037, so he can spend it on things like anti-gravity boots or a hologram Doberman, something cool like that. I think Dave 2037 deserves it. He worked hard. What are you getting Steve 2037?
I guess I was thinking Steve 2037 would just fend for himself.
Well, all right, but don't expect to be borrowing my anti-gravity boots.
You want to have money in your future? You got to start saving now. Putting some money from every paycheck into a savings account or contributing to your 401k can make a big difference later. Put away a few bucks, feel like $1 million. For free ideas and easy ways to save, go to feedthepig.org. That's feedthepig.org.
Hey, let's just hope Steve 2037 doesn't get his hands on a cold time machine, because he is going to come back here and knock some sense into you.
This message brought to you by the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants and the Ad Council.
When a woman drinks alcohol, so does her unborn baby. Drinking alcohol during pregnancy can cause low birth weight, birth defects, and a range of lifelong disorders, known as fetal alcohol spectrum disorders. Children with these disorders may have difficulty paying attention, poor coordination, developmental delays, as well as atypical facial features. They may be misunderstood, vulnerable to abuse, and often the nature of their problem is not recognized. As adults, they're at risk of entering the criminal justice system or end up jobless, homeless, or struggling with addiction. Children and adults with an FASD can succeed with appropriate strategies and interventions. There is no known safe time to drink during pregnancy. FASDs are 100% preventable if a woman does not drink during pregnancy. If you are pregnant or trying to get pregnant and cannot stop drinking, get help. Stop and think. If you're pregnant, please don't drink.
I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before.
President-elect Trump in his victory speech this morning at 2:30 a.m. If you were sleeping like I was and you missed it, I'm going to replay a bulk of it coming up at 11:35 because I know a lot of folks want to hear the unedited speech. I've been playing clips throughout the show, but 11:35, we're going to let you hear it in its entirety. Eric Erickson joining us in just a couple of minutes. Going to ask him his biggest takeaway and what was most shocking to him with the presidential election race yesterday and the numbers that came out. I want to talk about former President Trump. And I say this with no hyperbole. There has never been and there will never be a politician like him on the face of the earth. Not just in United States politics, in world politics. The dude is supernatural. He's a political unicorn. And I say, and it's not so much what he has accomplished or didn't accomplish or what he might accomplish in the future. It's just he literally walks on water politically. There is a list of 50 things, at least 50 things that he has done, he has said, or he has maneuvered that would have killed individually any other political career for any other politician. And it doesn't matter. It doesn't impact him. There are going to be books written about this. Like, why? And they call him, they used to call Gambino the Teflon Don, and then, Teflon Don. He truly, nothing sticks to this guy. It's a superpower. He's going to be in the new X-Men. Nothing sticks to him. I could see him licensing his likeness for that.
Maybe more The Boys.
The Boys, something. The Avenger. It's a superpower. That's the only way I can describe it. I'm not going to go through the list of things that he has been accused of, convicted of. Nothing. It doesn't matter to this guy. Let's just take the Stormy Daniels story. I'm not going to say anything, no judgment, nothing. Just not even the courts, not even the conviction, just the fact that there was a relationship there. Any other politician in the world, and it came out, I was like, oh, he had an affair while married with an adult film star. That would have killed any other politician's career. Just that one thing. Not even a ding, a dent, anything on Trump. It's insane. He is supernatural. He's a superhero. He is a political unicorn. There will never be anything like him ever again. And while the Democrats are going to have to blow the whole operation up and try to regroup and see what the hell's going on for them in the future, the Republican Party needs, because he's done after the second term. I think he might not even want to do the full term, but that's for a discussion for another story. You can't recreate it. Don Jr. doesn't have the same superpowers that Trump does. J.D. Vance, with all his all he brings to the table, he's not a supernatural being like Trump. So the Republicans, the power brokers in the Republican Party and the Trump campaign and the Trump orbit, bask in the victory for sure. Enjoy what you're going to try to accomplish over the next 4 years. But be ready, because once the superhero is gone, it's gone. You don't have another superhero in the waiting. Maybe Barron? An origin story? Like he passed on the superhero traits?
You don't really hear much from him. Like you see him, but he's never really come out and said that much.
Yeah, and I don't blame him. He's a freshman in college. Let him do what he's, beer, keg stands. I don't know if he's like 6'10". I don't think he could do a keg stand. Like a funnel, that's more of his. Anyway, it's absolutely remarkable. And yesterday's election results underscored it. Any other politician would have been knocked out for the count. Done. For any of the 50 things that have come Trump's way. And he just brushes his shoulder off. Like literally like Superman, like a Man of Steel. Like, go ahead and try to shoot me. I'm not going down. And there's no kryptonite. There is no Trump kryptonite. Pretty remarkable. That's all I have to say about that. I do want to update. There was one, this is from GB News. Is that Great Britain News, Deborah?
Yeah.
All right, so this is Nigel Farage commenting on President Trump's political comeback. So more international reaction.
Oh, delighted. Absolutely delighted. This is what I thought it would happen, but it's happened on a really big scale. The swings towards Trump are truly remarkable, so I'm thrilled by that. On a human level, for him, this is the most incredible political comeback we've seen in modern times. I mean, no one since Churchill has gone from the top to the bottom and come back again in quite this way. That's remarkable. And just the number of Americans just saying, hey, you know what? We've had enough of the direction our government's going in. We want somebody who gives strong leadership. No, it's a truly, whether you like him or not, he is a remarkable human being. It's a great achievement, and I'm very proud to call him a friend of mine.
But it wasn't predicted, Nigel. You look back to just yesterday, and no one was saying this was going to happen. Why has it happened? Why did it happen?
Well, actually, Eamon, to be fair, on GB News at 7 o'clock live last night, I said loudly and clearly, Trump will win. So there were one or two of us who did see, where it was going to go. I just think that the silent majority in America, and by the way, we have the same silent majority in our country, they've just had enough of big governments who tax too much, who make people's lives difficult, who overregulate them, who pursue policies on energy, for example, that put people's bills up. All of those things are there. But the crucial one, to add to that, is the border. Over 10 million illegal immigrants have come into the United States of America since Joe Biden was president. And people are seeing in their cities increases in crime, gang crime in particular, huge problems. And what they want is somebody to provide a solution.
International reaction, that's Nigel Farage, the leader of the Reform Party in the United Kingdom. Even Churchill didn't have a comeback like Trump did last night, early this morning. News, weather, and traffic straight ahead. When we come back, our post-election coverage continues. Eric Erickson's going to join us live with the latest. Stay with us. It's the Mark Arum Show on 95.5 WSB.
I believe in helping others.
I believe in the power of compassion.
I believe in the importance of service. I believe in the transformative power of organ donation.
Most people who need a kidney transplant in Georgia are African American.
I said yes to organ donation.
Join me in making a difference, and register your decision at donatelifegeorgia.org.
It's time for your college football update, connected by Southern Link. The Georgia football team stays number 2 in the latest AP poll, behind top-ranked Oregon. Over the weekend, the Bulldogs beat Florida 34-20 down in Jacksonville, improving to 7-1 overall and 5-1 in the SEC. Georgia plays again this Saturday at Ole Miss. Meanwhile, Georgia Tech had the weekend off. The Yellow Jackets are back at it Saturday, hosting number 4 Miami. With your college football update, connected by Southern Link, I'm David Johnston.
Critical Link from Southern Link enables two-way LMR and LTE communications like no one else. Explore integrated L3 Harris LMR and Southern Link radios, plus Samsung Galaxy smartphones and tablets. Critical Link, pushing the limits. Call 866-450-LINK for Southern Link products and deals, or visit Highfly Technologies in Atlanta or NextLink in Duluth. Go to southernlink.com to find a dealer near you.
A window is a window is a window. It's glass and you looked through it, right? Not really. Dave Baker here from my window experts at Nelson Exteriors. You know, windows are actually one of the hardest projects to shop for because they come in so many variations. That's why I recommend Nelson Exteriors. They give you window options to fit your budget, your needs, and your home, all backed by their worry-free lifetime labor warranty. Pick the company that's more picky than you. Google Nelson Exteriors.
At Doctors Without Borders, we put patients first, and we go where we're needed most. We believe people deserve to be treated with compassion and dignity. We treat our patients completely free of charge and without regard to race, religion, or politics. And thanks to the 6 million people around the world who support our work, Doctors Without Borders will continue to put our patients first.
When traffic hits.
Traffic lights are on the blink. Bad intersection, Highway 278.
The Triple Team Traffic Center has you
It's going
covered.
to take 27 minutes to travel 85 north.
Your source for Atlanta's traffic.
You are slowing and going in that all the way down to I-20.
Brought to you by the Cool Ray Lifetime Parts and Labor Warranty.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Dave, what are you doing?
Just sending a gift to Dave 2037.
Who?
Me in the future. I save a little money from every paycheck as a gift to Dave 2037, so he can spend it on things like anti-gravity boots or a hologram Doberman, something cool like that. I think Dave 2037 deserves it. He worked hard. What are you getting Steve 2037?
I guess I was thinking Steve 2037 would just fend for himself.
Well, all right, but don't expect to be borrowing my anti-gravity boots.
You want to have money in your future? You got to start saving now. Putting some money from every paycheck into a savings account or contributing to your 401k can make a big difference later. Put away a few bucks, feel like $1 million. For free ideas and easy ways to save, go to feedthepig.org. That's feedthepig.org.
Hey, let's just hope Steve 2037 doesn't get his hands on a cold time machine, because he is going to come back here and knock some sense into you.
This message brought to you by the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants and the Ad Council.
We are the NFHS. That stands for the National Federation of State High School Associations. But really, what we stand for, together with the GHSA, are the 195,000 high school sports and performing arts students in Georgia. And so, we stand. We stand for the runners, debate team members, and basketball players. We stand for their coaches, officials, and adjudicators. We stand for the drummers, football players, and actors. We stand for the golfers, singers, and swimmers. We stand as the national leader and advocate for these essential activities and all who participate in them and make them possible. Because it is our purpose to ensure that high school students get to play, perform, and compete together. To learn more about who we are and what we stand for, visit nfhs.org.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News
CBS
and
News
Talk.
Brief. President-elect Donald Trump was fielding calls, we're told, from supporters and those hoping to possibly have a role in his new administration. CBS's Jake Rosen.
It's unclear specifically what they're hoping to do with people like Robert F. Kennedy and Tulsi Gabbard, who Trump has openly talked about for roles in his administration, in addition to specifically what role Elon Musk would have.
Musk contributed at least $119 million to a pro-Trump spending group. On the international front, Trump will have a lot to deal with when it comes to ongoing wars. CBS's Imtiaz Tayeb.
Throughout his campaign, President-elect Trump has repeatedly promised to negotiate a peace between Russia and Ukraine, vowing Moscow's war on Kyiv would end within, quote, 24 hours.
Correspondent Jonathan Migliotti covering a fast-move Southern California wildfire.
Here on the front lines with fire crews who are working to protect this neighborhood. They've been overpowered by extreme wind gusts. We're talking exceeding 80 miles per hour.
CBS News Brief. I'm Matt Piper.
This is Channel 2's Fred Blankenship. In Atlanta, things start early. I want you to know, Channel 2 Action News this morning is here to help you get ready for the day. I'm talking to you, late night workers, early risers, people getting things done. At Channel 2 Action News, we work all night too, with new details on big local stories, how the weather will impact your day, and ways to avoid frustrating traffic jams. Join me on Channel 2 Action News this morning, 4:30 to 7.
The holidays are a magical time to get engaged. At Shane Company, we're here to help you create your dream engagement ring in just 3 easy steps. Choose a setting that speaks to your style. Compare diamonds and colorful gemstones in all shapes and sizes. Then personalize it with a decorative crown and special engraving. Or choose a perfectly preset ring that's ready to go. At Shane Company, you'll find everyday competitive prices, a no-pressure environment, and an unmatched free lifetime warranty. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, over 3 million people called Morgan & Morgan in their time of need. And with over 1 million of those calls coming from previous clients, friends, and family.
My name is Jason Williams. It was a rainy day, and I got hit from behind by a lady that was doing somewhere over 100 miles an hour is what they were saying. I've never dealt with anything like this before. Everybody that I talked to kept saying the same name, which was Morgan & Morgan. I was on hold for maybe 15 seconds. When they come back and said, Jason, we will absolutely take your case. As a non-tech savvy guy, any question that I had, if I called, text, or emailed, they got right back to me. They made it as easy for me as it could have been.
Thank you for trusting us. We've become the largest injury firm in the world because we've won a lot. The word is out. Size matters. Reputation matters. We're America's largest injury law firm for a reason. With over 900 dedicated attorneys and climbing, we're ready wherever you are, whatever you need. The choice is easy. We're just a phone call away. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Chris Chandler, and when you join us later this morning starting at 5 for Atlanta's Morning News, we'll of course continue our in-depth team coverage of the election aftermath, looking ahead to what happens next. Breaking Metro stories and our exclusive 5-day forecast, plus why Clark Howard wants this cell phone giant to reconsider a policy that benefits some of our heroes. And Scottsdale, Georgia this week, an inside look as Alliance Theater's Christmas Carol opens this weekend. Yes, really. Join us starting at 5 on WSB.
It's 1:34. Now time for live team coverage of traffic and weather. Still looking at these slow zones out there in Cherokee County on I-575 northbound. Past Town Lake Parkway, you got one right lane blocked. And in Sandy Springs on I-285 eastbound at Riverside Drive, you've got 2 right lanes blocked. Traffic and weather updates around the clock on 95.5 WSB.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. Mostly cloudy Thursday with an isolated rain shower possible, high 75. Lows on Friday morning in the mid-60s. Sunshine returns Friday afternoon, high 77. Mostly cloudy on Saturday, high 75.
It's 70 degrees in College Park, 69 degrees in Ellenwood, and 68 degrees in Duluth. More news at 2 o'clock. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Michael Mulborn, 95.5 WSB.
Trump supporter. We are here because of Trump.
That's Gisela Urena, Trump supporter in Miami, Florida, celebrating President-elect Trump's victory. So he was president, former president, now president-elect, will be president again. Joining us live in studio to recap the craziness that was the election last night, our good buddy Eric Erickson. First off, Eric, so much fun on that roundtable last night.
That was a lot of fun. I note to management, all of our listeners said 1 more hour, please.
Okay, really?
Yes. Oh my God, my phone was lit up all night. Why aren't you still doing the roundtable?
Speaking of lighting up, so I don't want to put words in your mouth, but Eric and I were sitting next to each other in the roundtable last night on WSB Radio, and when you saw the numbers coming in Duval County, Florida, you knew it was over at that point, right? Why was that the canary in the coal mine for you?
So Duval County, Florida, that's Jacksonville. Jacksonville is the largest county in the state of Florida, a huge population down there, and it tends to vote to the left of Georgia. In fact, in every election since 2004, it's voted to the left of where Georgia was. It has not voted for a Republican since 2004. It flipped to Donald Trump with black men voting for Donald Trump. That was the immediate sign that up the eastern seaboard, black men were voting for Donald Trump. If it happened in Duval County, and then it happened in Baldwin County, Georgia as well, when those two were there, it's like, something is happening here that the Harris campaign can't withstand.
Yeah, I had a front row seat to you pulling up those Duval numbers, and you were like, I saw it. Like, you knew that was the telltale sign. Now that we've seen all the data come in from all 50 states, the most surprising number or numbers for you post-election?
Honestly, the Donald Trump going to the White House with the most multiracial coalition of people ever for a Republican. It is insane, the number of black men, Hispanic men, black women, Hispanic women, and married white women. That was his coalition. Forget white men. They played their role, but everyone's focused on the women's vote going for Kamala Harris. Married women, black and white, headed to Donald Trump.
I was not surprised by what happened here in Georgia. I thought that was going to happen. I wasn't surprised by any of the Sun Belt states. To my gambling friend who I said, bet it all on Trump in Nevada, you're welcome. Cut me off 10% of your proceeds there. But I really thought that Kamala Harris had a good chance to win Pennsylvania. But looking at the Hispanic numbers there, what a difference 4 years makes.
Yes. Listen, Hispanic voters in the United States, the longer they stay here, are less likely to identify as Hispanic and more likely to identify as Republican. Beyond that, they're more likely to identify as white working class. You remember, it was the Trayvon Martin situation in Florida with George Zimmerman, where the media started using the term black Hispanic or black Latino versus white Latino. His Latino community in America, by and large, as a polling demographic, identifies more as white than black, with some exceptions. And for the Democrats to treat them as an identity politics group blew up in their face. We'll tell you the one thing that surprised me in Georgia. It was the Hispanic vote that pushed Donald Trump across the finish line.
What were the numbers in Georgia? I haven't seen those numbers.
I can't remember offhand. I've got so many numbers.
He
overperformed, in my head,
obviously.
But he overperformed with Hispanic voters and underperformed with suburban white voters.
Interesting. Eric Erickson joining us live here in the Mark Arum Show. What shocked me was the Latino voters. That was number one. Like, wow. Like, I mean, we're talking 40-point swing in some districts.
So Donald Trump is the first Republican since 1896 to win Starr County, Texas. That is the most Hispanic community in America. 97% Hispanic, and in that community they identify as Hispanic. They don't like the phrase Latino. And he won it by 16 points. He lost it by 16 points in 2020.
The popular vote also kind of shocked me. I mean,
takes away the last Democratic talking point about winning elections.
That was because, listen, the map was laid out. Again, I thought the Sun Belt was safe. I actually thought Wisconsin was going to be the key. I thought that would have been, it turned out to be the state that gave him 270, but I thought that was going to be the one state. I thought it was going to be closer than this, but I did not see this popular vote number coming out.
Yeah, in the last couple of weeks, I knew members of the media were starting to see stuff in their internal polling because they started talking about the popular vote. I didn't think it was going to be as big as it was. I thought it would be very close. But that one that's surprising all the Democrats today. They really had it in their head. There's no way in this country a Republican can ever again win the popular vote. You can't attack the Electoral College when he wins the popular vote. And by the way, there are a number of Democratic states that pass laws saying our state will bind its electors to the national popular vote. I suspect we're not going to see them go through with that now.
That being said, the future of the Democratic Party, I likened this to what the New Orleans Saints are doing right now. They're just blowing it up and doing a full rebuild. Is that what the Democrats have to do now?
I think so. Listen, Kamala Harris chose Tim Walz because she didn't want to alienate the anti-Semites in the Democratic Party, so she skipped Josh Shapiro. Had she picked him, she would be president of the United States right now. She chose not to.
You think so?
I think so.
Really?
She chose Tim Walz to avoid alienating the Arab Americans in Michigan. She wound up losing those Arab Americans, and she lost Pennsylvania.
Interesting. I don't know, just by
Well,
sheer
okay,
numbers.
Put it to you this way: from the exit polling, Jewish Americans made up a significant minority of the vote for Donald Trump. They voted for Donald Trump at a higher rate than Jews in America have ever voted for a Republican president, including Ronald Reagan.
But we're small.
That's true. But when you actually look at the voting numbers and you combine them with the Arab American numbers that she didn't pick up in Michigan, she lost Michigan, she lost Pennsylvania, she lost sections of Florida that she shouldn't have lost. Miami-Dade County should have gone for her between the Latino vote and the Jewish vote down there, and it didn't.
The margin of victory in Florida was jaw-dropping.
It was.
How
And
was that ever a swing state?
Also, by the way, because of the anti-Semitism in the Democratic Party, they lost congressional seats in Staten Island and Long Island that should have won.
Oh, Staten Island and Long Island are red. They're going to be red forever now.
Yeah, Donald Trump did better in the Bronx than any Republican since Ronald Reagan.
Remarkable. I said earlier in the show, and you might disagree, but looking at these numbers, it didn't matter who the Democrats had at the top of the ticket. It didn't matter who the vice presidential nominee. There was no one that was going to beat Trump with these numbers.
Yeah, I've said for a year it's the economy, stupid.
Yeah.
And it was.
All right, that being said, Trump 2.0, what can we expect from the second Trump administration?
The concern that even some Republicans have is that he's not going to be willing to bring in a lot of the people he brought in the last time that gave him the good policy results that everybody likes. I think he will. I think he will start reaching out to people like a Rick Perry in Texas, who was his energy secretary. Not saying he's going to come back, but who do you like? Or Sonny Perdue. Not saying he's going to come back, but finding people like those into the White House. My friend Russ Vought will probably be the chairman of the budget office in the White House.
Okay.
He would be brilliant. My friend Victoria Coates, who was on my show the other day, probably in line for a national security appointment. These are competent people I've known for a decade, and people like that in the White House are going to deliver good results.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio?
Marco Rubio's been floated for that, and Tom Cotton as Secretary of Defense. Those would be intriguing, good picks.
Serious people in serious positions.
People in good positions that he has a good relationship with.
Forgive me because I forgot their names, but there's been a lot of hat tipping today to the two main Trump campaign architects, a man and woman. I forget their names.
Susie Wiles and Chris LaCivita.
Susie Wiles might be chief of staff.
Yes.
Aceveda. Whatever happens, whether they get a position in the Trump White House or not, like they're going to be etched in bronze as running like such a remarkable campaign, right?
Particularly with such an undisciplined candidate. Susie Wiles did a brilliant job. Chris LaCivita, I know we were texting last night. He's a great guy. He's a mercenary on the GOP side, so to speak. He doesn't want to be in the White House. I think Wiles, if she wants to be chief of staff, should get it.
Well, he can write his ticket and head any campaign,
right?
Foreign or domestic.
Yes.
I mean, what was accomplished yesterday was, obviously heartbreaking to Democrats, but shocking the numbers nationwide that they pulled off yesterday.
It very much was historic. I mean, not since Grover Cleveland has a president lost and then won again.
Kamala Harris, we're going to hear from her today?
We will hear from Kamala Harris today.
Yeah.
We'll probably hear from Joe Biden as well.
All right, we'll see. Eric Erickson's went to bed at 5 a.m. So I got 6 more hours of sleep than Eric, but you're still going to do your show today?
Still going to do my show.
What do
I'll
we
sleep
have
on the plane to Tulsa. I'm going to review this and highlight the problems for Republicans ahead is you got to remember there's no such thing as a permanent political majority. You actually got to govern now.
I think the biggest problem is Donald Trump is a political unicorn. He's supernatural. The Republican Party has to get ready for what happens after 4 years, because there's no one like Trump. You can't replace Trump with anybody that's like him. So I would start laying the groundwork. All right, what happens post-Trump presidency?
Yeah, I think you got to think about that. But the midterms are coming up first.
There you go, brother. So much fun having you yesterday at the round table, again live in studio. I'll be listening on my way home. Eric Erickson, noon to 3, right here on 95.5 WSB.
What are you doing at 3 o'clock this afternoon?
You can never honestly disconnect
Eric Von Hessler will be talking to you.
words that someone says from the context in which they say
You
it.
wanted more, EVH.
This is a novel idea.
Now you got it.
This isn't even a political
The
statement.
Von Hassler Doctrine.
Today.
Now starting at 3 p.m.
95.5 WSB, Atlantis News and Talk.
When it comes to defending down bikers' rights, trust is everything and results matter. Hey, it's Eric Von Hessler for Steel Horse Law, local motorcycle injury attorneys who ride. They specialize in protecting bikers who've been hurt. The mega firms will send an investigator or a paralegal, not a lawyer. With Steel Horse Law, you'll meet directly with your own attorney to get you back on your feet, medical bills paid, back to work, and your case resolved. Schedule your free accident evaluation at steelhorselaw.com.
WSB Atlanta, WSBB FM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk.
Speaking of the Capitol, I mean, we had a handful of bomb threats that the Secretary of State attributed to Russia. But, I mean, everything went smoothly here in Georgia, outside of the bomb threats, which is it was weird to say, but no counting issues. Secretary of State said we're going to get most of the stuff by 8. We got most of the stuff by 8. And really good job by everyone. Thanks to all the poll workers out there that did the yeoman's work. Everything went very smoothly. That's fantastic to me. There were a couple of minor issues, but everyone got to vote, and we did it. We did it here in Georgia, so that's some good news. Thanks to Eric. Dude stayed up till 5 a.m. He and Chris Chandler. Chris Chandler anchored the roundtable yesterday, 6 to 8, and then he just basically did coverage, and then came back and did the morning news. God bless him. Younger man. I couldn't have done that. I was done at 11 p.m. yesterday. All right, the markets, Dow's up 3% right now. Let me see what crypto's doing. Because the crypto, oh boy, Bitcoin's up 7%. Ethereum's up 9%. I don't know anything about the other ones that are listed there. We're going to have an expert on from Bloomberg News next hour, explaining why the markets are reacting so positively for the reelection of former President Trump. I want to check in with some exit data numbers yesterday. Again, really just fascinating numbers, like numbers that I didn't expect to see. The popular vote is something I didn't expect to see. Thought Trump would win. I didn't think he'd win the popular vote. My favorite crazy data reporter is Harry Enton from CNN, examining the exit poll numbers from yesterday.
I want to drill down into Wisconsin because it was the state that put Donald Trump over the top in the Electoral College. I want to look at black voters first of all. Look at this. Donald Trump getting north of 20% of the vote with black voters in the Badger State. 4 years ago, he was south of 10%, so he's doing more than twice better than he did 4 years ago. But it's not just among black voters. How about voters under the age of 30? Traditionally, a Democratic bastion of votes, especially with the University of Wisconsin education system. Look here. It's a tie. It's a tie among voters under the age of 30 in Wisconsin. I never thought I'd see the day. Closely related. How about first-time voters in the Badger State? What are we seeing there? Look at this. Donald Trump leading among first-time voters, leading by 17 points going away. Joe Biden won this group rather easily back in 2020. The bottom line is this. Wisconsin is something that we've seen throughout the entire nation. It's representative of the nation as a whole. If 2016 was the story of Donald Trump and white working-class voters, this 2024 is about going into Democratic strongholds and taking those votes away and putting up historic numbers among those groups.
Now, Eric, so crazy Harry Enton, love that guy, the data reporter. Eric kind of explained the turn on the Hispanic vote, which I think makes a lot of sense. The younger vote there, because, Madison, that's where the University of Wisconsin is, right?
Yes, yep.
The young vote going to Trump. And I forgot who, one of the pundits I was listening to on my way in this morning, tried to explain why, because that's got to be earth-shattering for Democrats, the fact that they're losing college-age voters, right? That's think back to when you were 20 years old, right? Everyone 20 years old is a Democrat. You're young, you're voting Democrat. Not yesterday, not last night. And I wish I could give credit to the person that put this theory out, or hypothesis, as Dr. Neil deGrasse Tyson said. The 20-year-olds right now, the college kids, they haven't experienced what we did through the Cold War and the impact that the United States has had as the global leader, strength through power, et cetera, et cetera. They just know Iraq, Afghanistan, what's going on in the Middle East right now, that the young kids who have less life experience, weren't here during the Cold War, et cetera, that they are jumping on board that isolationist policy. That why are we dealing with Russia and Ukraine? What do we care about them? Like, let's leave the rest of the world alone. They're not used to the United States always being the leader of the free world. And I thought that was an interesting take on that and why the young voters fled the Democratic Party and rushed to Trump's lap last night, especially in Madison, Wisconsin. News, weather, and traffic straight ahead. We'll be right back. Our post-election coverage continues next on The Mark Arum Show.
Hey, it's Ashley Frasca from the traffic team. And, when I report traffic every morning, I hear from people that are jammed up. They are bumper to bumper, and there's not enough room to move on the Atlanta roads. You know that. So let me ask you, is the storage at your business like that? Do you feel like you've outgrown your space? Shipping Containers for You has the perfect solution. Shipping Containers for You has 40-foot and 20-foot containers that can be delivered to you within days. Ideal for business owners who need more storage and have outgrown their warehouse space, and even landscapers who need a large, secure place to house their equipment. At Shipping Containers for You, they give you Georgia-flavored personal service. They answer the phone. Things are easy to understand. And for first-time callers, they go over with you and explain the difference between renting versus buying these containers. Go to shippingcontainersforyou.com. Find the shipping container that you need for your home or business and have it delivered within days. shippingcontainersforyou.com.
Dave, what are you doing?
Just sending a gift to Dave 2037.
Who?
Me in the future. I save a little money from every paycheck as a gift to Dave 2037, so he can spend it on things like anti-gravity boots or a hologram Doberman, something cool like that. I think Dave 2037 deserves it. He worked hard. What are you getting Steve 2037?
I guess I was thinking Steve 2037 would just fend for himself.
Well, all right, but don't expect to be borrowing my anti-gravity boots.
You want to have money in your future? You got to start saving now. Putting some money from every paycheck into a savings account or contributing to your 401k can make a big difference later. Put away a few bucks, feel like $1 million. For free ideas and easy ways to save, go to feedthepig.org. That's feedthepig.org.
Hey, let's just hope Steve 2037 doesn't get his hands on a cold time machine, because he is going to come back here and knock some sense into you.
This message brought to you by the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants and the Ad Council.
We are the NFHS. That stands for the National Federation of State High School Associations. But really, what we stand for, together with the GHSA, are the 195,000 high school sports and performing arts students in Georgia. And so, we stand. We stand for the runners, debate team members, and basketball players. We stand for their coaches, officials, and adjudicators. We stand for the drummers, football players, and actors. We stand for the golfers, singers, and swimmers. We stand as the national leader and advocate for these essential activities and all who participate in them and make them possible. Because it is our purpose to ensure that high school students get to play, perform, and compete together. To learn more about who we are and what we stand for, visit nfhs.org.
All the news, weather, and traffic you need. 95.5 WSB.
Psst. It's me, your bathroom medicine cabinet. I see you naked, know how often you floss, and watch you pluck unsightly hairs. I can keep a secret, but you need to know your kids have been taking your prescriptions to get high. I couldn't keep it quiet because prescription drug abuse now causes more deaths than cocaine and heroin ODs combined. So please, mind your meds. For tips on safeguarding your meds and your family, visit the Partnership for Drug-Free Kids at drugfree.org.
When a woman drinks alcohol, so does her unborn baby. Drinking alcohol during pregnancy can cause low birth weight, birth defects, and a range of lifelong disorders, known as fetal alcohol spectrum disorders. Children with these disorders may have difficulty paying attention, poor coordination, developmental delays, as well as atypical facial features. They may be misunderstood, vulnerable to abuse, and often the nature of their problem is not recognized. As adults, they're at risk of entering the criminal justice system or end up jobless, homeless, or struggling with addiction. Children and adults with an FASD can succeed with appropriate strategies and interventions. There is no known safe time to drink during pregnancy. FASDs are 100% preventable if a woman does not drink during pregnancy. If you are pregnant or trying to get pregnant and cannot stop drinking, get help. Stop and think. If you're pregnant, please don't drink.
Your non-stop news source. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
High school sports don't just happen. There's a ton of work that goes into every single athletic event.
And we have our school's athletic director to thank for a lot of it. Thank you.
For scheduling officials, so I can always play the game I love.
For ordering quality athletic equipment, so I can stay safe on the field.
For mentoring my coaches, so they can be the best role models for me.
For coordinating transportation, so I can get focused for the big game.
For helping us develop character and learn lessons that will benefit us for the rest of our lives.
Thank you to our AD for always creating a positive experience for us. We'll never forget it.
From all of us at the NIAAA, thank you to every athletic administrator in Georgia for all you do to enrich the lives of your students. It does not go unnoticed. This message presented by the NIAAA, the National Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
At Doctors Without Borders, we put patients first, and we go where we're needed most. We believe people deserve to be treated with compassion and dignity. We treat our patients completely free of charge and without regard to race, religion, or politics. And thanks to the 6 million people around the world who support our work, Doctors Without Borders will continue to put our patients first.
It's Thursday night, and you're grabbing drinks with some friends. Started off with a pitcher for the table, which quickly becomes 2. There's pool. And there's the photo booth.
All right, everybody squeeze in. Say cheese!
Followed naturally by an order of wings. And another.
Can we get some extra ranch sauce?
Then there's the ceremonial nightcap.
So what are we doing this weekend?
And lastly, it's back to the car, which, if you're buzzed, could be the most expensive night of your life. Getting pulled over for buzz driving could cost you around $10,000 in fines, legal fees, and increased insurance rates. Nothing kills a buzz like getting pulled over for buzz driving, because buzz driving is drunk driving. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
During these tough economic times, it's easy to lose sight of the importance of saving for the future. The National Foundation for Credit Counseling wants you to know there are simple steps to set aside dollars each month. The most important is reviewing all your monthly expenses and establishing a household budget. Need help getting started? Speak with a certified credit counselor who can help map out a plan for you. Call the NFCC at 800-388-2227. This has been a public service message from the NFCC.
I'll never forget the day I decided to go out for the football team. Mr. Banks, the JV football coach and my history teacher, asked me to stay after class. I thought I was in trouble. He said, "Hey, Darius, have you thought about going out for football? I think you'd be great." Fact is, I never played football. Fact is, I never had anyone tell me I'd be great at something. So, with no experience at all, I signed up. And a week later, I padded up and was running drills on the field. I never was great, but playing high school sports was one of the greatest experiences of my life. I was accepted by my teammates, and I learned that when someone believes in you, you can believe in yourself.
Encourage a student you know to take part in a high school sport. This message presented by the GHSA and the Georgia Athletic Directors Association.
News, weather,
Traffic. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Matt Piper. Immigration was one of the biggest issues Americans say they voted on in this year's election. President-elect Donald Trump has vowed to ramp up deportations. CBS's Lilia Luciano is in Arizona.
Maria Martinez came to the U.S. from Venezuela under a Biden administration humanitarian parole program, which will expire, and now worries she won't be able to stay.
My fear at this moment is having to return to a country in those conditions.
Nevada has the highest percentage of undocumented immigrants in the whole country, and here we heard from families who have that mixed status who are concerned about without being torn apart.
Our Adrian Bard is in Mexico City with more on immigration.
Mexico is the U.S. top trading partner, and in recent weeks, concerns were voiced about a Trump plan to slap tariffs on Mexican products. Mexico's leftist president, Claudia Sheinbaum, noted that illegal immigration to the U.S. has declined 75% since last December, and she expects high-level talks on migration, drugs, and armed trafficking will continue.
CBS News projects Republicans will gain control of the Senate, while control of the House remains undetermined, with votes still being counted in many races. CBS News politics reporter Hunter Woodall on some of the surprising flips.
They were defending so many seats in difficult places, red states, Montana, West Virginia. We thought those were likely to flip, West Virginia especially. But losing in Ohio, that was a big setback for Democrats.
Trump took calls from both President Biden and Vice President Harris congratulating him on his win. Harris conceded from Howard University.
Do not despair. This is not a time to throw up our hands. This is a time to roll up our sleeves.
In Southern California, firefighters are working to contain a rapidly burning brush fire in Ventura County. Thousands have been evacuated. Laurie Perez from CBS News Los Angeles is there.
This is a very dangerous situation here. We've already seen many homes burn, and now the effort is to try and prevent many more from burning.
To Raleigh, North Carolina, where police are investigating after at least 6 reports of someone firing a gun at passing cars. It's happening along I-40, as WNCN-TV's Harrison Grubb reports.
Deputy Police Chief Rico Boyce says it appears the shooter is using a handgun. It's not clear where the shots were fired from.
What I can say is that the Raleigh Police Department and our law enforcement partners taking this very seriously. We're going to be out there until we find who is responsible for this incident.
So far, only one person has been injured in this string of incidents. Raleigh police believe some of them are connected. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Looking for a career path with flexibility, great pay, and benefits? Go to progressive.com/careers and apply online today.
The key to unlock the next breakthrough in cancer research could be sitting in your driveway. Stand Up to Cancer's vehicle donation program makes it easy to turn your unwanted vehicle into funding to support innovative cancer research. So when you're looking to get rid of your old car, truck, motorcycle, RV, or boat, why not donate it to Stand Up to Cancer? You can be a driving force in cancer research. Donate your car today. Visit standuptocancer.org/cars to learn more.
Taking connectivity to a whole new level, SouthernLink now enables you to connect your private radio network to our Critical Link LTE network, adding thousands of miles to your push-to-talk calling area. Critical Link from SouthernLink, pushing the limits. Call 866-450-LINK for SouthernLink products and deals, or visit Highfly Technologies in Atlanta or NextLink in Duluth. Go to southernlink.com to find a dealer near you.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Hey, it's Eric Von Hessler. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They'll handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades at no upfront cost. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
The most consequential election of our time is over.
Donald Trump will return to the White House as the next president of the United States.
Well, I want to thank you all very much.
Stay with WSB for all the information you need from now through Inauguration Day.
This is a movement like nobody's ever seen before.
95.5 WSB.
Your 2024 election station.
It's 2:05. Now time for live team coverage of traffic and weather. And we're looking at these slow zones out here tonight in Sadie Springs on I-285 eastbound at Riverside Drive. You've got 2 right lanes blocked. And in Cherokee County on I-575 northbound past Town Lake Parkway, you've got 1 right lane blocked. Traffic and weather updates around the clock on 95.5 WSB.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards.
It's
Mostly
70
cloudy
degrees in
Thursday
Austell.
with an isolated rain shower possible, high 75. Lows on Friday morning in the mid-60s. Sunshine returns Friday afternoon, high 77. Mostly cloudy on Saturday, high 75.
It's 70 degrees in Austell, 69 degrees in Alpharetta, and 68 degrees in Duluth. More news at 2:30. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Michael Mulborn, 95.5 WSB.
The following was previously recorded and scheduled to broadcast at this time.
3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Well, how are y'all? I hope you're having a great day. It's Eric Erickson here across America. The phone number is 877-973-7425. Yes, we will take your phone calls today, but I think we all know where we need to begin the show today.
And now, Deep Thoughts by Kamala Harris. That was Deep Thoughts by Kamala Harris.
The most deep thought that woman ever had. Kamala Harris will not be the president of the United States. She has been, well, just rejected by Americans who have instead embraced Donald Trump. You know, the most remarkable thing is that the Democrats have repeatedly called Donald Trump a threat to democracy. Donald Trump is actually a woman beater. He has beaten 2 women for president of the United States, and they've lost to him. And it's a tough day for the Democrats out there. And y'all, I've been saying for a couple of months that Trump was going to win. For the last month, even in the last week, I warned y'all that yes, you know, it was actually people from the Trump campaign themselves who were telling me that they were seeing this last-minute shift away from Trump after Madison Square Garden last week. But as I told you, they and I didn't think it was going to be enough. It wasn't. It wasn't. What a brutal beatdown. Democrats, this is what rejection feels like. By the way, let me cover the breaking news right now. The Republicans do look like they're set now to pick up the House of Representatives. They will gain the Senate. And as the votes are coming in Nevada, it's looking more and more likely that Sam Brown could actually win. I didn't think he was going to. He was one of the guys I really wanted to win, and now it looks like he may win. Republicans have captured the Senate so far. They've won Montana. They have won West Virginia. And they've won Ohio. Those are 3 Democratic pickups, so they have a 52-seat majority. They are on the verge of winning Wisconsin. They're on the verge of winning Pennsylvania. They're on the verge of winning Nevada. If they're at 52 right now and they pick up those 3, they'll be at 55. Remarkably, Carrie Lake, she's done better than I expected, but she's not going to pull it off. But in Nevada, Sam Brown is now ahead. Eric Hovde is barely behind. In Michigan, Jim Turner is behind by 0.1%. And in Pennsylvania, Dave McCormick is ahead by about 0.5%. McCormick looks most likely. He and Sam Brown are the 2 I was really rooting for. McCormick is ahead right now, barely. There are enough votes outstanding that could change it, but it looks like the Republicans could have a 53-seat Senate majority. It looks like their House majority will not actually change. They'll have about 221 seats. They need 218 to govern, so it'll still be a very close majority. President Trump last night coming out for Mike Johnson as Speaker of the House. So what happened here? It was a blowout of epic proportions. In fact, I got to play you this clip. This is this is Jake Tapper and John King at the CNN wall last night with John King running it. Just listen to this.
So you asked, are there any places that the vice president is overperforming Joe Biden in 2020? So we could show you that as well. We just bring that out here. Harris overperforming in 2020.
Holy smokes.
There you go. So let this go away and see if there's anything on the east side there.
Literally nothing?
Literally nothing.
Literally not one county?
Not one county in the United States of America. Where now, actually, as the evening went on and adjusted, that's not quite true. But overwhelmingly, yes, Kamala Harris underperformed Joe Biden everywhere. This, of course, every conservative in America switched to MSNBC late last night to watch their meltdown begin. I will tell you, I got to bed at 5 a.m. this morning. I hung out with some friends of mine until about 2:30. Got back to my hotel, was doing some work, and a buddy of mine on the West Coast called and said, hey, can you be on the radio with me? So I said yes. So I did radio from Connecticut to Florida to Georgia to Missouri to Nevada to Arizona to California and back again through the night. It was a very long night. I also did News Nation TV. It was a very long night. And then I couldn't wait for Morning Joe to begin. They were all dressed in black like a funeral.
Mayor, I mean, it is, again, the scope and scale of this victory is sweeping. And we can focus, by the way, we can focus on Donald Trump if we would like. But this goes so far beyond Donald Trump. Make no mistake, his victory, again, historic. But you look at Republicans across the nation. You look at how handily they're winning states. As Willie said, you look at Illinois, a 4-point margin. Illinois, a 5-point margin in New Jersey. This is a Democratic Party that has been just wiped out this morning.
Yeah. Listen, and they all look like they're there for a funeral, other than Joe.
Well, I mean, so much to go through, so many questions. I came onto the set and Willie said, hey, by the way, because we were talking about the historic nature of this sweep.
Yeah.
And Willie said, do you know, he only lost Illinois by 4 points.
4 points in
New Jersey by 5. I mean, you talk about we had talked about a red wave 2 years ago that never materialized. This is I've got to say, this is the biggest red wave I've seen since Ronald Reagan's 49-state victory in 1984.
Okay. I need a hard truth. And here's how I'm going to do the show today. At the bottom of the hour, I want to talk to Republicans. At the top of the next hour, Democrats. Third hour, I'll talk to the media. Let's have conversations. But I need to start here. And if you got my morning email, you know what I'm going to say. And I know this is going to get me hate mail, but I want to start with this. If you subscribe to my email, if you text data to 33777, you subscribe to my email, you are the first people in America. And I'm not making this up. This is not an exaggeration. I literally beat everybody. On TV, in newspapers, and newsletters across America, I was the first person. And I'm bragging about it because I get beat up all the time for how can you have friends on the Democratic side? How can I trust you're really conservative? Because I have good relationships with people and I learn things. And so if you subscribe to my email, you can text data to 33777 to do so. You were the very first people in America to know that the Kamala Harris team had begun calling Democrats last night before 11 p.m. to tell them there was no path to victory. Kamala Harris was going to lose. You didn't have to stay up all night. You'd have to stay up until 2 o'clock in the morning to see it roll over to 270. At 11 o'clock last night, before 11 o'clock last night, I sent out breaking news. Kamala Harris's senior leadership has begun calling Democrats to tell them there is no path to 270 for Kamala Harris. She will lose. Y'all were the very first people. I'm not making that up. I beat Fox, CNN, NBC, ABC, CBS, the New York Times, the Washington Post, USA Today, everybody. Because I maintain friendships with people. It's the same reason I could tell you from my Republican friends with the Trump campaign that, yeah, the Madison Square Garden stuff did begin a shift of momentum back towards Kamala Harris. It wasn't enough. They didn't think it was going to be enough. I didn't think it was going to be enough. But I do talk to members of these campaigns. They do tell me things that I get to relate to you. And I will tell the Democrats what senior Democrats, not Republicans, what senior Democrats are willing to tell me. There are too many neurotic white women and gay men in leadership of the Democratic Party to be able to relate to the middle class, to Hispanics, to black voters. Look at the priapism. The idea of Pete Buttigieg teaming with Kamala Harris gave certain white progressives. They loved the idea. And I said that would brutalize you. What did they do? They didn't go with Buttigieg because I told you all along, because Democrats have told me that Kamala Harris and Pete Buttigieg despise each other. She went with the next best thing, Tim Walz, and got the exact same results she would have gotten with Pete Buttigieg. She underperformed Joe Biden in Minnesota with the governor of Minnesota as her running mate. The Democrats have lost the ability to relate to anyone other than neurotic white women with mental health issues and rich gay men from the coast. They are the people who appear on television as the analysts and as the anchors and behind the scenes as the editors. They are the people who set the agenda of the Democratic Party, and the rich gay men and the neurotic, mentally ill white women got in a room and conjured up the Kamala Harris campaign. And those are the sorts of people who say, we don't need to do the Al Smith dinner in New York. We can be the first presidential candidate since Walter Mondale to not do it. And guess what? You got Walter Mondale-like shellacking. You lost the Catholic vote, something Joe Biden was able to win. It was tone deaf. Your approach to get men was to make it about pornography and sex and free legal marijuana. That went down in the polls in Florida last night. Abortion lost in Florida last night, but a majority of Floridians voted for that amendment. The Democrats completely lost touch with people. Donald Trump is going back to the White House, not since Grover Cleveland has a president lost and then won again. And he's going back to the White House with the largest multiracial coalition a Republican president has ever seen. In Georgia, Donald Trump underperformed with white suburbia and performed so well with Hispanic voters, they won him the election in Georgia, along with single black men. Donald Trump won Starr County, Texas. Starr County, Texas is the most Hispanic county in America. 97% of the county is Hispanic. Donald Trump was blown out of the water by Joe Biden in 2020 in Starr County, Texas. He won it by 16 points this time. Ted Cruz saw a 20+% swing for Hispanic voters. One of the things the intersectional identity politics Democrats don't understand is that black and Hispanic voters have issues with each other. Hispanic voters in Texas, they weren't going to support calling all red. Hispanic voters in South Texas believe that they are treated worse by black voters than by white voters. Go talk to them. I know friends from South Texas. There is a huge race issue among Democrats on the black and Hispanic spectrums that don't like each other, but the Democrats who play intersectional politics, they don't get it. They don't understand. The Democrats are so intersectional in their political outcomes. They rejected the Jewish governor of Pennsylvania so they wouldn't alienate the Arab voters of Michigan, and they lost Pennsylvania and they lost Michigan. The woke intersectional politics of the progressive left have destroyed the Democratic Party today. It's amazing to watch. It is hilarious to watch. They got what they deserved.
Want to be on the show?
Hello? I love your show.
Call Eric now at 877-973-7425.
If it's happening on the streets of
There are now
Atlanta.
more cases of Georgians getting very sick.
If it's happening on the roads leading to
Heading
Atlanta.
south, those delays start just south of 485.
We've got it
Classes
covered.
are back in session at Decatur City Schools.
Your 24/7 news source.
Covering the stories that impact you.
Tune in throughout the day to stay up to date.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Hey, it's Ashley Frasca from the Traffic Center. You may have heard me talk about businesses that use shipping containers for you to provide more storage when they've outgrown their warehouse. Shipping Containers for You has your storage solution for construction sites, landscapers, farmers, and wives. Yeah, you heard me right. Is your house and garage overrun with lawn equipment, tools, boxes of Christmas decorations, four-wheelers, bikes, and more? Visit shippingcontainersforyou.com for your perfect solution. These containers were built tough to travel oceans with containers stacked on top of them. Some guy with a bolt cutter is not going to get in to steal your things. Shipping Containers for You has 40-foot and 20-foot containers that can be delivered to you within days. Plus, you get Georgia-flavored personal service with someone who will answer the phone to handle your needs in a clear and easy-to-understand manner. Go ahead and visit them online, shippingcontainersforyou.com.
Skip the hassle and sell your home with the strongest cash offer this fall. The guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate's the easiest way to sell your home. It's Eric Erickson here. There are no showings, no open houses, no costly repairs. Go to markspain.com, get a guaranteed offer on your home today, and start packing.
Hey, it's me, your liver. You know, the organ that helps you recover every weekend after pizza, donuts, and all those drinks. When you have a headache, you take an aspirin. You have a stomach ache, you pop an antacid. But where's the love for your best buddy, the liver? The least that you could do to help me stay healthy is take Active Liver from New Nordic. Active Liver tablets contain high-quality, all-natural ingredients like milk thistle, globe artichoke, and turmeric extracts, which are proven to keep me healthy and you feeling your best. Active Liver provides an easy daily detox and helps protect me all year long. So let me make you an offer you can't refuse. You take care of me with Active Liver, and I keep taking care of you. Capiche?
See for yourself why Active Liver is Scandinavia's #1 liver health supplement. You can find Active Liver at CVS and online at Amazon, Target.com, or directly from NewNordicUSA.com. Again, find it in stores at CVS or online at Amazon, Target.com, or NewNordicUSA.com.
I'll never forget the day I decided to go out for the football team. Mr. Banks, the JV football coach and my history teacher, asked me to stay after class. I thought I was in trouble. He said, "Hey, Darius, have you thought about going out for football? I think you'd be great." Fact is, I never played football. Fact is, I never had anyone tell me I'd be great at something. So, with no experience at all, I signed up. And a week later, I padded up and was running drills on the field. I never was great, but playing high school sports was one of the greatest experiences of my life. I was accepted by my teammates, and I learned that when someone believes in you, you can believe in yourself.
Encourage a student you know to take part in a high school sport. This message presented by the GHSA and the Georgia Athletic Directors Association.
If it's happening on the streets of
There
Atlanta.
are now more cases of Georgians getting very sick.
If it's happening on the roads leading to
Heading
Atlanta.
south, those delays start just south of 485.
We've got it
Classes
covered.
are back in session at Decatur City Schools.
Your 24/7 news source.
Covering the stories that impact you.
Tune in throughout the day to stay up to date.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Dave, what are you doing? Just sending a gift to Dave 2037. Who? Me in the future. I save a little money from every paycheck as a gift to Dave 2037, so he can spend it on things like anti-gravity boots or a hologram Doberman, something cool like that. I think Dave 2037 deserves it. He worked hard. What are you getting Steve 2037?
I guess I was thinking Steve 2037 would just fend for himself.
Well, all right, but don't expect to be borrowing my anti-gravity boots.
You want to have money in your future? You got to start saving now. Putting some money from every paycheck into a savings account or contributing to your 401k can make a big difference later. Put away a few bucks, feel like $1 million. For free ideas and easy ways to save, go to feedthepig.org. That's feedthepig.org.
Hey, let's just hope Steve 2037 doesn't get his hands on a cold time machine, because he is going to come back here and knock some sense into you.
This message brought to you by the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants and the Ad Council.
If you have the WSB radio app.
If you have the WSB
all
app.
the notifications you
If
need.
you have the WSB app.
All the local and breaking news alerts you need.
Breaking news in Cobb County.
All in one place.
We'll send out an alert on the WSB app.
The 95.5 WSB app.
Download it from your app store today.
Get the podcast, live stream, email, and social media links by texting Eric to 33777 now.
Greetings, conversationalists. Let me pick one small scab with you, because it needs to be picked, I guess, because I'm already getting emails from friends of mine saying, oh, my God, look at the turnout. Doesn't it mean actually 2020 was stolen? No. Number one, the counting is going to be going on for another week or two, so you're going to see all the 2024 numbers rise. And two, in 2020, massive numbers of voters due to COVID were given mail-in ballots. So you actually did have higher participation because people were sent ballots to their home in many states automatically. And if you want to say that was cheating, that's fine, but that was one of the recommended COVID protocols by the Trump administration in 2020 that some states embraced, was people in states got mail-in ballots. So, yeah, you had massive more participation in 2020 because voters, without even asking, in many states were able to get ballots at home, and Trump judges approved it. So I cannot believe that what people want to do after taking this historic win last night is actually relitigate 2020, but people just, they've got to have their pet conspiracy theories confirmed, as opposed to just recognizing last night was a great and historic night. It really was an impressive night. And the Democrats just don't quite fathom, I think, what happened. They're already out today blaming misogyny. They're blaming sexism. They're trying to blame. They're not trying to understand. They're trying to say it's sexism. You know what? Kamala Harris didn't run as a historic male candidate or a female candidate. She didn't. And there's a talking point that some people are now bringing up. This is Sonny Huston on The View this morning, where they all dressed in black. Well, hang on a second. I messed myself up here. Let's see. I got to do that. And now you can hear. I know none of you want to, but just listen.
I mean, aside from buck naked dancing on the top of the table, I don't know what else she could have done.
I don't think she could have done more. I think she left it all out on the field. I think she raised $1 billion in 3 months. I think that she ran a flawless campaign, and I maintain that. I think
a flawless campaign. She didn't go to the Al Smith dinner. She hung out with Liz Cheney instead of going to HBCUs. She decided to run on threat to democracy instead of saying that she would distance herself from Joe Biden and change policies. No, she did not run a flawless campaign. And if you thought that was a flawless campaign, you're just going to keep losing in the future. By the way, all these women on The View, like the people on MSNBC, they dressed up in black like they were mourning. There has never been a time in my life where my team lost in politics and I felt the need to dress like I was going to a funeral. You people have turned politics into a religion, and your idols were smashed last night by God Almighty himself. Now, you want to just smash the odors in your house and get rid of them, so how about that transition? Let's talk about the Eden Pure Thunderstorm. They've got a new version of it out now. You can buy 3 of them, and you save $200 by going to EdenPureDeals.com and put in the discount code ERIC3, ERICK3 at EdenPureDeals.com. Now, what's the new one? It's actually smaller than the old one, and the old one was small enough. This one's even smaller. And it generates not just ozone to wipe out odors, but plasma to wipe out viruses and bacteria. It literally latches onto them and kills them, annihilates them. It also gets rid of pet dander and pollen and dust. You can get 3 of them, save $200 at EdenPureDeals.com. The discount code is ERIC3. Get one for upstairs, your basement, your travel bag, wherever you need them. And they wipe out smoke odors, litter box odors, pet odors, dirty diaper odors, cooking odors, musty odors, you name it. Go to EdenPureDeals.com, put in the discount code ERIC3, ERICK3, and wipe out bad odors everywhere.
Stand Up to Cancer asked leading cancer researchers to speak about why they do their work.
Two words come to mind for me. One is responsibility, the other is purpose.
It's just so inspiring to do research that impacts human lives.
Stand Up to Cancer has been a critical partner in advancing research for cancer.
Cancer research saves lives.
So please, help us fight in this battle against cancer.
Be a part of the team that ends cancer at standuptocancer.org.
When traffic hits,
delays will continue as you work up to Highway 5.
the Triple Team Traffic Center has you covered.
Southbound, you slow around Northside Drive.
Your source for Atlanta's traffic.
I'll put a travel advisory up for the terrible ride through Marietta.
Brought to you by the Cool Ray Lifetime Parts and Labor Warranty.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk. Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB.
CBS
Atlanta's
News Brief.
News
Vice
and
President Harris concedes the election to President-elect Donald Trump, and voters a day later are still mixed.
You start letting people come in here illegally, it throws off the whole system.
I grew up in Mexico. I believe in hiring people within our country, making America great again.
Trump has promised to cut taxes and remove taxes on tips, but business analyst Jill Schlesinger, however, sees a problem.
Every tax benefit that is awarded to a consumer or to a taxpayer and to a corporate taxpayer has to be paid for. And there has never been a plan to pay for these tax cuts.
Someone has been shooting at cars driving along a North Carolina interstate. WNCN-TV's Harrison Grubb from Wake County.
Raleigh police say someone shot at 6 cars on I-40 this week. Anissa Williams commutes from Greensboro to Raleigh every day.
I'm feeling a little worried about it. I want to know what it's motivated by.
CBS News Brief. I'm Matt Piper.
This is Channel 2's Fred Blankenship. In Atlanta, things start early. I want you to know, Channel 2 Action News this morning is here to help you get ready for the day. I'm talking to you, late-night workers, early risers, people getting things done. At Channel 2 Action News, we work all night, too, with new details on big local stories, how the weather will impact your day, and ways to avoid frustrating traffic jams. Join me on Channel 2 Action News this morning, 4:30 to 7.
Pro athletes and attorneys count on George Stein, the DUI lawyer. Hey, it's Eric Von Hessler. George Stein has been a personal and professional friend for decades. He literally wrote the book on DUI defense in Georgia. I trust him, and you can too. GeorgeStein.com.
New South Window lives Southern weather. We prioritize keeping your family and your home comfortable all year round. That's why our energy-efficient windows and doors are made, installed, and guaranteed for life.
Save 35% off. Visit newsouthwindow.com/radio.
Is shopping for health coverage confusing? Georgia's got you covered. Georgia Access is our state's program for all residents to find quality, affordable health insurance. At georgiaaccess.gov, you can explore a variety of plan options. You may even qualify for no-cost coverage. Open enrollment is happening now. Visit georgiaaccess.gov today. Georgia Access, health insurance the Georgia way.
Dave, what are you doing?
Just sending a gift to Dave 2037.
Who?
Me in the future. I save a little money from every paycheck as a gift to Dave 2037, so he can spend it on things like anti-gravity boots or a hologram Doberman, something cool like that. I think Dave 2037 deserves it. He worked hard. What are you getting Steve 2037?
I guess I was thinking Steve 2037 would just fend for himself.
Well, all right, but don't expect to be borrowing my anti-gravity boots.
You want to have money in your future? You got to start saving now. Putting some money from every paycheck into a savings account or contributing to your 401k can make a big difference later. Put away a few bucks, feel like $1 million. For free ideas and easy ways to save, go to feedthepig.org. That's feedthepig.org.
Hey, let's just hope Steve 2037 doesn't get his hands on a cool time machine, because he is going to come back here and knock some sense into you.
This message brought to you by the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants and the Ad Council.
It's 2:34. Now time for live team coverage of traffic and weather. And we're still looking at this slow domes due to construction in Cherokee County on I-575 northbound past Town Lake Parkway. You've got one right lane blocked. And in Sandy Springs on I-285 eastbound at Riverside Drive, you got 2 right lanes blocked. Traffic and weather updates around the clock on 95.5 WSB.
Upwards. Mostly cloudy Thursday with an isolated rain shower possible, high 75. Lows on Friday morning in the mid-60s. Sunshine returns Friday afternoon, high 77. Mostly cloudy on Saturday, high 75.
It's 71 degrees in Marietta, 70 degrees in College Park, and 69 degrees in Ellenwood. More news at 3 o'clock. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Michael Mulborn, 95.5 WSB.
He's got the courage to tell you the truth, even when it isn't popular. You're listening to The Erick Erickson Show.
My fellow Americans, I am delighted to have you with me today. I want to spend some time with your phone calls in this segment, 877-973-7425, but you got to be patient with me because I want to have a heart-to-heart with the GOP. And what I decided to do for show prep today is I want to talk to the GOP. The next hour to Democrats, and then the third hour to the press. So let me begin with this. Republicans, the hard part is here now. You have to govern. Governing is way harder than running for office. Running for office is a slog, but governing's harder. I think if I were a reporter, I would rush today to get on record all of the Democrats in the United States Senate and ask them if they want to still get rid of the filibuster, and are they going to go on and try to do that now? Republicans are going to have to contend with the filibuster, and by the way, they too should preserve it, and it's going to frustrate them. One of the things that I say regularly is precedents matter, and you got to remember, Chuck Schumer and the Democrats set a precedent that you can do 2 reconciliation packages now in a year and not just 1. You have to time it right, but you can do up to 2 in a year. So Republicans, get your 2 reconciliation packages ready, preserve the Trump tax cuts, get rid of Jennifer Granholm's regulations in the Energy Department, get rid of their mandates on electric vehicles, spur economic growth through those things, and move forward. Undo the Inflation Reduction Act. What we're going to see is some Republicans in the United States Congress like the graft, greed, and corruption of the Inflation Reduction Act, which was actually the Green New Deal. They're going to want the government subsidies. You need to kill those things. Government subsidies breed inefficiency, and we've got to stimulate the economy. Because here's why, Republicans. You have 2 years now until your midterms. And you've misinterpreted the results already into they love Donald Trump as opposed to they hate the other side. When anyone gets elected, they don't get elected in a vacuum. They get elected in contrast to the other side. The Democrats want power. The Democrats are going to fix their problems. And Donald Trump is Donald Trump. So you need to govern efficiently and effectively. And to do that, you got to get rid of the greed, the graft, and corruption in Washington that came with the Green New Deal. You got to get rid of it. And I would tell you this as well. Every Republican, hear me here, please. Many of you were driven to existential frenzy that Kamala Harris might win, and you thought if she did, it would be the end of America. If you fear the other side gaining that power, get rid of the power, throw the ring in the volcano, melt it, get rid of the power of the presidency. If you get rid of it, they can't use that power against you when they get the power back. So gut Washington, D.C. You're going to have the House, the Senate, and the presidency. Get rid of the president's power. More particularly, you want to get rid of the power of the American bureaucracy. You want to gut the Environmental Protection Agency. You want to gut the regulators at the Department of Labor. You want to gut the Department of Energy regulations. You want to gut the Department of Health and Human Service regulations. And you want to gut the Department of Education. You want to gut them like you are a mob boss claiming your victory and getting rid of all the other mafiosos out there. Wipe them out. Get into Washington, D.C. and wipe them out. Metaphorically speaking, we're not putting, just so the hysterical girls at MSNBC don't get upset with me, we're talking metaphors here. If you want to kill the king, and you better kill the king. You got to wipe out the power of the bureaucracy in Washington, D.C. over the next 2 years and free up the American people. There are lots of studies that have shown that for every regulation, you take more money out of people's pocketbooks. You deregulate, you spur economic growth. You spur economic growth, more people are going to go back to work. More people go back to work, you're going to be able to have less illegal immigrants doing work in America. You can deport them because more Americans are going to be spurred to go back into the workforce. We have a lot of Americans sitting on the sidelines, and many, many, many Americans have traded the acquisition of private wealth for the government dole. You're going to need to transition people back into the workforce, Republicans, and you do that by cutting government. Every percentage of growth of GDP from government is a negative growth for the private sector. You've got to grow the private sector by cutting government. The only reason the jobs report had a net jobs gain of 12,000 last week was because of the growth of government jobs. The government is growing more than the private sector, and when the government begins growing more than the private sector, you ultimately kill the private sector. So kill the government instead, Republicans. You've got to govern. This was the easy part. This actually was the easy part. And it seems so hard. Governing is so much harder. You got to govern competently. You've got to govern efficiently. And by the way, I need to say something some of you aren't going to like. There are a lot of good ideas in Project 2025. I think the Republicans would be wise to embrace much of Project 2025. I think some of the economic ideas are bad, protectionist, and actually hurt the economy. Tariffs are a terrible idea. But there's some good stuff in Project 2025. You probably need to consider some of it. Republicans, it's time to get to work now. You want to preserve this coalition, this multiracial coalition. You want to convert these new Trump Democrats into permanent Republicans. You want to turn Latino voters into the base of the Republican Party. And you know how you do that? You crack down on illegal immigration. It's remarkable to me that Democrats never even saw this coming. The Democrats really believed if they promoted illegal immigration in this country, Hispanic voters would side with them. Do they not know any Hispanic voters other than the rich, mentally ill Hispanic women and gay men of the Democratic Party? Do they not know working class Hispanic voters? They're the people who hate illegal immigration the most. They despise illegal immigration because they came here and they busted their butts and they're making a living and Joe Biden's economy hurt them. They're furious. Hispanic voters want a paycheck for an honest day's labor, and they don't like the fact that someone can walk across this border illegally and get the same job for less money under the table. It makes them furious, and they've become Trump supporters. Republicans, if you secure the border and deport the illegal immigrants, you're going to make Hispanic voters a permanent Republican class of voter. Suddenly the Democrats are going to want to secure the border with the Hispanic string for Donald Trump. Democrats are probably going to want to compromise now on the border. They should. Republicans, it's time to lead. It's time to step up. It's time to govern. It's time to move forward. You got to have a comprehensive agenda. And by the way, you're going to have to work together in the House with a slim majority. Now, let me go to the phones here. I want to start with, let's see, Brad in Pinehurst, North Carolina. One of my favorite places. Brad, welcome.
Hey, Eric. Good afternoon. How are you doing?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Hey, listen, you kind of touched on a point there. This election was really amazing to me, just to see how Trump just kind of swept the entire country and his numbers went up. But my question or want your opinion on is, so, you know, midterm elections 2 years ago, he endorsed all these candidates that ended up falling flat on their face. Specifically here in North Carolina, he had endorsed Mark Robinson, who had a slew of issues. The Republican base here rushed to put him through the primary up against Josh Stein, which he was dead on arrival to begin with. So, you know, we ended up losing the Attorney General, the Lieutenant Governor, Lori Buckhart, who's was running for House District 1 here in North Carolina, because they all tied them to Mark Robinson, who Trump endorsed. Mm-hmm. Does Trump need to change his thought pattern on who he's endorsing so we don't run into this situation again 2 years from now? I guess kind of tying into the governance thing, he's got to change his kind of approach, I guess.
Brad, look, I'm glad you bring this up because Mark Robinson dragged down Republicans in North Carolina. Now, the good news is you all are going to keep your legislative supermajority. But yeah,
no, actually we're not.
Oh, you're not? I read last night that it looked like it. So that's changed now?
Yeah, we lost the supermajority by 1 seat.
Well, yep, there you go. Yeah, look, Robinson was a terrible candidate. And okay, I let me feel a little bit of guilt here, Brad. I have always thought Robinson was a terrible candidate, and I said nothing.
So I mean, I did too. I tried to jump through the roof on it.
Yeah, the reason I didn't say anything is because I already felt like I was picking fights with Trump supporters over whether 2020 was stolen or not. And I didn't want to rub salt in the wounds by saying Mark Robinson's a garbage candidate because so many of my friends loved him every time he spoke. He struck the right notes on all these cultural issues, and I was just like, it's not worth it for me to pick this fight too. But he was a disastrous candidate, and a lot of people on the Republican side had a lot of dirt on him, and they never showed it. There should be accountability in North Carolina for the Republicans there for what the Republicans in North Carolina did in rallying around, including Michael Whatley, now the chairman of the RNC, who was one of the people who pushed Robinson forward, was a disastrous candidate. There were better picks in the field than Robinson, and Robinson clearly had a down ballot effect. Donald Trump was not enough to pull these other Republicans. So yeah, and this gets me, Brad, to your point as well. Look at Carrie Lake. You have all of these Republicans on the verge of going to the Senate, but not Carrie Lake. She's a terrible candidate in Arizona, but Trump liked her because she sang all the right notes. Trump has really got to get out of the idea that just because people whisper sweet nothings in his ear, they're good candidates to back. He's got to vet candidates better. All right, Corey, you're going to be up next. Welcome to the show. How are you?
Doing good, Eric. Love the show.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, do you think after last night any of the prominent Democrats start to course correct and come back towards the center of the aisle? For instance, do you think maybe they use last night's beating as a way to finally admit that sometimes men competing against women can be unfair?
Yeah, look, they're going to have to. Here's the problem. When you look at the major donors of the Democratic Party, from Alex Soros to you name it, they're so progressive on these issues, they're going to have a hard time walking away from this particular issue. I will tell you, it's God's honest truth, cross my heart, hope to die. It is Democratic strategists in America who told me that the Trump ad about Kamala Harris paying for transitions that ended with she's for they, them, Donald Trump's for you, was the ad that they measured that was devastating for Black and Hispanic support for Kamala Harris. That ad killed Kamala Harris's momentum, and that ad shifted the entire race to Donald Trump. And what did Democrats do? They went on TV and screamed that it was transphobia and it was bigotry and it wasn't effective and it was Donald Trump playing to his base. No. Donald Trump picked up support in the Black and Hispanic community because of that cultural issue. And it is absolutely tone deaf for the Democrats to double down and say, this is our issue. It's not your issue. It's the one costing you everything. Now, I want to save you some money instead of costing you money, and that is Old Glory Bank. If you go to oldglorybank.com today, you can get an account with Old Glory Bank. They are by conservatives for conservatives. Listen, we know what's going to happen now. The left is going to become even more unhinged, and they're going to try to use their corporate influence to punish Americans who didn't support Democrats. Old Glory Bank is a bank that was started by conservatives because of these debanking trends on the left, and you're going to be protected if you use Old Glory Bank. At Old Glory Bank, unlike some major banks in this country, you can use your debit card to buy a gun. They don't care. They support your Second Amendment right. You can get a no-fee checking account, a no-fee savings account. You can get a mortgage. You can get a loan. Listen, if you're a business and you want to work with a great bank, Old Glory Bank is the bank for you. They really are. I sent a business to them, and that business needed a loan. They're an online bank, and Old Glory Bank flew someone to the business to spend time with the business, looking at the books of the business, getting to know the business, looking for himself at the viability of the business to be able to do business with them. They're a great hands-on bank. They're really good people. OldGloryBank.com. You can get an online account with them in less than 8 minutes at OldGloryBank.com. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. Terms and conditions apply. It really is my bank.
When the world seems crazy, he'll keep you sane. It's the Eric Erickson Show.
When traffic hits,
delays will continue
with you as you work up to Highway 5.
The Triple Team Traffic Center has you covered.
Southbound, you slow around Northside Drive.
Your source for Atlanta's traffic.
Yeah, I'll put a travel advisory up for the terrible ride through Marietta.
Brought to you by the Cool Ray Lifetime Parts and Labor Warranty.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Planning to propose this holiday? Shane Company is ready to help you find your dream engagement ring. We handpick the most beautiful diamonds and colorful gemstones in all shapes and sizes. So when you walk in the door, you can trust your rock is in stock. At Shane Company, we've always sourced directly, cut out the middleman, and pass the savings on to you. We work with your budget, not against it. We'll also protect your ring for life with our free unmatched lifetime warranty. Come see us at shaneco.com and in-store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Hey, it's Eric Von Hessler. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They'll handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades at no upfront cost. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Even when it's not raining, there's still signs that your roof needs attention. Home Fix It Show host Dave Baker here for Findlay Roofing, the roof guys. Check your roof for streaks and stains, loss of color, or granules in your downspouts. Gutters are scattered on the ground around your home. Your roof may be telling you something. Or if you can still see where that wet spot was in your ceiling, even if it's dried out, your roof still has a problem. You need a new roof. Findlay Roofing has mastered the roof replacement process with impeccable, high-quality work with exceptional service and pinpoint attention to detail. Findlay lives by the golden rule and will treat your home like it's their own. Plus, Findlay stands behind their work with a lifetime leak-free warranty on labor and materials at no additional cost. And they offer 0% financing. Need a new roof? Think of Findlay first. Get started with a free roof analysis. Schedule yours now at findlayroofing.com. Roof.
Dave, what are you doing?
Just sending a gift to Dave 2037.
Who?
Me in the future. I save a little money from every paycheck as a gift to Dave 2037, so he can spend it on things like anti-gravity boots or a hologram Doberman, something cool like that. I think Dave 2037 deserves it. He worked hard. What are you getting Steve 2037?
I guess I was thinking Steve 2037 would just fend for himself.
Well, all right, but don't expect to be borrowing my anti-gravity boots.
You want to have money in your future? You got to start saving now. Putting some money from every paycheck into a savings account or contributing to your 401k can make a big difference later. Put away a few bucks, feel like $1 million. For free ideas and easy ways to save, go to feedthepig.org. That's feedthepig.org.
Hey, let's just hope Steve 2037 doesn't get his hands on a cold time machine, because he is going to come back here and knock some sense into you.
This message brought to you by the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants and the Ad Council.
WSB Atlanta, WSB BFM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
We are the NFHS. That stands for the National Federation of State High School Associations. But really, what we stand for, together with the GHSA, are the 195,000 high school sports and performing arts students in Georgia. And so we stand. We stand for the runners, debate team members, and basketball players. We stand for their coaches, officials, and adjudicators. We stand for the drummers, football players, and actors. We stand for the golfers, singers, and swimmers. We stand as the national leader and advocate for these essential activities and all who participate in them and make them possible. Because it is our purpose to ensure that high school students get to play, perform, and compete together. To learn more about who we are and what we stand for, visit nfhs.org.
Join Eric's army of activists. Text ARMY to 33777 now.
This hour of the program is brought to you by First Liberty Building and Loan. If you're buying a building, you're buying a franchise, buying out a business partner, you name it. You can do business with First Liberty Building and Loan. They've been making their own business decisions since the 90s. They'd love to work with you. Go to firstlibertyga.com, firstlibertyga.com. Tell them I sent you. They're great people. All right, Gary, I want to go to you next. Welcome to the show. How are you?
Good, sir. How are you today?
Great.
Here's wishing you a great American Wednesday afternoon. I spent an hour enjoying MSNBC's meltdown this morning and then moved on to more important things. I had a question. A gentleman that I used to work with about a year ago, we had a conversation concerning black support for Donald Trump. And he basically said there ain't no way black people in Georgia, I was born and raised in Macon, I live in Monticello. He said no way black people are going to support Donald Trump. I'm curious if you have some information for Georgia and for the national level of the percentage of black support for Mr. Trump, President Trump. Sorry.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I do. That would be President-elect now, the official title for another few weeks.
That is correct. President and President-elect, yes.
So, yeah, Donald Trump won 25% of black men in Georgia. Everywhere in the nation, this is what everybody needs to understand, Kamala Harris won a majority of the black vote in this country everywhere, black men and black women. But Donald Trump surpassed 25% in most places of black men. Right. And Donald Trump actually got overall about 15% of the black vote and got more than 10% of black women. And this is something the Democrats have got to understand is that, look, y'all, I know you say, oh, I've got a lot of black friends. I live in Macon, Georgia, for God's sakes. My neighbor is black. I got plenty of friends. I served on a city council with a number of black Democrats. And the thing that they all say is that Kamala Harris did not have a black experience. They didn't relate to her as black. And I get lit up on fire as a racist for saying what black people say, that she was born in California. She grew up in Canada. She lived in Berkeley. Her father's from Jamaica. Her mother's from India. Her father's family owned slaves. She never went through what black women in the South had to go through. She never went through what black women in Detroit had to go through. She never had that black experience, and she never talked about it on the campaign trail, which was the big tell. Kamala Harris never talked on the campaign trail about all the racial experiences she experienced as a child of Berkeley.